Question mark. 561 The Queen of Glittergold. There were a total of 8 brains in Tang Zhen's hand. Among them, there were 6 for Xiao Li and the other transmigrators, 1 for Yunxi and 1 for the Queen of the Flashing Gold race. Tang Zhen made some small changes to the runic magic circle when he arrived at the soul transfer array in the back valley. After that, he placed the 8 brain beads on it in order. Tang Zhen had personally designed and supervised the construction of this soul transmission array. He was well aware of the functions of every part, so it was quite easy to modify it. He activated the soul transfer array, and the soul stored in the brain pearl was immediately sucked into the runic magic circle. The brain pearl on the magic circle, which was specially used to receive and store souls, shone brightly. The design was simple and clear. The staff in charge of the soul teleportation array only needed to glance at it to know if the soul of a transmigrator who had died in an accident had been teleported back. After confirming that everything was normal, Tang Zhen controlled the soul transfer array and sent these souls into the host bodies that had been placed in advance. The entire process was uneventful and looked extremely simple, but it was also because he had made perfect preparations in advance. If there was even the slightest mistake during the boarding process, then the souls of Xiao Li and the others might be destroyed. Tang Zhen's expression was very calm as he turned his head to look at the pool at the side. The others were unable to tell what he was thinking in his heart. It didn't take long before a wah wah sound came from the pool, and then 6 young men covered in water climbed out of the pool. They looked around in confusion, as if they were still wondering why they were here. "What are you looking at? You were already dead when you entered the building. It was the city lord who saved you." A young man standing not far from Tang Zhen coldly snorted. His tone carried a trace of reprimand and might, giving people the feeling of being an old man. He was one of the main people in charge of the Asian alliance, and was considered the immediate superior of Li and the others. He was already close to retirement age. When the Great Transmigration Plan was launched, he took the initiative to apply to come to the world of Lusheng. Now that he was full of energy, he had plans to display his ambitions in this world of Lusheng. After being scolded by their officer, Xiao Li and the others immediately became well-behaved. Apparently, they also vaguely remembered something, and their faces turned pale. As the 6 of them listened to their superior's reprimand, they occasionally peeked at Tang Zhen by the side from the corner of their eyes. When they saw that he did not reveal any intention of punishing them, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Compared to the anger of their commander, the few of them were actually more concerned about Tang Zhen's attitude. "You're unorganized and undisciplined. You're using your work for personal gain. Watch how I'll deal with you later." Seeing that Tang Zhen did not have the intention to pursue the matter, the old man did not say anything more. He coldly snorted and had Xiao Li and the others change their clothes before returning to their respective residences to rest. The 6 of them had used up a lot of their soul power in the mirror world. They would probably be dispirited for a long time. They needed to rest and recover. According to the person in charge of the Asian alliance, he originally planned to send the 6 of them back to their original world to recuperate, but it was directly rejected by Tang Zhen. The original world was different from the world of Lusheng. There were very few items that could nourish the soul, and the price was also extremely high. It was far less cost-effective to recover in the world of Lusheng. Moreover, they were the first batch of transmigrators who had died and resurrected, and had a certain research value. It was even more impossible for Tang Zhen to let them leave. In any case, Xiao Li and the others could be considered to have escaped with their lives. After this calamity, it was not only the 6 of them, but many other transmigrators who were eager to make a move had become much more obedient. Only then did they suddenly realize that the reason why they had been safe and sound after transmigrating was because they had always been under the protection of the Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, who knew how many batches of people would have died already? Although to the Holy Dragon City's residents, as long as their soul did not die, there was a possibility of rebirth, but if they encountered this kind of special situation where they were trapped in the reincarnation mirror and could not escape in time, then they would really lose their lives. Little Li and the rest left dejectedly while Tang Zhen's gaze remained on the other 2 pools. When the staff member saw this, he also looked over curiously. However, he was muttering in his heart, why did these 2 souls stay for such a long time? Only Tang Zhen sat as steady as a mountain. He stared unblinkingly at the pool while a trace of a smile gradually surfaced on the corner of his mouth. There was the sound of water again, and a woman slowly stood up from the pool. Her eyes looked around in a daze, and in the blink of an eye, they regained their lively colors. With a gentle wave of her hand, a coat flew into the air and landed on her palm. After covering her exquisite and graceful body, the woman walked out of the pool with her long legs and bowed to Tang Zhen. "Thank you for your kindness, sir. I will never forget it. If there's anything you need, I will do my best." Xianxia, who had been given a new life, spoke earnestly, and her pretty face was filled with gratitude. "You're welcome. Take a seat and rest. We'll talk later." Xianxia nodded slightly and sat on a chair at the side. She looked around curiously. Although Xianxia did not have her original 2-star feudal lord cultivation after her rebirth, her soul power was still there. Therefore, it was not difficult for her to control her mental power to take things from a distance. Coupled with her current body with excellent aptitude, as long as she worked hard to cultivate, it would not take long for her to have enough cultivation to protect herself, and it would only be a matter of time before she became a lord-tier cultivator. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Zhen had always wanted to increase his spiritual strength. It was so that he would be able to possess a combat strength that was not weaker than his enemy even when his body and soul were separated. After a while, there was another sound from the pool, and then a tall and exquisite woman slowly stood up. She stood up and sized up her surroundings. Her gaze swept over the people in the surroundings before finally stopping on Tang Zhen's body. Her bright eyes flickered with tears and anger, but in the end, it all turned into indifference and she sighed softly. She moved her long legs and walked out of the pool. She allowed the water droplets to roll down her exquisite body. However, she did not care. She only looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. A staff member delivered a piece of clothing. The woman received it and nodded in thanks. She put on the clothes and stood in front of Tang Zhen. "I know you're conflicted, but you don't have to thank me. After all, you and I were enemies." Tang Zhen looked at the woman beside him. Water droplets were continuously dripping from her long hair. Her pale and weak appearance caused one to be unable to help but feel pity for her. The lady was silent for a moment when she heard this. However, she still bowed to Tang Zhen. "No matter what, I still have to thank you. After all, you helped me leave the sanctuary." This woman was the queen of the flashing gold race who was killed by Tang Zhen. She was the monster from the flashing gold race sanctuary who tried to scheme against Tang Zhen but was killed by him instead. She was the same as Xianxia. After becoming a monster in the wild, she retained the memories of her previous life. Now that she had left the monster's body and her soul was reattached to the mother tree's body, the queen of the flashing gold race could be considered reborn. Tang Zhen waved his hand and said with a soft smile, "I've said that you don't need to thank me. After all, I've promised you back then. It's not in line with my principles if I don't do it. There's no need to mention anything else. Now that you've regained your freedom, whether you want to stay in Holy Dragon City or go to the wilderness to start anew, I will not stop you." As he said this, Tang Zhen looked at the queen of the flashing gold race with a trace of sincerity in his eyes. "I know you're not willing to accept this and that you've always wanted to revitalize the flashing gold clan. It's just that this tower world is far more dangerous than you think. A weak woman like you can't survive on your own, so it's best for you to stay in Holy Dragon City before you grow your wings. Let's work together. This is something that will benefit both of us. You have to consider it carefully." At this point, Tang Zhen took out a box of brain beads and placed it in front of the queen of the flashing gold race. "These are the brains of your clansmen. Their souls are stored inside, so they still retain a trace of their consciousness, but they can't compare to you. I can give you the brain, but if you want to resurrect them, you must pay a sufficient price. I, Tang Zhen, have never liked to make a losing deal." After saying this, Tang Zhen got up and left the back valley, leaving the queen of the flashing gold race in a daze. 562 Rapid Expansion and Employment System 1. After returning to his City Lord's Hall, Tang Zhen picked up the battle report on the table. As expected, the situation at the front line was very gratifying. Ever since the declaration of war against the Magic Tower, the Holy Dragon City army was like a hot knife through butter, breaking through 5 cities in a short period of time. Even so, the Holy Dragon City still had no intention of stopping and continued to expand the results of the battle. At present, nearly 1/5 of the wildlands was temporarily controlled by the Holy Dragon City. The lands that were once controlled by the foreign races were now only left with ruins. After occupying these areas, the next thing to do was to clear out the monsters and bandits, carry out a series of construction, and take full control of these areas. Although the Holy Dragon City had conquered these buildings with powerful force, there were still many cultivators who were unwilling to admit defeat. They kept running around in the wilderness, looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the Holy Dragon City. The members of the patrol team who stayed behind to guard the rear fought with these rebels almost every day. Fighter jets were frequently dispatched to cooperate with the ground combatants to attack. After the Holy Dragon City's merciless suppression, the rebels saw that victory was hopeless and could only escape from the wildlands, waiting for the opportunity to make a comeback. Now, there were cars leaving the Holy Dragon City every day, bringing large amounts of materials and personnel to take over and manage these lands. As a result, the Holy Dragon City's manpower began to be stretched thin again, and they had no choice but to hire a large number of wanderers. However, the effect of doing so could only be said to be half the result with twice the effort. The number of wanderers was not endless. At present, the wanderers employed by the Holy Dragon City were close to 100,000, and they had almost captured all the wanderers within a radius of 1,000 miles. It would be extremely difficult to find enough wanderers. There was also another problem that couldn't be ignored. The Lusheng natives were good at fighting, but they couldn't help at all in some work. Therefore, the best solution was to bring in a large number of transmigrators from the original world and let them be responsible for certain key positions. After realizing that this situation was imminent, Tang Zhen also returned to his original world and began to discuss a solution with his business partners. A day later, the meeting was held. In a military base in his original world, Tang Zhen and the representatives of his partners were sitting together. Everyone first took a look at the latest battle situation before turning their eyes to Tang Zhen. As the secrets of the world of Lusheng were gradually revealed, some heavyweight forces in the original world also joined in. Some of them represented countries, some represented financial groups, and all of them had a pivotal influence in the original world. It was impossible to get rid of them for such a good thing with immeasurable benefits. If they were to cause trouble, the entire original world would be in complete chaos. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before they joined. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over everyone present. He stood up and pointed to the electronic map behind him. I believe everyone is clear that our initial goal is to control the entire wildlands and make this place our base camp to control the Lusheng world. With the advantage of our weapons, our current expansion speed is very fast. At present, this area is already under our preliminary control. Even if I didn't mention this, I believe you've already received the news. However, the problem also comes with it. We are starting to have a clear lack of manpower. We have effectively solved this problem by recruiting the local aboriginals. Therefore, there was only one solution, and that was to teleport the workers from the original world on a large scale to alleviate the current situation. This matter must be carried out, and we've been notified in advance. I just wonder how your preparations are. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over everyone who had different expressions after speaking up to this point. He waited for them to express their opinions. A middle-aged man in a suit spoke first. So far, we've produced 1 million soul travel pods. According to the usage of both worlds, it can help 500,000 people pass through their souls. At present, these soul transmigrators have been sent to various parts of the world, and the recruitment of relevant personnel has also begun, but it is still in a semi-confidential state. Tang Zhen nodded. If there were 5,000,000 transmigrators heading to the Lusheng world, the problem of the initial shortage of manpower could be easily solved. Another man with white hair nodded to everyone. He looked at Tang Zhen and said, "These transmigrators are employed. Every day, they go to the Lusheng world to work through the soul transmigration cabin, and after the work, they will be sent back to their original world. In the future, most of the workers in the Lu City world would use this employment system, and it would continue until the mass migration began. Other than these workers, we also plan to send 100,000 people into the Tower world within a year. They will become permanent residents and will not return." After the others heard this, they asked a few other questions, the most important of which was the progress of the physical transmission experiment. This was a problem that everyone was extremely concerned about. This was because up until now, all the transportation of resources had to be handled by Tang Zhen. This not only limited Tang Zhen's movements, but also made his partners feel insecure. The foundation of the cooperation between the two sides was that Tang Zhen could transport resources between the two worlds. If Tang Zhen no longer cared about this matter or cut off the connection between the two worlds, then the cooperation between the two sides would be in vain. Fortunately, Tang Zhen wouldn't do that. He had even acquiesced to them protecting his younger sister with all their might. In reality, they were just hostages. This wasn't because he was afraid of anything, but because there was no need for them to fall out. He also didn't want to abandon this super logistics base in his original world. The person in charge of the research on the transmission of physical objects immediately told the progress of the experiment to everyone present. According to his estimation, it would take at least 2 years to achieve obvious results. Everyone nodded. They could afford to wait. During this period of time, they could only continue to rely on Tang Zhen to transport a huge amount of resources back and forth. After all, no one else could help them with this. After the meeting, Tang Zhen took out the storage equipment made by Ling Xuz. Due to the sufficient materials, the storage equipment had enough space to store a small mountain. He activated the storage equipment and placed a large number of items he brought back from the Lusheng world. Tang Zhen then took a large number of soul travel capsules. When he returned to the world of the towers, these soul travel pods would be deployed to the newly built towers in the wilderness and provided for the hired travelers. Building a city in the wildlands was something that should be done sooner or later. Tang Zhen was also very supportive of this. According to the plan, there would be a total of 5 towers to be built in the first phase, and the upper limit of the upgrade was 3 levels. The reason for this was that the pressure of the monsters attacking the level 3 building was not great, and the living space in the building was sufficient, and it could also avoid wasting brain matter. When these buildings were built, the entire wildlands would be connected as one, and it would only be a matter of time before it prospered. Moreover, with these buildings as a buffer, the Holy Dragon City could develop and build in peace. The monsters and bandits could be completely dealt with by these buildings. With the passage of time, these monsters might even be completely extinct in the wildlands. This way, the Holy Dragon City would be able to focus on upgrading their city towers, and strive to become a top-tier city like Heaven Battling City as soon as possible. 563. Mysterious Company, special job in a certain city in the United States. The light rain had just stopped. After Steve had his breakfast, he drove off in his pickup truck. He had applied for a job a few days ago, and today was the official day of work. In fact, Steve was not the only one hired by the company. A few of his good friends from the shooting club would also work there. This company was a world-famous company. It was said that the benefits of a newly established company were good. If the applicants were excellent in shooting or had military experience, they would be recruited first. The members of Steve's shooting club had just graduated, and they were just trying their luck. They did not expect to be hired, which surprised them a little. To be able to work in such a large company was something to be proud of. As for what they did, the company didn't tell them directly, but said that it would be arranged after they officially started work. Although Steve and the others felt that something was wrong, they didn't take it to heart. They secretly guessed that this might be a special rule of the company. The company was not far from his home. It didn't take long for Steve to arrive at his destination and head to his work area. In front of a large steel factory, thousands of people were waiting in line to enter. Many of them were looking around with curiosity and doubt in their eyes. Steve found a lot of soldiers in the factory. They were patrolling around with loaded guns, and there were also soldiers guarding the entrance of the factory. After seeing this scene, Steve was quite puzzled. It seemed that the company was not as simple as it looked. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the gate of the factory was opened at the same time, and everyone lined up to enter. After Steve entered the factory, he found that there were thousands of electronic devices in the room that looked like gaming capsules, all of which were powered. What's going on? Are they hiring us to play games? Steve thought to himself and looked around. He was even more confused. It turned out that on the stairs around the factory, dozens of soldiers were coldly staring at Steve and the others, making the atmosphere a little tense. Damn it, can anyone tell me what's going on? A young man seemed to be unable to stand the atmosphere here and couldn't help but roar. No one could give him an explanation. They were also at a loss. As their eyes kept moving, they also tried to find an answer. At this moment, a man's voice that was amplified by the loudspeaker suddenly sounded above everyone's heads. I believe everyone must be very confused right now. I'll give you an explanation immediately. You might not believe it, but it's a fact that we've already built a base in a distant foreign world. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and they kept talking in low voices. Steve's brows were even more tightly furrowed. He recalled the rumors he had read on the internet and had a vague guess in his heart. The other world you're talking about, is it the world of Lusheng? Someone shouted. Apparently, he had seen the hot topic on the internet and made such a guess. Steve and the others perked up their ears, waiting for the other party's answer. After a few seconds of silence, the other party replied in a certain tone, "That's right, it's the world of Lusheng." Boom! There was another wave of heated discussions, as if it was a noisy market. Many people were excited, and those who didn't know the truth were all asking in a low voice where the world of Lusheng was. Steve was just as excited. He was a fanatical game fan, and after seeing the rumors on the internet, he had once fantasized about the existence of the world of Lusheng. In that world, he would wear armor and fight monsters, search for treasures in the wilderness, and build his own city. Although there were certain claims that the world of Lusheng definitely existed on social media and some forums, Steve still refused to believe it and thought that it was just some people's imagination. However, it turned out that he was wrong. The world of Lusheng really did exist, and humans had even begun to explore it long ago. After the voices of the crowd lowered a little, the man's voice sounded again from the loudspeaker and told Steve and the others the reason for hiring them. The Lusheng world did not have enough members. They were hired to participate in the construction and security work of the Lusheng world. Using the soul teleportation cabin to head to the other world, one could go to work and leave work as per normal every day, with generous pay and benefits. Hearing this, Steve was extremely excited and couldn't wait to enter the soul portal cabin. "All right, everyone. Please turn off your phones and enter the soul teleportation cabin. We'll start the teleportation immediately." Most of them turned off their phones as requested, but some of them were worried that there would be problems with the teleportation and requested to resign. The military didn't stop these people. Instead, they told them not to talk nonsense, or they would be held accountable. In fact, when Steve and the others were hired, the existence of the world of Lusheng was officially disclosed. The reason why those who withdrew were warned was just to let the world know about it later. At the very least, the government would not take the initiative to admit this matter and would remain silent for a long time. After these people left, Steve and the others lay down in the soul teleportation cabin as instructed and lost consciousness without realizing it. After an unknown period of time, Steve felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself still lying in the soul portal cabin. However, outside the transparent cabin door, it was not the factory he was in, but a huge tent. "Guys, you've arrived. Come and see the new world." A man in black armor stood at the door and shouted at Steve and the others who were lying in the soul portal cabin. Steve quickly opened the cabin door and stood up. It was only at this moment that he realized that he had actually changed his body. His entire body was filled with strong muscles. Haha, that's great. At this time, the transmigrators next to him also got up one after another. After discovering the changes in their bodies, they all waved their arms excitedly. "Let's go out and see if we've really reached the world of Lusheng," someone shouted, then walked out first, and Steve quickly followed. As soon as he left the tent, he saw an extremely high sky. A few strange-looking big birds flew across the sky, followed by several fighter planes flying over his head. The place they were at was a flat grassland. There were transmigrators in tank tops and shorts everywhere, soldiers in armor, and alien workers that appeared from time to time. Steve felt that his eyes were not enough to see everything. Everything felt fresh to him. At this point, he was convinced that he had indeed come to the world of Lusheng. Steve felt as if his blood was dancing, because this place was simply too great. A transmigrator wearing battle armor stood on a high platform and loudly directed Steve and the others to line up to receive their equipment. When they arrived at the open space, they saw with their own eyes that the Holy Dragon City cultivators tore a card, and then countless clothes, shoes, and hats appeared in front of them. "Oh my god, this is a miracle. Am I seeing things? Is that guy a magician?" he asked. "I love this place, because this is a world full of miracles." Steve and the others were full of excitement as they received their uniforms one by one. After putting them on, they were assigned jobs according to their strengths. Because of his excellent shooting skills, Steve and his companions were assigned to the guards, each of them receiving a set of black armor and an automatic rifle. This kind of armor was different from battle armor. It was a kind of light protective equipment with a total weight of less than 15 pounds, which could effectively resist the penetration of heavy arrows. For the security personnel in the control area, this level of defense armor was more than enough. Steve and his companions, who had changed into armor, were gathered together. Under the leadership of a Holy Dragon City soldier, they began their patrol and security mission. 564 Ambush. Strange meatball with brand new rifles in hand, Steve and the others got into 2 pickup trucks and began his first patrol in the world of Lusheng. The Holy Dragon City warrior in charge of leading the team was silent, his eyes constantly looking at the corners of the wilderness that could hide danger. The killing intent he inadvertently emitted made Steve and the others panic. This was the first time they had come into contact with such a tangible killing intent, and they felt as if their scalps were about to explode. There was a veteran from the American Alliance in the patrol team. He had been in the world of Lusheng for more than 2 months and was explaining to Steve and the others what they needed to pay attention to. It was reasonable to say that Steve and the others should be on duty after receiving training, but because of the lack of manpower, this step was omitted and they were allowed to take on the duty directly. Listen up, guys, this is the world of Lusheng, not the original world. Those monsters and alien enemies will kill us without hesitation. So, when we encounter enemies who attack us, I hope you can fire without hesitation, otherwise, you will be the ones who lose your lives. After glancing at Steve and the others, the veteran gave each of them a piece of paper, which was full of rows of data. This was general knowledge information specially provided for transmigrators. It indicated the average combat power and speed of cultivators of different levels. This way, Steve and the others could better understand the enemy during battle and master the advance of shooting. Looking at the data on the paper, Steve and the others were amazed, because the physical fitness of these cultivators was so strong that they could be considered superhumans. Don't worry, although they are very strong, as long as their cultivation is not at the Lord tier, they are no match for firearms. Also, the body you're currently residing in is also very strong, not much weaker than a rank 2 cultivator. After saying this, the veteran turned his head and kept observing the surroundings. Steve and the others also looked around. Every flower and plant here surprised them. They pointed at it from time to time, their faces full of excitement. As the car passed by a pile of ruins, the machine gunner on the pickup truck pulled the trigger, snapping the weeds in the distance. Be prepared. The enemy might appear. As the veteran spoke, he had already extended his gun out of the window and started shooting at the black shadows moving in the grass. Seeing this, Steve and the others also jumped out of the stopped cars and used the cars as cover, while getting ready for battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wave of arrows shot over at high speed. Most of them missed, but a few of them went into the car and pierced through the metal sheet. Bang bang bang. A few grenades were fired from the truck behind, and more than a dozen hidden foreign cultivators immediately appeared. They shuttled through the wild grass at high speed, but they were shot down one by one. What are you doing there? Shoot. The veteran roared, turned his head, and quickly aimed, killing another foreign cultivator who rushed up. Compared to the slow-witted Steve and the other rookies, the veteran knew how powerful these foreign cultivators were. Once they got close, 90% of the transmigrators would not be their match. Therefore, when the Holy Dragon City was in battle, they were used to using planes and cannons to open up a path. They would first blow up the enemy until they were frightened, and then attack from close range. At this time, the enemy's fighting spirit was basically scattered, and they could not even withstand a single blow. The reason why there were Holy Dragon City warriors and Traverser veterans in Steve's patrol team was that they had more combat experience. On the battlefield, experience was sometimes more important than physical fitness. A single mistake could cost one's life, and the advantage of veterans was that they could always avoid such fatal mistakes. In a flash, with the dense barrage of bullets, the ambushing foreign cultivators had been killed and their corpses were strewn all over the ground. The remaining few people saw that the situation was not good and threw a few meatball-like objects at them. Then, they jumped onto their horses and began to flee. When the meatball was thrown over, the Holy Dragon City warrior's pupils shrank, and he immediately roared and dodged. However, who would have thought that a transmigrator next to Steve would raise his gun and aim at one of the meatballs? He fired a burst of bullets. With a crisp bang, the meatball exploded, and black smoke immediately spread. The black smoke was condensed and did not disperse. It kept dancing in the air like a group of mosquitoes in summer looking for a target to suck blood from. The transmigrator who fired the shot couldn't dodge in time and was immediately shrouded by the black smoke. As he shouted, he inhaled a large amount of black smoke through his mouth and nose. Steve and the others had already dodged, and the black smoke could not touch them. It all surrounded the transmigrator and wrapped him up like a black bear, wriggling and shrinking. A blood-curdling screech was heard as the transmigrator ran around in the black smoke as if he had gone mad. "He's finished, kill him." The Holy Dragon City soldier shook his head and looked at the transmigrator struggling in the black smoke, his eyes cold and sharp. The Traverser veteran sighed, raised his rifle, and pulled the trigger, directly knocking him to the ground. The traveler finally stopped screaming. The black smoke that had not yet entered his body hovered for a while and quickly melted under the sunlight, disappearing without a trace. As the black smoke dissipated, everyone could see the transmigrator who had been shot dead. They all gasped in unison. It turned out that there was not a single trace of blood on his body. On the contrary, countless tendrils-like things had been squeezed out of his pores, wriggling and waving in the air. At this time, the transmigrator's corpse was like a moldy human-shaped pastry, which made people tremble with fear. The seasoned transmigrator seemed to have seen a similar scene before. He returned to the vehicle and took a barrel of special fuel found in the Lusheng world and poured it on the body of the transmigrator. This body had already been destroyed and could not be recovered. After lighting a match and lighting up the cigarette, the veteran threw the match on top of the corpse, instantly setting off a raging fire. As the flames burned, the tentacles began to shake violently, letting out a mouse-like cry, and then exploded. After another minute or so, the corpse suddenly swelled up and exploded with a bang. Dozens of fist-sized meatballs burst out of the corpses, steaming. They were obviously cooked. Turning to look at the dumbfounded Steve and the others, the veteran said, "This meatball is a special type of parasitic monster. It usually lives in the host's body, but once it's broken, it will find nearby creatures to live in. However, this thing was afraid of sunlight and fire, so it could only last less than a minute under the sun and high temperature. Therefore, if you see this kind of meatball again, immediately avoid it or light a fire to drive it away." At this point, the transmigrator veteran turned around and got into the car. Steve and the others looked at each other and followed. Looking at Steve and the others, silence, the veteran smiled and said, "Are you guys sad because you lost a partner? There's no need to be sad. That guy is definitely not dead. He might just wet his pants in fear. Ha ha ha." When Steve and the others heard that, they were relieved and laughed. Nothing unexpected happened after that. Steve even killed a level 1 monster with his own hands. Soon, it was time to get off work. Steve and the others returned to the soul teleportation cabin and slowly closed their eyes. 565 Confirmation of the news, shocking the world. When Steve regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to his original world. Steve opened his eyes and looked at the familiar factory outside the soul portal cabin. He sighed softly, feeling as if it had been a lifetime. Walking out of the soul teleportation cabin, Steve glanced at the transmigrators around him and found that most of them looked excited. Only a few of them had shimmering eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. What they had seen and heard in the world of Lusheng had clearly shocked them greatly, and they had yet to recover from their shock. This is an invasion, a massacre. We humans can't do this. We should live in peace with all the other races. Suddenly, a short-haired man shouted. He seemed very agitated as he tried to persuade the people around him. "We definitely can't help the evildoers. This is unfair to those foreign races. Do you know that the human army and the Holy Dragon City are all butchers, executioners, and we are becoming their tools for invasion and slaughter? I will never do this kind of thing again, because it makes me feel disgusted. Anyone with a conscience will agree with my approach." The man became more and more agitated as he spoke, his entire face turning purple. He waved his arms and shouted at the approaching soldiers, "Get lost, stay away from me, you bunch of damn butchers." It seemed that a few people were really convinced by this man. They loudly scolded the soldiers who caught them, and their emotions were also very agitated. Steve looked at the performance of those guys in silence, but he didn't think so. Everyone was an independent existence and had their own thoughts. This was the right to think that they were born with, and there was no right or wrong. However, this man didn't realize that the living resources he enjoyed were overdrawing the welfare of his descendants. This also caused the resources of his original world to become more and more exhausted. As time went on, even if there were no natural or man-made disasters, humans would be on the verge of extinction due to the depletion of resources. The discovery of the world of Lusheng had perfectly solved this problem and given mankind the opportunity to develop again. This was definitely something that was worth celebrating. If a race wanted to survive in an unfamiliar and dangerous environment, they had to kill and fight. If they wanted to develop and grow, they had to be prepared for corpses to pile up like mountains. This was the truth that was concluded through countless blood and tears in the course of history, and it could not be reversed. It was simply a joke to talk about peace with a group of hungry wolves who were used to eating human flesh. This was because it was destined to not have a good result and would only attract more hungry wolves. Taking advantage of his own advantages to occupy enough living areas in the world of Lusheng was the right way. As for the blood and tears of this generation, after hundreds of years, how many non-humankind juniors living in the human-controlled area would take it seriously? In a short period of time, Steve had thought of a lot of things, until someone called his name, and he came back to his senses. "Steve, are you willing to continue your job?" Behind the table, the man in a suit looked at Steve with a very serious expression. "Of course, I'm very willing to do so." Steve nodded. He didn't want to miss out on such a cool thing, and he had a faint guess that this job would be very popular in the future. He definitely couldn't let go of this opportunity. The man in the suit nodded and pushed a contract in front of Steve. "Sign it and you will become an official employee of the company. Then, you will receive your personal item." Steve took the contract, read it carefully, and signed his name. Then he received a work permit and an item that looked like a watch. This is the multifunction watch that the company distributed to its employees. The instruction manual is in the box. You can study it slowly. After collecting his items, Steve turned and walked out of the warehouse. Just as he was about to leave, he saw another warehouse not far away. There were also thousands of people lining up to enter it. These people might be our next colleagues, and they're also heading to the world of Lusheng. Steve thought to himself, and his footsteps became more cheerful. When there were many people doing something, you would take it for granted that it was normal, and it would not be particularly difficult to join in because you were not alone. Along the way, Steve found more soldiers, and they had even set up an isolation and alert area in front of the factory. After getting into his car, Steve couldn't wait to take out his phone and share his experience with his friends. He believed that they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop, and then they would die of envy. As for keeping it a secret, please, if this matter really had to be kept a secret, they wouldn't have been allowed to come and go as they pleased. This was obviously just a scare. Steve even suspected that the company had done this on purpose to spread the information about the world of Lusheng through them. Thinking back to the information on the internet some time ago, Steve realized that it might not be long before everyone knew about the existence of the world of Lusheng. He skillfully turned on his phone and opened the social media app. Before Steve could post what he had seen and heard, he was attracted by the messages that almost flooded the screen. "The world of Lusheng isn't a legend. Humans have already entered it. Is it right to conquer and kill? Should humans treat beings from other worlds like this? I'm an employee of a company. The following is my personal experience. It's absolutely true. The total number of humans in the world of Lusheng is close to 1 million. The second home is just around the corner." All he could see was such information. The original world had been completely blown up by the term, "World of Lusheng." People expressed their opinions on social media. Some were excited, some were suspicious, and some were boycotting it. The term, "World of Lusheng," had already become completely popular. However, when people discussed these topics, they had evidence. They relied on the information they learned through games, movies, and the internet. It wasn't until then that people realized that the world of Lusheng wasn't far away from them. They didn't feel particularly repulsed when they knew of its existence, but instead felt a faint sense of intimacy. A well-known person on a social media platform claimed that humans had discovered the world of Lusheng for a long time and had decided to let ordinary people know about this. However, in order to not let this news appear too suddenly, they used methods such as games and movies to let people understand and accept the existence of the world of Lusheng. Now, it seemed to be very effective. At the very least, when the existence of the world of Lusheng was confirmed by countless people, no one panicked. This was the best proof. There was also news that the newly emerging virtual reality games and various technological medical products were all thanks to the discovery from the Lusheng world. Its existence had completely changed the human world. People did not doubt this statement, because some people had already mentioned that the speed of technological progress in recent times was a little abnormal. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a leap in development. They insisted that humans had acquired alien technology, but now it seemed that they had obtained a high-tech legacy from the Lusheng world. In short, the rapid advancement of technology in the original world was completely dependent on these alien technologies. The opposition agreed that this theory made some sense, but they could not ignore the technological accumulation of the original world. Otherwise, even if they had obtained these high-tech items, they would not be able to crack and copy them easily. As the incident continued to heat up, more and more news about the world of Lusheng spread. People then realized that the original world had so much connection with the world of Lusheng. Everyone thought that this was the arrangement of the major forces in the original world, but they did not know that the instigator of this matter was actually the Holy Dragon City's city lord, Tang Zhen. Just as this matter was getting more and more popular, there was suddenly news that the second movie that was shot in the Lusheng world was about to be released, and the main actors of the movie would come to the original world to meet the fans in person. The original world, which had been paying attention to the situation in the Lusheng world for a long time, was completely in an uproar at this moment. 566 Chapter 566 Spreading Rumors, Prepare for Counterattack the world of Lusheng, Holy Dragon City. Yu Lang, Qian Long, and a group of people stood in the city lord's hall with excited faces. They would occasionally whisper a few words. City Lord, when are we going to the original world? I can't wait to go. At this moment, Yu Lang was wearing a long white dress and looked like a devastatingly beautiful fairy. This was already the third time she had asked this question, and her face was filled with joy and excitement. Ever since he heard that Tang Zhen wanted them to make a trip to the original world to cooperate with the promotion of the Great Time Travel Plan, Yu Lang had been in a state of extreme excitement almost the entire day. From the words of those transmigrators, Yu Lang had long heard that there was an incomparably huge shopping mall in her original world, and there were all kinds of beautiful clothes, as well as countless crazy fans for her. She was really looking forward to going to the original world. On the other hand, Qian Long, Xiao Rui, and the others were acting very reserved. However, from the way they couldn't shut their mouths and their eyebrows twitching from time to time, it was clear that they were also extremely excited. Mirong Ziyan, Xiao Dai, and Li Sha were sitting quietly at the side. They looked very quiet, but if one were to listen carefully, one would find that they were also discussing the topic of shopping. Aside from Thousand Dragons Group, 4 other foreign species that had participated in the movie's filming would also head to the original world. They were even more excited than Thousand Dragons Group about this opportunity. To be able to receive such an honor among Holy Dragon cities close to 100,000 foreign tribes made them feel like they were being valued. They also yearned to return to their original world. Through the Holy Dragon city's transmigrators, the existence of the original world was no longer a secret. Almost every Holy Dragon City resident and foreign race member yearned to see the original world one day. In their eyes, the original world that could produce all kinds of goods and weapons was definitely an extremely powerful continent-level city. That's right, in the eyes of the Lusheng natives, the original world was a continent-level Lusheng that only existed in legends. If it wasn't a continent-level city, how could it have so many talents, so many magical things, and even have a population of several billion? As for things like Earth and planets, they wouldn't understand even if you told them. They would only understand things according to their common sense. After a while, the transmigrators stopped explaining and simply said that they came from a continent-level city. At first, some residents of the Holy Dragon City had a respectful attitude towards transmigrators, but when they heard that the transmigrators came from a continent-level city, they immediately became enthusiastic and no longer felt distant. Since the transmigrators came from the legendary continent-level city, they must be more noble than him. The lord of the city who was respected by the transmigrators must have a prominent status in the continent-level city. Therefore, Tang Zhen's origin had spread. Countless people suddenly realized that the mysterious force behind the Holy Dragon City Master was actually a continent-level city. In this way, all the previous doubts were solved. Why was Tang Zhen able to obtain so many strange goods and terrifying weapons despite having such a high cultivation and such a strange ability? Why was the Holy Dragon City able to rise so quickly and stand tall in the wildlands? Why were so many foreign cultivators fighting for the foundation of the Cold Moon Tower, but only the Holy Dragon City was able to benefit in the end? In addition, there were rumors that Holy Dragon City had a mysterious master guarding it, and the super city wall that appeared overnight. If all these things were supported by a continent-level city, then everything would be reasonable. For the natives of the world of Lusheng, the continent-level Lusheng was almost like a myth. It was said that every warrior of the Lusheng had the cultivation base of a peak lord, and the cultivators of the Lusheng were all above the king level. Except for the record of the appearance of a continent-level building thousands of years ago, the continent-level building only existed in the legends of the natives of the building city. Since Tang Zhen came from a continent-level city tower, there was a reasonable explanation for his actions. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that after the rumor that he came from a continent-level city spread, the spies of the major forces lurking in the Holy Dragon City quickly passed this information back to their respective camps. The Elf Royal Court, Heaven Battling City, the Kobold Imperial Family, the Dwarven Clan, and countless other major forces that Tang Zhen had yet to come into contact with. Their common characteristic was that they were all about to be promoted to a national level, or in the stage of preparation for the promotion. The sudden appearance of a continent-level noble was extremely important to them, so they had to take it seriously. Promoting to a national-level building sounded easy, but it was extremely difficult to do. If he could get in touch with the national-level buildings through Tang Zhen and get their help, then the road of promotion would be much easier. Even if they had to pay a certain price for this matter, they were willing to do so. Therefore, after those forces learned of this news, their reactions were different. However, 90% of the forces sent their important figures to try to contact Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen still didn't know about this matter. He just didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this rumor. He was a transmigrator from his original world. How did he become a resident of a continent-level city? A planet like Earth, which orbited in the universe, had nothing to do with Lu Chang. In fact, Tang Zhen had always been suspicious that the world of Lusheng and the original world were not in the same universe at all. They might not even be in the same space-time. As for why there were wild buildings related to the original world, this was something that Tang Zhen had never been able to understand. In addition to the nightclub building that indeed belonged to the original world, Tang Zhen had also explored a building alone and found items similar to the original world. However, some details, even the strangeness in the written records, showed that the wild building was not simple. It actually came from a parallel world similar to the original world. Tang Zhen had never told anyone about this matter and had only been secretly researching it. The Holy Dragon City's residents were sure that the city lord came from a continent-level city and were proud of it. This also made the qualifications of the Holy Dragon City's residents even more popular. Countless people were racking their brains to join the Holy Dragon City. To be able to become a resident of a sub-city of a continent-level city was an honor that was definitely worth fighting for. Tang Zhen didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. Other people could say what they wanted to say. He just treated it as if he was pulling a tiger's skin. After recalling his thoughts, Tang Zhen began to tell Qianlong, Yu Lang, and the others about the things they needed to pay attention to after arriving in the original world. At the same time, he promised to help them transport the items they had purchased for free. In addition to the main actors of the movie, Tang Zhen would also bring Murong Ziyan and Xiao Dai along this time. He would let them have a tour of the original world and let his sister meet her sister-in-law. Just like the transmigrators from their original world, Qianlong and the others also needed to undergo soul teleportation to arrive in their original world. Tang Zhen had already used the super creature shaping machine to create the bodies that they could use, and they could be teleported at any time. The soul transmission array seemed to be operated by the residents and transmigrators of Holy Dragon City, but Tang Zhen could remotely control its core. Therefore, without Tang Zhen's permission, no native of Lu City could use the soul transmission array to return to their original world. Even the soul transfer cabin needed the soul transfer array to transfer the soul. Otherwise, it was impossible to transfer the soul to the world of Lusheng with just a small transfer cabin. The soul teleportation pod didn't have that much energy, and it didn't have specific coordinates. At best, it could only be considered a transmitter. It was like a mobile phone that was inserted with a SIM card. If Tang Zhen didn't open a service for it, then it naturally couldn't dial a call. The same logic applied to the soul transmission cabin. After recording everyone's soul fluctuations, everyone lay down in the soul teleportation cabin and fell into a deep sleep. After Tang Zhen explained a few things to his assistant, he was also sent back to his original world. 567 landing in the original world 1 in the desert tower of the Asian Alliance. It was early in the morning. Cars sped down the road and stopped near rows of huge warehouses. Most of the materials needed for the Lusheng world would be transported here and then taken away by Tang Zhen. When they encountered special items, the League would send elite personnel to escort them. If someone who didn't know the truth saw the items in the suitcase of these Secret Service agents, they would definitely feel incredulous, because there were only a few cards in the suitcase. Only those in the know would know that both the card and the item within it were priceless. After the supplies were unloaded, these trucks would also transport some specially sealed items. Each truck would also have someone to escort them. The whole process was meticulous. Ever since Tang Zhen had built the soul transmission array here, the desert under his feet had immediately become lively. Not only had the roads been rebuilt, but they had also carried out large-scale greenery, turning the desert into an oasis with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At this time, a huge warehouse had been built in the giant square, and hundreds of soldiers with loaded guns were guarding it. Other than these soldiers, there was also a group of people waiting there, staring at the rows of soul teleportation cabins in the warehouse. They had been informed earlier that a group of real guests from another world would come to the original world today, so they had come early to wait. "Brother, when do you think they'll arrive? It's almost time, he should be here soon." Most of the people waiting in the line were military personnel, but there were also a few young men and women mixed in. They were all dressed in casual clothes, and from their clothes, they were obviously not soldiers. The fact that these young men and women could come here at such an important moment clearly showed that they had extraordinary identities. The two people who had just spoken were actually brother and sister. They were both fanatical world fans of Lusheng and had long yearned to go to the world of Lusheng to see it. However, the siblings, parents firmly opposed it and refused to let them go no matter what. This made the siblings depressed. In fact, ever since the news of the existence of the world of Lusheng was confirmed, there were countless people who were obsessed with the world of Lusheng in the original world. Their biggest wish was to go to the world of Lusheng and take a look. It was a pity that so far, there were very few people who could realize this dream. Ever since the news that Yu Lang and the others were coming to the original world some time ago, countless people had cheered for them. They had tried their best to get tickets just to satisfy their curiosity or to see their idols with their own eyes. After the two siblings learned of this news, they pestered their father and got this opportunity. Just as the two of them were thinking about how to take a photo with Yu Lang and the others, they saw a figure flash in front of them, and then a man with an oppressive aura suddenly appeared in front of them. Yeah, the girl was shocked at first, but when she saw the man's face, her eyes lit up. "Brother, look, it's the Holy Dragon City Master." When the man who was fiddling with his phone heard this, he immediately raised his head and saw Tang Zhen's figure. "Cool, too cool. That must be the legendary teleportation." The man looked at Tang Zhen's back, his eyes filled with admiration and envy. He was full of admiration for this powerful person who had terrifying abilities and had built the Holy Dragon City alone in another world. He regarded him as an idol. "Little sister, do you think we'll be rejected if we take a picture with him?" The man asked the girl in a low voice. From his expression, it was obvious that he was not very confident. "There shouldn't be a problem. I heard that Mr. Tang Zhen is very easygoing and never puts on airs." The girl who came from a military family was clearly very bold. After she finished speaking, she actually directly crossed the crowd and walked in front of Tang Zhen. "Hello, Mr. Tang, can I take a picture with you?" After hearing this, Zhen Tang, who was talking to Director Tang, turned his head and nodded with a smile. Speaking of which, this was the first time someone had asked him to take a picture with them. Even if the others had this intention, they did not dare to open their mouths due to Tang Zhen's might. Tang Zhen, who was lamenting that he finally had the treatment of a celebrity, naturally chuckled and stood side by side with the girl. "Dad, hurry up and help me take a few photos." As the girl spoke, she handed the phone to Director Tang, who was smiling bitterly at the side. Then, she excitedly held onto Tang Zhen's arm. "So it's your daughter, like father like daughter," Tang Zhen said to Director Tang with a smile, but the other party shook his head and glared at the girl. The girl pouted and made a face. After taking 2 photos, the man beside them came over and asked. He then found out that the 2 siblings were twins. After taking the photos, Zhen Tang smiled at Director Tang and said, "He has both a son and a daughter, and they're both so outstanding. Director Tang is really blessed. Don't mention it, these 2 little rascals are so troublesome. I get angry whenever I see them." Although Director Tang said that, he had a look of love on his face that only his parents would have. At this moment, the runic magic circle in the sky suddenly flickered continuously. The occurrence of this situation proved that a soul had been transmitted over. A minute later, the operating soul transmission cabin was pushed open one after another. Then, many familiar figures appeared before Tang Zhen. "Haha, "We've finally arrived at the city lord's hometown," Qian Long said to Xiao Rui with a smile. However, he immediately sniffed, as if he had smelled something strange. It wasn't just Qian Long, even Yu Lang, Mirong Ziyan and the others who got up after him also smelled the strange smell in the air. It was far from being as fresh as the air in the Lusheng world. Those who had never been to the world of Lusheng had no idea how dirty the air in their original world had become. No wonder many time travelers wanted to stay in the world of Lusheng permanently after they arrived. Director Tang and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went up to them and shook hands with Qian Long and the others. Tang Zhen casually introduced them from the side. Director Tang and the others already had information on Qian Long and the others, so they naturally had a long spiritual relationship with them. The higher-ups of the Holy Dragon City now had some understanding of the original world's culture, so it was not difficult to talk. They had a good time chatting. The four demonic humans didn't say anything. They just chuckled, not knowing that countless people were secretly looking at them. These four foreign people all had their own characteristics. In other words, they didn't look like humans at all, which was quite a visual impact. While Qian Long and the others were talking to Director Tang, Director Tang's twin children walked up to Yulang, Mirong Ziyan, and the others, happily asking to take a photo with them. The half-mechanical bodies that Mirong Ziyan and the others were residing in were all perfectly replicated after Tang Zhen scanned them. They were exactly the same as the original body. Therefore, the two siblings and several other young people recognized Yu Lang and Li Sha at a glance, and all of them surrounded them in excitement. They were fans of Yu Lang and the others, so they naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to take photos with these movie stars from another world. Mirong Ziyan and Xiao Dai had always been by Zhen Tang's side, so he had also introduced them to Director Tang and the others. After talking for a while, Director Tang invited everyone to the airport not far away, then they took a plane to a super city in the Asian Alliance. 568 The daily life of Visitor from Another World 1. The plane was flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Qian Long and the others sat on the soft seats in the cabin, chatting from time to time. Qian Long and Xiao Rui were no strangers to the original world. The two of them had read many books and videos about the original world, and they had also worked with many transmigrators. However, when they really came here, they still felt that their eyes were not enough. Everything they saw was fresh, and they didn't look like the usual cultivator commanders of the Holy Dragon City. It was the same for the others. They often turned their heads to look at the scenery outside the plane in a daze, or from time to time, they would look through the schedule sent by the staff, or listen to their explanations. Although the staff members appeared very professional, the curiosity in their eyes could not be hidden. After all, they were real visitors from another world. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were aliens. The beauty of Mirong Ziyan, Xiao Dai, and the others made people feel inferior. The strange appearance of the four demonic humans made people gasp in shock. And the chi flowing out of Qian Long and the others made people not dare to look at them directly. These men were all experts who had climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their killing intent had already been deeply integrated into their souls. Even if they had changed bodies, it could not be hidden. However, there were a few girls who looked at Qian Long and Xiao Rui with blushing faces, making the two of them secretly feel proud. The journey was silent. A few hours later, the plane landed at a military airport outside the city. When the group got off the plane, they saw a group of people waiting to welcome them. Xu Feng and Tang Zhen's younger sister were also among them. When they saw Tang Zhen and the others getting off the plane, they immediately greeted them with a smile. After exchanging a few simple words, Tang Yaji came to Mirong Ziyan and Xiao Dai and sweetly called out, "Sister-in-law." When Mirong Ziyan and Xiao Dai heard this, they immediately revealed a happy smile. They had seen Tang Yaji's photo in Tang Zhen's room and knew how much Tang Zhen loved his sister. Even though it was the first time they had met, they had a good impression of Tang Yaji. After hearing that the gemstones in the original world were very precious, Mirong Ziyan and Mirong Liang immediately rummaged through the warehouse in the Holy Dragon City and prepared a big gift for Tang Yaji. Now that they had met Tang Yaji, they naturally had to give her a gift. Mirong Ziyan opened her small bag and took out an exquisite purple box. As the exquisite box was taken out, the people around them immediately smelled a strange fragrance that lingered around their noses for a long time. This fragrance was extremely pleasant. Just taking a light breath of it would make one's spirit shake and all the fatigue in one's body disappear. It was as if one's soul had lightened by a few tales. Even if he didn't say it, everyone knew that the box must be priceless. They just didn't know what was inside. Some people were also preparing to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Director Tang about the origin of the strange fragrance. If possible, they would get a share of it. It was a pity that these people were destined to return in disappointment. After all, this purple box that gave off a strange fragrance was quite valuable even in the tower world. It was made from the core of a special kind of tree, which required thousands of years to mature. Moreover, it was rare and only grew in the dangerous lands of the Fierce Valley. The use of the tree core was similar to that of a soul crystal. Both could clearly increase a holy master's mental strength and were equally valuable. And the box in Miraculous Xian's hands was made from an extremely rare 10,000-year-old core. Its value was needless to say. Sister, this is a gift from your sister-in-law Xiao Dai and I. Let's see if you like it. While Miraculous Xian was talking, she had already handed the box to Tang Yaji, signaling her to open it. Thank you, sister-in-law. I won't stand on ceremony then. After Tang Yaji said this, she opened the box gently, and a bright light burst out. It turned out that there were dozens of flawless 7-colored gemstones in the box. Anyone who saw them would know that they were not ordinary items. Each of them could be said to be priceless. According to the prices in the original world, the value of this gift was enough to make countless people's jaws drop. Of course, this small box of gemstones was only one of the gifts for Tang Yaji. It was not convenient to take out the rest now. Thank you, sister-in-law, I love it. Tang Yaji took a deep breath of the strange fragrance, then put the box away carefully. She knew very well that the box that Miraculous Xian had given her was extremely precious. After leaving the airport and getting into the car, the group once again headed to the rest area in the city. It was only now that Qianlong and the others could truly see the bustling scene of their original world, and they were deeply shocked. They looked at the endless traffic on the road and the rows of buildings, feeling that their eyes were not enough. Although the current Holy Dragon City had been built quite well, in terms of scale, it could not be compared to the supercities of the original world. The only thing that made Qianlong and the others uncomfortable was that the air quality in their original world was simply too poor. Being in such a place even made them feel short of breath. After about 2 hours, they arrived at the hotel where they were resting. When they got off the car, they also attracted countless people to watch. The entire street was almost filled with people. When they saw Yu Lang and the others appear, a huge sound wave instantly burst out, and the sound really shook the 9 heavens. These people had specially rushed over after receiving the news. They were shouting the names of Yu Lang, Xiao Rui, and the others, and constantly taking out their mobile phones to take pictures. If it wasn't for the people maintaining order, they would have rushed forward excitedly. Tang Zhen had told them about this long ago. Therefore, Qianlong and the others weren't surprised. However, to them, it was definitely something that made them happy to have so many people spectating them. Although everyone who came to the original world this time were all cultivators and their physical fitness was extraordinary, they should not be tired and unable to adapt to the new body like ordinary transmigrators. However, Tang Zhen still let them rest for a while. If you really didn't want to rest, you could also walk around the hotel with the staff, but you were not allowed to go out at will. Tang Zhen ordered his men to call Xu Feng over. The two of them had not met for a long time and naturally had many things to say. On the other hand, after Qianlong and Xiao Rui returned to their rooms, they immediately changed their clothes and began to stroll around the hotel with the security guards. The 4 guards accompanying them were all elites that had been temporarily selected, and they could be said to have experienced hundreds of battles. However, even so, when they were beside Thousand Dragon and Little Rui, they still felt suffocated. Compared to ordinary people, these guards' senses were much keener. Naturally, they could sense the terrifying strength of the 2 men. It was definitely not as simple as just being powerful. In their eyes, the strength of a Lord-tier cultivator was not much different from that of a Superman. If the 2 of them were to attack, the 4 of them would probably not even last a few seconds before they were all knocked to the ground. They looked at each other and exchanged glances, then nodded. Originally, their mission was to prevent the 2 from getting hurt. But now, it seems that they have to be on guard against the 2 humanoid beasts from hurting others. After strolling around the hotel, the 2 also played with some things. They were fresh, but they didn't feel excited enough. For a cultivator who dealt with killing all day long, these things for fun were too mild. After walking around, the two felt a little bored, so they chatted with the 4 guards and asked about the fun things in the original world. The 4 security guards couldn't wait for the 2 of them to stay in the hotel, so they naturally started playing dumb, making Qianlong and the other man extremely depressed. If they were in the world of Lusheng and their subordinates dared to treat them like this, the 2 of them would have already kicked them in the butt. After attending a banquet at night, everyone went back to their rooms to rest after it was midnight. The next morning, they took a special car to a certain location to meet with some of the big shots in media in the Asian Alliance. On the other hand, the various media outlets in their original world were all filled with news about Thousand Dragons. Therefore, when Tang Zhen and the others arrived at their destination, the streets were almost filled with people waiting to watch. Amidst the screams of countless people, Tang Zhen and the others entered a building and began another round of social interaction. 569 The resident recruitment plan. 1 After Tang Zhen and the others entered the magnificent building, another group of men and women surrounded them. They constantly sized up Yulang and the others, enthusiastically shaking hands and taking photos. Qianlong and Xiao Rui's expressions were a little numb. It was obvious that the 2 of them didn't like this kind of situation, so apart from the reporters' questions, they rarely spoke. However, this was also in line with the temperament of the 2 people, making people keep a respectful distance from them, but at the same time, it would also make people feel awe. Tang Zhen changed his appearance a little and pretended to be a staff member. He quietly stood in the corner and looked at the radiant Yulang and Lisa standing together. A group of reporters whose eyes were about to fall out kept taking photos of them. Currently, Tang Zhen's status was special. It was not suitable for him to appear in such an occasion. Hence, he only needed to watch by the side. After 2 hours of activity ended, everyone returned to their resting place. Each and every one of them shouted out that they were tired. Qianlong had a bitter expression as he asked Tang Zhen if he could skip the next activity. Their questions are too strange. I can't stand it. After the novelty wore off, all that was left for him was boredom. When the reporters interviewed him, the questions they asked made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Tang Zhen could tell that Qianlong and little Rui were a little restless, so he warned the 2 of them to behave themselves. Otherwise, he would not let them off easily. This time, he came to the original world to seek stability. Tang Zhen didn't want to have any unexpected twists and turns. The 2 of them immediately lowered their heads when they heard this. The crooked ideas that had been brewing in their hearts were completely extinguished at this moment. Although Tang Zhen was usually kind, it didn't mean that he didn't have principles. Once he got angry, not many people would be able to endure his anger. Tang Zhen also knew that they didn't like this kind of activity. Fortunately, they had already done what they needed to do. In the next 2 days, they would be able to move around freely under the accompaniment of the guards. They wouldn't even be restricted from shopping and playing. After hearing this, everyone's faces showed joy. It was obvious that they were tired of the various activities in the past 2 days and were all looking forward to seeing the streets. After Qianlong and Mirong Xian left the hotel to go shopping, Tang Zhen went to the conference room of the hotel and saw Ivanov and the others who had rushed over from the Ice Bear Alliance. Upon seeing Tang Zhen enter the wilderness, everyone stood up and bowed. Their faces were filled with respect. The dozen or so people in this room were all part of Tang Zhen's team in the original world. Now, with Tang Zhen's help, they had all become important figures. The reason why they were all gathered here was to prepare for the Holy Dragon City's expansion into the overseas battlefield. With the Holy Dragon City's current development speed, the lack of residents would become greater and greater in the future. Therefore, Tang Zhen had to replenish enough residents as soon as possible to prevent the situation of 9 out of 10 rooms being empty. Of course, the 9 out of 10 empty rooms here did not mean that a large number of residents had fled due to casualties. It was true that only 1 out of 10 houses was occupied. The Holy Dragon City did not lack a floating population. What it lacked was real residents. Those top-tier towers that had been developed for countless years would control large areas of land and have many auxiliary cities. After a long period of reproduction, they had no lack of residents. It could be said that in the areas controlled by the top towers, the ratio of residents to wanderers was very different. Countless people fought for a spot to become a resident of the tower but could not get it. Therefore, their city buildings were always full. A situation like the Holy Dragon City would never happen. There were many buildings, but all the residents added together did not even fill 2 of them. This was not a good sign, because once the Holy Dragon City opened up an overseas battlefield, the Holy Dragon City's manpower would inevitably be stretched thin again. The transmigrators from the military could be borrowed, but Tang Zhen didn't want to use them because they were partners and not his residents. Tang Zhen's goal was different from his partners. He wanted a top-notch city tower that could float in the sky and form its own country. His partners wanted a piece of fertile land and were not very interested in the city tower. Therefore, conquering the continent and expanding their territory had become their ultimate goal. A place like the overseas battlefield was strange and dangerous. It was definitely not suitable for development and reproduction, so his partners had no interest in that place. In this way, even if they helped Tang Zhen to open up overseas lands and help the Holy Dragon City upgrade their city towers, they might not be willing to do so. Moreover, Tang Zhen had to return this favor. Especially since they were at a critical moment in developing land, time was precious and personnel were effective. They were even less interested in participating in this matter that had no benefits. Since they were working partners, they had to respect each other. If others were unwilling, there was no need for Tang Zhen to force them. Since this was the case, Tang Zhen might as well settle it himself. With the abundant resources of the original world, as long as Tang Zhen had enough manpower, it would not be difficult for the Holy Dragon City to open up an overseas battlefield. As a result, Tang Zhen would have to consider personally recruiting the residents of the original world. For this matter, the business partners would not stop him. On the contrary, they were happy for Tang Zhen to do it. Because this way, they would be able to concentrate their own forces and speed up the speed of their conquest. There was no end to mankind's ambitions. In fact, it could be seen from the performance of their current partners that they were eager to conquer the entire continent. However, this was simply unrealistic. Not to mention that no one had figured out how large the area of the continent was so far. Just the known major forces alone were not existences that could be easily defeated by partners. Not to mention that in the unknown region far away, there were countless unknown races and terrifying towers that aimed to destroy other worlds. After these partners suffered losses, they would guard their current land and develop according to the rules of the world of Lusheng. After a few hundred years, they might have the possibility of dominating the continent. Even so, the resources and land obtained in the early stages were enough for the original world to enjoy endless use. The original world was indeed very powerful, but the world of Lusheng was even more powerful. This was an undoubted matter. Too much greed would lead to a backlash, and it would definitely not be worth it. He believed that one day, his partners would realize this. Tang Zhen's initial goal was to turn his original world into a super logistics base. This was why he allowed the forces of his original world to participate. Under their operation and maintenance, the main energy of the original world would be focused on the Lucheng world. The corresponding materials would also be produced on a large scale. This way, Tang Zhen's goal would be realized. I'll guide you to produce the materials I need, and then get a portion of what I need from them. I only need to pay a very small price. Now that the plan had already succeeded by more than half, the original world had also been completely tied to the war chariot by Tang Zhen. Therefore, after the Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a building-level city, Tang Zhen would start to focus on upgrading the level of the city and would temporarily put aside the matter of expanding the territory. When the Holy Dragon City was promoted to the top level, wherever the floating city went, resources would be available. Where would not be his land? After chatting with Ivanov and the others for a while, Tang Zhen put forward his plan to recruit at least 500,000 permanent residents. This plan was very large, so it required the cooperation of many people to implement. Tang Zhen didn't want to rely on the strength of his partners, so Ivanov and the others were naturally the best helpers. In order to make these residents willing to go to the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen gave an extremely generous compensation. If it was calculated according to the number of people, the compensation amount alone would reach tens of billions. This sum of money was not a problem for Tang Zhen and his subordinates. They could easily raise it. With the stimulation of this huge reward, he believed that many people would choose to go to the world of Lusheng. After all, many people would not be able to earn this money even if they saved their entire lives without eating or drinking. In terms of the choice of residents, the higher the quality, the better. Furthermore, the ratio of men to women had to be balanced to ensure that the reproduction of the next generation would not be affected. Also, The recruitment this time would cover the entire original world. Try to let different races from the original world join Holy Dragon City. Anyway, they had all transmigrated with their souls, so their appearances would not be different. This would prevent too many residents of the same race from affecting the management negatively. After Tang Zhen stated his request, Xu Feng, Ivanov, and the others also expressed their opinions and gradually perfected the plan. This meeting lasted for a few hours. Then, Tang Zhen invited them to taste the food of the Lusheng world and gave each of them a special product of the Lusheng world as a benefit for his subordinates. After everyone returned, the recruitment plan was officially launched on a global scale. Those who volunteered to go to the world of Lusheng would receive a huge amount of compensation after passing the review and then receive a period of intensive training. After they passed the training, they would be sent to the world of Lusheng in batches and become official residents of the Holy Dragon City. 570 Big recruitment. In the original world, the blazing sun in the sky was like fire, scorching the living beings on the dry land. Husini got up from the old mud brick bed and looked at the sky outside through the window that had a few pieces of broken glass hanging on it. It had not rained for a long time, and the ground was extremely dry. The well nearby was already dry. Even if one grabbed the soil at the bottom of the well, one could not feel the existence of a trace of water. If this continued, he was afraid that someone would really die. From a young age, Husini had become used to death. From as long as he could remember, he and the people around him had always been struggling to survive. Many of his acquaintances and childhood playmates had died one after another in the process of growing up. In a place like this, death might have already become a form of release. Although life was full of hardships, the days had to go on. As long as he didn't die, Husini would have to struggle to support his family. He had a wife and 3 children. The little ones were like him, running around in old clothes, while he and his wife were worried about filling their stomachs. Fortunately, most of the people in the village were like this. In contrast, Husini felt that life was not so hard. Everything was afraid of comparison. In this kind of environment that was cut off from prosperity and impetuousness, people could not see hope and would not have so many selfish thoughts. Their minds were also much purer. The only thought in the hearts of the men around him, like Husini, was to live a better life and not continue fighting. Putting on the crumpled clothes, Husini walked out of the house. The piercing sunlight made him squint his eyes. He subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the mud wall not far away from him. A few hunchbacked men in tattered clothes were gathered together, discussing something in low voices. When they saw Husini, they gave a simple greeting and started chatting together. Recently, a new mine had been built not far away, specializing in mining the colored stones that the people of the Asian Alliance liked. Hassani and the men were going to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If they were still hiring miners. Although the mining work was dangerous and hard, and the special smell of cutting stones could almost choke people to death, it could still provide Husini and the others with a salary that could fill their stomachs. Husini and the others were not afraid of the hardships because they had always made money by working hard. They were forced by life and had no choice. The only thing they were worried about was that the mine did not recruit people, so they would have no money to live, and their family and children would starve. 2 more thin young men came over. Everyone was here, and Husini and the others were ready to walk to the mine. Just as they reached the village entrance, a few cars suddenly drove into the village. When the cars stopped, a few men with rifles jumped out. Other than these men, there were also a few men and women from the Asian Alliance. They glanced at Hussein and the others, then walked over. Hussein looked at these people coldly, his eyes sweeping over the rifles in the hands of the guards. There was a faint reluctance in his eyes, as well as a trace of pain, which was soon replaced by numbness. Hello, we're employees of the Holy Dragon Corporation. We're here to recruit workers. May I know where the village elder is? A man in casual clothes from the Asian Alliance asked. His gaze swept past everyone's hands with a faint smile on his face. The interpreter said to Husini and the others. After getting the answer, he told the young man, "By the way, where are you guys going? Do you want a good job?" After the young man learned the elder's address, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked Husini and the others. Husini and the others, who were looking for jobs, were stunned. They looked at each other, and then he asked, "What kind of job? How much can you pay? The salary is very high, so high that it's beyond your imagination." However, you'll have to go to a very far place and can't go home for a long time. I'll go, the young man said indifferently, then looked at Husani and the others without blinking. Can you tell me what kind of job it is and how much you're paid? If you don't tell me clearly, none of the young men in our village will go with you. Of course, if you give us enough money, we'll do anything you want. The old man next to Husani suddenly said. He sized up the young man, a hint of understanding on his wrinkled face. Perhaps he had already seen through the intentions of the young man and the others, which was why he had said such a thing. A one-time payment of $150,000, but you have to sign a contract. Also, the place of work is not here, but the Lusheng world. The young man gave the answer, then looked at the old man and added, we don't just want young people. If someone has carried a gun for their entire life like you, we will also recruit them. The old man frowned and looked at the young man. Is this money from selling my life? That's quite a lot. Also, where is the world of towers? The young man shook his head. It's not money for risking your life. It's just an advance payment. As for where the world of Lusheng is, you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around. Many people know that place now. If you've made up your mind, go to the town ahead for an interview. Once you pass, you'll be given a sum of money on the spot. After saying that, the youth didn't look for the village elder anymore. Instead, he jumped on the car and headed straight for the next village. Husani and the others watched the carriages disappear into the dust, then turned to the old man, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. The old man had been fighting wars his entire life, and to be able to survive in a hail of bullets, he was definitely an old fox that had turned into a demon. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the old man sighed. Since this person has taken a fancy to our ability to fight, I believe that in that world of towers, it is inevitable that we will continue to fight. However, it was worth it to give 150,000 yuan in one go. At the very least, it could let the family live a good life and not go hungry. I'm just going to take a look. As for what you think, I don't care. After saying this, the old man turned around and went home. He was not going to go to the mine to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About work, he didn't expect his old life to be worth so much money. Since that was the case, why was he still hesitating when he was about to die? Husani and the others looked at each other. No one said anything, but everyone had an eager look on their faces. 150,000 US dollars was an astronomical figure for the people of Husani's country. When he returned home, his wife was picking up wild vegetables on the ground. She had mixed them with a kind of rough grain, which was today's food. After seeing Husani's figure, a hint of disappointment flashed through his wife's eyes. Then, she lowered her head and continued to work in silence. Her husband had just left the house not long ago, and now he was back home. Obviously, there was no hope for his work. At the thought that the children would continue to starve in the coming days, the wife's eyes became hazy, and tears silently flowed down her rough cheeks. Husani and the other children ran past the door, their tattered clothes covered in dust. Barefooted, they sprawled at the door and glanced at the food made by their wives, swallowing their saliva. Children got hungry easily, and they were not full to begin with, so even when they saw the crudely made food, they still drooled. Husani looked at the scene in front of him in silence, feeling his chest tighten. He took a few deep breaths and then squatted down beside his wife. The wife looked up at Husani in shock, because she felt that her husband's behavior today was a little strange. The Holy Dragon Corporation is looking to recruit people. They'll pay 150,000 United States dollars once they're hired, but they're going to work far away and won't be back for a long time. I want to try. If I'm accepted, the children won't have to go hungry. After saying this, Hussaret turned around and walked out of the house. Under the scorching sun, he headed straight for the small town more than 10 kilometers away. 571 Perception and generous benefits. As soon as he walked out of the village, Husani saw an old figure slowly walking on the yellow dirt road. Husani was very familiar with the man. It was the old man who had been looking for a job with him. At this moment, the old man was walking towards the small town in front of him with a hunched back. His back view was bleak and desolate. Although the old man looked like a dying candle in the wind, as if a gust of wind could blow him away, it would be a big mistake to underestimate him. This old man in tattered clothes, with turbid eyes and a wrinkled face, was definitely a legendary figure. No one in Husani's village dared to look down on the old man. Sometimes, his words were even more effective than the village elders. Husseini had heard that when this old man was still a child, he had already taken a gun to the battlefield. Of the more than 100 people who had joined the army, only he had survived. When people found him, the old man was already unconscious, and there were more than 30 enemy corpses lying near the mountain he was on. In the next few decades, the old man's comrades changed batch after batch, either dead, captured, or disappeared without a trace. The only thing that had accompanied him for a long time was a rifle that he had obtained from the enemy and had later been damaged beyond recognition. The old man's gun looked unremarkable, and the rifling was almost polished off. He didn't have to worry about it being stolen even if he put it on the ground. However, it was such a broken gun that had taken the lives of countless enemies, and its owner had been safe and sound for decades. Until one evening a few years ago, the old man returned to the village where he was born. Since then, no one had ever seen the old spear. From then on, the old man was like all the other old people in the country. He squatted in the corner every day and looked at the passers-by in a daze. They endured the pain of illness and hunger while waiting for death. Husseini took a few quick steps and walked side by side with the old man. Neither of them spoke, but there was a trace of determination in their eyes. Although the two of them were of different ages, they had both held a gun and killed before. Now, they had chosen to give everything for their families. It sounded ridiculous, but it was pitifully simple. When their family members couldn't even fill their stomachs and their children could only wear torn clothes and walk barefoot, these men who had been on the battlefield could definitely give up everything for the responsibility on their shoulders. On the rugged and winding dirt road, the two of them walked side by side, occasionally passing by the remains of the war. It didn't take long for another dozen or so young people to catch up. They gathered with Husseini and set off for the town together. When they were thirsty, they finally saw the town. Although it was called a small town, it didn't look prosperous at all. There were only a few more residents and a few more shopfront shops. The scars of war were still clearly visible, and new traces would be added from time to time. Many of the buildings had been repaired after being damaged, and they looked mottled. The streets were also filled with people with numb faces. A group of children in tattered clothes were running noisily towards the center of the town with iron rings. The town was quite lively today, and there were clearly many more people. Judging from their small groups, they must have come with the same purpose as Husseini and the others. Husseini was a little apprehensive, afraid that he wouldn't be accepted and wouldn't be able to get the money for his hard work. If that happened, the children would continue to starve. It was funny to say that Hussein was afraid that others would look down on his life, so he was thinking about how to be accepted. He prayed in his heart, and a determined look flashed across Husseini's face. No matter what method he used, he had to get this money. The old man beside him had an indifferent expression on his face. He only lowered his head and walked forward, rarely looking around like other young people. In the center of the town, several huge tents had been set up, and dozens of men and women who didn't look like locals were sitting on the table, waving their pens and filling in the information for the men who came to sign up. Husseini and the others saw the young man who had been to their place earlier. He was chatting with several locals, and his eyes kept looking around the crowd as he spoke. After seeing Husseini and the others, the young man walked over and smiled at them. "It seems that you've made your decision. Come with me." At this point, the young man turned to look at the old man and said in a certain tone, "Please remember my words. You will never regret your choice, because this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Husseini's mind was set on being accepted, so he didn't pay attention to the young man's words. However, a thoughtful look flashed through the old man's turbid eyes. For some reason, the old man felt that the other party had seen through all his secrets, making him a little vigilant, but also felt that it was extremely absurd. The old man could already tell that the other party was just an ordinary person. It was absolutely impossible for him to see through his background. But where did that strange feeling of being seen through come from? With the young man leading the way, Husseini and the others quickly filled out the forms and were called into the tent one by one. Husseini was the first to enter and saw two men and a woman sitting inside. For some reason, Husseini felt that the three young men were very strange. When they looked at him, he felt like he was being stripped naked. If he had a gun with him, he would have picked it up to protect himself without any hesitation. When one's secret was exposed, anyone would feel insecure and subconsciously seek self-protection. However, in order to get that high-paying job, Husseini held back the uncomfortable feeling and forced himself to calm down. The three of them looked Husseini up and down, then asked him about his family, and nodded. Congratulations, you've been hired by the Holy Dragon Corporation. Place your thumbprint under this contract and you can claim your compensation at any time. It's a total of 150,000 United States dollars. Also, you don't have to worry about your family because our company will build a small town and a factory to specially accommodate the family members of the applicants. There are schools in the town. Your children can go to school for free, and your family can work in the factory. As long as you become an employee of the Holy Dragon Corporation, the corporation will do its best to make sure you don't have any worries. If you have any other requests, you can also tell us and we will try our best to satisfy your requests. After hearing the other party's words, Husseini felt like he was in a dream. Not only did the Holy Dragon Corporation give him a large sum of money, but they would also arrange accommodation and work for his family. Husseini felt like he was in a dream when he heard such favorable conditions. She was wondering if the other party was lying to her, but on second thought, her family was already so poor, what was there to be lied about? Besides, as long as the other party gave him money, so what if he was cheated of his life? Husseini was illiterate and couldn't understand the contents of the black paper, but he still did as the other party asked, cutting his thumb and leaving a bloody fingerprint. After putting away the contract, a young man walked in from outside and took Husseini to collect his huge compensation. 572 The magical contact lenses. One after Husseini left, a young man of the three looked at his two companions and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, that Husseini just now didn't look amazing, but his main attributes were really good. Do you think he's also been in war? He must have been in a war. The attributes of the contact lenses are already displayed. There's no doubt about it. The short-haired girl beside him said softly. At the same time, she rubbed her eyes and said with a hint of admiration, why do you guys think the contact lenses the company gave us are so powerful? They can actually turn a person's ability into data and directly display it. At this point, the girl's eyes flashed with excitement. This feeling is really too exciting. Because no matter who stands in front of you, no matter what disguise they put on, no matter what fake name they use, you will be able to see through them with a single glance and give the most honest answer. If I use these contact lenses to read my fortune, I'm afraid my business will explode. Hearing the girl's words, the other man beside her nodded, clearly agreeing with this point of view. These contact lenses are indeed powerful, but I've heard that our company has more than one type of black technology. It's just that our level is not high enough, so we can't access it for the time being. It's said that the higher-ups in our group can even cast spells, and they even have half-mechanical creatures as guards. That's the real black technology. At this point, the man's face was full of longing, as if he was fantasizing about something, of course. Our boss's boss is the legendary Holy Dragon City Lord. He's like a god. It's no big deal for him to come up with some black technology. When they said this, their eyes revealed a trace of admiration and yearning. In today's original world, Tang Zhen was definitely a legendary figure. While he was known by countless people, he was also filled with envy and jealousy. However, they didn't know that Tang Zhen was able to have everything he had today not only because of his phone's heaven-defying ability, but also because of his own hard work. He had gone through life and death battles time and time again. In the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surrounded by enemies, he had relied on his own strength to support a powerful city. For the development of the Holy Dragon City, in order to enhance his own strength, he had always been constantly learning. As long as he had time, he would read books and do experiments. His cultivation and strength were obtained by killing monsters, but his knowledge and experience were obtained through hard work. While the world was envious and jealous of him, how many people had ever seen his hard work? The plan to select residents from the original world was crucial to the future development of the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen naturally could not treat it carelessly. In order to be able to select outstanding residents from the original world to the greatest extent, Tang Zhen used his own advantages and accumulated knowledge to carry out a large number of experiments. While he was using monster inspection and checking the residents' attributes, he activated super creature shaping machine and scanned his eyes. After obtaining the data of the eye changes when the application was activated, Tang Zhen created a contact lens so that the user could see the specific attributes of the ordinary people in the original world after using it. After the first experiment failed, Tang Zhen started the second experiment and then the third one. After dozens of experiments and filtering the contact lenses, Tang Zhen finally created a super contact lens that could display the attributes of an ordinary person after wearing it. With these contact lenses, it would be easy to pick out those with excellent attributes from the vast sea of people. The staff of the Holy Dragon Corporation relied on these contact lenses to easily pick out those with excellent attributes from countless applicants. The young man who had gone to Husani's village earlier was also wearing the same contact lenses, which was why he had his eyes on Husani and the old man at first sight. For ordinary people, these glasses were simply a divine weapon. Unfortunately, these contact lenses were only limited edition and had no effect on cultivators. Moreover, they only had a lifespan of 3 months. As for whether these glasses could only be used on cultivators and whether its lifespan could be extended, these were all secrets that no one knew except for Tang Zhen. Since the start of the recruitment plan, the Holy Dragon Corporation's employees all over the world had recruited tens of thousands of people with these contact lenses, all of whom had excellent attributes. For every person they recruited, they would receive a generous bonus, so these staff members were all very hardworking. As for the black paper contract that Husani and the others had left their bloody fingerprints on, it was a contract that Tang Zhen had exchanged from the Ghost Bank. Once signed, it could not be violated, or the punishment would be extremely serious. Tang Zhen didn't spend any money on these hundreds of thousands of contracts. The female manager of the Ghost Bank only asked for one thing from Tang Zhen, which was the black crystal sand he got from the gray fog pit in front of the warship wreckage. Tang Zhen didn't give him all of it, only half of it. The female supervisor didn't haggle and gave him 500,000 contracts. Although he didn't know what this crystal sand was, Tang Zhen knew that this kind of contract wasn't cheap. Half of the black crystal sand could be exchanged for so much, which meant that the black crystal sand was definitely not an ordinary item. This matter was placed in Tang Zhen's heart. He decided that when he had the time, he would definitely catch the monster that escaped and see what kind of god it was. Why would there be such a mysterious black crystal sand in its nest? The three of them chatted for a while before another young man was led in. His attributes were also clearly displayed on the contact lens. The young man's overall attributes were very average and did not meet the qualifications for admission, so he was quickly sent out by the translator. 7 or 8 more people came in, and except for one person whose attributes had just met the standard, the others all left in disappointment. After a middle-aged man left with his head lowered, another man walked in. It was the old man who had come with Husarn and the others. When they first saw the old man, the three of them were slightly stunned because this was the first time they had seen an old man come for an interview. However, the group had already informed them that as long as the other party's attributes were excellent, even if they were older, it would not be a problem. They would all be recruited according to the same standards. It was also at this moment that the old man's attributes appeared in front of the three of them. Looking at the old man's attributes that had reached 10 figures, the three of them were shocked, and the way they looked at the old man changed. Compared to an ordinary person's single-digit attributes, this old man who looked like he had 1 foot in the grave was simply outrageously powerful. It was an old wolf in a broken sheepskin. It looked unremarkable, but its fangs were still extremely sharp. In fact, when the three of them looked at the old man also had some enlightenment. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, the doubts in his heart grew stronger. Because when the three of them stared at him, the old man felt the special power that could see through his soul again, which was even stronger than the young man outside. It was not until this moment that the old man was finally sure that he was not hallucinating. These young people really had some kind of strange ability to see through people. No wonder the young man outside had been staring at him. It was because of this. Just as the old man was thinking to himself, the three young men had already suppressed the shock in their hearts and began to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The old man some questions as usual. Then, they handed over the black paper contract. The old man looked at the contract in silence for a few seconds before asking the three of them, "Young man, you're different from ordinary people. Can you tell me who you are?" The translator relayed the old man's words to the three of them word for word, while the old man at the side hunched over, quietly waiting for the three of them to answer. The three of them looked at each other, and the short-haired girl spoke in a calm voice, "I can only tell you that we are employees of the Holy Dragon Corporation. As for your questions, there will be professionals to answer them for you. Now, please tell me, are you willing to sign the contract?" The old man shook his head and then nodded. He pierced his thumb and pressed his fingerprint on it. Coming to another tent, the old man was holding a bundle of cash that smelled of ink. His heart that had been numb for many years suddenly had a trace of curiosity. 573 night in the town. After this round of registration ended, a total of 45 people were admitted and countless people were eliminated. Those who were eliminated hung their heads in dejection. They looked at the banknotes in the hands of those who were accepted, and their eyes were all red, full of envy and jealousy. The staff told Hussaini and the others that they could go home and make arrangements, and then return to the town to wait for the follow-up arrangements. Shoving a stack of cash into his pocket, Hussaini, the old man, and the others left the town and returned home together. This time, there were a total of 3 people from their village who had been recruited. In addition to him and the old man, there was also a strong middle-aged man with a beard. Hussaini wasn't too familiar with this man because he hadn't moved to the village for long, and they didn't have much contact. He only knew that he didn't like to talk, but Hussarit's intuition told him that this middle-aged man had also taken a gun before, because his aura couldn't be hidden from his own kind. The employees of the Holy Dragon Corporation had good judgment. Among the villagers, only the 3 of them had been on the battlefield, but they had all been picked out. Little did he know that the staff of the Holy Dragon Corporation had hired them because of the power of the contact lenses, which allowed them to see their attributes, which were far beyond ordinary people. The men who went with them were very envious of Hussaini and the other 2. After all, they had really received cash. To be honest, they were quite curious about the Holy Dragon Corporation. They actually paid them after they were hired. Were they not afraid that these guys would run away with guns? There were many people who had such thoughts. After all, $150,000 was enough to drive countless people crazy in this country. It was normal for others to have such thoughts, but Hussaini and the other 2 didn't think so. They had already vaguely sensed that the Holy Dragon Corporation was extraordinary. If someone really had evil thoughts and wanted to run away with the money, they would definitely not have a good end. Obviously, to be able to make such a big move and carry so much cash with them in this country with poor security, this group of people must have something to rely on. If he were to have any crooked thoughts, he would definitely die without even knowing how he died. So on the way back, the other men kept discussing, except Hussaini and the other 2, who had heavy expressions and lowered their heads. No one knew what they were thinking. Before they knew it, they had already returned to the village. It didn't take long for everyone in the village to know that Hussaini and the others had been recruited by the Holy Dragon Corporation. While people were envious, they were also upset that they did not have such good luck. In the middle of the village, a few men were talking about what they had seen in the town in front of a group of adults and children, and they were greeted with exclamations and boos from time to time. You mean, no matter whether it's adults, children, or women, as long as they pass the test and are hired, they will be paid a large amount of money? A middle-aged man asked casually and received a positive answer from the other party. Then why don't you send the woman and the child over? If you are hired by them, you can also get that sum of money. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, everyone was immediately stunned. After looking at each other, they turned around and returned home in unison. It didn't take long for the men, women, old and young in the village to gather together and walk in the direction of the small town. For these people, $150,000 was definitely worth a try. If they were selected, the fate of their entire family would change. Even if he wasn't hired, it would be good to go and take a look at the money. Just as the villagers headed for the town, Hussaini returned home and saw his wife working on the ground. When Hussaini came back, his wife's eyes flashed with relief, and she lowered her head to continue with her work. After her husband left after saying those words, his wife had been worried. Now that she saw her husband, she could finally put her hanging heart at ease. Perhaps the children were tired from playing, they were already lying on the simple bed and sleeping soundly. Wake the child up. We have to leave this place immediately. At this point, Hussaini immediately woke up the drowsy little ones and had them stand under the sun outside the door. What happened? What are you doing? His wife was confused by Hussaini's actions and quickly stood up to ask. I've been hired by the Holy Dragon Corporation. They gave me a large sum of money. In order to prevent anyone from having any bad intentions, we have to leave immediately. At this point, Hussaini showed his wife a large bundle of cash to prove that he was not lying. His wife was stunned by the money. After a moment of shock, she nodded and took out something from the broken cabinet. She was very fast. In just a few minutes, she had finished packing and rolled it into a small bag. There wasn't much to pack. Xianxia's house was bare, after all, and the things his wife had brought were just some important items. Xianxia didn't stay idle either. He kicked away a piece of soil on the ground and lifted the wooden board below. In the pit under the wooden board, a slightly rusty rifle appeared in front of him. After checking it a few times, he carried it on his shoulder and put 2 magazines on his waist. Walking out of his run-down house, Xianxia took a deep breath and turned to look in the other direction of the village. The middle-aged man, his wife and child, was walking toward Xianxia. On his shoulder was an old sniper rifle. It turned out that this burly middle-aged man had once been a sniper. The middle-aged man greeted Xianxia and looked in the direction of the old man's house at the same time. As expected, the old man also came out with his family in a few minutes. On the old man's body, the old gun that had killed countless people appeared once again. It looked old and worn, but it was shining under the sun. The 3 families of men and women, young and old, gathered together. There were dozens of people. They followed behind the 3 men and quickly walked toward the small town. Xianxia and the other 2 had gotten a lot of money this time. Enough to attract those inhumane and crazy bandits, so the moment they got the huge sum of money, they had decided to leave the village with their families. The Holy Dragon Corporation had already told Xianxia and the others that they could bring their families here at any time, and then the corporation would send a car to send them to a safe place. Everyone walked on the dusty dirt road in a hurry, and no one dared to fall behind. Being born in such a place, they had already learned how to keep their lives. Seeing their men's attitude, how could they not know the urgency of the matter? So even if they were only a few years old, they gritted their teeth and persevered. No matter how tired they were, they did not make a sound. The old man, Xianxia, and the other 2 stood at the front and back of the group, their seemingly plain bodies exuding a faint murderous aura. Their eyes were like eagles as they surveyed their surroundings, on guard against any danger that might appear at any moment. It was only now that Xianxia and the other 2 truly revealed something that set them apart from the others. Their senses were particularly sharp, and their explosive speed was also particularly fast. They were completely elite-level existences on the battlefield. If they were given a suitable environment and properly trained, they would definitely become weapon kings. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen recruited them. As long as he carefully nurtured them, these people would become the sharpest blade in Tang Zhen's hands. After rushing all the way, the group finally arrived at the small town, and the dozens of people finally heaved a sigh of relief. When they arrived at the Holy Dragon Corporation's base, the family members of the 3 of them were arranged to stay in tents, and the staff provided them with food and water. At this time, in the small town, there were already a few people who had been accepted who had brought their families over. Obviously, they also knew that the money might bring danger, so they could not wait to bring their families over. However, they did not know that the Holy Dragon Corporation had chosen to pay in cash on the spot to force them to make such a choice, so that these people would be completely tied to the Holy Dragon City. Regardless of whether it was a conspiracy or an open one, as long as the goal was achieved, it would be considered a success. 574 A New Home. 1. That night, the entire town was extremely lively. From time to time, people would come to the town with their family members and join the Holy Dragon Corporation's camp. Without exception, all the men recruited by the Holy Dragon Corporation would carry weapons and show their hidden side. The Holy Dragon Corporation did not confiscate their weapons. They only reminded Xianxia and the others not to let their families and children run around, and that a car would come to pick them up tomorrow. In the middle of the night, sparse gunshots came from the wilderness in the distance, alarming everyone in the camp. Xianxia and the others did not rest. After hearing the gunshot, they immediately came out of the tent to check the situation. The camp was brightly lit, and the guards were already standing guard in their respective positions with guns in hand, in case of any accidents. With their weapons and equipment, as well as Xianxia and the others, they basically didn't have to worry about safety. What they were doing now was not just to prevent any accidents from happening. In fact, when they had first chosen their respective work areas, many employees of the Holy Dragon Corporation had chosen places like Xianxia's hometown to earn more bonuses. Although it was poor and dangerous, the probability of people with excellent attributes was much higher. Only by living in such a place could one's potential be developed. It sounded cruel, but this was an undeniable fact. Those who were able to survive in such an environment all had abilities that could not be underestimated. Otherwise, they would have long been lying in a pile of dead bodies and turned into a pile of bones. The reason why the natives of the world of Lusheng had outstanding combat strength was not only because of their natural physical constitution, but also because of the harsh environment they lived in. Therefore, in the life and death battles, their potential was greatly developed. It didn't take long for the sudden gunshots to die down, and everything returned to peace. Instead of going back to rest, Husani and the others sat on the side of the road with guns in their arms, coldly looking at the road in front of the town. This was a habit they had developed in the past. Before confirming that the danger was gone, they would never let their guard down. Just like the three of them, the other recruited men also gathered together. They were also paying attention to their surroundings as they spoke. Hurried footsteps were heard. Husani and the others listened for a while. After determining the situation from the sound of the footsteps, their nervous expressions began to slowly relax. On the road of the town, two men were walking in front with rifles in their hands. Some women and children followed behind them. Some people recognized the two men. They were also accepted during the day, and the people behind them were naturally their family members. "Hey, what happened just now?" One of the men seemed to know the two of them and asked. Everyone could tell that the two of them seemed to have been through a battle because their bodies were covered in dust and grass, and their rifles also emitted a faint smell of gunpowder. "A dozen guys wanted to rob us, but we killed 7 of them and the rest ran away," the man replied, and then looked for the staff, hoping that they could arrange a place for his family to stay. Everyone nodded, showing an expression of, "I knew it." It was as if this was not a big deal, and they were obviously used to this kind of situation. Husani and the others also got up and returned to their tents. They hugged their guns and began to rest. The next morning, a long line of cars arrived at the town. Husani and his family boarded the cars and slowly left their hometown. Everyone on the bus was silent, and some even began to cry. No one would be reluctant to leave this land that had left them with endless pain. After driving for nearly a day, the car finally stopped in an open area. When everyone got out of the car, they immediately saw a busy scene. Countless workers and vehicles were busy, and houses were under construction. Not far away, rows of beautiful integrated houses had been completed. When she heard that this would be their future home, Husani's wife immediately burst into tears. In her eyes, this was heaven. There were many people who did the same thing. They had already suffered countless hardships and thought that their lives would end like this. Who would have thought that in just one night, their lives would have undergone earth-shaking changes? Husani and the others were filled with gratitude for Holy Dragon City, which had changed their lives. After everyone got out of the car, a staff member immediately registered them and assigned them a place to stay according to their family size. Husani's family was also given a spacious and bright house. Simple furniture was already set up inside, and the kitchen had ready-made rice and vegetables. After opening the wardrobe, there were even clothes for adults and children, which now belonged to Husani's family. The Holy Dragon Corporation's arrangements could be said to be extremely detailed. Husani's family was extremely shocked, and their eyes were filled with gratitude. When the children heard that this was their new home, they immediately danced with joy. They happily changed into clean clothes and were very careful when they walked, afraid that they would dirty the house. Husani's wife cried as she took off Husani's coat. Looking at the wounds on her husband's body, she seemed to have thought of something, and her tears flowed down uncontrollably. They did not know how to repay the Holy Dragon City for everything it had given them. Therefore, the wife knew that her husband would definitely leave this place and head to that world of buildings. Husani didn't say anything as he watched his wife cry. After changing his clothes, he turned and left the house. Husani saw many of his kind on the wide and clean streets. They were obviously applicants sent by the Holy Dragon Corporation from other places. After these men had settled their families, they walked out of their houses at the same time and came to the square at the edge of the residential area. They chatted in small groups. Because they all had extraordinary attributes, even if they didn't do anything, they still gave off a faint pressure when they gathered. Husani and the other two were also sitting by a flower bed, talking to two middle-aged men in low voices. From these people, they finally knew where the Lusheng world was. It was not until this moment that they knew of the existence of the Otherworld. They also knew that humans had already built bases in the Otherworld and even occupied a large piece of land. When Husani and the others heard this news, they were both shocked and helpless, but also a little eager to try. For people like them, although the killing on the battlefield was annoying, it could awaken their long-dormant hot blood and make them feel the meaning of life. People who were used to the battlefield would definitely feel uncomfortable when they returned to ordinary life. They would always have a contradictory mentality. Now that their families had been properly settled and they could return to the battlefield, and they were going to fight in another world, they were looking forward to it. The next morning, Husseret and the other 1,000 people left their families and took a bus to a training base to undergo a 3-month training. After the training, they would transmigrate to the world of Lusheng and become official residents of Holy Dragon City. The families of Husini and the others would live in this small town and work for the Holy Dragon Corporation at the same time. Their children would also receive special training and become the reserve force of the Holy Dragon City. And who knew how many more similar towns the Holy Dragon Corporation had built in the original world? 575 Chapter 575 American Alliance's event site: the Asian Alliance, the Capital International Airport. After staying in the Asian Alliance for a few days, Tang Zhen and the others took a plane and continued to the American Alliance. Their schedule had been planned long ago, so they would leave immediately when the time was up. Everything was for the mission. In the past few days, Qianlong and the others had participated in several events in the Asian Alliance. Every time they showed up, the atmosphere would be extremely explosive. With the release of the 2 movies and the fact that they were the natives of the Tower World, Qianlong, Yumeng, and the others became extremely well-known, almost to the point of being known by the whole world. It was precisely because of this that every event was extremely popular, and the Asian Alliance had no choice but to dispatch a large number of people to maintain order. The people of the original world were full of curiosity and yearning for the world of Lusheng. Now, many people would talk about the world of Lusheng when they chatted. On the internet, a wave of enthusiasm had gradually formed, and that was to migrate to the world of Lusheng and start a new life there. There were countless people in the original world who had this idea. Their yearning for the world of Lusheng was beyond words, and some of them had even reached a near fanatical level. The world of Lusheng had green mountains and rivers, mysterious objects, and endless unknown worlds. These were all places that people yearned for. Most importantly, he would be able to change into a near-perfect body after entering the world of Lusheng, and his lifespan would be greatly extended. The humans, helplessness and lamentation over the short lifespan, finally saw a glimmer of hope after the appearance of the world of Lusheng. Perhaps more people yearned for the world of Lusheng because of this. Of course, there were also some people who were obsessed with the world of the Lusheng. They had a kind of almost obsessive love for the things there, and some people even wanted to get a chance to go to the world of the Lusheng at all costs. Unfortunately, the right to be permanently teleported to the world of Lusheng was too scarce. Many people dug holes for a long time, but could not find any way. As the Holy Dragon City began to recruit residents all over the world, countless people were tempted and immediately took action, heading to various recruitment locations. If he was rejected at one location, he would try at another. He would persevere. Unfortunately, the Holy Dragon City's recruitment standards for its residents were very strict. Since the recruitment work was launched all over the world, countless people had participated in interviews every day, but the rate of being recruited was too low. While the people who had failed to make the cut harbored resentment, they also began to protest, demanding that the Holy Dragon Corporation lower their standards and give them a fair chance. It was just that the original world's residents recruited this time were of great significance to the Holy Dragon City's future plans. They had to have truly excellent attributes, and there was no room for discussion on this point. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon Corporation had also promised to gradually lower the standards for recruiting residents in the near future. At the same time, they would also provide ordinary people with the opportunity to experience the world of Lusheng. After hearing the news, people were filled with anticipation and began to pay attention to the news about the world of Lusheng. When news of Qianlong's return to their original world spread, countless people from the American Alliance also cheered in anticipation, hoping to catch a glimpse of these foreign visitors. In particular, the tickets to the event venue had long been sold out by countless people. No one spoke along the way. When the plane landed in the United States, countless people outside the airport were looking forward to it. When they saw the figures of Yukishiro and the others, a burst of enthusiastic cheers immediately broke out. Yulang, my goddess, look at me. Commander Thousand Dragons, I want to sign up for the cultivator battle team. Little Rui, I love you. All kinds of sounds came over and filled everyone's ears. Everyone had already gotten used to this situation. They smiled and waved as they left in a car under the guidance of the American security personnel. That day, the American media was all over the place, reporting on this matter. There were all kinds of discussions, some positive and some negative. The disturbance in the outside world had nothing to do with Tang Zhen and the others. After they returned to the hotel, they didn't go anywhere and instead went to rest. Although their physiques were extraordinary, they had been either attending events or shopping these past few days, so everyone felt a little tired. Tang Zhen didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he met with more than a dozen powerful people in the American alliance at his residence. They represented their families and discussed some very secretive matters with Tang Zhen. The next morning, everyone arrived at the open-air venue where the American alliance was participating in the event. When Yukishiro and the others appeared, the entire place immediately cheered. Tang Zhen discovered that among the audience, there was a group of people wearing black armor that was highly similar to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. They were standing on their seats and shouting wildly, appearing to be abnormally excited. There were also people who raised the Holy Dragon City's coat of arms and waved it above their heads, shouting from time to time. When Yulang and the others stood on the stage, Tang Zhen, who was standing not far away, activated the video application and directly projected their figures into the sky. Looking at the huge three-dimensional image that suddenly appeared in the air, no different from a real person, another round of cheers came from the crowd. They were both shocked and curious about this magical method. After that, Thousand Dragon, Little Rui, and the others performed a few performances. Since these hosts were all individually made, they could display 1/3 of their original strength. Thousand Dragons was a Lord-tier cultivator, and 1/3 of his strength was more than enough for a performance. The crowd was dumbfounded as they watched Xianlong and Xiao Rui perform superhuman-like movements. At the same time, they cheered and looked forward to it. Then, Yulang and the others performed a few songs from the world of Lusheng. Their beautiful voices were like the sound of nature, and the music was full of the style of the other world, which made everyone intoxicated. When the event was about to end, the host came forward and announced that the Holy Dragon City would cooperate with the media from the original world and a famous wilderness survival master to shoot 2 exploration documentaries of the Lusheng world. They would be teleported to the world of Lusheng the next day, and then they would start a year-long shooting. Every month or so, the audience in the original world would be able to watch an exciting episode about the world of Lusheng, for a total of 12 episodes. This media company had produced many famous documentaries. In addition to the participation of the Master of Wilderness Survival, the shooting location was also in the Lusheng world, so everyone was full of anticipation for the film. On the stage of the event, the Wilderness Survival Master was talking with Thousand Dragon and the others. Perhaps because Thousand Dragon found the other party pleasing to the eye, she even gave him a low-tier demon dagger. The dagger was exquisitely decorated and embedded with gems that were not valuable in the world of towers. However, it was priceless in the original world. The other party clearly didn't expect Xianlong to give him such a generous gift. He didn't know what to do for a moment and quickly expressed his gratitude. When the audience saw the dagger, they exclaimed in envy and were also full of interest. After the event ended, this survival master posted a thank you message on the internet and showed a video of the dagger. After seeing the gemstones on the dagger, countless netizens called it a tycoon, because the price of these gemstones was simply immeasurable. When they saw that the dagger was as transparent as glass and easily cut off an iron rod, they were even more shocked and shouted, "Divine weapon." Because of this dagger that could be called a rare treasure, countless people were even more curious and admired the world of Lusheng. In the next few days, Tang Zhen and the others participated in 2 more events and then played in the United States for 2 days. Then, they boarded the plane and headed to the Ice Bear Alliance to participate in the event. After wandering around the original world, Tang Zhen brought everyone to his small island in the sea and began to enjoy the beach and the waves. 576 Special Training. One's birth would create a person, one's environment would create a person, and one's ideals would also create a person. They were all people with different lives. This was not a sigh, but a statement of fact. Husani and the others' attributes were far superior to ordinary people, but due to their background and environment, they had all lived ordinary lives. Just like ordinary people, their ideals were very simple, and that was to fill their stomachs and live. It was also due to the limitations of the environment that their advantages were not effectively developed. Under the circumstances that they themselves were not aware of, they gradually lost to the crowd. In addition to people like Husani who had been on the battlefield, there were also people from other industries among the Holy Dragon City's recruiters. However, as long as they were trained, they would all become excellent soldiers without exception. The Holy Dragon City had given them a chance to choose their lives again. Whether they wanted to or not, they had already stepped onto the Holy Dragon City's war chariot. There was no possibility of retreating. Now, with the start of their training, their hidden advantages would inevitably continue to be magnified, and they would not waste their attributes that far exceeded ordinary people. When they transmigrated to the world of Lusheng, coupled with the bodies that Tang Zhen had specially prepared for them, the combat strength of Husani and the others would definitely soar to an extremely terrifying level. In this aspect, even the Holy Dragon City's Lusheng warriors might not be able to compare to them. The car drove at high speed. Hussaret and the others traveled for nearly a day before they finally arrived at a base built in the mountains. In this huge training base, Husani saw more of his companions like them. They had different skin colors and languages, but they all wore the same uniform and received special training in the base. Hassani and the others met their instructors and learned what the so-called training was. Learning the language of the Asian Alliance and the mainstream language of the Lusheng world, all kinds of knowledge about the Lusheng world, receiving all kinds of weapon training, and learning to operate all kinds of magical equipment. On the afternoon of their arrival, Hassani and the others began their formal learning and went to a huge warehouse in batches. There was a special device in this warehouse that could help the user strengthen their memory, and the learning efficiency was more than 10 times higher than normal. To use it, one only needed to wear a special helmet and sit quietly on a chair. This was a learning machine that Tang Zhen had discovered on the Tarobo warship. It was an item that the Tarobo people had specially prepared for ground combatants and special agents. It was to fill in the information of the conqueror so that they could better carry out their conquest and enslaving missions. After the research and modification of this machine, it could be produced on a small scale, but the cost was extremely expensive. Husani and the others were naturally the first to use it. Of course, this kind of learning was similar to force feeding, and it would damage the body to a certain extent, but it had no effect on the soul power. Hassani and the others would abandon this body sooner or later, so this physical damage was nothing at all, because the damage in the later stages of training was even more severe. The study went on for 3 hours. By the time Hussarian recovered from the dizzy feeling, he found that there seemed to be more memories of the Asian Alliance language in his mind, which he was gradually absorbing and digesting. Husani tried to recall the conversation he had with the men next to him in their choppy language, and began to chat with the man next to him. After stammering a few words, Husani found that he was speaking more and more fluently. It was obvious that the effect of the machine was amazing. Many people here had participated in the war and knew the importance of mastering a language. Therefore, they used their free time to practice and make the language an instinct of their bodies. After learning the language of the Asian Alliance, Hassani and the others rested for a while before they were gathered in another warehouse to begin their close combat training. In addition to the normal combat, they also saw some transmigrators who had returned from the Tower world and followed them to learn the extremely lethal sword techniques. This was the Holy Dragon City's fusion of the original world's martial arts, the spiritual race's combat techniques, and the Tower world's combat techniques. It was a powerful martial technique adapted, and the killing effect was amazing. After learning how to fight and use cold weapons, Hassani and the others went to the cafeteria to eat. The food in the training base was very special. Many of them were items from the world of Lusheng, which were very helpful in nourishing the soul. It was just that the taste was a little strange. For example, the thick vegetable soup that Husani was drinking was obviously made from the leaves of the mother tree, mixed with some potions from the world of Lusheng, and it gave off a bitter taste. However, it was strange. Although this kind of soup tasted bad, not long after drinking it, he would feel his spirit shake and his originally drowsy brain would also become clear. Of course, not all the food tasted bad. One of them was the marinated meat, which was especially delicious. After a bite, one would feel much better. Some people asked curiously what kind of meat it was, and the people who knew would smile and tell them that it was the meat of the water monster from the world of Lusheng. Ordinary people couldn't eat it even if they wanted to. However, although this meat was precious, it was hard to describe the appearance of the water monster. Let's not talk about it, in case it affects my appetite. There was someone in charge of watching over them, and everyone was required to finish all the food. If there was any left, they would be punished. No one would choose to resist this kind of thing. First of all, they had already signed a contract to sell themselves and belong to the Holy Dragon City. Second, no one would compete with food that was beneficial to them, even though some food was indeed unpalatable. After a magical dinner, Husini thought he could finally rest, but he was notified to watch a movie in a warehouse. Of course, this movie wasn't referring to those commercial films, but a real, live-action documentary. Tang Zhen used the application's camera function to record many battle scenes. After applying the editing and production, it became an educational documentary that was absolutely not inferior to epic blockbusters. There were a total of 10 episodes in the film. Ordinary people in the original world could not see it at all, because what was recorded here was a real and bloody world of Lusheng. Husini and the others couldn't take their eyes off the movie, because they were deeply attracted by its content. The magnificent battle to defend the city, the overwhelming monsters, their ferocious faces seemed to be close at hand, as if they would rush out of the screen as soon as they poked their heads out. If they were timid, they would have peed their pants after seeing such a real scene. Even battle-seasoned veterans like Husini were unknowingly drenched in sweat as they wondered if they could survive such a battle. The scene changed and landed on the Holy Dragon City's residents who were defending the city. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers, armed with rifles, had extremely agile movements and amazing marksmanship. None of their bullets missed their target, and the monsters were directly killed by them. The agile cultivators of the Holy Dragon City displayed godlike techniques. Each and every one of their movements carried terrifying power, and powerful monsters were easily killed by them. The viciousness and valiant fighting strength displayed by the Holy Dragon City's citizens made Hassani and the others deeply shocked and in awe. The next scene changed again. The scene of the Holy Dragon City's army fighting the kobold army appeared. From the sky, there were at least 100,000 kobolds covering the sky, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Such a majestic scene would shock anyone who saw it, not to mention the ferocious-looking alien race. Not long after, the Holy Dragon City's army appeared, and the cooperation of various troops made people's eyes light up. With the cooperation of the planes and tanks, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers in black armor continued to kill the enemies. The originally powerful kobold army was instantly torn apart by the Holy Dragon City. When the battle was over, the entire grassland was filled with the corpses of the kobolds. The blood that flowed into the river and the broken limbs that were scattered all over the place showed the cruelty of war. Husini and the others didn't show any signs of disgust. After all, they were already used to the fact that it was either one of them who died on the battlefield. This time, it was the enemy's body that fell, but maybe the next time, it would be him, so there was no pity or sadness. After watching the movie, Husini and the others could finally return to the dormitory to rest and continue their training the next day. However, what they saw and heard today was deeply engraved in their minds. When they thought about going to the world of Lusheng and fighting with the alien races and monsters, they felt like their blood was burning. 577 The preparations before the arrival of the residents the next morning, Husini and the others got up early again and started a new day of study. After yesterday's experience, they already had a basic understanding of this training base. Unlike other places, the instructors in this training base were very powerful, but they didn't pay much attention to physical training. Instead, they tried to stuff things into the minds of Husini and the others. Regardless of whether one could digest it or not, it was just a force-feeding process. With the help of the strange learning machine and medicinal cuisine, it really stuffed into their heads. It was also for this reason that these people who killed without blinking their eyes were all groaning and frowning. It was only now that they realized that compared to fighting a war, studying every day was the most troublesome thing. Many people felt lucky because their childhood and boyhood were wonderful and they did not have the experience of such a terrible thing as learning. Learning, training, and repeating the process every day, these uncouth fellows finally adapted to this lifestyle after about 10 days. Their learning efficiency also began to increase. The herbs they had brought from the world of Lusheng had greatly nourished their weak souls, causing the sharpness hidden in their bodies to be revealed bit by bit. Although their attributes were better than ordinary people, they still needed to go through reasonable development and training before they could display their extraordinary abilities. During this time, Husini and the others also learned the concept of soul transmission. While they exclaimed in surprise, they also finally understood why so many old people were recruited. As long as this broken body was replaced, they would regain their vitality. Such a miraculous thing would have been impossible to imagine in the past. Husani remembered that when they first heard the news, everyone had been dumbfounded, and some of the old men had even been so excited that they could not speak. The fear of death was a common problem for all human beings. Now that they had a method of hosting souls, which could extend their lifespans by several times, who could not be excited? Hussein was also very excited. When he video called his family, he also asked his children to study hard and strive to get the qualification to go to the world of Lusheng. That way, their whole family could reunite in the world of Lusheng. As time passed, Husani and the others began to learn less and less, gradually entering the stage of consolidation. Now, their auras were calm and their eyes were shining. They were completely different from before. Anyone who was randomly picked for the test would be found to be knowledgeable, agile, and have a memory that was so good that it made one's hair stand on end. At this level, they had passed the test. The countdown to the day they would head to the world of the tower had begun. Holy Dragon City, Back Valley. Tang Zhen stood in front of the soul transfer array with his hands behind his back. He looked at Murong Ziyan, Xiao Dai, and the others who stood up from the soul transfer cabin with a faint smile on his face. Murong Ziyan and the others were all smiles. This time, they had stayed in the original world for almost 3 months and had visited almost all the most famous scenic spots in the original world. Qian Longhe, Xiao Rui, and the others had work to do, so they only stayed in their original world for less than a month before returning to the Tower World. The short 1-month trip to the original world had left a deep impression on them, so much so that after returning to Holy Dragon City, they kept bragging about their experiences to others. They talked about how countless girls wanted to marry them like crazy and how prosperous the super cities were and how they could get anything they wanted, etc. In addition to bragging, each of them also brought back countless things and generously gave them to their friends and family. Seeing how they loved it so much that they couldn't put it down, they immediately felt their vanity was greatly satisfied. As Tai Seng was busy with his work and didn't get the chance to go to the original world, he was filled with resentment. Qian Long would purposely hang around in front of him and mention the things he had seen and heard in the original world from time to time, angering Tai Seng. It was only after Tang Zhen promised to bring Tai Seng back to the original world the next time that he returned to work in a good mood. As for Qian Long's bragging, he didn't seem to care. Qian Long and the others had to return because of work, but Murong Ziyan and the other women weren't willing to return so easily. So in the end, all the men returned to the world of Lusheng, while the remaining women ran around the world like crazy. Due to the special identity of these visitors from another world, their business partners attached great importance to their safety. During this period, there were always a large number of people secretly guarding them, so no accidents happened. However, when the US attended the event, the crowd met some protesters who shouted to boycott the development of the other world, calling Tang Zhen and his partners butchers. However, these voices were quickly drowned out as the development of the world of Lusheng was already a trend. Tang Zhen didn't pay any attention to these guys who were jumping up and down. After finishing the work at hand, he would accompany Murong Ziyan and the others to play around and relax. Now that the residents recruited from the original world were about to arrive, Tang Zhen didn't have time to waste. Murong Ziyan and the others had enough fun, so they decided to return to the Tower World. After Murong Ziyan and the others left, Tang Zhen went to the Mother Tree's building to check on the newly cultivated bodies. The Mother Tree was now even more lush and majestic. From a distance, one could see her lush branches and leaves, and countless colorful birds were living and reproducing in it, as if it had formed its own world. Tang Zhen had given her all the moonlight pebbles he had obtained, which made the Mother Tree very happy. She happily agreed to Tang Zhen's request to help cultivate the body. There were 10,000 cultivated bodies in this batch. They were specially prepared by Tang Zhen for the new residents because some of them had special attributes and could become holy masters or cultivators of the Mother Tree. Tang Zhen would naturally not waste such a high-end combat force. Therefore, compared to the standard half-mechanical body that others were equipped with, the body cultivated by the Mother Tree was more sensitive to energy. Hundreds of white-robed Mother Tree cultivators were gathered under the Mother Tree. They were sitting cross-legged on the grass and communicating with the Mother Tree. These Mother Tree cultivators were of different levels, and the highest cultivation had already reached level 5. Before the Mother Tree's advancement, the highest level of the Mother Tree's cultivators was level 5. They were the guardians of the Mother Tree, and their power came from the Mother Tree. Naturally, they could not surpass the Mother Tree in terms of level. Not far from these mother tree cultivators, a group of Holy Dragon City residents were working together to harvest giant fruits that had hosts. There were also a few mother tree cultivators working together. Huge fruits drooped down from the branches and leaves. The vines were thousands of meters long. When they landed, the residents of Holy Dragon City cut off the vines and carefully loaded them into trucks to send them to the back valley. After seeing Tang Zhen's arrival, everyone bowed and greeted him. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded in response. How many fruits are there left unpicked? It won't delay tomorrow, right? Tang Zhen asked the Holy Dragon City resident beside him. At the same time, he placed his hand on a fruit. After sensing it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. City Lord, please rest assured. The harvesting work is coming to an end. It will be completed before tonight. The person in charge replied respectfully. That's good, thank you for your hard work. Tang Zhen nodded his head and praised. City Lord is too kind. This is our duty. After the two of them chatted for a while, Tang Zhen left the mother tree Lusheng and went to check out other places. A large number of residents were about to arrive. Tang Zhen's hard work had finally come to fruition. His mood was also quite good. After the arrival of these new residents, the Holy Dragon City would be officially upgraded to a level 6 city. Tang Zhen had been waiting for this day for a long time. Previously, the conditions were not ripe, so he was not in a hurry to advance. With the arrival of the new residents, all the plans could officially begin. With the presence of these new residents, the 4-city siege that the tower would encounter when it upgraded had become a joke. With the passage of time, these Holy Dragon City residents, who had been trained in special ways, would become more and more powerful. The existence of the soul transmission secret technique would turn them into an undead army and become the nightmare of all enemies. Against the Holy Dragon City's warriors who were like wolves and tigers, they would probably not have any chance to fight back before they became the Holy Dragon City's prisoners. It had not been long since the Holy Dragon City had been promoted to a rank 5 city. The same was true for the other cities that shared the interdimensional passage. They probably had not even earned back the resources they had used to promote their city to rank 5. Against the Holy Dragon City's powerful army, the chances of victory were slim. As he thought about this, Tang Zhen went to the other departments in the Holy Dragon City. After confirming that there were no problems, he returned to rest in satisfaction. After tomorrow, Holy Dragon City would become even more lively. 578 The day of the great teleportation. Another morning arrived. The residents of Holy Dragon City woke up from their sleep and started to get busy. Today was the day that Tang Zhen would recruit residents from his original world and begin the teleportation. Moreover, the total number of people teleported this time was 10,000. Other than this batch of new residents, there would be an endless stream of new residents coming to the world of the building. The valley at the back of the Holy Dragon City was unusually lively at this time. Busy figures could be seen everywhere. If the Holy Dragon City's managers did not have important matters to attend to, they would come to the scene to witness this moment and help to direct all kinds of work. With the implementation of the Great Transmigration Plan, the residents of Holy Dragon City had experienced similar things several times. So, although the scene was a little busy, it was still orderly. Holy Dragon City's warriors in black armor surrounded the huge soul teleportation array. They were armed to the teeth with rifles in their hands and looked around with serious expressions. These Holy Dragon City soldiers had appeared here to welcome their new comrades, and to prevent any accidents from happening. Tang Zhen and the others sat on the chairs and looked at the soul transfer array from a distance. They would occasionally exchange a few words with a smile on their faces. Time passed slowly. When the time on the wrist computer pointed to 7 o'clock, the huge rune floating in the air vibrated and began to flash continuously. The rune flickered at an extremely high frequency, almost once a second. In other words, every second that passed, a soul would be sent to the tower world and enter the body that was waiting to be possessed. Such a high-efficiency teleportation would place a huge burden on the soul teleportation array. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had already made preparations and had strengthened and improved the soul teleportation array. It was completely capable of dealing with today's special situation. After the rune flickered 100 times, it immediately stopped. It was clear that this wave of teleportation had ended. The water around the soul teleportation array started to water. One figure after another stood up from the pool. They had strong bodies and were close to 2 meters tall. They all exuded a valiant aura. After looking around in confusion, these people immediately jumped out of the pool and began to gather in one place. Before the teleportation began, they had already been informed of what was going to happen. So, other than a trace of confusion in their eyes, they were mostly expressionless, following orders like soldiers. In reality, they were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. They were also very curious about their new bodies. Feeling the terrifying power contained in their bodies, their hearts were filled with excitement. Welcome to the world of Lusheng. Please collect your personal items and return to your residence to rest. As these new residents were secretly looking around, a sweet female voice was heard. Then, a holy dragon city soldier stepped forward to guide them. The soldiers of Lusheng that they had seen in the movie appeared in front of them. The new residents couldn't help but size them up and measure their strength. At the same time, they were secretly amazed. The soldiers of Lusheng who fought with monsters all day long were indeed extraordinarily strong. After this batch of new residents received their personal items and changed into the same uniform, they walked to the Lusheng in the front valley to rest under the guidance of the Lusheng soldiers. By walking, the new residents' souls would gradually merge with their bodies. At the same time, they could gain a better understanding of Holy Dragon City through the warrior's explanation. As the 100 people left in 2 rows, the soul teleportation array began to flash rapidly again. It was clear that a new teleportation had begun. As expected, it did not take long for another group of new residents to jump out of the pool, and then be led away by the Holy Dragon City soldiers. With the arrival of the new residents, the pool around the soul transfer array became empty. The Holy Dragon City residents who had been waiting at the site immediately carried the half-mechanical bodies and placed them into the pool. The application of the super creature shaping machine was definitely a high-end black technology. It could create these semi-mechanical bodies very quickly, and it could create 100 of them in almost half an hour. However, the material consumption of this application was also extremely terrifying. In order to create a sufficient body, Tang Zhen had already used a large amount of materials and brain beads. However, it was all worth it. Although this half-mechanical body had the word mechanical in it, it was not much different from a real body. Moreover, the skin and flesh of this kind of body were extremely tough, and the bones were even more special. Not only were they abnormally tough, but because of the changes in the muscles and tendons, this body possessed extremely strong explosive power and endurance that far exceeded ordinary people. This was a biological combat weapon that had the shape of a human but the physique and structure of a monster. In the near future, almost 90% of the new residents would use this body. As the Holy Dragon City had more and more resources and more financial resources, these bodies would continue to upgrade. Finally, Tang Zhen would perfect these bodies to an abnormal level. Tang Zhen had a goal in his heart. That was to wait until the Holy Dragon City advanced to level 9. By then, each of the newly created half-mechanical bodies would have the strength of a lord. Back then, the Cold Moon Tower had been able to do this. Unfortunately, there were many restrictions on the way they created their bodies, so they were not suitable for the Holy Dragon City. As the giant rune continued to flash, more and more new residents arrived. The rocky path from the back valley to the front valley was filled with groups of new residents. The staff had been counting the number of people. When a new group of residents arrived, the staff immediately waved and then the bodies of the spirits were placed into the pool. The next ones to be teleported were the new residents with particularly prominent attributes, and the bodies they used were different from the previous new residents. And NBSP, Tang Zhen had already prepared enough spirit race bodies as well as 10,000 mother tree bodies. It was enough for a short period of time. After another flash of light, the 100 new residents who were living in the bodies of the spirits stood up. Compared to the previous muscular bodies, these spirits were undoubtedly thinner and weaker, but they were full of spirit. Just like the previous batch of people, these new residents were also taken away to rest. However, unlike the previous new residents, they would be taught by Ling Xuz in the Spiritual Races Legacy Hall in the next few days. Since these new residents had taken over the bodies of the spirit people, Ling Xuz wouldn't let them waste them. After all, the number of bodies wasn't infinite, and the number of bodies would decrease with every use. He would try his best to teach these new residents some self-protection skills so that they could live longer and have the next generation as soon as possible. Ling Shuzi had been looking forward to the newborns of the Spirit Clan for a long time, because they represented the continuation of the clan. After the 1,000 interdimensional travelers who had hosted the Eldars, bodies had left, the next thing that was placed in the pool was naturally the body of the mother tree. The new residents who hosted the bodies of the mother tree had extremely keen senses. Tang Zhen hoped that after they obtained these excellent bodies, they would be able to give birth to more holy masters and cultivators of the mother tree. When they had all grown up, Holy Dragon City would be invincible, sweeping through all the towers on the continent and countless unknown foreign worlds. 579 The mother tree's specialized combat cultivator xianxia and the others followed the group slowly. Looking at all kinds of plants they had never seen before along the way, they felt that their eyes were not enough to see. Although he had learned about the wonders of the world of Lusheng from the film and the learning process, when he was actually in this magical land, Xianxia felt that his vocabulary was extremely poor. He couldn't find any words to describe this beautiful scenery. The sky here was so high and blue, and the air was extremely fresh. There was even a hint of sweetness, and one breath of it made one feel refreshed. The mountain peaks here were either extremely strange or towering into the clouds, looking so majestic and spectacular. The residents here were also very enthusiastic. When they saw the transmigrators like Xianxia, it was like seeing their family. Their smiles made Xianxia feel relieved, and there was no sense of strangeness in them. It was as if this was his home, and he was a wanderer who had left home and was only returning for the first time. As he watched, Xianxia heard a familiar voice in the language of the Alliance. He couldn't help but look at the Lusheng warriors beside him. The Holy Dragon City soldier walking beside the group was a well-built man. His strength was not much inferior to theirs, but his intrepid aura could not be compared to anyone else. Xianxia and the others would admire such a strong person from the bottom of their hearts, but at the same time, they would not admit defeat. Given time, he might not be any worse than him. They were originally elites selected from countless people, and after 3 months of special training, they had already fully developed the hidden potential in their souls. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were reborn. Now, coupled with their powerful bodies, they became very confident and were certain that they were not inferior to anyone. The back valley was extremely large, and the path was also very long. Fortunately, this body was of excellent quality, so even after walking for a long time, Xianxia and the others did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, as he continued to advance, Xianxia felt that this body was becoming more and more compatible with him. The slight discomfort he had felt at the beginning had completely disappeared. He could feel that he was completely in sync with this body, and he even had the feeling of being able to control his hair. At the same time, he had a clearer understanding of the power contained in this body. After clenching his fist and then unclenched it, Xianxia's face flashed with a hint of joy. If he had a stone in his hand right now, he could even easily split it into pieces. As he listened to the Holy Dragon City warrior's introduction, Xianxia's heart had long since flown into the sky, and he began to wander the endless wilderness of the world of towers. Just as Xianxia was fantasizing about turning into a little bird and freely flying through the mountains, a patch of green in the sky entered his eyes. Looking at the towering tree, Xianxia felt like he was about to stop breathing. He swore that he had never seen such a tall and beautiful tree. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was attracted to the giant tree. The 100 transmigrators in his team were all staring at the tree with shock on their faces. This is the mother tree, one of the special buildings of Holy Dragon City. The body that you are residing in was born from this mother tree. That is why this mother tree is equivalent to your mother. Without her, there would be no body for you to reside in. The Holy Dragon City warrior, Xianxia, and the others stared at the mother tree in a daze, and explained in a flat tone. Xianxia and the others were all taken aback. They couldn't imagine that their bodies of flesh and blood had been born from a giant tree. This world of Lusheng was indeed extremely magical. After hearing the Holy Dragon City soldier's explanation, Xianxia and the others understood. No wonder they felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they looked at the mother tree. Since this body came from the mother tree, it was very normal to feel a sense of familiarity. After all, they were related by blood. No one knew what the Holy Dragon City soldier was thinking, but he led Xianxia and the others away from the road and headed straight for the mother tree. Xianxia and the others naturally did not object. In fact, they also wanted to take a closer look at the mother tree to confirm what was so magical about it and how it had given birth to such a body of flesh and blood. When they were about to reach the mother tree, they saw a group of handsome men and beautiful women in white robes. Some of them were sitting cross-legged under the trunk of the mother tree, which was as big as a small mountain, as if they were meditating. Some were using magical spells to control the flowers, grass, and leaves, doing something that Husini and the others thought was extremely wonderful. The seemingly fragile weeds had become sharper than steel knives in the hands of these people. They could easily cut a stone into small pieces as they danced in the air. There were also some who were pulling vines as thick as an arm, moving back and forth between the mother trees that were thousands of meters tall. They looked as relaxed as if they were playing on a swing, and their bell-like laughter could be heard from time to time. Husini and the others' breathing began to quicken at the sight before them, and their eyes even revealed a deep sense of envy. When they saw these magical scenes, they suddenly had a strong desire in their hearts, hoping that they could also have this kind of magical ability. Seeing this, the Holy Dragon City soldier beside him explained, "Their mother tree cultivators, and all their abilities come from the mother tree. In order to possess such abilities, they must sense the consciousness of the mother tree and successfully communicate with her." A young man next to Husini looked at the mother tree with admiration. After hearing the soldier's explanation, he quickly asked, "Then how should we communicate?" "Close our eyes like they did." Hassani and the others also perked up their ears, waiting for the Lusheng warrior's explanation. There is a chance to sense the mother tree's consciousness in any area covered by the mother tree, but the feeling is most obvious under the mother tree. All you need to do is close your eyes, cast aside all distracting thoughts, and think about communicating with the mother tree. After saying this, the Lu Cheng warrior smiled and waved at the little boy who was controlling a giant man-eating flower not far away. The little boy was about 10 years old. After seeing the Lu Cheng warrior wave at him, he immediately jumped onto the man-eating flower. Then, the man-eating flower ran over with the little boy on its back. Patting the little guy's head lovingly, the warrior pointed at Husini and the others. "Son, tell them how to communicate with the mother tree, and let them try." The little guy nodded and glanced at Husini and the others. He waved his little hand like a little adult and said in a childish voice, "Come with me, but don't touch my awa, or it will bite off your heads." Everyone felt that this child was very cute, but at the same time, they tried to distance themselves from the man-eating flower that followed behind the little boy like a puppy. They were very afraid of the man-eating flower next to the little boy, because this man-eating flower was 4 meters tall, and its stem was as thick as a basin. It could definitely easily swallow an adult. When they arrived under the mother tree, the little boy had Husini and the others sit down. He raised his childish but serious face and said, "When communicating with the mother tree, it's best to have no distracting thoughts, because the mother tree likes people with pure souls the most. The purer the soul, the higher the possibility of a successful communication. I can sense a strong smell of blood from your souls. The mother tree doesn't like killing, and she certainly doesn't like you, but that doesn't mean you can't communicate with her." The Castellan had said that the mother tree had an ability that was suitable for war and killing. It was very powerful when used, but no one had ever succeeded in obtaining it. The bodies you are residing in are nurtured by the mother tree. In addition, your souls are very special, so there is a certain chance that you will obtain the mother tree's war and slaughter abilities, and become professional combat cultivators who guard the mother tree. Hearing the little boy's words, everyone had already put away their contemptuous hearts. They no longer looked down on the little boy because of his childish appearance. Perhaps it was due to the development of his intelligence after becoming a mother tree cultivator. The little boy in front of them felt like they were facing someone of the same age even though he was young. And the ability to fight and kill that the little boy spoke of had piqued the interest of Hassani and the others. 580 The guardian of the mother tree. The mother tree was indeed a special existence that loved peace and hated killing, even after becoming Lu Cheng. In her original world, a single mother tree could form a small world where all living things lived in harmony. There was never any deliberate killing. However, when the mother tree's cornerstone fell into Tang Zhen's hands and he successfully built the city, the mother tree's nightmare began. The flesh and blood of countless corpses became the nourishment for her growth. In the soil around her, there were already countless layers of bones. The mother tree had tried to resist, but as City Lord Lu, Tang Zhen could still force her to digest some of the flesh and blood. The mother tree, who was ignorant at that time, could not refuse. It was precisely because of this that the mother tree, who had always been a vegetarian, transformed into a teoti and madly consumed the energy in the flesh and blood. Even though she was extremely disgusted, she continued to absorb it. After this incident of using flesh and blood as nourishment, the mother tree, who had a child's heart, became particularly hateful of Tang Zhen. She almost never took the initiative to communicate with him. Even if Tang Zhen had something to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Of her, she would need the mother tree cultivator to pass the message. Tang Zhen really did not know whether to laugh or cry when faced with this willful little fellow. However, who asked him to be a special building with unlimited potential? Even if he was a little arrogant, Tang Zhen had never placed it in his heart. According to the secret techniques record that Tang Zhen had obtained back then, using flesh and blood to nourish the mother tree would not only make the mother tree's size bigger and its consciousness stronger, but it could even form another special energy in its body. As compared to the mother tree's normal gentle energy, this special energy that was produced by absorbing flesh and blood was undoubtedly much more violent, and its destructive power was extremely terrifying. The tree spirit tribe had once cultivated such a mother tree cultivator. He was extremely powerful and was known as the #1 cultivator of the tree spirit tribe at that time. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen, who was lacking in strength back then, chose this secret technique. So far, the mother tree had devoured countless flesh and blood, as well as the corpses of many powerful monsters, so the special energy had long been formed, but no one had been able to obtain it. Tang Zhen did not know why the mother tree would do this, but he did not pay much attention to it. After all, the mother tree's greatest advantage was defense. With the weapons from the original world, the Holy Dragon City was more than enough to protect itself. This time, the residents of the original world had transmigrated together. Tang Zhen had specially ordered people to lead these new residents to the mother tree. He wanted to see if these new residents who used the mother tree's body could successfully obtain this special energy. Their bodies were nurtured by the mother tree, so they naturally had a special connection with the mother tree, which increased the chances of them communicating with the mother tree. However, according to the mother tree's concept of likes and dislikes, the souls of Husini and the others who had been on the battlefield were very impure, which was certainly not what the mother tree liked. Therefore, it was still unknown whether Husini and the others could obtain the special energy of the mother tree. Hussein and the others immediately sat cross-legged on the grass after the child's explanation, holding their breath and trying to communicate with the mother tree. It was also at this moment that their brows suddenly twitched. They felt that the world of Lusheng was different from their original world. If one were to calmly sense it, one would discover that there seemed to be something invisible, but it did exist, wandering around in the air, giving one a wonderful feeling. In fact, this kind of thing was the energy absorbed by cultivators, which did not exist in the original world at all. Being in an environment with such energy, everyone felt like their consciousness was like a fish swimming in the water, beginning to wander around in the air. Husini and the others were so immersed in this strange atmosphere that they almost forgot to communicate with the mother tree. They felt as if they were floating towards the sky. At this moment, Husini suddenly heard a cold snort. It was as if the voice came from a little girl who hated his appearance. Then, he saw a huge blood-red rune appear in the sky in front of him. It almost covered the entire world. A blood-red ray of light suddenly shot out from the huge rune and headed straight for his position. Husini didn't have time to dodge, and the blood-red ray of light struck the area between his eyebrows. Husini felt his mind go wild, and his mind was filled with illusions that seemed to be related to slaughter and death. Furthermore, he had a vague thought in his mind, which was to protect the safety of the mother tree. Anyone who dared to harm the mother tree would be killed. The thought lingered in his mind for a long time before it gradually dormant. Then, the method to use the mother tree's energy appeared in Husini's mind again. After an unknown amount of time, Husini finally recovered from his dazed state and looked at the mother tree in surprise. The mother tree at this moment gave him the urge to kowtow, as if she was the meaning of his life. Shifting his gaze away from the mother tree, Husini felt his body again and found that there was indeed a special energy in his body. He tried to circulate the energy according to the method in his mind, and blood-red lines immediately appeared on the surface of Husini's body and cheeks, looking extremely strange. At the same time, an aura of madness and stubbornness exploded from his body. Protect the mother tree, protect the Holy Dragon City, I will die with no regrets. With Husini's low growl, a giant blood-colored beetle appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping Husini's body. This beetle had huge horns, mantis-like blade-like legs, wings on its back, and bone spikes all over its body. It looked out of place and was actually a combination of many monsters. However, everyone knew that these blood-colored beetles were not to be underestimated, because an extremely powerful aura was constantly being emitted from its body. Its pair of blade-like legs lightly struck, and two blood-red crescent-shaped blades flew out. They only gradually dissipated after flying for nearly 100 meters. Spreading its wings, the scarlet beetle immediately flew up and circled the mother tree in the sky. Then, it suddenly rushed toward the mountain peak in the distance. Just as the blood-colored beetle was about to hit the mountain peak, a green figure suddenly jumped out of the green grass at the top of the mountain. It ran up the steep rock wall like a monkey. This scene stunned everyone. After all, before this, no one had discovered that there was something hidden in the grass on the peak. Anyone who dares to covet the mother tree and try to pry into Holy Dragon City's secrets will be killed without mercy. The blood-colored beetle flapped its wings and caught up with the unknown green creature at lightning speed. It then slashed out with its blade-like legs. With every step the blade foot took, its strength would increase. By the time it was about to hit him, it was already as heavy as a mountain. No, the green voice cried out in pain as it watched the blade-like foot split its body into two. Plop, the two halves of the corpse fell from the mountain peak. The Holy Dragon City soldiers who had long noticed this scene immediately stepped forward to check the identity of the infiltrator. The Holy Dragon City had long had a rule that those who illegally infiltrated the inner city would be killed without mercy if they encountered resistance. After the construction of the floating city some time ago, in addition to the news that Tang Zhen came from a continent-level city, many forces had already set their eyes on the Holy Dragon City, wanting to know more about the Holy Dragon City. In a short period of time, the Holy Dragon City had already killed nearly 100 secret agents and spies. The person who was killed by the blood-colored beetle today was obviously someone with bad intentions. After killing the spy, the blood-colored beetle slowly landed on the grass. Its several-meter-tall body looked majestic. But then the blood-red beetle crumbled, revealing xianxia inside. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone asked what had just happened, and xianxia told them about his encounter with the blood rune. He also said that he had been ordered by the mother tree to kill the spy who had been lurking for many days. 581 The emissaries of heaven battling city. Xianxia was very lucky. It was his first attempt to communicate with the mother tree, and he had inexplicably obtained this special energy connection. Before this, countless people had tried to connect to it, but they could not even connect to the mother tree's normal energy, let alone the special energy that represented death and slaughter. This time, there were a total of 100 people who had comprehended it, and there were many people whose perception was stronger than his. However, in the end, he was the only one who had obtained the connection to this special energy. It could only be said that the Tsunere mother tree was willful once again, randomly choosing one person out of 100 people, and Xianxia was the lucky one. From now on, Xianxia would officially become a cultivator of the mother tree, taking on the killing task of protecting the mother tree. He might not be able to leave the land covered by the mother tree's consciousness for the rest of his life. This kind of mother tree cultivator was different from ordinary mother tree cultivators because he was the medium used by the mother tree to release the special energy in his body. This energy was powerful and violent, so Xianxia's combat power was several times stronger than cultivators of the same level. If his body could withstand the impact of this energy, Xianxia could even fight a lord cultivator several levels above him. However, his body would be completely destroyed, and he would have to replace it with a new one. He didn't need to cultivate to possess powerful strength, but the price he had to pay was death every time he fought someone of a higher realm. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Tang Zhen shook his head and laughed softly after seeing this scene. He turned around and returned to his city hall. Yesterday, an emissary from Heaven Battling City had asked to see Tang Zhen. At that time, Tang Zhen was in his original world, so he didn't see this emissary. Today, he just happened to meet this emissary. Tang Zhen was also very curious about the messenger from Heaven Battling City who had suddenly requested to see him. He wondered why they had come here. Shortly after returning to the city lord's hall, the emissary from Heaven Battling City walked in and bowed to Tang Zhen. Heaven Battling City's Zhou Taikong pays his respects to the Holy Dragon City's city lord. This Zhou Taikong's face was as red as a date and his body was abnormally large. Together with his Mo weapon armor, he appeared abnormally mighty. He was a two-star horde leader, and his aura was calm. His words were neither humble nor overbearing, and he had the demeanor of a great general. Tang Zhen gently nodded and invited Zhou Taikong to sit on the sofa on the side. He said in a clear voice, I don't have much contact with Heaven Battling City, but I wonder what business your excellency has with this Tang. Hearing this, Zhou Taikong didn't hesitate and directly said, this one's trip to Holy Dragon City this time is firstly to establish an alliance with Holy Dragon City, so that we can help each other develop together. This will be very beneficial to both sides. Secondly, I hope to purchase a batch of firearms from Holy Dragon City. My Heaven Battling City will also use items obtained from the Otherworld to exchange for them. At the same time, I will also provide you with an item exchange list. Third, I heard that City Lord is knowledgeable and has amazing strength, as well as profound knowledge in runic magic circles. Therefore, I've sent a message on behalf of my Heaven Battling City's elders, inviting City Lord to explore a special tower. After Zhou Taikong finished this sentence, he sent a scroll-like object to Tang Zhen. After unfolding it, he stretched out his hand and gently touched it. A three-dimensional image immediately appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. It was filled with all kinds of items and materials, and the price of the exchange was clearly indicated. Tang Zhen took a look and sighed in his heart. As expected, the foundation of these top-notch towers was extremely deep. Just by looking at the scroll that displayed the images and the various items on the list, it was clear how rich the gains these top-notch towers had obtained from the battlefield in the Foreign World War. In comparison, Holy Dragon City's foundation was still lacking. After carefully looking at it, Tang Zhen turned to look at Zhou Taikong and made a decision in his heart. I want 10,000 copies of items numbered 19, 27, 81, and 103. I wonder if you can take them out. Zhou Taikong recalled the items Tang Zhen had chosen and nodded, we have all the items you want, and the quantity meets the requirements. However, we need the same number of firearms, and the number of bullets must be 100 times more. Tang Zhen shook his head and said to Zhou Taikong, you're asking for too much. Moreover, I can't possibly trade the firearms that Holy Dragon City is using now to you. If you really want it, I can give you the single-shot rifles in the Holy Dragon City's inventory, according to the amount you asked for. Frowning, Zhou Taikong thought for a while before nodding happily, if that's the case, if Holy Dragon City can guarantee a continuous supply of bullets, then we'll trade according to the amount that the City Lord has stated. Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Soon after, he curiously asked, although these rifles are quite useful, they are dispensable to your Heaven Battling City. Can your excellency tell us who will be using them? Hearing this, Zhou Taikong didn't hesitate and straightforwardly replied, there's no need to hide this matter from the City Lord. Since you want to know, I will naturally tell you the truth. The cultivators of Heaven Battling City really don't need this batch of rifles, but they will be transported to the other world for the use of the soldiers in the affiliated Lusheng of Heaven Battling City. That other world has been occupied by Heaven Battling City for nearly 100 years, but we've never been able to obtain the world's origin, so it's been temporarily used as a material base to supplement the daily needs of the tower. However, the aboriginals there are particularly difficult to deal with. They formed large and small rebel armies to attack our Heaven Battling City's stronghold, causing a lot of casualties to the soldiers in the city. In order to strengthen the defenses of that world, we intend to strengthen the defenses of the soldiers in the city. The firearms used in Holy Dragon City are easy to operate and have good lethality, so we have the intention to buy them. After Zhou Taikong explained, he raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. He knew that Tang Zhen would definitely have more questions. Tang Zhen nodded. Seeing Zhou Taikong's expression of waiting for his question, he smiled and said, Sir, why don't you say what you can to avoid this Tang's questions? Zhou Taikong also smiled and said to Tang Zhen, City Lord, you must be very curious as to why the elders of Heaven Battling City invited you to explore the city. Tang Zhen nodded. He was indeed very puzzled. Because according to the information he had obtained, the cultivation of this elder of Heaven Battling City wasn't weak, and he should be a king-grade cultivator. With this kind of ability, there was really no place that could stop him. For him to personally invite them, either they had ulterior motives, or this Lusheng was really not simple. This city tower has actually been discovered long ago. After some analysis, it was discovered that this city tower is actually a special national-level city. However, for some unknown reason, an abnormal situation had occurred in this national-level city. Now, it had completely lost control and was wandering around the continent all day long, witnessed by countless cultivators. However, almost all the cultivators who tried to get close to the city were killed by it. Therefore, if the cultivators who were not strong enough tried to get close to the city, they would be courting death. Because national-level buildings could enter the other world to plunder independently, they must have accumulated countless rare treasures, and even the existence of the world's origin, which was completely worth the risk to explore. Right now, that tower is located in a certain area of the continent, and our heaven-battling city's elders have already obtained its specific location, so we've invited City Lord to go with us. After Zhou Taikong explained, he waited for Tang Zhen's reply. Tang Zhen frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhou Taikong. You said that the city tower is moving around. Could it be that the city tower can move? What kind of city is it? Zhou Taikong smiled and said word by word, that national-level building is actually a supergiant. 582 heaven-battling cities elder, this national-level city has a rare appearance. It's a supergiant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body is as tall as a mountain, and its skin is invulnerable. Ever since this city went out of control, it had been wandering around the continent. Wherever it passed by, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. It was said that dozens of cities had been destroyed. There were nearly 100,000 cultivators who besieged this city tower and tried to destroy it, but they all managed to escape in the end. Countless cultivators who participated in the battle were either killed or injured. After listening to Zhou Taikong's introduction, Tang Zhen's heart slightly shook. He was no longer a newbie. He knew that there were many special Lusheng in the world of Lusheng, and the biological type Lusheng was one of them. However, he had never seen a biological type Lusheng so far. He had seen 2 plant-type wild buildings, one of which was the current Mother Tree building, and the other was the man-eating wildflower building. The building foundation was still in his pocket. Therefore, when he learned from Zhou Taikong about this biological city, especially a national-level city, he immediately had the idea to go and see it. With Tang Zhen's current strength, ordinary king-level cultivators weren't his opponent at all. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that the Elder of Heaven battling city would scheme against him. If the other party really had evil intentions, at worst, they could just fight it out or teleport away, and when there was an opportunity in the future, they could go to Heaven battling city and detonate a nuclear bomb to take revenge. Of course, the possibility of the other party plotting against him was very low. He must have really taken a fancy to his strength and wanted to invite him to explore with him. As Zhou Taikong said, there must be countless treasures in the national towers. Since he was a bit tight on finances recently, Tang Zhen didn't mind upgrading all the level 5 towers to level 6 if he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Anyway, after Lu Cheng reached level 6, he would no longer need brains for future advancements. In that case, he might as well play big. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen directly nodded and agreed. Zhou Taikong immediately gave him a stone card and told Tang Zhen that it was a teleportation card. As long as one used this transfer card on the cornerstone platform, one could choose a place to transfer. At the same time, Zhou Taikong also told Tang Zhen the transfer location. It was an area 100,000 miles away from Holy Dragon City. The Great Elder of Heaven battling city had already left and was waiting for Tang Zhen's arrival. After ordering his assistant to accompany Zhou Taikong to complete the transaction, Tang Zhen gathered the Holy Dragon City's high-level officials and told them about his decision to go on a long journey. While he was away, the teleportation and training of the new residents went on as usual. At the same time, they continued to prepare for the upgrade to the level 6 building. After Tang Zhen returned, the Holy Dragon City would immediately be upgraded to a level 6 city tower and open the overseas battlefield. After arranging all the work, Tang Zhen headed to the room where the foundation stone platform was located and spent points to inquire about the use of this stone card. It turned out that this kind of teleportation stone tablet was a special item. It would only be sold on the foundation stone platform after it was upgraded to a level 9 tower. The price of each stone varied, and the cheapest one would cost 1 million brain beads. After using this kind of transportation stone plate, one could be transported to the location of the transportation formation at the corresponding price. It was very fast and convenient, but the price was a bit shocking. However, if one wanted to use this stone card, one's cultivation had to be at least at the level of a 3-star lord. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the teleportation. It was very likely that they would become a pile of rotten meat after the teleportation ended. Tang Zhen played with the stone card for a while, then returned to his residence to inform Mirong Ziyan and Xiaodai. The 2 ladies were currently chatting in the bedroom. When they saw that Tang Zhen was going to go on a long journey, they were naturally a little worried in their hearts and could not help but ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A few more questions. Some time ago, when they were teleported to the original world, Tang Zhen accompanied the two of them to have a good trip. It could be considered as compensation to the two of them. At this moment, when he saw that the clothes of the two ladies were half covered and the spring scenery was alluring, Tang Zhen laughed softly and waved his hand to close the door. 2 hours later, Tang Zhen tidied up his clothes and went to the spiritual race's legacy hall where Ling Xuz was. He took back more than a dozen storage rings. The price of such storage equipment was extremely high on the continent, and there were very few of them. Ordinary people had never even heard of it, let alone buy it. Tang Zhen thought that the Elder of Heaven Battling City would definitely not invite him alone for this exploration of the giant tower. Instead, he would invite at least 3 people. To be able to casually give away a teleportation stone plate worth millions of brain beads, the Elder of Heaven Battling City must be someone who didn't lack money. The other cultivators were also not lacking in money. Therefore, Tang Zhen was prepared to sell these storage rings to them. At Tang Zhen's level of cultivation, the brain pearl was almost an external object. If it wasn't for the sake of running his own tower, Tang Zhen would rarely care about these things. According to Tang Zhen's estimation, if he could sell all these storage rings, he wouldn't need to worry about the number of brain pearls Lu Cheng needed to advance. Furthermore, Tang Zhen also had another purpose for this trip. He wanted to come into contact with the cultivators of the same rank in the world of Lusheng and see how they cultivated and what their social circles were like. After everything was prepared, Tang Zhen wore the femme battle suit on the inside and a set of high-level demon soldier armor on the outside. He directly came to the front of the foundation stone platform. Taking out the stone card that Zhou Taikong gave him, Tang Zhen input a trace of energy to start it. Then the rolling subtitles on the cornerstone platform disappeared, and rows of names of places appeared. After Tang Zhen took a careful look, he discovered that the names of the places displayed here were all the teleportation formation locations that matched the price of this stone tablet. As for the location of the other teleportation arrays, they would not appear on the platform. After choosing the name of the place mentioned by Zhou Taikong, a white light covered Tang Zhen, and then his body disappeared in an instant. After what seemed like an instant or a few minutes, when the white light that covered Tang Zhen disappeared, he discovered that he was already on top of a mountain peak that was about 10,000 feet tall. This mountain peak was extremely precipitous. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to climb up at all, so it was difficult to know the existence of this teleportation array. The cold wind blew on the mountain peak, but there was a kind of tree that grew close to the ground. It had purple leaves and yellow flowers, and there was a kind of crystal clear fruit growing on it. It looked very beautiful. There was an extremely ancient teleportation array under his feet. At this moment, the light was gradually dissipating. Tang Zhen immediately lowered his head to take a look when he saw this. His eyes were filled with vigor. This was the first time he had seen a real teleportation formation, so he naturally had to take a closer look. It would be best if he could analyze the principles behind it and then replicate it. He quietly activated the application and took countless photos of the teleportation array from various angles. Only then did Tang Zhen turn around and look at a cave not far away. 4 cultivators with different appearances were sitting in the cave, tasting the fruits picked from the tree. They would look at Tang Zhen from time to time. He teleported and appeared at the entrance of the cave. Before Tang Zhen could ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Anything, a long-bearded old man among the 4 people smiled and said, "Are you the city lord of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen?" "I am Situ Yung of the Heaven Battling City." Tang Zhen sized Situ Yung up. So, he was the Elder of Heaven Battling City who had given him the stone tablet. He had a sage-like appearance. Moreover, Situ Yung was wearing a plain-colored long robe with cloud patterns embroidered on it. He was wearing a cloud crown and looked very similar to the ancient people in his original world. Combined with the information obtained from various channels, Tang Zhen was sure that before Heaven Battling City was built, there must have been wild buildings similar to the ancient style of the original world. This also led to the current Heaven Battling City being very similar to the feudal regime of the original world. After countless years, this style was still preserved, and his speech and behavior looked ancient. "Greetings, Elder Situ. I'm late, so please don't take offense." After the two of them exchanged a few polite words, Situ Yung introduced the other 3 to Tang Zhen. The three of them looked slightly different from humans, so they must be foreign cultivators. The first cultivator was called Red Shield. He had a crystal horn between his eyebrows. He was tall and had wide shoulders. He looked like an inverted triangle. When Situ Yung was introducing it, the Red Shield nodded with an indifferent expression. The second cultivator was called Luha. He was fat and round, with arched eyebrows, arched eyes, and a round and red nose. He looked quite comical. He happily greeted Tang Zhen before continuing to chew on the delicious and juicy fruit. The third cultivator was dressed in a black robe and wore a mask. Although the robe covered the position of his footsteps, Tang Zhen could still discover that this person was walking with his tentacles. This cultivator was called Wei, and his voice was extremely strange, as if his vocal cords were underdeveloped. Including Tang Zhen, all 5 of them were king-level cultivators. However, 4 of them had just entered the king level. The cultivator named Red Shield was a 2-star king-level cultivator. 583 Situ Yung's request won. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was higher than Tang Zhen and the others, but the Red Shield appeared a little arrogant. However, his tone was still rather polite. After all, Tang Zhen was also a king-level cultivator. After cultivators reached the king level, they could be considered to have broken away from the ordinary life level and entered a higher life form. They all had some powerful means, so they usually avoided fighting. However, once they made a move, they would definitely fight to the death. The 5 of them were partners for the time being. They would help each other in the exploration of the giant tower. It was for this reason that the Red Shield's attitude was acceptable. They were all outstanding cultivators who had grown up step by step from low-level cultivators, so they naturally knew the importance of tacit understanding in joint operations. It would be too unworthy if the operation was affected by some small matter. After introducing each other, the group did not stay any longer. They prepared to go straight in the direction where the giant tower had once appeared. Tang Zhen had originally planned to fly, but before he could move, the fat cultivator called Lu Ha took out a folded towel from behind him and casually threw it over. After the towel was thrown a dozen meters away, it immediately unfolded in the air as if there was a pair of invisible hands controlling it. Under Tang Zhen's gaze, it transformed into a 3-meter wide and 5-meter long blanket that was directly suspended in the air. It turned out that this blanket full of strange patterns was actually a flying tool. Seeing Tang Zhen's unblinking eyes staring at the blanket, Lu Ha smiled and said, "I'm sure you think this flying magic carpet is pretty good too, City Lord Tang. I spent half a year in the Otherworld before I found it in a tomb." Tang Zhen's brows furrowed when he heard this. He did not expect that this thing was actually dug out from a dead person's grave. Now, Lu Ha was carrying it with him all the time. It was somewhat repulsive. However, Tang Zhen's face was relieved after thinking about it. After all, Lu Cheng's cultivators were not afraid of life and death. There was no taboo for them to make money from the dead. At Lu Ha's invitation, everyone jumped onto the flying carpet. Then, Lu Ha chanted a strange incantation, and the flying carpet immediately sped forward. The feeling of sitting on the magic carpet was very strange. It was like sitting on a soft sofa, as if you could fall from the sky at any time. But in fact, even if you deliberately leaned out, the flying magic carpet would automatically adjust itself to ensure that you wouldn't fall. Tang Zhen felt as though he was sliding on snow. The invisible air was like endless snow. This was indeed a good item. Unfortunately, Lu Ha only had this one. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have really planned to exchange it for something else. It was boring to travel in the air. Other than the cold wind, there were only white clouds. From time to time, flying monsters would try to chase after the flying carpet. However, after sensing the aura of Tang Zhen and the others, those flying monsters were immediately scared witless. They quickly turned around in midair and ran as far away as they could. Tang Zhen and the rest did not remain idle. Instead, they continued to observe the ground in an attempt to find traces of the giant tower. Heaven Battling City's elder, Situ Yung, was sitting beside Tang Zhen. After the flying carpet had covered a few hundred kilometers, he suddenly turned his head and said to Tang Zhen, "I heard that City Lord Tang Zhen came from a continent-level city tower. I wonder if it's true." Tang Zhen's heart moved when he heard this. He asked, "That's just nonsense. I was born in a poor family, how could I be a resident of a continent-level city?" After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Situ Yung shook his head slightly. After a moment of silence, he said to Tang Zhen, "Whether City Lord Tang is a resident of a continent-level city or not, there's no need to talk about it anymore. However, this old man would like to make a deal with City Lord Tang. I wonder if you're willing to do so. What deal? Tell me. Tang Zhen looked at Situ Yuanji and spoke in a calm tone. As far as I know, the Holy Dragon City is about to be upgraded to a level 6 city tower. At that time, the overseas battlefield will be opened. My Heaven Battling City's auxiliary city has been operating overseas for many years, and it has become my base overseas. If your Lusheng opens the overseas battlefield, we can provide you with help and let your Lusheng quickly accumulate battle merits. With our help, within 100 years, Holy Dragon City will definitely be able to upgrade to a grade 8 city. After Situ Yuanji finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zhen without blinking and waited for his question. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. So, what price do I have to pay? Tang Zhen's face did not have much of a happy expression. He merely looked at Situ Yuanji with an indifferent expression. The old man had invited him to explore the giant tower because of his strength, but his main target was probably the non-existent continent-level tower behind him. Seeing Tang Zhen's question, Situ Yuanji said, I hope that City Lord Tang can discuss with the people behind you to assist Heaven Battling City in completing the mission of upgrading the city to the national level. If you succeed in this mission, my Heaven Battling City will also present a generous gift to City Lord Tang. Tang Zhen fell silent when he heard this. He really couldn't agree to Situ Yuanji's request because he didn't have a continent-level city behind him. Naturally, he couldn't provide any help. However, the generous gift from the other party's mouth made Tang Zhen quite moved, because since he saw the exchange materials Zhou Taikong showed him, in addition to being shocked and envious, Tang Zhen also had the idea of finding a way to get more. Heaven Battling City didn't lack money, so the only way to make them willingly hand over these materials to Tang Zhen seemed to be to help them complete the promotion mission of the national level building. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen pretended to be deep in thought and said to Situ Yuanji, why don't you tell me about your promotion mission first, Elder Situ? Then we can talk about other things. When Situ Yuanji heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. It turned out that Heaven Battling City had been promoted to a level 9 building for nearly 1,000 years, and it had been working hard to upgrade to a national level, but it had never taken the last step. According to the requirements of the Cornerstone platform, Heaven Battling City had to pay enough world origin to be qualified to be promoted to a national level building. However, the world's source energy was quite special. It represented a world's life force and fate, and it could be split into countless parts or gathered together. Once the world's origin was plundered, it also meant that its vitality was gone, and the world would gradually become a wasteland. Moreover, this world origin had another characteristic. It was not an object, but existed in the body of some creatures in this world. It was impossible to discover by looking at the appearance. Moreover, after the indigenous creatures were hosted by the world's origin, there would not be many changes, and even the host himself did not know. However, because the world's origin represented the world's fate, the host's luck was probably better than that of ordinary people. Although the world's origin existed in the form of energy, it could only be discovered when Lu Cheng killed its host. This was why Lu Cheng always wanted to destroy the world after invading it. In order to find the world's origin, they had no choice but to do this. As a result, the invaded world was bound to be destroyed. Firstly, the cultivators of Lu Cheng had to kill in order to find the world's origin. Secondly, after the origin was plundered, the life force would no longer be there, so destruction was inevitable. Heaven Battling City's misfortune was precisely because of this. The world that they had invaded when they accepted the advancement quest had its world's natural source scattered. This had caused Heaven Battling City to constantly wage war against the invading world over and over again in the past 1,000 years. However, the area of that world was very large, and the strength of the indigenous people was also very strong. They had long united to fight against the invasion of Heaven Battling City. Although Heaven Battling City was a 9th grade city, compared to the original world, it was only a super city, so Heaven Battling City naturally couldn't easily destroy this world. The two sides had been fighting for thousands of years, which had caused Heaven Battling City to sink into the quagmire of war, and it had never been able to gather enough world origin. On the contrary, because of Heaven Battling City's invasion, that foreign world had become more and more powerful, and now it was even beginning to gain the upper hand in resisting Heaven Battling City. If this mission failed, Heaven Battling City would have to start all over again if it wanted to upgrade to a national level. This was because if the mission failed, the world origin that had been submitted would automatically be cleared. In order to conquer this world, Heaven Battling City had invested countless human and material resources, so how could it easily give up? On the one hand, it was stuck at the gate of promotion, and on the other hand, it had to fight with the enemy foreign races, which made Heaven Battling City's situation very bleak. Therefore, after knowing that Tang Zhen might come from a continent-level city, Heaven Battling City saw a glimmer of hope. They hoped to get the help of the continent-level city and gather enough world origin as soon as possible. 584 I can solve this problem. After listening to Situ Yuanji's explanation, Tang Zhen finally understood Heaven Battling City's current situation. There was no doubt that Heaven Battling City was currently in a very dangerous period. It could be said that the internal and external troubles had not been resolved yet, and if they were not careful, the destruction of a top-notch tower city would only be an instant. The top-notch towers of the foreign races around Heaven Battling City had always been eyeing Heaven Battling City covetously because of their interests. They must have known what had happened to Heaven Battling City when it invaded the other world, so they had joined forces to constantly harass Heaven Battling City. As a result, while Heaven Battling City was stuck in the quagmire of promotion missions, it also had to spend a lot of energy to deal with the hostile wars of the foreign races. In such a dangerous situation, Heaven Battling City would definitely look for any opportunity to solve their predicament. When they learned that Tang Zhen came from a continent-level city, it was reasonable to find him. To cure the root of the problem, Heaven Battling City had placed their hopes on the continent-level city tower behind Tang Zhen, hoping that they would help them complete the advancement quest and help Heaven Battling City get rid of the immediate crisis. The so-called generous gift after the completion of the mission was definitely full of sincerity and would not be discounted at all. After he thought of this, a thought suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. He asked Situ Yuanji, "What kind of world are you connected to? What kind of combat methods do you use?" When Situ Yuanji heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. The joy in his eyes became even more intense as he said to Tang Zhen, "It's a world that's similar to this one. There are a total of 4 continents and 28 big cities, and they cultivate a martial technique called the Source of War. This type of martial technique is similar to the divine arts and skills that we cultivators cultivate. The main way of fighting is through close combat. In addition, we occasionally use some special weapons, but the effect is not obvious. The strength of this world's top-tier experts is inferior to the cultivators of my Heaven Battling City, but the population is more than 100 times that of my Heaven Battling City. Every time we attack the city, countless cultivators of my Heaven Battling City are killed or injured. Although the enemy's casualties are higher, their population is also larger, and it often takes less than a decade to recover. However, it's not that easy to cultivate the cultivators of Heaven Battling City. In addition, there are a few foreign races nearby who harbor malicious intentions and covet Heaven Battling City's land, so when we wage war in the foreign world, we're gradually unable to do as we wish. To tell you the truth, City Lord Tang, my Heaven Battling City has changed from its original offensive to defensive mode in this foreign world, and the future prospects are worrying." This Situ Yuanji seemed to be certain that Tang Zhen would help. Hence, he did not hold back when he spoke and told everything truthfully, appearing to be extremely honest. Tang Zhen lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he raised his head and said to Situ Yuanji, "To tell you the truth, I do sympathize with Heaven Battling City's situation, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help from a continent-level city." When Situ Yuanji heard this, his eyes dimmed and he let out a long sigh. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Tang Zhen smiled slightly when he saw this. This was because hope was only precious when one was in despair. In such a situation, even if he asked for more, the other party would happily agree. "Don't worry, Elder Situ. I can't help you contact the continent-level city because of some special restrictions, but it doesn't mean I can't help you." When Situ Yuanji heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he looked at Tang Zhen with bright eyes. Is City Lord Tang's words true? Tang Zhen's words just now made him even more convinced that Tang Zhen came from a continent-level city. However, there was a certain restriction that prevented him from borrowing the power of the continent-level city. However, he himself had the means of a continent-level city, which could help Heaven Battling City solve the immediate crisis. The fire of hope was reignited in Situ Yuanji's heart at this moment, and he quietly waited for Tang Zhen to tell him the solution to the problem. When Tang Zhen saw the desire in Situ Yuanji's eyes, he only smiled slightly. However, he did not directly say the solution to the problem. Instead, he told Situ Yuanji that this matter could only be completed if he personally went to the other world. Situ Yuanji was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He had lived for hundreds of years, so he naturally knew that there were some things that couldn't be rushed. At most 1 or 2 years, Heaven Battling City could still afford to wait. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen was able to help solve the crisis, at least he had a way to solve the problem. This also reduced the worries in Situ Yuanji's heart. The two of them agreed that after Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a Class 6 city, Tang Zhen would personally head to Heaven Battling City. Once the problem was solved, the promised reward would be much higher, and it would definitely satisfy Tang Zhen. While the two of them were talking, the flying carpet had advanced for another few hundred kilometers. At this time, Tang Zhen's expression changed and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Where's the giant tower? Let's catch up with it. As soon as Tang Zhen finished speaking, the four of them, including Situ Yuanji, were stunned. They looked up and did not see any signs of a giant tower in that direction. Why was Tang Zhen so sure? Tang Zhen frowned slightly upon seeing this. He naturally could not tell the four of them that this was the giant tower that he had discovered through the map. Moreover, it was several hundred kilometers away. This ability was too heaven-defying, and Tang Zhen would never tell Situ Yuanji and the others. After all, this was not an ability that a king-level cultivator could possess. Seeing the four of them looking at him, Tang Zhen casually made up a story. This is a tracking skill that can only be exchanged for in a continent-level building. It's normal that you don't know about it. The continent-level building was illusory, and only a few people had seen it over the years, so it should be a good excuse to put this ability on it. The three foreign cultivators had long heard that Tang Zhen might have come from a continent-level city, which was the reason why they were polite to him. Now that they heard that this was a skill that could only be exchanged for in a continent-level city, they were immediately envious and jealous. With that, they were sure that Tang Zhen came from the continent-level city. Out of their trust in the continent-level city, they didn't hesitate and controlled the flying carpet to fly away. Sure enough, it did not take long for everyone to see a huge figure appear in their field of vision. It was now standing quietly in a valley. The four cultivators looked at Tang Zhen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable expression. No one knew what they were thinking about. Tang Zhen ignored the complicated gazes of the four people. At this moment, he was also gradually able to clearly see the appearance of the giant tower. He could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. This giant tower was clearly a super war machine. Just as the information he had received earlier said, the giant tower was indeed extremely tall. Even if it was standing in the valley, more than half of its body was still exposed. Its body was pitch black in color and looked like refined iron. Its muscles were tight and it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 2 thick legs were firmly planted on the ground. The giant's 6 thick arms were all holding weapons. There were swords, knives, flying stones, and a few items with unknown uses. They were clearly powerful items. The 3 heads of the giant tower were all like xianxias and evil ghosts. There were 3 rows of bone spikes on the top of their heads, from short to long. Their green eyes were flashing with an ominous light, but they were also blank. What caused Tang Zhen to feel curious was that this giant was wearing an incomparably huge and heavy armor. There were quite a number of holes and corridors on it. It was just like a door that allowed people to enter and exit freely. From afar, it looked like a city floating in midair. It was divided into countless levels, which was really wonderful. It seemed that the residents of the giant city usually lived in this heavy armor. When they wanted to move, they would drive the giant to move. After seeing this, Tang Zhen felt that this trip was not in vain. Lu Ha, on the other hand, drove the magic carpet and landed on the top of the valley. At this moment, Tang Zhen and the others discovered that there were thousands of cultivators gathered in the valley. They were obviously here for the giant tower. 585 The special giant tower. At this moment, on the mountain where Tang Zhen and the others were, there were a few Lord-grade cultivators who were looking up with shock on their faces. Seeing the flying magic carpet slowly descending from the sky, the eyes of those cultivators slightly narrowed. They began to quietly size up Tang Zhen's group of 5, guessing their strength. In such an environment where people were fighting for benefits, any cultivator could turn into a hungry wolf at any time, so the best way was to intimidate them so that they would not dare to act rashly. Bang! The red shield was the first to teleport down from the flying carpet. After scanning the surrounding environment, she went straight to where the cultivators were. All of you, get to the side and stand there. This place is mine. The red shield spoke indifferently, and there was a trace of unquestionable authority in her tone. When the few Lord-tier cultivators heard this, they quickly dodged to the side. Their faces were filled with respect, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. They had seen the red shield teleport and knew that it was an ability that only king-level cultivators had. Therefore, they were very respectful to the red shield. The terrifying strength of a king-level cultivator was not something these lord-level cultivators could fight against. Now, they could only listen to his orders and stand aside. Otherwise, if they angered a king-level cultivator, they would immediately lose their lives. Tang Zhen and the other three slowly walked over from the side. They didn't even look at the few Lord-grade cultivators as they stood on the empty ground at the top of the valley. When the few Lord-grade cultivators saw that the four of them were on the same level as Red Shield, they immediately guessed that the four of them were also king-grade cultivators. While they were shocked, they also secretly complained. One king-level cultivator was already enough, but now there were 5 of them. How could they survive? They had been searching for this giant city for a long time. During this time, many Lord-level cultivators had joined in, but this was the first time they had seen a king-level cultivator. Of course, there was a possibility that king-level cultivators had secretly come to explore, but ordinary cultivators were not qualified to come into contact with them and understand them. This mountaintop was a good location, and the surrounding scenery could be seen at a glance. Looking up from here, one could clearly see the giant standing still. At this time, it had a blank face, and its 6 eyes were not focused at all, looking extremely unfocused. If it was not because it was still standing like a mountain and was moving from time to time, Tang Zhen would have mistaken it for a corpse. "You guys, come over here and tell me what's going on." The red shield waved at the few Lord-tier cultivators who didn't dare to leave. Immediately after, they felt as if they were bound by a pair of invisible hands and involuntarily flew in front of Tang Zhen and the others. In front of a king-level cultivator, these Lord-level cultivators didn't dare to resist at all. Tang Zhen didn't even frown. This red shield's mental energy was very powerful. It wasn't much weaker than his. After listening to the explanation of the Lord-tier cultivator, everyone finally understood the general situation. It turned out that the giant was about to fall into a deep sleep, which was why it was not moving. As for why its eyes were open, it was because it had not completely fallen asleep. In addition to sleeping, the giant would also go crazy from time to time and destroy any buildings it saw along the way. However, it was said that this giant would occasionally wake up. At that time, his eyes would reveal the light of wisdom. He would look at the cultivators who were coveting the treasure in the Lusheng, seemingly full of monstrous hatred and bloodthirsty light. At this moment, if one looked closely at the foot of the giant, they would see the ruins of a city. Countless corpses were lying on the ground, and they all died in extremely miserable ways. It was clear that before the giant fell into a deep sleep, it had gone crazy again and completely destroyed the city that was built in the valley. Now that they had figured out the cause and effect of the matter, the next thing they had to do was to enter the giant tower to search for treasures. However, according to the cultivators, if they wanted to explore the giant's tower, it was best to wait until all 6 eyes of the giant were closed. Only then would it be safe to enter. However, in the process of exploration, he had to be constantly on guard against the awakening of the giant. He had to evacuate immediately before it awakened, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Because once the giant woke up and felt that someone had entered the city, it would immediately go crazy and slap the armor on its body, shaking all the cultivators who could not escape in time to death. If they tried to force their way in, the giant would hunt down those who dared to get close. So far, thousands of cultivators had lost their lives. Although Tang Zhen and the others were extremely powerful, it was impossible for them to take unnecessary risks. Therefore, they unanimously decided to wait until the giant's 6 eyes were completely closed before entering the giant's tower together. Tang Zhen quietly stood on the rock and constantly sized up the giant city. He always felt that this city was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The few Lord-tier cultivators had already said that this giant usually had 3 forms: sleeping, going crazy and destroying, and the occasional flash of intelligence in its eyes. Putting all these together, it meant that this special building also had a consciousness, but because of some unknown changes, the consciousness of this building changed, which was why it was acting so abnormally. Tang Zhen seemed to be somewhat familiar with this situation. He remembered that he had once seen an introduction in an unknown ancient book. It was said that it was extremely difficult to form a biological wild building. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was 1 in 10,000. Wild plant buildings were rare, and wild biological buildings were even rarer. Moreover, this creature was a wild building monster in itself. It usually hid among the monsters and could not be distinguished by the naked eye. The only difference between these wild creatures and monsters was that these wild creatures had extremely strong combat power and vitality. This was because it was not supplied with energy by the brain, but by the wild building's foundation. The entire building's energy was supplied to him, so the difficulty of dealing with him was self-evident. If one was lucky enough to get such a wild building cornerstone, it would be equivalent to getting a super fighter. As the level of the building continued to increase, the size of this creature would become larger and larger, and there was even a chance to awaken its innate ability. However, there was a drawback to this kind of creature. It must not be allowed to awaken its previous life's memories or be controlled by others. Otherwise, it would be the day of disaster. Therefore, if one didn't have enough strength, one shouldn't build such a biological city, in case one played with fire and got burned. At this time, the state of the giant's tower seemed to be the state mentioned in the book, which was that the tower's consciousness had begun to bite back. The residents of the national level tower were probably dead. The overlord level cultivators had said that the giant was sometimes crazy, sometimes awake, and sometimes in a state of sleep, just like now. According to Tang Zhen's guess, the reason why the giant was in such a state was definitely not because its consciousness had awakened. Instead, some kind of existence had invaded the building's instinctive consciousness and was fighting with the building's instinctive consciousness for control of the giant's body. The giant seemed to be in a state of deep sleep. It might be because Lu Cheng's consciousness and the intruder had given up control of the body at the same time, causing the giant to be dazed and stand in place. Judging from how the giant destroyed the towers along the way when it went crazy, the invader's strength seemed to be much stronger than the tower's consciousness. When the giant went crazy, it proved that the invader had the upper hand, so he kept destroying the towers that blocked the giant's way. The consciousness invader seemed to hate the cultivators in the towers very much, which was why he was so crazy as to try to destroy all the towers. When the giant's eyes revealed the light of wisdom and looked at everyone cruelly, it proved that the consciousness invader had completely occupied the giant's body. However, for some unknown reason, the time that the intruder occupied the giant's body was extremely short, usually in a flash. However, from the look in its eyes when it completely occupied the giant's body, one could see how much hatred the intruder had for the cultivators in the building. If the intruder completely occupied the giant's body, a shocking slaughter would immediately occur. 586 Estrangement and Attack 1. While Tang Zhen was observing the giant tower with rapt attention, Situ Yuanji and the rest had gathered together and were discussing their next move after entering the tower. Different from Tang Zhen, the Lusheng that the four of them were in was in the stage of upgrading to a national level. Therefore, they had also carried out a detailed understanding and analysis of the information of the national level Lusheng. The buildings in the world all had their own characteristics, and the national level buildings were very obvious in this aspect. Almost every national level building had its own characteristics. However, in some aspects, all the buildings in the country were the same, and these were the things that everyone could make use of. According to their understanding of the national Lusheng, anyone who was not a resident of the Lusheng would be blocked by a force when they entered the national Lusheng. This was the defensive light curtain that would only appear after the building was upgraded to a national level. It could greatly improve the security of the building and prevent outsiders from sneaking in. If they tried to force their way in, they would trigger the defense system of the city. The power of the defense system was so terrifying that even a king-level cultivator would find it hard to resist. However, the situation of the giant tower was different at this time, so the power of the defensive light curtain was much weaker. If one looked carefully, there might even be loopholes. As long as he could tear these holes, he would be able to enter certain areas and not be attacked by the defensive light curtain. Ever since the giant's tower appeared, it had attracted the pursuit of countless cultivators. Among them, some cultivators had found some loopholes in the giant's tower. After their risky experiments, they actually managed to enter some areas of the city tower and obtained some rewards that made people envious. These items from the national towers could be sold for a very high price outside, which made the cultivators risk their lives to follow the giant tower. It could be said that along the way, the giant had not only destroyed countless towers but also killed countless cultivators who wanted to enter the towers, leaving countless corpses behind. There were even some unlucky ones who were directly devoured by the giant, becoming its food. Not even their bones were left. Even so, it still couldn't stop these cultivators. They couldn't give up the treasures in the national towers and items to improve their strength. The topic that Situ Yung and the others were discussing was which region they should explore. Every city was divided into different social classes. The district where the ordinary residents lived could not be compared to the district where the rich and powerful lived. If Tang Zhen and the others were to enter the Lusheng, they would naturally not enter the area where ordinary residents lived. Not only had those places been patronized, but the value of the goods would definitely not be as good as the area where the dignitaries of Lusheng lived. If they could find Lu Cheng's treasure room, it would be an even greater fortune. However, the defensive light curtains in these places were even more powerful. It was also bound to be even more difficult to enter. At this time, the runic magic circle knowledge that Tang Zhen had learned would be of great use. However, from the faint disdain in the eyes of Red Shield and the other two, it seemed that they didn't trust Tang Zhen's standard too much. Along the way, they had deliberately distanced themselves from him, as if they didn't welcome Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had long since noticed this point. Hence, he sat by the side alone. He did not have the mood to face the cold. Regardless of whether Red Shield and the other two would accept him or not, it would not affect Tang Zhen's exploration. In fact, without these guys, Tang Zhen would be able to obtain more benefits. Now that the crack had appeared, Tang Zhen was even more pessimistic about this cooperation. He began to think about how to part ways with this group of people without taking the initiative to speak. At this time, the valley was extremely quiet. The cultivators were all looking at the giant tower in silence. Because of the existence of these high-level cultivators, even wild beasts and mosquitoes had fled far away, making the valley frighteningly quiet. The rest of the time was spent waiting quietly. No one dared to take the risk to step forward, lest they awaken the giant that was about to fall into a deep sleep. Even if someone was unafraid of death and wanted to get close, they would be intercepted by the cultivators who were eyeing them covetously. They were extremely ruthless and even directly killed the cultivators who affected the overall situation. Tang Zhen's group of 5 watched on coldly from the side. After the other cultivators found out about the cultivation of the 5 of them, they also stayed far away, afraid of provoking Tang Zhen's group. For a moment, the valley became quieter and quieter. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't believe that there were thousands of high-level cultivators hidden here. Unknowingly, the sun was setting, and the giant's eyes were half closed, as if it would fall into a deep sleep in less than a day. At this moment, a group of black dots flew over from the direction of the setting sun and slowly approached the valley where Tang Zhen and the others were. Tang Zhen took a glance and discovered that this was a group of eagle-headed monsters. Their wings were over 20 meters wide and they looked extremely fierce. A group of cultivators in different clothes were sitting on top of these monsters. They were all looking at the giant tower with excitement and greed in their eyes. When his gaze fell on the cultivators in the valley, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of these cultivators and they snorted in disdain. There were 2 one-star king tiers sitting on the leading flying monster, and they were currently scanning the valley with their indifferent eyes. All of you get lost, this place is mine. A brawny man in demon soldier armor saw the position of Tang Zhen and the others. He shouted in the air and controlled the monster to pounce over. If an ordinary cultivator were to be pounced on by this monster, they would definitely suffer from broken bones. At this moment, Tang Zhen's group of 5 did not reveal their cultivation, causing the brawny man and the others to mistakenly think that they were ordinary cultivators. This was why they were using their strength to bully others. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The other 3 people on the monster laughed out loud. Their faces were filled with ridicule as they waited to see Tang Zhen's group cover their heads and flee like rats. You're looking for death. Tang Zhen, who was thinking about how to enter the giant tower, was suddenly interrupted by this roar. He immediately frowned and a thought flashed through his mind. He casually waved his hand and sent out a blade-like palm. As the palm blade struck out, a sharp wave of air suddenly appeared, like an invisible sharp blade, and went straight for the monster in the air. The moment Tang Zhen made his move, the aura of a king-level cultivator was revealed without a doubt. The eyes of the brawny man on the monster narrowed, and his face revealed a look of horror. He jumped down from the sky without hesitation. It was also at this moment that the invisible blade hit its target and cut into the flying monster's body without any hindrance. The flying monster that had pounced toward Tang Zhen cried out in pain. Its entire body was directly cut into two. Fresh blood spurted out while its internal organs and broken corpse also scattered on the ground. The other 3 foreign cultivators on the monster couldn't dodge in time and were also cut in half at the waist by the blast. Their faces were full of disbelief as their bodies fell from the sky. The Holy Dragon City Master is really good. Red Shield's eyes immediately focused when she saw this. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes when she looked at Tang Zhen. He struck out a palm in the air and directly killed a level 7 monster and 3 2-star horde leaders. Tang Zhen's strength made him feel a little shocked. Most importantly, he had never seen such a powerful skill before. Could it be a skill that could only be exchanged for a continent-level building? The Red Shield, who had originally looked down on Tang Zhen because she was a 2-star king tier, had also become cautious at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen. However, there was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. 587 Confrontation and Disbandment 1. After this incident, Red Shield decided to stand by and watch. This matter could be big or small, and the attitude of the 4 king-level cultivators was very important. Tang Zhen had killed the other party's cultivator, so the 2 1-star king tiers would definitely not let this matter rest. Red Shield wanted to see how Tang Zhen would resolve this matter. He decided not to get involved and glanced at Situ Yung and the other 2. Seeing that Lu Ha and Wei looked as if it was none of their business, only Situ Yung smiled bitterly. The Red Shield coldly laughed in its heart upon seeing this. It turned its head and continued to look at Tang Zhen with an expression as though it was watching a show. Although blood and corpses were raining down from the sky, the 5 of them were king-level cultivators. How could they be stained by the filth? They used their spiritual power to disperse the filth to the side. After the strong man who had luckily escaped saw this scene, he was so frightened that his legs were trembling. His expression was distorted when he looked at Tang Zhen as he roared, "You dare to kill me, Lu Cheng? You're too noisy." Tang Zhen coldly snorted and clenched his hands in the air again. The brawny man's head instantly exploded like a rotten watermelon before he could even finish his sentence. The headless corpse softly fell to the ground and twitched a few times. The cultivators who saw this scene from a distance all swallowed their saliva and warned themselves not to provoke this terrifying guy. At this moment, an angry voice was heard, "Your Excellency has such a bad temper that you killed 4 of our Lord-grade cultivators. Do you think we are easy to bully? If you don't give me an explanation today, then don't even think about leaving." Tang Zhen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of people walking towards him. It was the group of foreign race cultivators who were riding on flying monsters earlier. At this moment, they were glaring at Tang Zhen with killing intent. Most of the cultivators had already drawn their swords, and the 2 1-star king tiers were the ones leading them. The 2 of them coldly looked at Tang Zhen. A cold glint would occasionally flash across their eyes. Although Tang Zhen's group of 5 were all king-class cultivators, these 2 foreign race kings didn't show much fear. They clearly had something to rely on. It's just a dog that bites people randomly. I've killed it, so what can you do? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you too. Tang Zhen's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the 2 king-level cultivators in front of him. His expression was calm, but his tone did not have a trace of concession. As for the Lord-grade cultivators behind the 2 of them, they were directly ignored by Tang Zhen. He didn't care about them at all. What big words! I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The king-level cultivator in demonic armor snorted and was about to fight Tang Zhen when he was stopped by the king-level cultivator in long leather clothing. When Situ Yung, who was behind Tang Zhen, saw this, he immediately walked forward and stood beside Tang Zhen. His eyes were cold. Tang Zhen nodded upon seeing this. Regardless of the other party's motive, Tang Zhen would owe him a favor for stepping forward at this moment. As for Red Shield and the other 2, they were expressionless as they silently stood at their original positions. It seemed that they had no intention of helping. This caused a cold glint to flash in Tang Zhen's eyes. However, he felt a slight relief in his heart. It was 2 against 2, and the 2 kings didn't have much of a chance of winning. This made the 2 of them hesitate. The cultivator in leather glanced at Tang Zhen and then at Red Shield and the other 2. He coldly snorted, "It's useless no matter how big your tone is. You must have the strength to keep up, otherwise you will only lose your life for nothing." Now that the giant is about to go into a deep sleep, we should focus on exploration. However, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation for killing my Lu Cheng cultivators." After saying this, the two king-level cultivators snorted and went to rest. From the looks of the other party, it seemed that they did not intend to give up just like that. In the following period of time, they would definitely think of ways to find Tang Zhen and take revenge. "You should be glad that you didn't do anything. Otherwise, you would be dead bodies by now." Tang Zhen sneered when he heard this. He was already prepared to attack. Once the battle started, he was confident that he would be able to kill the king-level cultivator in an instant. As for the king-class cultivator in the long leather coat, Tang Zhen estimated that he could kill him in a short time. In fact, the reason why Tang Zhen had instantly killed the 4 foreign cultivators earlier, other than the fact that they had offended him, was because he wanted to use this matter to see the reactions of Situ Yung and the other 3. The other side also had a king-level cultivator, and they had the geographical advantage. He wondered if the 4 of them would stand on his side. The result made him a little disappointed, but at the same time, he had achieved his goal. This was because other than Situ Yung, who had stood up because of his interest, the other 3 people had cold expressions on their faces as if Tang Zhen's matter had nothing to do with them. Under such circumstances, it was simply a dream to think that Tang Zhen would help them break the runic magic circle. Tang Zhen didn't even look at the red shield and the other 2. He returned to the rock and sat down cross-legged, continuing to observe the giant tower through the map view. Situ Yung sighed softly. He glanced at the 3 people from the red shield and sat beside Tang Zhen. Before the exploration had even begun, a crack had appeared between the 5 of them. It was obvious that it was impossible for them to continue cooperating. There was no need to explain this matter, but everyone knew in their hearts that the previous cooperation had ended. Tang Zhen was of great importance to Heaven Battling City, and he was related to the advancement quest, so he absolutely couldn't be neglected. Moreover, he still needed the help of his runic magic circle knowledge to enter the higher area of the giant tower. Therefore, Situ Yung hesitated for a moment and finally decided to stand with Tang Zhen. When Red Shield and the other 2 saw this, they looked indifferent, as if they were also disdainful of Situ Yung's choice. In their eyes, although this Holy Dragon City Master was a king-level cultivator, they were not familiar with each other and did not know what their true strength was. Even if he really came from a continent-class city and had special abilities, he was unable to make the 3 of them sincerely accept Tang Zhen's participation. Previously, it was only because of Situ Yung's face that he did not dare to say it. The few of them had worked together for a long time and trusted each other. Now that Tang Zhen had suddenly joined them and wanted to share the profits, they were unable to accept it. It was too dangerous to explore a national-level city. They didn't want to work with an unfamiliar person, which would undoubtedly increase the risk. Who knew if the other party would stab them in the back or take all the benefits for themselves? If they were in danger, would the Holy Dragon City Master risk his life to save them? It was also because of these considerations that they chose to stand by and watch after Tang Zhen provoked the 2 king-level cultivators. They let Tang Zhen take the initiative to terminate the cooperation. King-level cultivators had extraordinary status. After what had just happened, even if he wanted to cooperate with them, he would not be able to lower his face. Therefore, the moment the 3 of them made their choice, Tang Zhen had no choice. Before the Red Shield did this, Tang Zhen had already seen through the thoughts of the 3 of them. This was why he had made this move, causing the 5 of them to be directly divided into 2 groups. In fact, according to Tang Zhen's thoughts, it would be best to act alone. However, Situ Yung was more familiar with national-level cities than him. With him around, he could save a lot of time in exploration. For a moment, the 5 of them were silent. Time slowly passed, and soon, the night had passed. Just as the morning sun burst out and its light shone on the earth, the giant in the valley closed his eyes completely. His terrifying aura suddenly weakened a lot. "City Lord Tang, now is the time. Let's go." Situ Yung shouted and rose into the air. He stepped on a glowing object and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the giant tower. 588 casually breaking the array. 1. As Situ Yung flew out rapidly, Red Shield and the other 2 also used their own techniques and pounced toward the giant tower. At the same time, the entire valley was filled with figures flying rapidly. They were like countless ants, jumping out in a black mass, each one fighting to be the first. Some of the faster cultivators had already begun to climb up the giant's legs. Their movements were unusually swift. The giant tower was huge. From a distance, the cultivators looked like a group of ants climbing up the huge tree trunk, while the flying cultivators were like dancing mosquitoes. The two king-class cultivators who were confronting Tang Zhen earlier looked at him coldly. They jumped onto the flying monster and started to move with their subordinates. Tang Zhen slowly got up from the rock and looked at the cultivators around the giant tower with an expressionless face. The wings on his back spread and he flew out like lightning. Many cultivators felt a gust of wind above their heads. When they looked up in horror, they saw a black shadow passing by. While they were secretly surprised and envious, Tang Zhen had already approached the giant city. Tang Zhen's body was suspended in the air. He was less than half a meter away from the middle of the street where the huge armor was located. However, he was blocked by a force, not allowing him to take another step closer. This was the defensive power of the tower itself. Even though the giant had fallen into a deep sleep, the defensive power was still functioning normally. Just as Tang Zhen was observing the street, some cultivators had already started to frantically attack the bottommost street, causing waves of energy fluctuations. This was a loophole that they had discovered earlier. As long as they attacked it for a short period of time, they would be able to completely tear it open. Some people had already successfully entered some time ago and obtained a large number of items. The number of cultivators on this street was the highest. About 90% of them were concentrated in this area. They used all kinds of methods to hover in the air, and for a time, the scene of various attacks kept flashing in their eyes. There were also cultivators attacking on the streets further up, but the number was much less. The higher the floor of the giant tower, the stronger the defense. In addition, once it was invaded, the giants would wake up at any time, so very few people attacked the streets with too many floors. Tang Zhen had already counted before. There was a total of 90 floors on the streets of the giant's tower. It was divided into 3 areas, upper, middle and lower. The place where he was at was the lowest floor of the central area. Among all the cultivators who had participated in the attack, he was the only one who remained in this area, so he was extremely eye-catching. Many of the cultivators focused their eyes and continued to attack after seeing this. You're overestimating yourself. The 2 foreign king-class cultivators who were confronting Tang Zhen earlier snorted coldly when they saw Tang Zhen's figure. They continued to attack the protective light curtain that appeared and disappeared from time to time. Red Shield and the other 2, who were also at the bottom floor, raised their heads. After seeing that Tang Zhen seemed to be deep in thought, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. They secretly rejoiced that they did not cooperate with Tang Zhen. It turned out that this fellow was just a good-for-nothing who looked good but was actually useless. Everyone was attacking with all their might, trying to enter the tower before the giant woke up. But this guy was wasting time in the central area. It was really inexplicable. This fellow was probably aiming too high, thinking that he could enter the central region, but in the end, he discovered that he couldn't do anything to the defensive light curtain of the central region. At this moment, from the 3 people's point of view, Tang Zhen was forcefully holding up his face and was unwilling to come down. He was really foolish beyond compare. At this moment, a cultivator broke through the protective light curtain on the lowest street. Then, the cultivators swarmed in and began to search quickly. A ray of light flew over from the distance. It was Situ Yuanji who saw Tang Zhen staring at the central street in a daze and hurriedly came over to remind him. City Lord Tang, the central region's defense is extremely strong. We can't break through it in a short time, so the best choice is to go to the bottom region to find a hole. Let's not waste time here. When he said this, Situ Yuanji laughed bitterly in his heart and could not help but feel a little disappointed. Perhaps this legendary Holy Dragon City Lord from a continent-level city wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, and he had been desperate, which was why he had such great hope. Who would have thought that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment? Tang Zhen turned his head when he heard this. He looked at the bitter-looking Situ Yuanji and revealed a baffled expression. Elder Situ, what are you talking about? Where did you go? I've been waiting for you to go in. Situ Yuanji was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Tang Zhen in a daze and frowned slightly. Hearing the meaning of Tang Zhen's words, could it be that he was able to enter the central region? It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen's hands continuously waved, drawing out a series of mysterious symbols in the air. After which, they ferociously charged towards the defensive light curtain of the tower. The protective light curtain that was originally invisible flashed slightly. Then, Under Situ Yuanji's gaze, a crack that could only allow one person to enter and exit suddenly appeared. This Pixiu, oh my god. Even Situ Yuanji, who had always been calm, was stunned by the scene created by Tang Zhen's wave. His face was full of disbelief. Don't just stand there, hurry up and go in. Tang Zhen shouted in a low voice as his entire body instantly entered the crack. A look of ecstasy appeared on Situ Yuanji's face. He turned to look at the red shield and the other two before entering the cave. At this moment, the cultivators below saw this scene and were all shocked. They've actually entered the central region. Countless cultivators cried out in shock and disbelief. At the same time, countless figures rushed toward the central region, trying to take the opportunity to enter the tower. Red Shield and the other two also stopped their attacks and charged toward the crack with dark expressions. Unfortunately, when they reached the central region, they found that the crack had closed by itself. It was only less than a finger's width away, and then it quickly disappeared. Red Shield and the other two looked at each other and cursed, "Damn it." Then, his expression became even more complicated. Situ Yuanji had previously told them that this Holy Dragon City Lord was proficient in runic magic circles. However, they did not have a clear idea of how proficient he was. However, the three of them had never dreamed that this so-called proficiency would be able to break the defensive light curtain of the central region in the blink of an eye. This kind of method shouldn't be called proficient, but abnormal. Was Old Man Situ deliberately hiding something? If they had known that Tang Zhen had this ability, the three of them wouldn't have argued with him. They wouldn't have hesitated to help him when he was facing the two king-level cultivators. However, it was useless to say all this now. They could only watch as Situ Yuanji dashed into a shop on the street like a bolt of lightning and plundered it with an ecstatic expression. However, their hearts were in so much pain that they were bleeding. If it wasn't for what had happened earlier, the three of them would probably have already entered the central region and earned a lot of money. No, we came here together. We have to get a share of the benefits. Red Shield snorted and looked at Lu Ha and Wei. After they come out, I will speak to Old Man Situ and we will continue to cooperate. I believe that the Holy Dragon City Master will give us some face. Red Shield recalled the confrontation between Tang Zhen and the two king-level foreign cultivators. She then said in an uncertain tone, "At most, we'll give him some compensation and make him feel better." That Lu Ha, I see that he really likes your flying carpet. Why don't you part with it? Old Gray and I will also take some things, we won't let you bleed alone, what do you think? The chubby Lu Ha was taken aback when he heard that. He frowned and pondered for a moment before nodding reluctantly. 589 Chapter 589. The strange king inside the tower. In the central area of the giant tower city, Tang Zhen and Situ Yuanji split into two groups and began to search. As far as the eye could see, the streets of the city of giants were very wide, enough for two cars to go side by side. The street in front of him looked like a suspended plank road. On one side were houses and a deep street, which looked very deep. On the other side was a bottomless abyss, where one could directly see the scenery outside. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the layout of the houses by the side of the street. After identifying the residences and shops, he headed straight for a luxuriously decorated shop not far away. The shop's front was wide, but it was tightly closed at this time. There was some dust on the ground at the door, as if no one had visited for a long time. Tang Zhen took a glance before he casually waved his hand. An invisible air wave appeared and directly smashed toward the door of the shop. In the blink of an eye, the door of the shop made a muffled sound like a bronze bell being hit, and it was directly knocked out. Earlier, Tang Zhen had observed the building material of this building and discovered that it was a special material that was not made of iron, wood, or stone. It possessed an extremely strong toughness and could play an extremely good buffer role when it was under attack. Tang Zhen's attack earlier might have seemed casual, but the strength contained within it was extremely terrifying. It could even easily tear apart a steel door. However, although the door in front of him had been sent flying, other than its body being bent, there were no cracks, which showed its toughness. The most amazing thing was that after being attacked, the door actually began to slowly return to its original shape. Obviously, this material not only had strong tenacity, but it also had the characteristic of memory, which was a rare and valuable point. If they could analyze its composition, it could be used to make armor materials, greatly improving the defense of Holy Dragon City's war chariots. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he casually placed the two doors into his storage space. After which, He began to size up the shop. Glancing at the goods displayed on the shelves, Tang Zhen confirmed that this was a shop that specialized in selling potions. At the same time, it also brought some rare herbs. It was indeed worthy of being a national-level building. The grade of the goods was really not low. Tang Zhen found many potions that were regarded as treasures in the outside world were displayed as ordinary goods here. Tang Zhen didn't have the time to look at it carefully. He waved his sleeve and kept these potions into his storage ring one after another. The huge shop was emptied by him in just a few minutes, unlike other cultivators who had to carry large and small bags. After clearing this shop, Tang Zhen turned around and jumped out. He seized the time and continued to run to the next shop. Very quickly, Tang Zhen discovered a weapon store, a luxury item store, and a store that sold general goods. Every time he entered these shops, Tang Zhen would sweep them clean without saying a word. His efficiency in exploring was amazing. However, a trace of doubt gradually appeared in Tang Zhen's heart as he continued to explore. This was because this place was really too quiet. He could not even see the slightest sign of biological activity. It was a national-level city with at least hundreds of thousands of residents. How could it be so quiet? This giant city had a total of 90 floors, and each floor was in the shape of a ring, surrounding the entire giant's body. Each floor could accommodate at least 10,000 people. However, now that the countless residents had disappeared without a trace, there must be some strange things that he didn't know about. Moreover, Tang Zhen seemed to have sensed a trace of faintly discernible mental energy spreading to every corner of the giant tower. It was as if the entire tower was under the surveillance of this mental energy. Tang Zhen felt suspicious in his heart. His gaze inadvertently swept across the depths of a street. However, he suddenly discovered an enormous black figure that was looking at him with dark and cold eyes. His eyes were unusually cold and his killing intent was unconcealed. This caused Tang Zhen's heart to be slightly startled. He did not hesitate to pull out the soul-destroying battle blade. It was also at this moment that the huge black figure ferociously charged towards Tang Zhen. The weapon in his hand was filled with a sharp killing intent, as though he wanted to kill Tang Zhen with a single slash. Moreover, when this black shadow attacked, it did not have any evasive or defensive moves at all. It seemed as if it was willing to die together with Tang Zhen in order to completely kill him. It was truly an indomitable battle tactic. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly shocked. At this critical moment, he did not hesitate to activate the Dark World stealth, and his entire body disappeared without a trace. The black shadow did not panic even though his blade had missed. Instead, he slashed behind him with great force. A battle blade that appeared out of thin air suddenly retracted. Tang Zhen's body was in the Dark World. His eyes were bewildered as he looked at the black shadow's true appearance. His expression changed slightly. It turned out that this black shadow's appearance was extremely similar to that of the giant. It also had the face of a xianxia, and there were bone spikes on its head, making it look extremely ferocious. The only difference was that this black shadow did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, it had 2 heads and 4 arms, and it grew with its back facing him. This way, the sneak attack from behind would be completely useless. Not only could the other party see the attack from behind, but his cultivation level was also the same as his. They were both 1-star king tiers. Seeing that the 4-armed king was constantly looking around with 2 pairs of green eyes, Tang Zhen, who was in the Dark World, sneered and suddenly rushed towards the other party. After passing through the 4-armed king's body, Tang Zhen's entire body suddenly exited the Dark World. An enormous pressure assaulted him. Tang Zhen felt as though he was wrapped in the inner tire of a car as a thick bloody smell came from the tip of his nose. He had actually appeared inside the 4-armed monster's body. However, because the monster's body was too strong, he was unable to cause the 4-armed giant to explode. Since that was the case, he might as well completely crush his internal organs. The purple lightning short sword suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's hand as he thought up to this point. He randomly hacked at the surrounding organs. It was also at this moment that the 4-armed king suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from within his body. However, before he could react, he felt as if his body was about to explode. His internal organs felt like they were being cut by knives, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. There seemed to be a warm current in his abdomen, which rushed into his mouth and then spurted out. It was dirty blood with broken internal organs. Hee. The 4-armed king was rather vicious. After sensing the abnormality within his body, he knew that he was definitely going to die. Without any hesitation, He turned the 4 blades around and stabbed them towards his body. With a plop, the 4 blades entered his body at the same time and then reappeared from the other side. Unfortunately, in that instant, the 4-armed king felt his body become empty. Clearly, the enemy had already escaped. The 4-armed king laughed bitterly and knelt on the ground with a plop. He looked at Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. A trace of strangeness appeared on his face as he slowly fell to the ground and breathed his last. At the same time, Tang Zhen's progress bar, which hadn't moved for a long time since he had become a king-level cultivator, suddenly jumped forward by 1 square. Tang Zhen suddenly frowned after discovering this situation. This was because he had never discovered that this 4-armed king was a monster from the beginning. However, the level-up progress could not be faked. The 4-armed king in front of him was indeed a monster. However, due to special reasons, he had not discovered it at all. After realizing that the giant tower might be a monster's lair, Tang Zhen immediately became more careful. At the same time, he was also pondering why this monster was no different from the cultivators in the tower. It was also at this moment that a memory surfaced in Tang Zhen's heart, causing his breathing to become slightly sluggish. A trace of comprehension flashed in his eyes. 590 The Giant Awakens. 1 Tang Zhen suddenly thought of the spirit brain corpse king in the tower he had built with a special method. In that strange tower, the spiritual brain zombie king had used a special method to cultivate a group of residents who looked exactly like the natives of the tower. Although these residents were still monsters in essence, they could avoid the rules of the tower world and would not grow brains in their minds. Even if they did not have any cultivation, their intelligence would not be affected at all. Or rather, they were a new race that could help the spirit brain corpse king control the territory of the Lusheng world more effectively. Unfortunately, just as the spirit brain corpse king's plan was about to succeed, it was destroyed by Tang Zhen. The clone of the spirit brain corpse king was destroyed, and the plan to conquer it was also destroyed, which made him hate Tang Zhen to the bone. Before the spirit brain corpse king's soul was killed, it had once vowed to kill Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, because of the barrier between the two worlds, it could not hurt Tang Zhen at all. However, if the spirit brain corpse king knew about Tang Zhen's current cultivation, it would be worried all day long, afraid that Tang Zhen would seek revenge. Because the current Tang Zhen could definitely kill the once incomparably powerful spirit brain corpse king like crushing an ant, Tang Zhen had now completely lost interest in the enemy, the spirit brain corpse king. If there was a chance, it would be good to kill it. If there was no chance, Tang Zhen would not hold a grudge against it. After carefully thinking about it, he had benefited a lot from him, especially that incomplete world's origin. Because Tang Zhen didn't know what it was, he had always left it in the corner. It wasn't until later on when his cultivation continued to rise and he knew more secret knowledge that Tang Zhen finally knew how precious the world's origin was. In addition, when helping Heaven Battling City complete the tower upgrade mission, this world's origin would play a crucial role. These thoughts flashed through Tang Zhen's heart like lightning. He continued to search a couple of shops and swept all the goods within them. At the same time, Tang Zhen also activated the high-grade treasure detector, which he had not used for a long time. Waves of detection fluctuations spread out continuously along the street. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of light dots appeared on the screen in front of Tang Zhen, indicating the locations of the treasures of different levels. Tang Zhen's figure continuously shuttled through the streets according to the information displayed on the map. He would occasionally break through the doors and specially pick out high-grade treasures. As for those low-grade treasures, unless he took them along the way, Tang Zhen would definitely not waste his time. The reason he was in such a hurry was that he had suddenly felt an abnormal situation. It was as if the strange spiritual power that had spread throughout the entire building had suddenly trembled slightly. At the same time that mental energy trembled, Tang Zhen seemed to have sensed that a consciousness was about to awaken. There was no doubt that the strange spiritual power that was monitoring the entire tower was released by the sleeping giant. It was precisely this unforeseen event that caused Tang Zhen's speed to suddenly double. He was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed through the streets. He did not even look at what he had obtained when he collected the items. Unconsciously, Tang Zhen saw Situ Yuanji, who was not far away. At this moment, he was holding onto a strange creature and was also continuously exploring. Tang Zhen sized up the creature and discovered that its appearance was similar to a frog. However, it had tens of pairs of centipede-like legs. At this moment, its stomach was so full that it was round. It had simply become a super meatball. Even so, Situ Yung still patted the monster's head from time to time and threw a bunch of items into its big mouth. Tang Zhen could not help but sigh when he saw this. As expected, there were countless strange things and rumors in the tower world. This was the first time he had seen such a storage method. He had thought that Situ Yung would pack a lot of things, but the truth was far from what he had imagined. At this moment, Situ Yung also saw Tang Zhen. When he saw that Tang Zhen's hands were empty, he was slightly stunned. One could tell from his expression that he was extremely curious in his heart as to why Tang Zhen did not have an item in his hand. At this moment, the place where the two of them were standing was shockingly a shop that sold books. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened when he saw this. He was just about to step forward when his expression suddenly changed. Not good, the giant is awake. As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, the giant tower under his feet began to shake as if there was an earthquake. The expressions of the two of them changed drastically. Tang Zhen waved both of his hands without the slightest hesitation and sent a series of symbols onto the defensive light curtain. It was as if the frost on the window had been melted by hot air. A hole for one person to enter and exit immediately appeared on the defensive light curtain that was already starting to appear from time to time. Quickly run. After Tang Zhen roared out this sentence, Situ Yung grabbed the meatball monster's head and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. The hole in the defensive light curtain was only big enough for one person to enter and exit, but the meatball beast in Situ Yung's hand was the size of several people. She really did not know how it would get out of the hole. Just as Tang Zhen was feeling curious, Situ Yung had already rushed out of the hole. He stepped on a flying object and floated in midair as he ruthlessly pulled the meatball beast out. Under Tang Zhen's dumbstruck gaze, the round meatball was actually like a dough as it was directly pulled into the shape of a noodle by Situ Yung, and it passed through the defensive light curtain easily. However, the meatball beast in Situ Yung's hand had already become a huge worm that was 10 meters long. City Lord Tang, you should come out as well. After Situ Yung ran out, he glanced at the sky above his head, and his expression suddenly changed as he shouted at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded slightly. However, he took 2 steps back and violently waved his hand at the shop. In the next moment, the books in the shop converged into a river that continuously flowed towards Tang Zhen. However, the instant it came into contact with his right hand, it disappeared without a trace. A storage equipment, Situ Yung exclaimed and looked at the ring on Tang Zhen's finger. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. In just a few short seconds, all the books in the shop were swept clean by Tang Zhen. Then, he jumped out of the hole. Spreading their wings, Tang Zhen and Situ Yung flew rapidly into the distance. The sky and land beneath their feet were filled with foreign cultivators who were fleeing like ants. In the city behind them, there were some cultivators who were madly attacking the defensive light curtain. Their faces were filled with despair. With the awakening of the giant, the strength of the defensive light curtain had suddenly more than doubled, and it was no longer as easy to tear as before. Everyone knew that once the giant woke up, all the cultivators trapped in the city would disappear without a trace. He didn't need to guess to know that these cultivators would not be able to escape death. Just as the cultivators were running for their lives, a violent gust of wind came, and the sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds. The cultivators who were running for their lives were all covered by the shadow, which made them run faster. Tang Zhen observed through the map view and discovered that the shadow was actually a mace in the giant's hand. It was wrapped with a power that could destroy everything as it rapidly smashed toward the area they were at. The 3-headed and 6-armed giant growled. One of its heads was staring at the fleeing cultivators, but its eyes were unusually cold, as if it was looking at a group of ants. A death aura instantly lingered in Tang Zhen's heart, causing his body to tremble slightly. Run up, as fast as you can. Tang Zhen roared after estimating the attack trajectory of the mace. His entire body instantly turned into lightning and appeared several thousand meters away in the blink of an eye. Situ Yung, who was dragging the big bug, had a ferocious expression on his face. At this critical moment, he, who was willing to risk his life for money, suddenly slapped the monster's jaw, causing it to be agitated and shrink back into its original ball shape. Immediately after, Situ Yung raised his leg in the air and kicked the ball away. Then, he turned into a shooting star and flew in the direction where the ball had disappeared. It was also at this moment that the mace, which could destroy mountains, swept past the place where the two of them had just been and fell among the fleeing cultivators in the blink of an eye. 591 Exterminating an ant with a single strike. 1. The spiked club was so huge that it was no exaggeration to say that it was as big as a mountain. Such a brutal and terrifying weapon was being wielded by a giant. The destructive power it possessed was simply unimaginable. Under the attack of such a weapon, anyone who touched it would definitely die. With a scream, a foreign cultivator who was running for his life with a bag on his back was the first to be hit by the mace. His body was like a balloon filled with red ink. The moment it touched the mace, it exploded. Before the bloody mist and minced meat could spread, they all stuck to the mace. After that, a dozen more foreign cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were smashed into meat paste. They didn't even have time to scream before they were completely turned into a pool of rotten meat, their bones and internal organs mixed together. For a moment, blood splattered in the sky as countless foreign cultivators were smashed into meat paste by the club. Like mosquitoes in summer, they were smashed to death in the blink of an eye, and a mist of blood quickly spread out. The entire valley was filled with a fishy smell. When the cultivators in the distance saw this, their eyes were filled with endless fear. They ran with all their might, trying to avoid the attack range of the mace. The foreign cultivators at the front dodged the mace, but the giant waved its other arm and whipped them hard. The speed of the whip was as fast as lightning, and it was even faster than sound. It was not until the whip had left a ravine on the ground that the sharp sound of the whip breaking the sound barrier rang out in the sky. Before the group of foreign cultivators could even react, they were turned into meat paste by the whip. The rest of the foreign cultivators who had just escaped from death were scared out of their wits. They wailed and ran for their lives, scurrying around the valley. Seeing how brutal this giant was, killing people as easily as cutting grass, some of the foreign cultivators who were closer to the ground burrowed into the soil, trying to avoid the mace and whip. It was as if the giant had killed these ants to vent its anger after being woken up. As such, it didn't plan on letting the cultivators who had burrowed into the ground go. It raised its huge foot, which was as large as a mountain rock, and stomped on the ground in front of it. Boom! The entire ground began to tremble, and countless rocks rolled down. The hard ground was actually left with a big and deep footprint by the giant's stomp. Those foreign cultivators who thought they were smart still couldn't escape death even if they were hiding under the ground. In the end, they were trampled into meat patties by the giant's foot. However, compared to the other foreign cultivators who had been killed, these people who were hiding in the mud had profited from this misfortune because they didn't need to leave their corpses in the wilderness. Boom! Another cudgel smashed over. The mountain peak where Tang Zhen's group had stopped at earlier was actually directly smashed into two. Countless rocks and dust soared into the sky. This attack was truly like a landslide. The entire valley was almost directly flattened. The unlucky ones who were hiding in the valley were also crushed to death at this moment. Under the giant's terrifying attack, not even their bones could be found. After several consecutive attacks, more than half of the foreign cultivators were killed or injured. The rest went into hiding, too scared to even breathe. After venting his anger from having his beautiful dream disturbed, the giant let out a long roar and began to stride forward with his mountain-like legs. Although it didn't take many steps, it had already left the range of the valley, leaving only a terrifying figure for everyone. When the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive saw this, they began to slowly walk out from their hiding places. After looking at each other, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The valley was completely unrecognizable now. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood, and broken limbs and all sorts of items were scattered on the ground. When the cultivators saw this, they forgot the fear in their hearts and began to search the corpses in the valley quickly. Looking at the items on the ground, the cultivators sighed in their hearts. It seemed that only those who survived to the end were qualified to enjoy these spoils of war. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen and Situ Yung returned and joined the search at the same time. Although the scene was like hell on earth, the two of them were used to life and death, so they didn't disturb their minds at all. They just focused on collecting useful items. Compared to the other foreign race cultivators who were still in shock, Tang Zhen and his partner could be said to be completely unscathed. Moreover, the two of them were king-level cultivators. No one in the area dared to fight for them. Tang Zhen saw that there was a lot of junk on the ground and simply activated the advanced treasure detector again. His figure continuously shuttled through the valley and only picked the valuable items. At this moment, another group of figures flew over. Red Shield's group of 3 and the 2 king-level cultivators who were Tang Zhen's enemies were among them. It was clear that when the giant was massacring the people, they had also successfully escaped, so they did not suffer much losses. Only a few of the 2 king-level cultivators, subordinates, were left. The rest had probably died in the attack. After these people landed in the valley, they didn't say a word and quickly began to collect the scattered items. When the Red Shield saw Tang Zhen and Situ Yuanji, it looked as if it wanted to say something but stopped. However, it didn't say anything in the end and continued to search for various items in the wreckage. From time to time, it would kick the passing cultivators. The Lord cultivators didn't dare to say anything. They could only try to stay away from Red Shield and the others. It didn't take long for the items beside the cultivators to pile up into a small mountain. The empty-handed Tang Zhen once again became the object of everyone's attention. When these cultivators saw the scene of Tang Zhen collecting the items, they had long guessed that he had a storage equipment. At this moment, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, as well as a trace of greed. If Tang Zhen wasn't a king-level cultivator, he would have been surrounded and killed by those foreign cultivators. After all, storage equipment could only be found by chance. Some cultivators in Lusheng City might not even have one in their entire lives. For such a rare treasure, they would definitely take risks. Situ Yuanji already knew that Tang Zhen had a storage equipment. Therefore, other than being envious, he didn't reveal any other emotions. Red Shield and the other 2 felt even more complicated when they saw this. Tang Zhen's performance time and time again had caused the 3 of them to begin to doubt just how careless their decision was back then. A trace of regret had even faintly appeared in their hearts. Whether it was the fact that he had casually broken the defensive light curtain of the building or the storage equipment that he had just displayed, it proved that Tang Zhen was no ordinary person. Recalling what Situ Yuanji had said earlier, the 3 of them were even more convinced that Tang Zhen came from a continent-level city and had an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to rise so quickly in a remote place like the wildlands with his own strength. At the same time, he would not have mastered a magical ability and had an endless supply of all kinds of goods. For such a person, one should either try their best to befriend him or stay away from him. If one really wanted to become an enemy, one should also be prepared to lose their life. This was because no matter if it was Tang Zhen himself or the continent-level city behind him, they were both existences that could not be easily provoked. After thinking about this, Red Shield and the other 2 looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. Tang Zhen did not see the eye contact between the Red Shield and the other 2. Instead, he kicked a huge rock away, after which, he extended his hand and sucked. A leather bag was then placed into his storage ring. After glancing at the content displayed on the advanced treasure detector, Tang Zhen realized that the remaining items were not of much value. He simply stopped searching and found a clean place to flip through the books he had obtained from the giant tower. Not long after, Situ Yuanji walked over with the round monster, but his expression was a little strange. Behind him were Red Shield and the other 2 who were carrying their bags. They cupped their hands together and greeted Tang Zhen. "City Lord Tang, we were in the wrong earlier. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. How about we continue our cooperation?" The Red Shield said in a very sincere tone. Lu Ha and Wei, who were standing at the side, were also staring at Tang Zhen. Lu Ha was full of smiles as he handed the flying carpet to Tang Zhen. "Since City Lord Tang likes this, I'll give it to you." Tang Zhen kept the book and glanced at the 3 of them. He then looked at the troubled Situ Yuanji and suddenly smiled. "It's not impossible to cooperate, but you have to agree to one condition first." 592 Chapter 592 Lure them with benefits. One after hearing Tang Zhen's words, Red Shield and the other 2 exchanged glances with each other. They thought in their hearts that it was indeed the case. Situ Yuanji decided to be a mute. He did not raise his head or speak, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. When Tang Zhen was confronting the 2 king-level masters, Red Shield and the other 2 chose to stand by and watch. As teammates, they couldn't stand out at the critical moment. This matter itself was very unrefined. It was also because of this incident that the 5-man team was completely broken. Anyone would definitely have a grudge if this kind of thing happened to them. Therefore, it would not be overboard for Tang Zhen to reject their request at this moment. He didn't expect that Tang Zhen didn't seem to mind this matter. Instead, he agreed to cooperate again, but he also made a request. Fortunately, Tang Zhen's request was already within the expectations of the 3 of them because this was also considered human nature. At this moment, a thought flashed across the hearts of the 3 of them. As long as Tang Zhen's request was not too excessive, they would agree to it immediately in order to avoid causing Tang Zhen to be unhappy. If they missed such an opportunity again, the three of them would definitely be filled with regret, because Situ Yuanji's harvest had already seriously agitated them. The area they searched at the bottom level was occupied by ordinary residents of the building, so the quality of the items was naturally not that high. Compared to Situ Yuanji's gains in the middle section, the items that they had obtained were several grades lower. It was also because of this that they had looked for Tang Zhen, hoping to borrow his ability to enter the middle layer. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over Red Shield's group of three. His face was filled with confidence as he spoke in a clear voice, "I'm not trying to boast, but the defensive light curtain of the giant tower is just so, and I can even break the protective light curtain of the upper area easily." Red Shield and the other two were overjoyed when they heard this. Compared to the middle and lower levels, the items in the upper level were undoubtedly more precious. If he could really enter it, he would definitely make a lot of money. It wasn't that they didn't have the intention to attack the upper level of the tower, but the defensive light curtain there was too strong. It was definitely not an easy thing to enter. The reason why the group of cultivators had chosen the lower level was that the defensive light curtain here was easier to break. They could enter before the giant woke up. Currently, Tang Zhen had actually said that they could easily break the light curtain in the upper layer. This also meant that they would be able to obtain even more rewards. How could this not cause Red Shield and the other two to feel excited? Moreover, the three of them did not doubt these words in the slightest. This was because Tang Zhen's performance in casually breaking the defensive light curtain in the middle layer earlier had left an extremely deep impression on them. At this moment, Tang Zhen appeared to be even more unfathomable in everyone's hearts. "City Lord Tang, if you have any requests, please speak. As long as it's within our means, we will do our best to complete it." Red Shield promised. The other two also nodded at the same time, as if saying, "You can say whatever you want." Tang Zhen no longer hesitated upon seeing this. He directly said, "You may not know this, but I suspect that there is a special monster lurking in the giant tower. They look very similar to the giant, but the difference is that this monster has 2 heads and 4 arms. Previously, I had fought with a king-tier monster like this and killed it. It was at that time that I noticed the abnormality. They don't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface, nor do they have any brains. If this Tang hadn't seen similar monsters before, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover them." Seeing Red Shield's group of 3 in deep thought, Tang Zhen continued, "I want to figure out the specific origin of this monster, so I have to capture a few more for research. My request is to help me capture those monsters alive and send them to me for careful research." Although they could level up by killing the dying monsters of the same level, Tang Zhen deliberately increased the difficulty as a punishment for their previous behavior. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, Red Shield and the other two pondered for a moment before nodding and agreeing. To the 3 of them, this task wasn't too difficult. With the 3 of them, capturing an emperor monster alive wasn't a difficult task. However, there was a problem. He would need a few monsters to meet Tang Zhen's request. "City Lord Tang, as you know, killing king-tier monsters is easy, but capturing them alive is a little difficult. How many monsters do you need to kill to satisfy your requirements? If it was just 1 or 2, it would not affect their exploration of the city. But if there were 8 to 10, Red Shield and the other 2 would have to consider it. After all, they were in a hurry to explore the city. If they were to waste all their time on capturing monsters, it would be meaningless for them to enter the city." Tang Zhen laughed softly when he heard this. He swept his eyes over Red Shield's group of 3. He naturally knew what they were thinking in their hearts. However, he already had a solution to this problem. He would make these 3 king-level cultivators work for him willingly. Under the gazes of the 4 people, Tang Zhen slowly extended his palm and displayed the item in his palm. 10 multicolored rings were quietly lying on Tang Zhen's hand. At first, they appeared ordinary. However, if one were to look carefully, one would discover that there was a trace of strange spatial strength attached to the rings. However, only king-level cultivators could notice the abnormality of the ring. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see anything because their lives hadn't undergone a qualitative change. Situ Yuanji, who had been silent all this while, suddenly widened his eyes at this moment. He stared intently at the ring on Tang Zhen's finger. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. "Is this a Pixiu storage equipment?" As soon as Situ Yuanji said this, the 3 people's expressions changed. They all fixed their eyes on the rings and refused to move. Even though they were king-level cultivators, they didn't have a single storage equipment in their hands. They had never even seen one before they met Tang Zhen. Now that they suddenly saw 10 of them, it was normal for them to be excited. If Tang Zhen was an unfamiliar cultivator, the 4 of them would definitely kill him and snatch his treasure. However, in front of Tang Zhen, Situ Yuanji and the others did not dare to act rashly. Putting aside his own strength, just the continent-level city behind him was not an existence that they could provoke. Once an accident happened to Tang Zhen because of this, the 4 of them could forget about having a good life. They would definitely be crazily hunted down by the faction behind him. Moreover, Tang Zhen had displayed this storage equipment in order to arouse their desire. After which, he would use this as a condition to request them to do something. They were all sly old foxes who instantly figured out the key point. Tang Zhen saw that the 4 people's expressions were uncertain, but the greed and desire on their faces could not be concealed. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of an unnoticeable smile. Elder Situ is right, these rings are indeed storage equipment. Everyone's breathing became heavy again when they heard this. Their eyes stared intently at Tang Zhen, waiting for him to continue explaining. These 10 rings are of the same specifications. Each ring has a total of 5 slots for storage, and each slot can hold 1 cubic meter of items. In the next operation, I will help you break the defensive light curtain of the giant tower for free, and for every monster you send, you will be qualified to buy this storage equipment once. There are only 10 rings, and whoever can get them will have to rely on their own abilities. After Tang Zhen said this, he sat back on the rock and continued to read the book in his hand. He had a vague feeling that these 10 storage rings of the lowest grade made from scraps would probably set off a bloody storm again. 593 The caravan of the city of 10,000 treasures. After Tang Zhen took out these 10 storage rings, the atmosphere of the scene immediately turned heavy. If it was an ordinary item, these king-level cultivators wouldn't have been so flustered. But when it came to storage equipment, they couldn't keep their calm. After all, storage equipment had always been an extremely precious item in the tower world. It could only be found by luck. Tang Zhen didn't know about other places, but at least to his current knowledge, he had never heard of anyone selling storage equipment among all the top towers, including Heaven Battling City. Therefore, it was reasonable for this thing to make Situ Yuanji and the others feel shocked. Red Shield took a deep breath and cupped his hands toward Tang Zhen. City Lord Tang, you mean what you say? Are you trying to make us happy? Don't worry, I won't joke about this kind of thing. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the hearts of the 4 people relaxed. Soon after, they were filled with joy as their faces revealed a determined expression. In that case, let's set off now. Everyone acted decisively, and since they had already made up their minds, there was no more delay in their actions. Following the incantation that Lu Ha had told him, Tang Zhen unfurled the flying carpet. Everyone jumped on it and sat down. Then, they went straight in the direction where the giant tower had disappeared. As for the items they had obtained, they had already picked out the most precious ones and carried them with them. The rest were all hidden with a secret technique and would come back for them in the future. This was the inconvenience of not having a storage item. Even a king-level cultivator didn't have a good solution to this problem, and could only carry large and small bags. When Tang Zhen saw this scene earlier, he also felt that it was a little funny. After all, this image was really damaging to the identity of a king-rank cultivator. However, they had just flown a short distance when they suddenly saw a large group of strange mounts galloping towards them. Looking at the direction they were heading, it was the valley where the giant's building was. Those strange mounts were huge and looked like tortoises with sunken backs, but they were extremely fast. There were also some huge boxes in the places where the mounts had caved in. There seemed to be doors and windows, and they looked like moving houses. When Lu Ha, who was sitting on the flying magic carpet, saw this, his brows slightly furrowed. He turned to Tang Zhen and said, "City Lord Tang, please stop for a moment. Let's return to the valley for the time being." Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ha, not knowing what he meant by these words. At the side, Situ Yuanji, Red Shield, and the other 2 also saw the mounts. They nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with what Lu Ha had said. Seeing Tang Zhen's puzzled expression, Situ Yuanji immediately explained, "City Lord Tang might not know this, but this group of mounts come from the Myriad Treasure Tower. They specialize in doing business on the continent, and it's an extremely special national-level tower. When Tang Zhen heard the words, 10,000 treasures tower, he immediately came to a realization. When he looked at the mount on the ground, he revealed a trace of contemplation. He had once heard the name of this myriad treasure tower from Fatty. It was said that this national-level tower was famous for its business. Many high-end goods transactions could not be without the shadow of this myriad treasure tower. 1,000 years ago, this 10,000 treasures tower had already appeared on the continent. Because the goods it sold were all of high quality, its reputation grew bigger and bigger. It was said that the myriad treasure tower had connections with many secluded national towers, and they could also buy all kinds of goods from other worlds. In terms of supply channels, almost no one could compare with them. If you wanted a special item but couldn't spend it, you just had to find the merchants of the 10,000 treasures tower, and you would most likely get it. When many foreign merchants mentioned the city of 1,000 treasures, their faces were full of envy and admiration, as if that was the highest realm of merchants. The reason why Fatty knew so much about the Myriad Treasure Tower was that he had once signed up to be a caravan guard in the Myriad Treasure Tower in order to enter the national-level tower. In the end, he had successfully infiltrated this national-level tower. It was a pity that after the failure of that operation, Fatty was chased by the cultivators of the 10,000 treasures building. Although he managed to escape in the end, he was seriously injured. And the Elder of Heaven battling city who had helped Fatty to heal was Situ Yung, who was beside him. Because of its poor and remote environment, the caravans of Myriad Treasures store didn't even bother to come here. Even in places like Heaven battling city, caravans of Myriad Treasures store were rarely seen. Therefore, the caravans of the Myriad Treasures store would usually appear in rich and prosperous places, or in places where there were national-level stores, or in places like this, where a large number of items from national-level stores appeared. Because the foreign worlds invaded by each national-level tower were different, the items produced were also different. The Myriad Treasures Tower, known for having the most comprehensive and best goods, naturally would not miss such an opportunity to purchase. Everyone had obtained a lot of items earlier. It would be too troublesome if they brought all of them back. Now that the Myriad Treasure Tower had appeared, it gave them the best solution. Moreover, it was rare to see the 10,000 treasures tower on normal days. Everyone also wanted to see if there were any goods they needed. If there were, they would buy it directly, because they didn't know when they would next see the caravans of the 10,000 treasures tower. Tang Zhen himself was also extremely interested in this 10,000 treasure tower. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason for him to miss it. In any case, he couldn't lose this giant's tower, and he didn't know when the next giant would fall asleep. He might as well experience the caravans of this 10,000 treasures tower. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately controlled the flying magic carpet and quickly caught up with the group of mount. At this moment, the group of mounted beasts had already arrived outside the valley. As soon as the mounted beast stopped, hundreds of cultivators appeared in an instant. Each of them had a strong cultivation. After they jumped out of the huge carriage carried by the mounts, they quickly drove the mounts to the side and gathered them. The houses carried by these mounts were about 15 meters long. The cultivators of the 10,000 treasures building worked together to carry them down and stack them together, making them wider and looking like a huge shop. There were dozens of similar temporary houses, arranged in a neat row, looking very spectacular. A cultivator walked to the front of these houses and stuck the metal rod in his hand into the ground. Then, a ray of light shot up into the sky, revealing a strange pattern. Even from dozens of miles away, one could see the flashing patterns in the sky. This pattern was like a rune, but also like some kind of object. Tang Zhen glanced at it, but he was unable to understand the meaning it represented. Situ Yung told Tang Zhen that this was the sign of the Myriad Treasure Tower. As long as it appeared, it meant that the caravans of the Myriad Treasure Tower were doing business there. As he controlled the flying magic carpet to slowly land, many cultivators had already gathered around him. They were carrying large and small bags on their backs and were curiously sizing up the caravan from the city of 10,000 treasures. A king-level cultivator in demonic armor walked out and glanced at the surrounding cultivators. He said in a low voice, "Friends, I'm the leader of the guards of the trade caravan of the 10,000 treasures building. I'm here today to buy items from the giant's tower. You have gained a lot. If you sell it to my 10,000 treasures building, you will certainly get a satisfactory price. At the same time, our Myriad Treasures store has a wide range of products and fair prices. We can also accept the order service of special items. Welcome, everyone. After the king-level cultivator finished speaking, he cupped his fists and sat down on a chair. With a king-level cultivator here, no one would dare to cause trouble. Almost all the cultivators present had heard of the name of the city of 10,000 treasures. At this moment, seeing that they wanted to buy the items they had obtained, they all went forward to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For the price, it was inconvenient to carry these things around, and it was easy to attract the covetous eyes of greedy people. It was far better to sell them directly in exchange for the brains and goods he needed. Several white-robed cultivators from the 10,000 Treasures Pagoda's caravan sat in front of the table. They looked at the items handed over by the cultivators and then reported a price. They were the appraisers who had followed the 10,000 Treasures Tower's caravan. They had seen countless strange items and each of them had extremely rich experience. Hearing the price announced by the appraiser, the cultivators' eyes brightened slightly. The trade caravan of the 10,000 Treasures Tower was indeed rich and generous, and the price given was extremely fair. After confirming this, the cultivators no longer hesitated and sold all the items they had no use for. 594 The powerful Lusheng merchant team, one Tang Zhen was deeply touched in his heart after seeing this scene. No matter if it was the original world or the Lusheng world, merchants were the most sensitive existences. Driven by profit, they could appear anywhere without fear of danger. Therefore, when the giant's tower appeared, they rushed over as soon as they heard the news. It was obvious that they wanted to monopolize the items from the giant's tower. As time went on, when their business reached a certain level, their signboards would be worth thousands of gold and would be known by countless people. Now, cultivators were flocking to the places where the caravans of the Myriad Treasures store went, which indirectly made the Myriad Treasures store famous. The business district of the Holy Dragon City had gradually established its own brand, but compared to the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was more than a grade worse. Situ Yung and the other three looked at each other and ran in different directions. It was obvious that they wanted to retrieve the items they had hidden earlier. When Tang Zhen saw this, he chose to stand at the side and wait quietly. At the same time, he constantly observed the details of the 10,000 Treasure Tower's caravan. As it was a national-level city, the guards recruited by the trade caravan were all lord-level experts. With these cultivators, no one would dare to have any evil ideas about the trade caravan. Other than these lord-ranked cultivators, Tang Zhen also felt three obscure mental energy fluctuations from the caravan. These were the mental fluctuations that only king-ranked cultivators would have. When Tang Zhen sensed the presence of these three cultivators, the other party had obviously noticed him as well. After his mental energy swept over his body once, it quickly shifted to the side. The person who came was a guest. Even if Tang Zhen was a king-level cultivator, the other party didn't have any precautions and acted very casually, treating him as an ordinary cultivator. However, if Tang Zhen were to make a move, he would definitely suffer a lightning-like attack from the other party. The 10,000 Treasures building sold countless treasures, and with this convenience, it also had endless means of attack and defense. At this moment, Situ Yung and the other three had already returned. They used their mental energy to carry the packages and ran over at lightning speed. Seeing the four king-level cultivators, two appraisers immediately stood up and provided their services. Lu Ha and the cultivator named Wei placed the packages on the table. The appraisers took them out one by one and quickly reported the price. The assistants at the side were in charge of recording. They used a square item to click on it like a calculator and calculated the final price. 10 minutes later, both of them had finished counting their items. Then, a merchant team member came forward and asked them which payment method they would like. The first method was to pay the brain pearl, but most cultivators wouldn't want it. After all, as long as one was willing to spend time, they wouldn't have to worry about getting their hands on something like a brain pearl. The second method of payment was the world's origin companion beast, which was only used between national-level buildings. This companion beast existed in every world, called the Origin Stone. The number and quality of the stones varied. Tang Zhen had also heard of this Origin Stone. It was said to be a multicolored crystal. After a king-level cultivator used it for a long time, not only could it increase their cultivation, but it could also help them to comprehend a trace of the existence of laws. Even a low-grade Origin Stone could be exchanged for 1,000,000 brain beads. It was really expensive. Even so, the supply of Origin Stones was in short supply. Apart from Myriad Treasure Tower, there were really not many forces that used it to pay for the purchase. When a cultivator reached the king class, they would no longer be limited to their skills. They would use their own understanding of the laws to gradually create their own attacks. When he completely comprehended the existence of the laws, he would advance to another mysterious realm, and the wind and clouds would change with a raise of his hand. Tang Zhen didn't know about this at first. He thought that after advancing to king class, he would still have to rely on skills to fight. It was only after he read the book he got from the giant tower city that he came to a realization. In fact, unknowingly, he had gradually embarked on this path. In his daily battles, he mostly relied on his instinctive reactions to deal with his enemies. Unfortunately, he didn't have much clue about the comprehension of laws. He didn't even have the concept. Although he had been relying on hunting to level up, if he only focused on leveling up and ignored his comprehension of the laws after reaching king class, then his combat power would gradually decline. Laws were like a sharp sword. When two evenly matched brawny men fought, the one holding the sharp sword would naturally have a great advantage. Tang Zhen sucked in a breath of cold air when he first learned of this knowledge. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had discovered this book. If he waited until his cultivation had risen to a certain level before he discovered that something was wrong, it would be too late for Tang Zhen to regret it. Because at this point, he would definitely be far behind other cultivators of the same level. Therefore, Tang Zhen was extremely interested in this kind of origin stone. This time around, he was prepared to bring some back and try to comprehend some laws. As for the third method of payment, it was to convert it into a certain amount of points. Cultivators could use these points to buy the items they needed from the trade caravans of the City of 10,000 Treasures. Lu Ha chose the origin stone, while Wei chose to pay with points. After the two of them completed their transaction, Situ Yuanji and the Red Shield walked forward and placed their items on the table. When the appraiser saw Situ Yuanji's item, his eyes lit up slightly. Compared to the other cultivators, his item was obviously of a higher grade. Red Shield, who was beside him, also had a helpless look on his face. There was even a hint of envy. Especially after hearing the price from the appraiser's mouth, Red Shield even took a deep breath and faintly glanced at Tang Zhen. If it wasn't for the fact that he was acting together with Tang Zhen, how could this old man Situ possibly have so many gains? After all the items were appraised, the total price of Situ Yuanji's items was much higher than the total price of the three Red Shield's items. He was so happy that he squinted his eyes. The two of them chose to pay with points. After which, they turned their heads and looked at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had a storage equipment on him. Moreover, it was definitely better than the storage ring that he had taken out. Therefore, his searching speed was definitely much faster than theirs. Therefore, the combined harvest of the four of them would most likely not be as much as Tang Zhen's. When the appraiser by the side saw Situ Yuanji and the other three looking at Tang Zhen, he smiled and said, "If you also have something from the giant tower, please bring it over. I promise to give you a satisfactory price." Tang Zhen shook his head when he heard this. He turned to the appraiser and said, "I don't plan on selling it for the time being, but I'd like to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you have any void iron, I want to buy some back." When the appraiser heard the name void iron, he frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about what it was. "Sir, why don't you go to the shop behind me and check it out? If you don't have it, we can also accept custom order services." When the appraiser said this, he turned around and pointed to the house behind him, indicating for Tang Zhen to go there. Tang Zhen gave his thanks and walked toward the row of houses. Seeing this, Situ Yuanji and the other three hurriedly followed and prepared to take a look around the shop. Tang Zhen came to the house that the appraiser pointed at and discovered that it was a store that sold all kinds of materials. The walls inside seemed to be embedded with countless small lenses, and each lens showed an item. When the customer's eyes were focused on an item, the lens that showed the item would quickly enlarge and display the item in detail. After Tang Zhen took a glance, he frowned slightly. This was because he had discovered traces of the runic magic formation's operation on it. Moreover, all of the items were merely images. They were not real objects. The 10,000 Treasures Tower was extremely famous, and they would definitely not do anything that would damage their reputation. These items must be very precious, so they used images instead to avoid unnecessary losses. After the customer had purchased the item, they would definitely hand over the real item. There were too many items on display here, and Tang Zhen decided to check them out later. He ignored Situ Yuanji and the others and directly walked towards the boss of the alien race who was sitting in the shop. 595 The strange black crystal sand. The owner of this shop was a resident of the Myriad Treasure Tower, and his appearance was very unique. His head was big and round, and there was a white jade-like horn on top of his head. His skin was white and clear, and he had a big head and big ears. His eyes were round and full of spirit. Like humans, the shop owner had 2 arms, but they were extremely long. Each hand had 7 long and narrow fingers with all kinds of rings. On his neck, there were 4 or 5 different brands made of different materials. Their styles were completely unrelated, and they were obviously from different worlds. Unless there was a special need, the natives of the world of towers didn't like to wear accessories. However, this resident of the Million Treasures Tower was covered in accessories, and the aura of a local tyrant was coming from him. Tang Zhen glanced at his finger. He discovered that one of the rings was faintly emitting spatial energy. As for the other ring brands, they were not ordinary decorations either. They obviously had special functions. After seeing the arrival of Tang Zhen's group of 5, the owner of the shop grinned. However, his large face was really strange. When he laughed, it was extremely comical. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Just tell me what you want. I guarantee that it's cheap and of good quality." As this shop owner spoke, his body also walked out from behind the counter. Tang Zhen discovered that this fellow's body was round. Coupled with that large round face, he was simply like a gourd. What surprised Tang Zhen was that the shop owner was actually sitting on a spider-like metal chair. A few long metal legs were moving alternately, appearing extremely flexible. "I'm planning to buy some void iron. Do you have it here?" Tang Zhen glanced at the shop owner's legs that had been cut off and asked in a seemingly random manner. When the smiling shop owner heard about the void iron, his smile froze slightly. There was an inquisitive look in his eyes as he looked at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen involuntarily revealed a faint smile on his face when he saw this. The owner of this shop had revealed such an expression. Clearly, he knew about the void iron. "Pardon me for asking, but what do you need the void iron for?" The shop owner looked at Tang Zhen and asked with a smile on his face. "Oh, could it be that there's such a rule in the trade caravans of the Myriad Treasure Tower that you have to tell me the use before you can buy it?" Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the shop owner as a trace of doubt appeared on his face. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm just curious. After all, there are too few cultivators who know about void iron, and very few people buy it." Tang Zhen nodded his head, indicating that he understood. He continued, "I'm just curious about this thing, so I'm going to buy some to study." "Do you have it?" he asked. The smile on the shop owner's face did not change when he heard Tang Zhen's perfunctory reply. He did not seem to be dissatisfied. "We do have void iron. If we sell it, we'll sell it for 50 low-grade origin stones per 50 grams. How much do you want?" Tang Zhen's heart involuntarily twitched when he heard the shop owner's price. He did not expect that the void iron would actually be so expensive. According to the calculation that 1 low-grade origin stone could be exchanged for 1 million brain beads. 50 low-grade origin stones would be worth a total of 50 million. Even with Tang Zhen's current wealth, he would feel the pain of taking them out. From this, it could be seen how rich the Myriad Treasure Tower was. The extent of its wealth was already unimaginable. However, this one tael of void iron could be used to make several storage rings. If he were to sell it, he would definitely be able to make a profit of more than 10 times. Tang Zhen only felt a little more balanced when he thought of this. Then I'll have 2 units of body of the void. However, I don't have an origin stone. Can I use items to exchange for it? When the shop owner heard this, he nodded his head slightly. Compared to paying the brain pearl and origin stone, they preferred bartering. This way, not only could it increase profits, but it could also make the goods in the Myriad Treasure Tower more abundant. After Tang Zhen saw that the boss had agreed, he took out 2 items and placed them on the table in front of the boss. The first item was the fragment of the crystal space wall that had fallen to the ground when the magic eye Tyrannosaurus had crashed into the sky. The demon eye Tyrannosaurus was definitely not an ordinary king-tier monster. It might have even mastered the power of laws. It was precisely because of this that it could rely on special means to turn space into a physical entity and easily open up a spatial tunnel. Tang Zhen estimated that this should be a good thing, but he didn't know how much it was worth. As for the second item, It was the black crystal sand he had collected from the ruins of the super warship. Back then, he had only used half of it to exchange for hundreds of thousands of recruitment contracts from the Ghost Bank. Therefore, this black crystal sand must have a special value that he didn't know about. Unfortunately, the female manager of the Ghost Bank didn't explain its origin. After the shop owner saw the two items that Tang Zhen took out, he first observed them with rapt attention for a while. Only then did he order someone to call an appraiser in with a solemn expression. The person who had just arrived was the old man who had spoken to Tang Zhen. After he entered the shop, he glanced at the two items on the table and softly let out an "Yi." Situ Yung and the other three also came over and whispered to each other from time to time. Even with their knowledge and experience, they were unable to recognize the origins of these two items. They were clearly extraordinary. The appraiser first picked up a black crystal sand and carefully looked at it. After smelling it, he said to Tang Zhen, "I seem to know the origin of this thing, but I still need to do some experiments. I wonder if you are willing to consume one." When Situ Yung and the others heard this, they were curious and immediately confirmed that the black crystal sand was definitely not an ordinary item. Otherwise, the appraiser would not have been able to tell that from the smell. When he looked at Tang Zhen, he saw him nodding his head slightly, indicating for the appraiser to continue. Seeing this, the appraiser immediately grabbed the satchel on his back and took out some powder from it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the appraiser explained, "This is a type of bone powder obtained from underground monsters. After it is ignited, a green flame will appear. We call it yin fire. This kind of flame doesn't seem to be able to burn anything, but once it touches a spirit-type item, it will quickly ignite it. This is also the basis for us to appraise certain items." After saying that, the appraiser twirled his fingers and the pile of powder immediately burned, releasing a faint green flame. At the same time, the appraiser used his spiritual power to control the black crystal sand, making it float closer to the green yin fire. The moment the two came into contact, the black crystal sand suddenly burst into flames, and a thick gray smoke spread out. No one could have imagined that a grain-sized crystal sand could release a pillar of smoke as thick as a water tank. The thick smoke looked shocking, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the smoke did not exist in reality. It was like an image, visible but not tangible. However, when he reached out to grab it, even though he clearly didn't grab anything, the smoke would also disappear. However, when one's spiritual power came into contact with the smoke, one would feel a trace of warmth, as if one's soul was immersed in warm water. It was so comfortable that one would want to moan. However, when his mental energy came into contact with the smoke for more than 10 seconds, Tang Zhen discovered that his body temperature had started to drop. It was as if all the blood and qi in his body were about to be absorbed by his soul. After discovering this situation, Tang Zhen immediately withdrew his spiritual force. A trace of bewilderment faintly appeared in his eyes. 596 soul-gnawing beast and out-of-body sand. This black crystal sand was really strange. To ordinary cultivators, it was definitely a harmful substance. However, to spirit bodies, it was extremely precious. In such a smoky environment, the growth speed of a spirit body would definitely be greatly increased. It could be called a peerless medicine. It was no wonder that the Ghost Bank, which had always been haggling over every single detail, would agree to exchange hundreds of thousands of valuable contracts for such crystal sand. It was obvious that this thing was very useful to them. This was because the beautiful employees of the Ghost Bank were all similar to spirits. After the appraiser saw the smoke, he observed it carefully for a while before putting it out. He then waved his hand at the floating gray mist, and a burning flame whizzed out, attacking the gray mist floating in the air. This was obviously a fire-controlling skill. Under the skilled control of the appraiser, the gray smoke was completely dispersed in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, the appraiser turned around and said to Tang Zhen, "According to this old man's judgment, this crystal sand should be called aperture sand, condensed from the sweat of a strange beast called soul-gnawing beast. Once the meteorite sand was burned, it would not dissipate. Only by using raging flames could it be removed. If an ordinary person breathed in 1 or 2 mouthfuls of this gray mist, they would immediately pass out. Then, their flesh and blood would wither and turn into nutrients to nourish the soul, causing the soul to continue to grow. However, the smoke would only last for a day. After that, it would be turned into nutrients for the spirit body and would no longer have the effect of forcing the soul to leave the body. When the body of the person who inhaled the gray fog completely withered, the soul in the body would leave the body. Because of the out-of-body sand and the nourishment of the body's qi and blood, these special spirits had completely condensed and would not slowly dissipate with the passage of time. This kind of soul-gnawing beast fed on spirits and usually lived in places with dense spirits. The higher the level of the soul-gnawing beast, the better the effect of the out-of-body sand. The out-of-body sand that you've taken out should be condensed from a king-tier soul-eating beast, and it's not an ordinary king-tier. This kind of soul-gnawing beast was a very vicious beast. Wherever it appeared, it would quickly become a land of death. This place is filled with all kinds of spirits. They will gradually grow in the gray fog and eventually become food for the soul-gnawing beasts. Tang Zhen immediately came to a realization when he heard this. He recalled the gray fog near the warship wreckage and the endless number of spirit monsters. It was clearly in line with the situation that the appraiser had described. The only difference was that the soul-gnawing beast wasn't at the king rank. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fled in defeat in front of Tang Zhen. There had to be some secret behind this. Otherwise, how could a soul-gnawing beast that wasn't even king-tier condense such a high-level out-of-body sand? Of course, what he was most concerned about was the value of the out-of-body sand. The appraiser lowered his head and pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "This kind of out-of-body sand is very rare, and there are very few people who need it. Therefore, the price for 500 grams is 100 low-grade origin stones." Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed after hearing the price given by the appraiser. Although the other party's offer wasn't low, he still felt that it wasn't worth it. Back then, he had tried to use the brains to buy the recruitment contract from the Ghost Bank, and the other party had offered 10,000 brains for one piece, so 500,000 pieces would be 5 billion brain pearls. In the end, when he handed over half of the sand to the female manager of the Ghost Bank for her to help him identify it, the other party took the initiative to find him not long after and expressed that she was willing to use 500,000 contracts to exchange for the sand in Tang Zhen's hands. Tang Zhen was curious and asked about the origin of this out-of-body sand. However, the female supervisor didn't tell him and only said that it was a secret of the Ghost Bank. Since the other party didn't want to say, Tang Zhen didn't force him to ask. Moreover, he didn't hesitate in this matter and directly used the other half of the aperture sand to carry out the transaction. After all, no matter how precious this kind of item was, it was far less useful to him than the contract. Tang Zhen made the choice that was most beneficial to him at that time. As for the out-of-body sand that Tang Zhen had collected, the total amount was only about 50 caddies. He gave half of the amount to the Ghost Bank's female manager, which was about 20 caddies. In other words, the exchange price that the Ghost Bank gave him had already reached 200 million brain beads per 500 grams. The price given by the appraiser, after converting into brain beads, was more than double the price. Although merchants pursued profits and were used to buying low and selling high, it was extremely normal for them to lower the purchase price. However, Tang Zhen was still unwilling to suffer such a loss. At most, he would sell the meteorite sand to the Spirit Bank. He believed that the rich and powerful Spirit Bank would definitely give him a satisfactory price. As for the void iron, Tang Zhen didn't really want it. He just wanted to see if it was for sale and how much it was worth. After having an idea in his heart, Tang Zhen looked at the appraiser and said, "The price you're offering is too low. I want 200 low-grade origin stones." When the appraiser heard this, he glanced at the shop owner with an undetectable look and shook his head gently. "Your price is too high. I can only give you 110 low-grade origin stones at most." Tang Zhen didn't waste any more words when he heard this. With a wave of his hand, the meteorite sand and the spatial crystal wall fragment instantly disappeared and entered his storage ring. The reason why he haggled just now was because he didn't want to break the rules between these merchants. Since he had asked for a price, he had to haggle to show his sincerity. Otherwise, he would be treated as a joke by the other party. He had already made up his mind to keep the out-of-body sand. Because of its unique effect, he felt that it would definitely be useful in the future. After the appraiser and the shop owner by the side saw the scene of Tang Zhen collecting the items, they were all slightly stunned. There was a slight change in their eyes. Their 10,000 treasures tower dealt with tens of thousands of resources. Naturally, they could tell that Tang Zhen had a storage equipment with a single glance. Therefore, they all glanced at the ring on his finger. "Don't worry, sir. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can continue to discuss." When the shop owner saw Tang Zhen turning around to leave, he hurriedly spoke to retain him. His face was filled with a sincere smile. The price of 200 low-grade origin stones is really too high. Why don't we each take a step back? 150 low-grade origin stones. We'll take as many as we have. What do you think? Tang Zhen's footsteps slightly paused. He turned around and looked at the shop owner as he said with a smile, 180 pills, I'll sell you 1 jin, how about it? The shop owner hesitated for a moment and nodded, deal. Tang Zhen smiled as he walked to the front of the shop owner. He took out a portion of the out-of-body sand and handed it to him. The other party then handed him a bag of low-grade origin stones. After counting the number and confirming that there were no problems, Tang Zhen turned around and left. Sir, don't you want the void iron anymore? The shop owner hurriedly asked when he saw that Tang Zhen was about to leave. His eyes carried a trace of anxiety. The price of your void iron is too high. I can't afford it, I'm sorry. After saying these words, Tang Zhen made a gesture of wanting to leave. However, he knew in his heart that the shop owner would definitely try to keep him. As expected, Tang Zhen had not taken 3 steps when the shop owner suddenly said, Mr. Tang, are you buying this void iron to make a storage equipment? As soon as he said that, everyone in the shop was stunned, especially Situ Yuanji and the others. They recalled the storage rings that Tang Zhen had taken out and confirmed in their hearts that Tang Zhen could make storage equipment. Tang Zhen had a smile that was not a smile as he swept his eyes over the shop owner. He did not say anything and merely quietly looked at him. Seeing this, the shop owner immediately said, if Mr. Tang can really make storage rings, I'm willing to provide you with the void iron for free and buy it back at a high price. What do you think, Mr. Tang? Just as everyone was looking at Tang Zhen and waiting for his answer, they saw him casually throw a storage card into the hands of the appraiser. Take a look at this storage card first, then we'll talk about the price. 597 wholesale of storage cards. As Tang Zhen took out the storage card, everyone's gazes immediately followed and looked over. Red Shield and the other two had a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't understand why Tang Zhen would take out this card. However, after they carefully observed it, their eyes revealed a trace of shock and realization. However, there were clearly some indescribable emotions in his eyes when he looked at Tang Zhen again. Situ Yuanji glanced at the card, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He had the same storage card in his hands, but he would never use it easily. When the shop owner saw the storage card, his eyes seemed to flash, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Under everyone's gaze, the appraiser raised the storage card in his hand. He was slightly stunned at first, and then his face turned serious. He quickly walked to a bright place and put it in his hand to look at it carefully. After a while, the appraiser raised his head, his face full of admiration. I can't recognize the material of this card, but it seems to have the power of space. The craftsmanship is very strange and delicate, and it should be a special storage equipment. It's just that this card seems to require a special method to activate. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that this card also has a limit to the number of times it can be used. The appraiser was very experienced, and at this time, he had also seen the beauty of the storage card, and his tone naturally revealed a trace of admiration. After saying these words, the appraiser and the others looked at Tang Zhen at the same time, waiting for his answer. That's right. This is indeed a kind of storage card. There are big and small spaces, but the flaw is that it can only be used once. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the shop owner beside him. He explained in a faint voice when he saw the interested expression in his eyes. Although it can only be used once, it's still a storage equipment. It's definitely a good product. The shop owner at the side continued the conversation and smiled at Tang Zhen. I don't know how many of these cards you have, Mr. Tang. It would be better to sell them all to us, and we guarantee that the price will satisfy you. Tang Zhen was waiting for the shop owner to say this. Therefore, he immediately reported a series of numbers that corresponded to the storage cards of different volumes. However, compared to the starting price of the Holy Dragon City auction house, Tang Zhen's price had clearly increased by more than a few times. The price of the storage card with the largest storage capacity had directly increased by more than 10 times. Even so, Tang Zhen was not worried that he would not be able to sell it. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Good things naturally have to be sold for a good price. If it was too cheap, the caravans of the city of 10,000 treasures might not even take a fancy to it. Situ Yung remained silent at the side. After all, no matter what price Tang Zhen was selling for, it had nothing to do with him. However, the eyes of Red Shield and the other two beside him lit up. They began to secretly calculate in their hearts how they should ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to buy a few more storage cards as a backup. After the shop owner heard the price that Tang Zhen reported, he didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed to the deal. What Tang Zhen wanted was the brain. To the caravans of the 10,000 treasures building, this was something that was only carried for the convenience of transactions. Moreover, if this storage card was properly managed, it would definitely bring a considerable return to the shop owner. It was also because of this reason that he was able to quickly complete the transaction. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would leave with a flick of his sleeves if he haggled again. After handing over a large pile of storage cards to the shop owner and taking back a large number of brain beads from his hands, Tang Zhen was finally satisfied and prepared to leave the shop. Although Tang Zhen didn't have any restrictions when he bought storage cards from the application store, he always controlled the number of cards that were sold out. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it would be. Once it was overused, it would be worthless. He had sold the cards to the 10,000 treasures store's caravan because their business scope was too wide. Even if he sold the cards, it would not affect the Holy Dragon City's business. Moreover, with this deal, not only would the Holy Dragon City get a big customer, but they could also use the caravans of the 10,000 treasures building to promote the Holy Dragon City's reputation. After all, these cards had the Holy Dragon City's coat of arms on them. Those who wanted to know the Holy Dragon City's location would only need to inquire carefully. Seeing that Tang Zhen was about to leave, the shop owner clearly did not want to give up. He still wanted to obtain information about the storage equipment from Tang Zhen. In the end, he was told by Tang Zhen that if he was really interested in working together, he could go to the Holy Dragon City in the Wildlands to find him. Although the shop owner had traveled from north to south and boasted that he had been to countless places, he did not know where the Wildlands was. Only after he asked for the specific location did he look at Tang Zhen with a strange expression. He didn't expect that this Mr. Tang in front of him would actually build a city tower in the desolate Wildlands, and it seemed that he intended to make a trip there personally. It was just that the profit in that kind of place was really too little. On normal days, even if a trade caravan from the Myriad Treasure Tower was invited to go there, the shop owner would also scoff. Because if one specially went there once, they were afraid that they would not even be able to earn back the travel expenses. However, the storage equipment was extremely attractive to him, which made him very hesitant. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen whispered something into the ear of the shop owner. The other party's eyes suddenly widened as he asked Tang Zhen with a trembling voice, "Is Mr. Tang's words true?" "Of course it's true. As for whether you want to go or not, it's up to you." Tang Zhen replied in a light tone, then turned around and left. At this moment, the shop owner's voice suddenly sounded, "A year later, my 10,000 treasures towers caravan will definitely head to Holy Dragon City. I hope that Lord City Lord will not close the door and refuse to see us. I'm in Holy Dragon City, and I'll be waiting for your arrival at any time." As soon as his voice fell, Tang Zhen had already walked out of the shop, leaving the shop owner alone in deep thought. When his gaze fell on his incomplete lower body, a trace of haze flashed across his eyes and he could not help but sigh. However, when he recalled Tang Zhen's earlier words, a glimmer of hope flashed across his eyes. In the following time, Tang Zhen's group of 5 strolled around the shops one by one. While their horizons were broadened, they also bought the items they liked. The caravans of the 10,000 treasures tower indeed lived up to their reputation. The goods they sold were either rare items from the world of the tower or special spoils of war from another world. Each of them was extraordinary. Tang Zhen bought a few items and prepared to take them back to study them in detail. He wanted to see if he could obtain anything useful from them. However, during the process of purchasing, Tang Zhen also discovered a situation. The vast majority of these products from the other world did not have the shadow of technology. In other words, most of the foreign worlds that were invaded by countries used cold weapons in close combat. He did not know why. After visiting all the shops, the 5 of them rode on the flying carpet and continued in the direction of the giant tower. Compared to the silence when they first met, the Red Shield and the other 2 were clearly much more enthusiastic this time around. They would occasionally chat with Tang Zhen about all kinds of things they had seen and heard, thereby increasing the favorable impression between them. Even the taciturn Wei would occasionally let out a hoarse voice to chat with Tang Zhen. In a short period of time, Tang Zhen's performance had already made them feel shocked and jealous. However, at the same time, the three of them also realized that becoming friends with Tang Zhen would definitely bring them unexpected gains. He was powerful and had a shocking background. If he didn't take the opportunity to befriend such a person, then he must have a problem with his head. Tang Zhen secretly felt that the actions of these people were funny in his heart. However, he appeared to be very easygoing on the surface. They were on good terms with Tang Zhen because of benefits. In turn, Tang Zhen could also use benefits to rope them in and make them help him. There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal interests. It was the same in the original world and the world of towers. After all, king-level cultivators were not cabbages. In the world of Lusheng, they were all big shots. If used well, they would be a great help. For example, this time, Tang Zhen had used the storage ring as bait. He had used them to capture the king-tier monsters in the giant tower city to help him complete his level up. On the other hand, Situ Yung and the others were not unwilling. Instead, they were all eager to try and did not have any thoughts of being tricked. Because in the eyes of both parties, they had obtained the benefits they wanted. 598 The Giants, Siege 1 The flying magic carpet was very fast, and it continued to fly over the endless plains. But even so, there was still no sign of the giant tower. However, the five of them were not in a hurry. After all, the giant tower was so huge that its speed was naturally extremely amazing. They had been delayed for a long time in the encampment of the Thousand Treasures Towers caravan, so the giant tower must have already traveled a long distance. After flying for a while, just as the sun was about to set, everyone finally saw the giant city tower at the end of their sight. However, at this time, the giant was attacking a tower. Countless shouts and shouts could be heard faintly. From time to time, the light of divine arts could be seen in the sky, which constantly fell on the giant tower. As for the arrows and javelins from the heavy defense weapons, they were frighteningly dense, like dark clouds, constantly attacking the giant. When Tang Zhen and the rest saw this, they immediately controlled the flying carpet to float in the air and observe from a distance. The city looked like a stone forest. Countless stone pillars rose into the sky, and there was a giant building on each pillar. Between the buildings on the stone pillars, there were many iron chain bridges that were connected to each other, floating hundreds of meters above the ground. At this moment, Giant's face was filled with malevolence, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. From time to time, there would be a flash of hatred. It waved the weapon in its hand and continuously attacked the tower. Almost every attack carried a power that could destroy the world, and even the earth seemed to be shaking. There was clearly a protective screen of light outside the stone pillars. It was also because of this that the giant's attack had been blocked. However, as the giant continued to attack, the protective light curtain began to flash violently. It looked like it was on the verge of breaking. At the same time, countless cultivators of the giant Lusheng were fighting back with all their might in the light curtain. All kinds of attacks were landing on the giant Lusheng. They had already used their strongest means. Unfortunately, the giant tower was a national-level tower, after all. Putting aside the suppression of levels, its abnormal defense alone was not something that these cultivators could easily break through. And this giant with the city on his back was an even more insane combat weapon. It could be said that the attacks of these cultivators were just their final struggles, trying to find a chance of survival in the desperate situation of certain death. In addition to the cultivators hiding in the protective light curtain, there was also a group of cultivators attacking the giant outside, as if they were trying to lure it to another place. These people were all true men of sacrifice. Even in a situation where they knew they were going to die, they still launched a desperate attack without any hesitation. They had already cast aside the fear of death in their hearts, but they hoped to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the safety of their families. Unfortunately, the giant only had Lu Cheng in its eyes and didn't care about the ant-like cultivators of Lu Cheng. Only when it was annoyed would it spare an arm and wave the long whip to kill those who harassed it. It didn't take long for the cultivators of Lusheng who tried to lure the giant to die in battle. The ground was covered with broken corpses. On a huge building in the middle of these stone pillars, a man in demonic armor waved his hand at the people around him with an ashen face. "Bring the residents and get ready." Once the protective light screen shatters, we'll leave this place immediately. After saying this, the man's spirit seemed to be exhausted in an instant, and his whole body began to hunch. The foundation left behind by his ancestors was destroyed in a day in his hands. This made him feel a kind of pain that made him wish he was dead. It was a pity that he couldn't find a target to vent his anger on, because the three-headed and six-armed giant attacking Lu Cheng was definitely a disaster from the heavens. As soon as he said that, the cultivators of Lu Cheng beside him spread out with grief and indignation on their faces. They quickly descended to the ground with the rope and entered the crowd. When the attacking cultivators of Lu Cheng saw this, they all roared and began to attack with all their might, their eyes as red as blood. When the city lord of the Tower City was attacked, he had already guessed that this would be the result. Therefore, he had gathered all the residents on the ground in advance to prevent them from dying pointlessly when the city was broken. It was also at this moment that countless cracks finally appeared on the protective light curtain that had been struggling to hold on under the giant's attack. It could shatter at any moment. On the flying magic carpet in the distance, Tang Zhen's group of 5 were silent as they watched the scene in front of them. In fact, from the point of view of Tang Zhen and the others, it was only a matter of time before this city was destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that the tower was of a higher grade and had a protective light screen, it would have been destroyed by the giant long ago. The residents would have no chance of escaping and would have to be destroyed along with the tower. In fact, at this time, the best choice was to abandon the city and escape. After going far away, he would wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. However, the competition in the world of Lusheng was very cruel. Those former enemies would never give their opponents a chance to become stronger again. When they encountered such a situation, it was already very benevolent of their enemies not to hit them when they were down and kill them all. Although in most cases, it was difficult for the rebuilt city to recover its former glory, there was still a glimmer of hope, after all, and no one was willing to give up so easily. Although Tang Zhen and the others had expected the final outcome, they chose to watch from the side with cold eyes. First, the other party had no relationship with the 5 of them, so there was no need to make a move. Second, even with their king-level strength, if they were not careful, they would not be able to escape death. This giant represented the strength of a national-level city. Coupled with its terrifying body of 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible to estimate its specific combat power. While the 5 of them were watching the battle, Situ Yuanji and the others did not notice that there was a glint in Tang Zhen's eyes. Ever since he had witnessed the terrifying combat power of the giant city, Tang Zhen had an idea in his mind. He wanted to obtain the cornerstone of this national-level city and cultivate a super war machine for the Holy Dragon City. If the Holy Dragon City also had such a terrifying giant, it would become one of the most powerful forces whether it was to conquer other towers or to descend into another world. Its terrifying combat strength and the advantage of being able to move at will proved that this was a top-grade city. However, everyone knew that the giant tower had outstanding combat strength. There were many people who wanted to obtain the foundation stone of the tower. It would not be as easy as they had imagined if Tang Zhen wanted to get it. In fact, Tang Zhen already had a plan in his heart. However, now was not the time to execute it. He was waiting for himself to advance to a 2-star king tier. Only then would it be the best time to make a move. It was also at this moment that a loud noise was heard. The protective light curtain of the tower was shattered by the giant's mace. It flickered twice and then completely disappeared. A wave of wailing came from the residents of the city. They were led by the cultivators of the city and ran into the distance like crazy. At this critical moment of life and death, the only thought in their minds was to run faster and faster. Only then would they have a chance of survival. During this period, there were people who constantly slipped and fell to the ground. Before they could get up, they were trampled by countless feet, and they would occasionally let out painful screams. Wherever the residents of Lusheng ran to, there were unrecognizable corpses left behind. Most of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and some even had their internal organs squeezed out. Even so, no one dared to stop, because once they stopped, it would mean that they had chosen death, and there was no possibility of escape. Wails, screams, and curses were all mixed together, echoing in the sky. As the residents of the city tower fled for their lives, the cultivators who stayed behind to stall the giant and buy time for the residents of the city tower burst out with the last trace of light in their lives and rushed toward the ferocious giant. They jumped onto the giant's body and continued to climb up, trying to get close to his head and give him a fatal blow. A series of loud explosions rang out as the cultivators of the building detonated something on their bodies. While their bodies were crushed, they also successfully pinned down the attacking giant. A cloud of black smoke exploded and wrapped around the giant, blocking his vision completely. The giant roared and waved his 6 arms at the same time. His whole body started to spin like a windmill and he rushed into the stone pillars. With a rumbling sound, the massive stone pillars were all broken, and the buildings above them collapsed, sending dust and dirt into the air. This city that had been built for who knew how many years and had raised who knew how many people in it was completely destroyed at this moment. 599 Chapter 599 The city is destroyed and the people are dead. As the billowing smoke and dust soared into the sky, the city tower had been completely reduced to ruins. Tang Zhen and the others inhaled a breath of cold air after personally witnessing the destructive power of this giant. Their faces were filled with shock. They all knew that this giant was extremely powerful. When they were in the valley, it killed advanced cultivators as if it was cutting grass. It was extremely terrifying. However, when they saw the giant attacking the city, they knew that they had underestimated the giant's combat power. After the tower was upgraded to a national level, there would still be a gradual process of upgrading. The giant tower in front of him was definitely a high-level existence even in a national-level tower. Of course, it was also possible that it was a special building that was better at attacking, which was why it had such an abnormal combat power. In this regard, those buildings that were promoted to the national level in the form of buildings simply couldn't be compared with it. Although this foreign race city couldn't be compared to the top-tier cities, its combat power was still strong. At least 10,000 cultivators had participated in the defense against the giant's attack. Tang Zhen saw at least a few hundred Lord-tier cultivators. Even so, the cultivators in the buildings were still powerless in the face of this terrifying giant. Even when they unleashed their strongest attacks, they still could not stop the giant's destruction. Of course, one of the reasons for their defeat was the lack of powerful long-range weapons, which allowed the giant to attack at close range and easily break the defensive light curtain of the building. In terms of close combat, Tang Zhen had yet to see an existence more terrifying than this giant. If the current Holy Dragon City encountered such a situation, they would definitely use artillery, missiles, or fighter jets to attack before the giant tower could get close. No matter how strong the giant was, it would not be able to last long under such an attack. It was only a matter of time before it fled. As for killing this giant, Tang Zhen did not have the confidence. This was because the defense of this giant's body was too strong. No matter how powerful the weapons in the original world were, their lethality would be greatly reduced when faced with an energy shield like the defensive light curtain. Of course, if it was a nuclear-level weapon, it would be a different story. Even if the giant was not killed directly, he would be seriously injured and dying. No matter what, the giant's combat power was undeniable. No matter which city it targeted, it was destined to be in big trouble. Tang Zhen's eyes were still staring intently at the 3-headed 6-armed giant while these thoughts flashed in his heart. However, he discovered that it was currently standing in the ruins of the city and had casually picked up a broken stone pillar. This is Yingluo's fault. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed as he felt a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he controlled the flying carpet and fled into the distance. The expressions of Situ Yuanji and the other 3 changed drastically as well. They tried their best to stabilize their bodies while flying and turned to stare at the giant who was lifting the stone pillar. One of its huge heads was facing the direction of Tang Zhen's group. Its eyes were staring at Tang Zhen's group with hatred. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was transmitted over. The giant sinisterly laughed as he threw the stone pillar in his hand, smashing it directly towards Tang Zhen and the others. Sit tight, don't fall down. Seeing the stone pillar rapidly flying over, Tang Zhen controlled the flying carpet he was sitting on, and suddenly lifted it up. At this moment, the stone pillar streaked past the place where they had stopped and continued to fly into the distance. When Situ Yuanji and the other 3 saw this, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they had lingering fear on their faces. Even though they were all king-level cultivators, they couldn't guarantee that they could survive the impact of the stone pillar. After all, the giant's strength was extremely terrifying. The stone pillar that it threw out was like a small mountain, so one could only imagine its power. Tang Zhen steadied the flying magic carpet and glanced in the direction of the giant. However, he discovered that the giant's 6 arms were simultaneously swinging in a criss-cross manner. The giant was continuously throwing rocks, and its targets were the Lusheng residents who were fleeing in all directions. As for Tang Zhen's group, they were like insignificant insects in the eyes of the giant. After chasing them away, it no longer paid any attention to them. The sound of breaking the air rang out continuously, and the sky was filled with huge rocks thrown out by the giants, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they smashed towards the desperate residents of the city. The smallest of these rocks was the size of a truck. Every time they were thrown by the giant, they would fly past like meteorites, and no living creature nearby would survive. Looking down from the sky, many large pits had suddenly appeared on the plain, and the soil was mixed with countless pieces of flesh and internal organs. The fleeing residents of the building wailed in pain. The black mass of people on the ground had been reduced to a mess, like a piece of paper full of holes gnawed by rats. At least half of the residents in Lu City were smashed into meat paste by the rocks thrown by the giant. Tens of thousands of vengeful souls lost their lives in the process of running. In this kind of random boulder attack, whoever could survive in the end depended more on luck. The remaining residents of Lu City who were lucky enough to survive were running around like headless flies. They had a mental breakdown and were in complete chaos. The city lord of this city was not very lucky. He had also lost his life in the attack just now. He was hit by a piece of the city's wreckage that the giant had casually thrown out, and he and his own people were completely turned into a pool of meat paste. After continuously throwing rocks for a while, the giant seemed to feel a little tired. After slowly stopping its attack, it actually sat down in the ruins. When the fleeing residents of Lu City saw this, they immediately shouted a few times in excitement and pulled their exhausted companions with all their might to continue running. When they passed by the big pits created by the boulders and saw the flesh and blood mixed with the dust, their eyes flashed with deep sadness, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Although the city was destroyed, the residents of the city were not all dead. What they had to do now was to try their best to survive and wait for the day when the city was rebuilt. Just as the less than 10% of the city's residents successfully escaped, the giant also seemed to change. It turned out that Tang Zhen had suddenly discovered a trace of abnormality when the giant had stopped attacking. The originally cold and stern eyes of the giant had suddenly become dazed. His eyelids had also begun to droop slightly. However, in the blink of an eye, the confusion disappeared and he returned to his original cold and cruel look. His drooping eyelids began to lift up. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes. The giant's eyes returned to their dazed state, and at the same time, a trace of fatigue appeared. Under Tang Zhen's observation, the giant's eyes changed several times before they finally became completely empty. His eyelids continued to droop. Haha, I didn't expect that the giant would fall into a deep sleep after a great battle. It seems like we don't have to wait for too long, the red shield said with a smile. At the same time, she stared at the upper area of the giant tower with a hint of passion in her eyes. It wouldn't take long for him to enter. In the residential area of those towers, he would definitely obtain countless precious materials. If he was lucky, he could find some precious items that could improve his cultivation and combat power. This trip would not be in vain. Situ Yung and the others had their own thoughts as they waited for the giant to fall into a deep sleep. Tang Zhen saw that it was still early and simply landed the flying carpet on a high hill. He took out a book and continued to read. During this time, cultivators came from all directions one after another. Some of them were survivors from the valley, some of them had just heard the news, and even many wanderers had come. When they saw the ruins of the giant's tower, they couldn't help but sigh. As time passed, more than 10,000 cultivators gathered around the giant at noon the next day. The giant sitting in the ruins finally closed his eyes. 600 exploring the upper area. While the giant was sleeping, the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time rushed toward the giant's building like lightning. As far as the eye could see, be it in the sky or on the ground, there were figures constantly sprinting and jumping everywhere, as if countless ants were swarming towards a huge cake. Because the giant was sitting in the ruins this time, the cultivators didn't have to struggle to climb up. They only needed to use the ruins to easily approach the lower layer of the armor. As a result, many low-level cultivators who had not reached the Lord level had the opportunity to explore the interior of the tower. For a moment, the ruins were filled with flashing figures. They were madly attacking the protective light curtain outside the tower, their eyes filled with greed and vigilance. Many high-level Lord-level cultivators chose the streets that were slightly higher in the lower-level areas. They divided the work among themselves and worked together. Compared to the chaotic cultivators, they were several times more efficient. Tang Zhen and the others didn't hesitate. The flying carpet they were sitting on rose into the sky, heading straight for the upper layer of the giant tower. All 5 of them were king-level cultivators, and their current target was the residential area of the Tower City's dignitaries, so they immediately attracted the attention of countless onlookers. These people were discussing animatedly. They were all guessing that Tang Zhen and the others would be able to enter. Even the few king-level cultivators who had just appeared would look at them from time to time. At this moment, Tang Zhen and the rest had already arrived at the bottommost level of the upper area. When the flying carpet stopped in the air, Situ Yuanji and the other 3 looked at Tang Zhen at the same time. Tang Zhen's expression remained the same. After sweeping his gaze over the defensive light curtain, both of his hands were like lightning as he used his energy to draw a series of symbols. The last time he had entered the central region, he had already secretly observed the defensive light curtain of the upper region, which was why he had said that breaking the light curtain was as easy as turning his hand. For one, he wanted to attract the attention of Red Shield and the others, and for two, he was confident that he could do it. At this moment, the movements of Tang Zhen's hands were as smooth as floating clouds in flowing water. There was no obstruction at all as a special rune was gently drawn. After which, it was smashed onto the protective light curtain. At the same time, the defensive light curtain outside the tower suddenly appeared. Then, with a shake, it quickly melted to form a hole for people to enter and exit. City Lord Tang, what a brilliant move. I'm convinced. Red Shield and the rest immediately laughed out loud when they saw this. They cupped their hands toward Tang Zhen and quickly entered the hole. After all 5 of them had entered, the entrance quickly closed and blocked the king-level cultivators who were rushing over. Their expressions were dark and solemn as they stared at Tang Zhen's group. After attempting to attack for a while, they finally helplessly chose to give up. They turned their heads and ran toward the central region. However, they had already remembered Tang Zhen, who had casually broken the defensive light curtain, in their hearts. Inside the tower, Tang Zhen's group of 5 immediately spread out after entering the upper area. Each of them searched an area. If they discovered any monsters in the meantime, they would immediately send a signal, and then everyone would attack at the same time. With regards to Tang Zhen's storage ring, Situ Yuanji and the others were even more concerned about it than searching for resources. They couldn't wait for more monsters to appear. In that case, they would be able to buy all the storage rings in Tang Zhen's hands. They would never forgive themselves if they missed out on such a precious item. Compared to the middle and lower levels, the decorations on the upper level were much more luxurious. The items sold in the shops and the treasures in the residence homes were not on the same level as the residential area below. Tang Zhen's eyes lit up. He quickly cleared the items in a shop. Just as he was about to head to the next shop, he suddenly received a message from the Red Shield. Unless they encountered a king-tier monster and subdued it, Red Shield and the others would not send such a signal. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly happy. He immediately locked onto the position of the Red Shield and rushed over at lightning speed. About 10 seconds later, Tang Zhen saw Red Shield and Lu Ha. At this time, their clothes and armor were a little messy, and there was a trace of killing intent in their eyes. On the ground beside them, a monster with 2 heads and 4 arms had been cut into a human stick and was struggling on the ground. After seeing Zhen Tang appear, Red Shield pointed at the monster on the ground and said, "Mayor Tang, this monster is really hard to capture alive, so I cut off all its arms and legs. This won't delay your research, will it?" These guys knew how to play tricks. They knew that it was not easy to catch a complete monster, so they simply made it look like this during the fight, which made it easier to capture. Tang Zhen had previously stated that he wanted the monster alive. Therefore, even though the monster's appearance was extremely miserable, it did not die. Red Shield and the others did not break their promise. Tang Zhen did not wish to waste his breath on this matter as it was related to his advancement. He gently nodded his head and acknowledged this method of capturing. "Not bad, this is one. After we leave, I'll sell you a storage ring, but it's not cheap, so you'd better bring enough brain beads." As soon as Tang Zhen said this, Red Shield and Lu Ha's faces lit up. After promising that they would not be short of money, they immediately separated and continued to search for resources. Tang Zhen took a few steps forward after sweeping his gaze at the ferocious-looking monster. He directly extended his hand and pressed it on the monster's head. What he said before was not entirely a lie to Red Shield and the others. Other than killing these monsters to level up, he did have a special way to find out some information from the monster's memory. The moment Tang Zhen's palm pressed on the monster's head, the monster that had a pained expression immediately turned malevolent. It continuously growled at Tang Zhen while the killing intent in its eyes soared to the sky. Tang Zhen simply ignored this fellow. He merely focused his attention on the scattered images while his expression continued to change. A minute later, Tang Zhen let out a long breath. His face was a little pale as he slowly stood up. Tang Zhen swept a glance at the somewhat lifeless monster. He waved his blade and chopped down. The two huge heads of the monster directly rolled down. Sure enough, the upgrade progress bar flashed slightly, and it moved forward by one more square. Tang Zhen's face revealed a strange expression after he tidied up the scene earlier. He turned around and continued to search. Not long after, Tang Zhen received a signal from Situ Yuanji. When he arrived, he saw that he and the foreign cultivator named Wei were trapping a king-tier monster that was roaring non-stop. Compared to Red Shield and the others who had cut off the monster's limbs, the monster that Situ Yuanji and the other two had given to Tang Zhen was really alive. Tang Zhen did not hesitate when he saw this. He directly went up and read the other party's memory, after which, he killed the other party with a single slash. As time continued to pass, Tang Zhen immediately sent a message to the four of them when he felt that the mental energy that was present everywhere began to show signs of abnormality. He then quickly opened the protective light curtain. Situ Yuanji and the other three, who were carrying big and small bags, returned quickly and rushed out of the exit one after another. Without any hesitation, the five of them immediately got on the flying carpet and fled into the distance. Just as they ran more than 10 kilometers away, they heard an angry roar. The giant sitting in the ruins suddenly woke up, waved the weapon in his hand, and began to kill again. Seeing countless cultivators die in pain, the five of them looked at each other and laughed. This time, all five of them had gained a lot, and they were completely unscathed. They were even qualified to buy 2 storage rings. If this situation continued to develop, they would definitely have a full harvest when they returned. They would not have to worry about cultivation resources for decades. And a few decades was enough for Situ Yuanji and the others to advance from 1-star king tiers to 2-star king tiers. As for Red Shield, who was already a 2-star king tier, it would be up to fate if he could become a 3-star king tier in these few decades. When the giant finished venting his anger and turned to leave the ruins of the tower, the caravan of the 1,000 Treasure Tower came back and continued to buy all kinds of items from the cultivators. Tang Zhen also sold the 2 storage rings to Red Shield and Situ Yuanji according to the original agreement. As for Lu Ha and Wei, they would get the next chance to buy them. After selling the useless items to the trade caravans of the 10,000 Treasures Tower, the five of them rode the flying carpet and once again headed towards the place where the giant tower disappeared. 601 Chapter 601. Taking advantage and cooperation. In the next month, Tang Zhen's group of 5 stayed far behind the giant tower and never approached it to avoid the giant's attack. Every time the giant fell into a deep sleep, they would use their fastest speed to break through the light screen and then quickly enter the building to search. After 3 similar operations, the cooperation of the 5 people became more and more tacit. With all of them equipped with storage rings, they would complete the search in the shortest time possible, and then quickly retreat before the giant woke up. Moreover, now that the 5 of them had improved their vision, they no longer wanted everything like they did at the beginning. Instead, they chose the high-value items and ignored everything else. The benefit of this was that although the number of items that Situ Yuanji and the others brought back decreased, they could obtain more origin stones after selling them. Every time they counted their loot, Red Shield and the others would smile so widely that their teeth could not be seen. Now, they all had a feeling that cooperating with Tang Zhen to explore the tower was simply a delightful thing. In reality, they had already made up their minds. If they encountered a similar matter in the future, they would pull Tang Zhen along no matter what. Only then would they be able to guarantee a huge harvest. After all, the 4 of them had worked together several times before, but none of them had been as easy as they were now, and their gains far exceeded their expectations. He was extremely powerful, knowledgeable, and had endless means. There were not many king-level cultivators like him in the world of Lusheng. If there were no accidents, this cooperation model would continue for a long time. During this period, they also discovered the pattern of the giant's movements. Every time the giant attacked, it would fall into a deep sleep until it was awakened by the cultivators. As it was awakened from its deep sleep time and time again, the giant became more and more violent. Once, it even chased the cultivators for more than 100 kilometers, leaving a path of blood and flesh before it stopped with a roar. At this moment, Tang Zhen was sitting on a flying magic carpet. He coldly looked at the furious giant in front of him as he continued to plan something in his heart. During this period of time, with the help of Red Shield and the others, he was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a 2-star king tier. He only needed to kill one more monster to break through. As he continued to gather information, he had a vague guess about the cause of the change in the giant city and formulated an action plan. However, this plan could not be implemented with just the 5 of them. Therefore, Tang Zhen still needed some helpers. If there was really no one to help, Tang Zhen could only use a nuclear bomb and detonate it inside the giant tower. He believed that the giant would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. However, this was only when he truly had no other choice. Tang Zhen would definitely not use his final trump card so easily. At this moment, in the sky in front of the giant, there were 2 streams of light constantly galloping. From time to time, they would turn around and attack the giant, causing it to roar towards the sky and even grab the soil on the ground and throw it out. It was just that the speed of those 2 streams of light was extremely fast. Every time the giant's attack came, they would easily dodge it. Under the attraction of the 2 streams of light, the furious giant was constantly running in the direction of a tower. The killing intent in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger, and his speed was also getting faster. In fact, when the giant saw the tower, he didn't need the 2 streams of light to attract it. He rushed over like a madman. It was as if the giant was born to be the mortal enemy of Liu Cheng. Once they saw it, they would be unable to control the anger in their hearts and rush forward to destroy it. The 2 streams of light that had attracted the giant's attention stopped at that moment, revealing the figures wrapped in the light. They were 2 king-level holy masters in long robes. The 2 king-level cultivators looked like humans, but there were strange patterns on their cheeks. Their faces were extremely withered, as if they were skin and bones. They had also discovered the characteristics of the giant's tower and directly used this to attract it to the nearby tower. Then, they quietly waited for the giant to fall asleep after destroying the tower, and then entered the tower to explore. By using this method, they had successfully put the giant to sleep 3 times. Even though the giant had terrifying combat power, it was still being led by the nose by the king-level cultivators. As for the buildings that were used as bait in the lives of the residents, these king-level cultivators didn't care at all. Perhaps in their eyes, the residents of the buildings were nothing more than ants, and their lives had nothing to do with them. Their attitude toward the residents of the buildings was as cold and emotionless as how giants looked at cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak, and there was no logic to it. This was the sorrow of the weak. Tang Zhen coldly looked at the king-grade cultivators' performance. An undetectable killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden. As for why he was feeling this way, it was because he didn't like the way these people did things. The second reason was that the 2 king-level cultivators who had been his enemies were now in the camp of these 2 king-level holy masters. The other party had a total of 6 king-level cultivators, 1 more than Tang Zhen's group. During this period of time, the 2 opposing cultivators had provoked Tang Zhen many times. As for the other 4 foreign cultivators, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary and just watched on coldly. Tang Zhen sneered in response. However, the killing intent in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He had already marked the 2 enemy cultivators who had intentionally killed the human wanderers in front of him with the seal of death. At this time, the giant had already rushed to the bottom of the tower and began to kill and destroy again. Wails of pain could be heard from time to time. The building in front of him was only level 4 and did not even have a protective light curtain. As a result, when the giant's staff smashed down, a small part of the entire building collapsed. At this rate, it would not take long for the entire city to be reduced to ruins. It was also at this moment that the 2 holy masters were seen charging straight at Tang Zhen and the others. The strange flying monsters under their feet once again left 2 streams of light in the air. Not far away, there were 4 king-level cultivators. They were coldly looking at Tang Zhen's group as their eyes flickered. The stream of light stopped in front of Tang Zhen and the others. The 2 holy masters bowed and appeared to be rather polite. Mr. Tang, I admire your high attainments in runes. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you are interested in the treasure room in the City Lord's Hall of the Giant Tower. One of the holy masters asked in a rhythmical voice. His question was very direct, and his gaze fell on Tang Zhen with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Of course I'm interested, but what does that have to do with you? Tang Zhen looked at the foreign holy master who was wearing a strange long robe and asked expressionlessly. Of course it's related because we're also interested in the treasure room in the city lord's hall. But our rune attainments are not as good as Mr. Tang's, so we can't break the protective light curtain there. Although you can break the defensive light curtain, the 5 of you can't fight against the increasing number of monsters in the tower. So we should work together. The holy master stated his purpose for coming and waited for Tang Zhen's answer without blinking. Tang Zhen glanced at Situ Yuanji and the others. When he saw that they were all tempted, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, the other party was not in a hurry. Instead, he began to wait quietly. After about 10 seconds, he glanced at the holy master and said, "We can cooperate, but how do we split the harvest?" "Of course it's half for us and half for you." "That's fair and reasonable," the holy master replied with a matter-of-fact expression, but Tang Zhen sneered in return. "How about this? You guys are responsible for breaking the protective light curtain, and we only want 40% of the harvest. What do you think?" The 2 holy masters were displeased when they heard this. They knew that Tang Zhen was mocking them on purpose. However, the 2 holy masters also knew that in a situation where they were unable to kill the giant, breaking the protective screen of light was the most crucial part. On this point, Tang Zhen had an irreplaceable role. This was also the reason why they decided to cooperate in the end. King-level cultivators had firm willpower. Once they decided on something, they wouldn't easily change it. Therefore, their words would only attract Tang Zhen's sneer and contempt. The 2 holy masters were also decisive people. After a brief discussion, they decided to give Tang Zhen and the others 55% of the harvest and expressed that they would not give in at all. Tang Zhen put on an act and discussed with Situ Yuanji and the others. When he saw that they were willing to cooperate, he nodded and agreed. However, Tang Zhen secretly sneered in his heart. After waiting for so many days, these guys finally took the bait. 602 Chapter 602 Killing the Giant. After the 2 sides decided to cooperate, they began to work out a detailed plan. According to everyone's understanding of the giant, the closer they got to its core, which was the upper layer and head area, the faster the giant would awaken from its deep sleep. One more thing to note was that the giant's life force was weakening, and its aura was weakening. This was the main reason why it kept falling into a deep sleep. The good stuff was all in the core area, but it was not easy to enter. Not only would it take longer to crack the protective light curtain, but the number of monsters inside might also increase significantly. Before the giant woke up, it was impossible to reach the target location. Therefore, if he really wanted to obtain the item he wanted, he had to stay inside the tower for a long time. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Therefore, the best way was to directly trap or kill the giant. At the very least, he had to torture it until it was exhausted before waiting for an opportunity to enter the interior of the tower. However, it was definitely not an easy task to trap such a terrifying giant. This was also the first problem that everyone had to solve. Tang Zhen and the others raised their doubts, but the holy master in charge of the negotiations smiled confidently and claimed that he had already thought of a solution, which made Tang Zhen and the others very curious. As the holy master told them about the plan, Tang Zhen and the others came to a sudden realization. It turned out that there was a place 1,000 miles away, where not a single blade of grass grew. From time to time, black liquid could be seen bubbling on the ground. Once this liquid came into contact with an open fire, it would quickly burn up. The fire was fierce and would not be extinguished for a long time. In addition to this terrifying flammable liquid, there was another feature of this land. Some places would sink like a swamp if one stepped on it. Very few people could escape from it successfully. It was for these 2 reasons that there were very few living beings in that place, and they would usually take a detour when they passed by. According to the Holy Master's plan, they would build a tower in that place and then draw the giant over, causing it to sink deep into the place covered in black liquid. After the giant was trapped, he could ignite the black liquid and use the sea of fire to burn the giant to death. Even if the giant couldn't be burned to death, he could at least severely injure it and then find a way to put it into a state of deep sleep. The giant was already in a bad state, and now he was exhausted to the extreme. If he overexerted his physical strength again, he would definitely fall into a state of collapse. Once the exhausted giant fell into a deep sleep, he would not wake up easily. After everything was carried out according to the plan, he could break through the defensive light curtain of the tower and enter the city lord's hall and the treasure room. After Tang Zhen and the rest heard the Holy Master's plan, they fell silent and exchanged glances. Although the plan seemed feasible, there were a few uncertain factors that made the execution full of suspense. First of all, could the quagmire that could trap monsters trap the terrifying giant? It must be known that the 2 legs of this guy were almost as big as 2 giant mountains. Moreover, the question was whether the flames could harm the giant. One had to know that the surface of the giant's building was protected by a protective light curtain. It did not only exist on the tower formed by the giant's armor, but also on the surface of the giant's body, blocking the attacks for the giant. Otherwise, even if the giant's skin was made of copper and its bones were made of iron, it would have been riddled with holes by the cultivators of the city gate. It was impossible for it to be unscathed. The most important point was that when they went to the central area of the giant tower, they would inevitably be blocked by a large number of monsters. There were only 11 of them, so how could they resist those crazy king-tier monsters? Therefore, although Tang Zhen did not object, he was not confident in his heart whether this cooperation would be successful or not. However, he could use this opportunity to do some things he wanted to do, including killing the 2 annoying enemy cultivators. Tang Zhen slightly nodded when he thought of this. Seeing that Tang Zhen and the rest had agreed to their plan, the other Holy Master who had been silent the whole time immediately turned and left. He turned into a stream of light and ran into the distance. It was obvious that he was heading towards the location of the ambush. The Holy Master would build a city tower in the shortest time possible. Then, Tang Zhen and the others would attack and lure the giant to that place. The rest of the time was spent quietly waiting for the giant to fall into a deep sleep again. Then, everyone would attack the giant at the same time. The purpose of this was to make the giant unable to get an effective rest and exhaust his physical strength as much as possible. The combined attack of 10 king-level cultivators was absolutely terrifying. The giant that had just fallen into a deep sleep was immediately awakened, and its eyes were filled with anger. The giant's anger had already reached its limit in the face of these ants that had repeatedly disturbed its sleep. It roared towards the sky, waved the weapon in its hand, and smashed it towards Tang Zhen and the others. Tang Zhen and the others, who were already prepared, easily dodged the attacks. After which, they retreated in the same direction. During this period of time, they continuously attacked the giant, causing the giant to follow behind them. Tang Zhen's group rapidly flew in the air as the monster roared. They were getting closer and closer to the ambush location. Then, in the vast wilderness, a towering giant roared continuously. His 6 arms were constantly waving, attacking Tang Zhen and the others as if he was swatting flies. However, Tang Zhen and the others were extremely agile. Even though this giant had 6 arms, it was still unable to successfully kill them. Tang Zhen controlled the flying carpet and constantly dodged the giant's attacks. At the same time, he opened the map view and constantly observed the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. It didn't take long for him to find a piece of black land in front of him, as if it had just been burned by a wildfire. As the previous Holy Master had said, this place was truly barren. In the middle of this black land, a mountain-shaped building appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. It was extremely abrupt in this barren land. In fact, if it wasn't for the giant, no one would have built a city here. Let's slow down a bit. We must get this guy to that place. The Holy Master who had previously discussed the cooperation with Tang Zhen flew past. After giving a few instructions, he shot another icicle that was a few meters long at the giant. The icicle landed on the giant's head, but was blocked by the protective light screen, not causing any damage to the giant. Tang Zhen immediately slowed down when he heard this. At the same time, he threw a punch at the giant. Soon after, a dark blue light appeared and smashed into the giant's body. Crack! As the blue light struck the barrier, a large amount of frost immediately spread out, freezing and cracking the light barrier. The cultivator skills that had been upgraded to the limit by the application store were incomparable to the skills exchanged from ordinary platforms. Once they were used, the difference between them was obvious. When this kind of high-intensity attack fell into the eyes of everyone, they immediately felt overwhelmed with shock. A casual strike was able to destroy the giant's defensive light curtain. This proved that Tang Zhen's combat strength was absolutely extraordinary. They knew that if they attacked, they would not be able to gather such a powerful attack. The Holy Master and the other 4 king-level cultivators narrowed their eyes. While they continued to attack the giant, they also began to pay attention to Tang Zhen's movements. A trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the 2 king-level cultivators who were fighting against Tang Zhen earlier. Their expressions became uncertain. Although Tang Zhen's attack was powerful, it was unable to cause much damage to the giant. In the blink of an eye, the shattered protective light curtain had recovered. On the other hand, the giant's body seemed to have suffered a slight frostbite. Although it was insignificant, it still made the giant even more furious. The eyes on one of its heads stared at Tang Zhen. It was also at this instant that Tang Zhen suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was as though a life-and-death crisis was about to strike him. 603 Chapter 603 Soaring Flames. A thought suddenly flashed across Tang Zhen's mind at this moment. Situ Yuanji had once said that other than having an extremely strong defense, this giant seemed to have some magical abilities. For example, electric eels releasing electricity and geckos breaking their tails were all innate abilities. If it evolved to a certain level, this talent could turn into some kind of magical power. This kind of magical ability was different from the skills of cultivators. It was the innate ability of some species. It was either extremely strange or extremely lethal. However, no matter what kind of innate divine ability it was a truly powerful attack method. In the beginning, this giant might not even be worth mentioning. However, as it continued to advance, its innate abilities also began to show. At the same time this thought appeared in his mind, Tang Zhen saw a glint flash in the giant's eyes. Soon after, the air around him suddenly trembled as a terrifying life-and-death crisis instantly struck. Tang Zhen loudly shouted, "Not good." As he warned his companions, he immediately teleported away from the flying magic carpet. His figure was like lightning as he rapidly streaked across the sky. A pair of energy-formed wings suddenly unfurled on his back. With just a slight flap, he was already nearly 1,000 meters in the air. He continued to fly without looking back. When Situ Yuanji and the others heard this, they scattered and fled in all directions without any hesitation. They had already completely believed in Tang Zhen's sense of danger. It was also at this moment that the giant's gaze once again locked onto Tang Zhen. His eyes were constantly flickering with light. Its divine art completely erupted, and wherever the giant's gaze landed, the air immediately changed as if it was boiling water. Following Tang Zhen's continuous dodging, a series of explosive sounds actually rang out behind him. The invisible air instantly exploded and collapsed. If they were in the explosion zone, even a king-level cultivator would be blown to pieces. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with shock when he saw this. His speed was raised to the limit as he would occasionally teleport and dodge. The speed of the air explosion was extremely fast. In just a short second, it exploded thousands of times, as if it was going to destroy the world. Behind Tang Zhen, a series of spatial cracks that were slowly closing up were left in the originally empty sky. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was actually able to tear open the void. It was indeed worthy of being an innate divine ability. When Situ Yuanji and the others saw this scene from afar, they all gasped in unison. Although the giant's attack only lasted for a short second, it caused extremely terrifying destructive power. It was shocking to see. If this attack was not targeted at Tang Zhen but at all of them, it was likely that some of them would have already lost their lives. People were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. There were also strong and weak cultivators of the same grade. Not every cultivator was like Tang Zhen, who had an abnormal combat strength that was invincible among cultivators of the same grade. No one could guarantee that they would be able to escape alive from such a terrifying attack. At the same time, they had a new understanding of Tang Zhen's strength, especially his terrifying speed when he dodged earlier. If it was Situ Yuanji and the others, they would definitely not be able to do this. After seeing that Tang Zhen was fine, everyone made their move at the same time and began to attack the giant that was clearly dispirited after releasing the divine ability. The giant had not slept or rested during this period of time, and now that he had released a divine ability that consumed a great deal of his energy, he was probably not far from being completely exhausted. Tang Zhen, who was a few thousand meters away, stabilized his body. At the same time, he inhaled a deep breath of air. He still felt a lingering fear in his heart as he looked at the giant that was roaring furiously. This giant's strength was truly terrifying. If he had not been on guard earlier, he might have really been injured by this giant's divine art attack. Even if he could transmigrate back to his original world at any time, he would need time to activate it. After witnessing the giant's divine ability, everyone became more cautious when they attacked again. They also deliberately controlled the strength of their attacks, afraid that the giant would do the same thing again. The destructive power of this divine ability was truly astonishing, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Not everyone was able to escape safely like Tang Zhen under that terrifying chain of attacks. The slightest carelessness would result in the loss of one's life. Tang Zhen had suffered a loss in silence earlier. Now, he intentionally lowered the lethality of his attacks. He directly took out a specially made rifle from his storage ring and continuously fired at the giant. As a result, he became the most relaxed one among them. The people who were attacking heard the gunshots and saw Zhen Tang lying on the flying carpet leisurely. He would fire a shot from time to time. They were stunned and speechless. As the attacks continued, it didn't take long for the newly built city to appear in everyone's view, striking against the barren land. After being soaked in the black liquid, the soil here also turned into black mud and was also on fire. Sure enough, it was as they had expected. When the giant saw the tower that appeared in front of it, it immediately ignored Tang Zhen and the others. It also ignored the fatigue of its body and madly rushed towards the tower. Only God knew how deep its hatred for Lu Cheng was. It was probably deep in its bones. The eyes of Tang Zhen's group immediately stared intently at the giant upon seeing this. They wanted to see if it would be able to sink into the black mud. As expected, the moment the giant stepped into the black soil, his feet immediately sank in, and black mud and liquid covered his calves. However, with the protection of the light curtain, these things could not stay for long, and they quickly slid off its body. The giant didn't seem to care. He pulled out his leg and continued to rush towards the tower with killing intent in his eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After the giant took a step, it covered a very long distance. Although the area of the black land was not small, it only needed to take a few more steps to reach the front of the city. The deepest part of the black land in front of him was only up to the giant's knee, so it didn't affect his movement at all. The holy master who had suggested the plan earlier had a dark expression. The eyes of the other cultivators flickered as they considered whether they should set the black soil on fire right now. It was also at this moment that the roaring giant suddenly staggered. Its huge body suddenly sank by a section, causing everyone's hearts to jump. It turned out that the giant was already deep in the black mud. Everything below its chest was buried in the ground, and it was constantly struggling to move forward. Because of the existence of the protective light curtain, the sticky black mud could not wrap around the giant at all, which also made it not as miserable as everyone had imagined. It continued to move forward like water. Now, light the fire. The holy master snorted coldly and a flame shot out from his hand, striking the black soil beneath his feet. Boom! A muffled sound was emitted. The black soil where Tang Zhen was attacked immediately turned into a sea of fire. Soon after, the fire quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, it had already wrapped around the giant that was swimming in the black soil. The scorching hot air pounced over. Tang Zhen and the others retreated a distance as they stared at the giant within the flames without blinking. Across the soaring flames, roars of anger could be heard. The giant that had been struggling in the mud had now become a huge fireball, its 6 arms waving constantly. Under such scorching flames, the energy used to support the protective light curtain was constantly being consumed at a terrifying speed. After all, the burning flames were also a kind of attack. The destructive power it caused was not inferior to the combined attack of Tang Zhen and the others. Moreover, compared to the attacks of Tang Zhen and the other cultivators that were separated, the destructive power formed by this kind of flame attack could be said to be endless. Even if the giant tower was rich and had a lot of energy to support the protective light curtain, it would not be able to support such a terrifying consumption. When the energy of the protective light curtain was depleted, the giant would lose its most powerful protective barrier. It would not be far from destruction. The giant seemed to have realized this as it began to struggle in the sea of fire. Under the shroud of life and death, it actually ignored Lu Cheng, who was in the center of the sea of fire, and turned to move toward the edge of the sea of fire where Tang Zhen and the others were. How could Tang Zhen and the others allow the giant to do as he wished? They all unleashed their strongest attacks in an attempt to stop the giant from continuing to return. For a time, everyone displayed their own abilities, and an endless stream of attacks fell on the giant in the sea of fire, making it even more furious. Roar! The giant was forced into a corner. He actually threw away his weapon and grabbed the burning black mud before ruthlessly smashing it towards Tang Zhen and the others. 604A strange alien species Tang Zhen and the rest became anxious when they saw the giant attempting to charge out of the sea of fire. They began to attack crazily. They had spent so much effort in hopes of using the sea of fire to exhaust the energy of the protective light barrier around the giant's body. At the same time, they had also taken the opportunity to continuously exhaust the giant's energy, causing him to fall into a deep sleep from extreme fatigue. In this way, everyone could enter the core area of the giant tower more safely without worrying about the giant waking up at any time. However, if the giant were to rush out of the sea of fire now, the damage it would suffer would be negligible, and all the previous arrangements would be in vain. Cultivators were extremely stubborn about their own thoughts, and the king-class cultivators were even more so. After the plan was implemented, how could they let the giant walk out of the sea of fire? Without any hesitation, everyone immediately used their trump cards. All kinds of attacks were launched at the fire mage like a storm. Under the double attack of the flames, the defensive light curtain on the giant's body would crack from time to time. At this moment, the giant's body finally suffered real damage. The flesh on the surface of his body exploded under the attack, and the minced meat and blood mist flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were burned to ashes by the flames. Even though the giant's body was huge and the damage they caused was reduced to the level of mosquito bites due to the defensive light curtain, it still made the giant furious and let out an earth-shaking roar. Being injured by an ant yet unable to kill it, when the giant saw Tang Zhen and the rest of the cultivators moving about in a disorderly manner, he was so furious that he stomped about like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, the giant had been completely enraged by the crowd and began its fierce counterattack. It threw away the weapon in its hand, then grabbed in a direction with all its might, and a ball of black mud spewing flames was caught in its hand. The giant's palm was so huge that every ball of black mud it grabbed and threw was the size of a small mountain. The giant glanced at the people in the sky and roared. All 6 arms waved at the same time, throwing things at them. Everyone saw a huge fireball coming towards them like a meteor falling from the sky. They were so scared that they quickly dodged to avoid being hit by it. The flames were unable to harm Tang Zhen and the others within a short period of time. However, the terrifying strength contained within the soil was definitely able to cause them to vomit blood. After Tang Zhen's group successfully dodged, the burning black soil landed on the grass in the distance. It was like lava erupting from volcanoes, igniting the sea of flames once again. The giant actually took this opportunity to rush out of the deep pit. Its huge body stood in the sea of fire as it roared and charged towards Tang Zhen and the others. The wave of fire that had been soaring into the sky now could not even reach the giant's waist. Only the black mud that had been left on its body was still burning fiercely, turning the giant into a moving fireball. The godlike figure could be seen from far away. Seeing the giant rush out of the black mud, the expression of the holy master who had been discussing the plan changed. He threw something into the sea of fire. Just as this object fell into the sea of fire, there was a crisp, pa, sound, and then a strange object fell into the sea of fire. These things were not afraid of fire, and they quickly took root in the sea of fire. Then, countless translucent, fiery red vines danced out. There were flames flickering inside, and they looked like sea anemones. This thing seemed to like fire very much, and it grew bigger and bigger in the sea of fire. In a short time, it had turned into a giant vine nearly 1,000 meters long, swaying freely in the flames. This is a special species from the otherworld. The people from the otherworld call it the fire vine and view it as a sacred object. This kind of fire vine feeds on fire and grows when it sees fire. I obtained it by chance in my early years. The largest fire vine I've ever seen was nearly 10,000 meters tall. It grew at the mouth of a volcano and was extremely powerful. Whether or not we can trap this giant today will depend on its ability. The Holy Master explained indifferently, his eyes fixed on the giant in the sea of fire and the otherworld's fire vines that had grown to over 1,000 meters long in an instant. It was also at this moment that the giant passed by the fiery red vines and accidentally touched one of the vines that extended to the ground. It seemed to be a trigger. The moment the vine was touched, countless vines writhed wildly and suddenly attacked the giant's legs, quickly coiling them up. The giant, who was about to walk out of the sea of fire, was suddenly attacked. His feet were tied up, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't help but roar in anger. It reached out to pull at the fiery red fire vines, only to discover that the vines were burning with green flames that had a terrifying corrosive power against the protective light curtain. The moment the giant grabbed the vine, the defensive light curtain on the surface of its body began to flicker, as if it could be burned through by the flames released by the fire vine at any time. The giant didn't pay much attention to this. Instead, he reached out and pulled the vine with all his might. Immediately, the vine that was several meters thick was torn apart. Then, the giant raised his foot again, and the fiery red vines that were binding his calf made cracking sounds as they were continuously torn off and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Situ Yung and the rest could not help but shake their heads. Although this vine could survive in the sea of fire and was considered a wondrous object, its strength was disappointing. Of course, this wasn't because the vines weren't strong. After all, how weak could something that could withstand the burning of flames be? If it wasn't for the fact that it was facing a terrifying prey like the giant tower, the vines would be invincible in the sea of fire. Even if it was trapped, it could trap the enemy and wait for them to be burned to ashes. However, when it faced the giant tower, it seemed to be a little disobedient. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, Tang Zhen was slightly startled as he looked at the broken vines that the giant had pulled off. It turned out that after the broken fiery red vines fell to the ground, they didn't turn to dust. Instead, after twisting a few times, they quickly took root and sprouted, then continued to absorb the flames and grew stronger. In less than 10 seconds, the vine had grown to a few hundred meters long and wrapped around the giant's leg. It was the same for the other broken vines. They all grew rapidly after absorbing the flames, spreading along the giant's legs. This sudden change stunned everyone at first, then they immediately came back to their senses and continued to attack. At this moment, the giant's legs had been completely bound by the fiery red vines on the ground, and he could not move at all. And NBSP, the giant roared and pulled at the vines, but more and more of them broke. Soon, the giant was surrounded by the fiery red vines. However, Tang Zhen frowned slightly. This was because he discovered that the growth speed of these vines seemed to have slowed down. They were far from being as swift and violent as before. Sweeping his gaze at the thin flames around the giant, Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization. He shouted to everyone, "Those vines feed on fire. We have to make the fire burn stronger. Otherwise, we can't trap the giant." As his voice fell, Tang Zhen's large hand suddenly grabbed. A large piece of burning black soil was sucked up into the air and thrown onto those vines. Sure enough, with the arrival of the burning black mud, the vines immediately became much more lively, and the speed of their growth suddenly accelerated a lot. When everyone saw this, they didn't hesitate at all. They all grabbed the burning black mud and threw it at the vines. The fiery red vines, which had been lacking in strength, suddenly erupted at this moment. They grew crazily and had already reached the giant's waist. Seeing this, the giant began to struggle even more. However, no matter how much the giant struggled, it could not break free from the vines. It could only watch as the vines grew thicker and longer, and its aura began to weaken. It was also at this moment that a trace of consciousness flashed in the giant's eyes. Then, it roared and slashed at the vines beside it. Half of the vines were cut off and thrown far away. Then, the giant waved his blade again and cut all the vines in front of him. Before the remaining vines could grow again, the giant had already shot out of the sea of flames and stood in front of Tang Zhen and the others. It was as if he was looking down on ants as he ruthlessly threw a punch. 605 The last strike, boom. Before Tang Zhen and the rest could react, the giant's fist had already been ruthlessly thrown out. This attack was as if a mountain had collapsed and the sky had changed color. It made people feel a sense of despair that there was nowhere to hide. The giant was extremely furious after being tricked by these ant-like cultivators. He threw out his fist with hatred and the speed was extremely fast, completely out of line with his size. In order to launch this attack, it even extracted the energy used to maintain the defensive light curtain, so that all of it was concentrated into this punch, and the surface of its body no longer had any protective measures. The entire tower that was hanging on the surface of its body also let out a rumbling sound at this moment. Countless items in the tower were thrown out one after another because the defensive light curtain had disappeared. Debris fell like rain from the sky. It seemed that the defensive light curtain not only had a protective function, but it could also provide a similar balance and stability to the constantly moving tower while it was in existence, so that the items inside the tower would not be shaken by the bumps. However, the moment the protective light screen disappeared, they all flew out due to inertia. The cultivators who had been attacking non-stop in the air felt their hearts tremble when they saw the mountain-like fist coming at them. The sense of danger of death suddenly enveloped their bodies. The power of this punch was so terrifying that it seemed to envelop the entire world and seal off the surrounding space. The air also seemed to become tangible, firmly binding their bodies. It was as if they were ants trapped in this space, about to be smashed into meat patties by the giant's fist. In fact, everyone could even faintly sense the shadow of an innate divine ability on this huge fist. If it was an ordinary cultivator, under such a terrifying attack, their mind would have been in a state of chaos and they would have been waiting for death in despair. However, for king-level cultivators, they didn't believe in ghosts and gods. The only thing they believed in was their own strength. Therefore, even though the giant's attack was a sure kill attack, they still fought for a chance of survival in death. The expressions of Tang Zhen and the rest changed the moment the giant's killing blow was unleashed. They began to dodge with their own techniques. Even though the air around them was as heavy as a mountain, it was torn apart by their desperate struggle, and cracks appeared out of thin air. The two holy masters from before roared and fused with the light beneath their feet. They were like two huge fireworks that suddenly shot into the sky, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The two foreign cultivators who were Tang Zhen's enemies also abandoned their flying monsters at the same time. They let out long howls with grave expressions and quickly teleported backward. As for Situ Yung, Red Shield, and the others, they had already used all their strength to escape in all directions when the giant attacked. Tang Zhen's eyes were grave as he stared intently at the giant who had lost his protective light barrier. At this moment, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly rushed towards the building on the giant's body. The heavy air didn't seem to have any effect on him, and he moved forward like lightning. Just as he was about to make contact with the giant's fist, he suddenly activated teleportation and appeared in the original world in an instant, avoiding the giant's killing blow. In the original world, Tang Zhen only stayed for less than 10 seconds before he activated the teleportation again and reappeared in front of the giant. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen was in a serious state of consideration. He had already activated the Dark World stealth technique and placed himself in a strange dark world. Tang Zhen inhaled a breath of cold air when he observed the surrounding environment. Again, the area they were in earlier had long since turned into a wolf's den. An incomparably terrifying large pit had appeared on the ground, and the air was filled with traces of being torn apart by the violent energy. Anything in this area was turned into fine powder by the giant's attack. It was an indiscriminate attack. Tang Zhen's eyes focused. He could sense a trace of dense blood qi at the edge of the large pit. He wondered which unlucky fellow had been smashed into a meat patty by this giant. If it was just one of them, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. He turned to look at the giant beside him, only to find that it had already sat down cross-legged, its huge head slightly lowered, and its eyes were constantly alternating between rationality and confusion. Just as Tang Zhen was observing the giant, who was in a rational state, suddenly looked at the void where Tang Zhen was. A trace of doubt and ferocity flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the extremely exhausted giant slowly raised the saber in his hand, and his eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Clearly, the giant had a special ability. It could easily discover Tang Zhen, who was hiding in the dark world, and was prepared to kill him at the same time. However, just as it raised its saber, the rationality in the giant's eyes was replaced by confusion and a strong sense of fatigue. Tang Zhen, who was originally planning to dodge, had a glint in his eyes when he saw this. He swiftly rushed towards the giant's body. Because the energy supporting the defensive light curtain had been exhausted, the giant's body no longer had any defensive power, and anyone could easily enter it. Even though the giant did not fall into a deep sleep immediately, it had exhausted too much of its energy and had no power to expel the intruders. Situ Yung and the others had yet to return. Tang Zhen revealed a happy expression and flew straight towards the giant. Tang Zhen naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he hurriedly seized the time and began to arrange his plan. His figure suddenly barged into an area on the upper floor, then turned around twice on the street, and directly entered a residential house at the end of the alley. Not long after, Tang Zhen's figure walked out of the resident's house and tightly closed the door behind him. Soon after, Tang Zhen headed to the middle section. He stayed there for a few minutes before he rushed out of the building and flew to the sky that was about 10 kilometers away from the giant. When the figures appeared in the sky and flew straight towards the giant who was sitting cross-legged, Tang Zhen finally retreated from the dark world. He flapped his wings and flew over. When Tang Zhen arrived at the sky in front of the giant, he discovered that Situ Yuanji and the other three were safely suspended in the air. However, their expressions were a little miserable, and their clothes and armor were damaged to varying degrees. The two holy masters and the two opposing cultivators were also uninjured. It was just that the stream of light under the feet of one of the holy masters had disappeared, and the flying monsters of the two opposing cultivators had long been turned into meat paste. The three of them were standing on a disc each, using their spiritual power to float in the air, their faces slightly pale. The most important point was that their original team of 6 had now become 5 people, and they were missing a cultivator with a dark skin like an ape. It was obvious that the trace of blood qi that Tang Zhen had felt earlier had come from that foreign cultivator. Even though his cultivation had reached the king tier, he still couldn't escape the giant's attack. The loss of one of their own made the leading holy master's expression turn extremely ugly, and there was a faint flash of anger in his eyes. Originally, they had a slight advantage in numbers and suppressed Tang Zhen's group. However, with the unexpected death of a companion, the number of people on both sides was equal. Even if he was a 2-star king tier, there was also a 2-star king tier among Tang Zhen's group of 5. In this way, they no longer had any advantage. The holy master glanced at Tang Zhen and the others. His expression was neither sad nor happy. He nodded gently and then turned to look at the monster sitting cross-legged. This giant has used up a lot of his energy and is now in a deep sleep. I believe he won't wake up anytime soon. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's go in and head straight for the core area. As soon as the holy master finished speaking, everyone rushed to the top of the giant's head. As they floated in the air, they all looked at the strange building hidden behind the 3 heads. In fact, Tang Zhen had long discovered this special area that looked like a skull and was covered by a thick protective light curtain. This was the core area of the giant tower. Whether it was the city lord's hall or the tower's treasure room, they were all hidden in this building. 606 Entering the core area. 1. From the sky, the appearance of the giant head building looked very similar to the 3-headed giant. The only difference was that the top of the head did not have bone spikes, but a strangely shaped blood crown that faintly emitted a strange aura. After Tang Zhen swept his gaze over, he followed the crowd and slowly descended. They surrounded the mouth of the giant head. This head was extremely eerie, and its mouth was also extremely sinister. Its top and bottom were filled with crisscrossed canine teeth. There was a pitch-black entrance on top of the open mouth, from which a faint mist of blood floated out, as if it was choosing a person to devour. With just a glance, everyone felt a chill all over their bodies, as if there was great danger here. But in any case, everyone had to enter it, because the most precious items in the entire giant's tower could be hidden in this building. Sir, please break this defensive light curtain. The leading holy master cupped his hands at Tang Zhen and spoke in a hoarse voice. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head upon hearing this. He took a few steps forward before extending his hand and pressing down. He immediately felt an invisible barrier blocking his path. Compared to the protective light screen of the tower below, the defensive power of this building was actually self-contained. Even if the tower below lost its barrier, this place was still safe and sound. Tang Zhen closed his eyes and felt the operating process of the protective light curtain. He then retracted his hand and turned to look at the holy master. Are you going to open up an entrance here, or are you going to completely destroy this protective light screen? The holy master muttered to himself for a moment before he replied with certainty, if we can completely destroy this protective light curtain, that would naturally be the best. Tang Zhen nodded and indicated for everyone to raise their heads. He extended his hand and pointed at one of the giant's eyes. That red eyeball is the key to activating this protective light curtain. Later, I will open a crack on the protective light curtain, and then you will work together to break it. Everyone nodded when they heard this. At the same time, they followed Tang Zhen and rose to a position in the air, standing parallel to one of the eyes of the giant building. Tang Zhen did not say any unnecessary words. Both of his hands were like lightning as they rapidly waved. They guided the energy within his body and the surrounding heaven and earth, gathering them into numerous unique symbols. In just a short time, his body was surrounded by runes of various colors, and there were thousands of them. The eyes of the cultivators flickered when they saw Tang Zhen casually drawing countless runes. Most of them were filled with envy and jealousy. The most criticizing thing about the world of towers was that they liked to do things for themselves, which led to many things not having the opportunity to be developed and basically lost with the destruction of the towers. Because they couldn't obtain an orderly inheritance, cultivators could only rely on exchanging skills from the cornerstone platform to strengthen their combat power. Due to the lack of inheritance and creativity, and the lack of knowledge to absorb the strengths of other civilizations, the cultivators of Lusheng gradually became boorish men with only brute force. Out of the 10 cultivators in the world of Lusheng, 9 of them were good at fighting, but they only had a little knowledge of things outside of fighting. Even the knowledge that the Holy Master, who was known to be knowledgeable, had was only so-so in Tang Zhen's eyes. It was also for this reason that a complete skill inheritance was extremely rare in the world of Lusheng, and its value was simply immeasurable. It had to be said that this was an extremely laughable and sad thing. The cultivators of Lusheng, who were good at fighting and plundering the fruits of other foreign civilizations, had never had their own civilization because of the strange way of survival in this world. Even if they had, they would be destroyed by all kinds of changes in the dark and let them be annihilated in the long river of time. Tang Zhen loved to read, especially the various books passed down from the Lusheng world. Because of the existence of mysterious word decryption, Tang Zhen could read without any hindrance. This had a great impact on Tang Zhen. Almost no cultivator could compare with Tang Zhen in this aspect. The reason why he studied so diligently was to find the lost skills in it, so that he could benefit himself after mastering them. This matter had already shown some results. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen knew more and more secrets. His understanding of the world of Lusheng was also getting deeper and deeper. It was this kind of accumulation that allowed him to draw inferences from one case when drawing runes, and seemed to be at ease. After about 3 minutes, Tang Zhen had already finished drawing all the runes. He then pulled them and rearranged them to form a huge runic magic circle. Now, activate. Following Tang Zhen's low cry, the huge runic magic circle suddenly stuck onto the defensive light curtain. The strange thing was that it did not cause the defensive light curtain to reject it. Instead, it was like a dog's skin plaster that slowly merged into it. At the same time, the thick defensive power within a huge ring in the center of the runic magic circle suddenly became thin. What are you waiting for? Attack! Tang Zhen, who was maintaining the operation of the runic magic circle, roared loudly. Everyone, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately took action. 9 swift and fierce attacks whistled and landed in the middle of the ring. Crack! The energy barrier shattered under the attacks of the 9 king-class cultivators, revealing a circular hole. The runic magic circle drawn by Tang Zhen immediately blocked the energy that was intended to fill up the gap. It continuously diverted it to the side before connecting it to the surrounding. And NBSP, as a result, the energy from the 2 ends of the gap had been connected, successfully deceiving the protective light curtain, and making it think that the hole had been filled. When Situ Yung and the others saw this scene, they did not even have time to exclaim. They immediately started to attack the giant's eyeballs one after another, causing them to make boom boom sounds. In less than 10 seconds, the huge eyeball let out a loud noise and shattered. The protective light barrier that had enveloped the building also disappeared at this moment, revealing the entire building before everyone's eyes. Haha, let's go in now. The cultivators' eyes lit up and they immediately rushed toward the entrance of the building. Of course, the first thing they had to do before entering was to use various means to open up a path to avoid being ambushed and sneak attacked. Tang Zhen followed behind everyone in a neither hurried nor slow manner. He would occasionally sense his surroundings as though he was searching for something. The interior of this skull building was extremely large. Not long after they entered, they saw countless will-o-wisps flickering around them, and at the same time, a huge throne appeared in front of them. It was unknown what material this throne was made of, but it glowed with a purple light. It looked bright and lively, and a deathly aura constantly rose from it. A huge monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was currently sitting on the throne. It coldly looked at the arrival of Tang Zhen and the others. You ants, you're really seeking your own death. The 3-headed and 6-armed monster snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out. It was filled with the smell of blood and slaughter. As soon as it finished speaking, 10 armored monsters with 2 heads and 4 arms appeared in the shadows behind it. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands and were full of killing intent. Their eyes were full of bloodthirst and hatred. Just as Tang Zhen was squinting his eyes to size up his surroundings, the leading holy master suddenly said in a low voice, "Before I came here, I've already inquired about it. The residents of this giant city are like zombies and don't have 2 heads and 4 arms. So, these 2 heads and 4 arms cultivators are not residents here. As Mr. Tang said, they are likely to be some kind of special monster, so we must be careful. Tang Zhen by the side revealed an expression of, as expected, when he heard this. In fact, he had already guessed something in his heart. He had already completely confirmed it at this moment. He could even vaguely guess the reason why the giant's tower had such a change today. However, this was not the best time to think about these problems. At this moment, the 3-headed and 6-armed monster waved its hand, and 10 2-headed and 4-armed monsters pounced on them. 607 Battle, Advancement 1. Seeing these 2-headed and 4-armed monsters coming for them, everyone drew their weapons one after another, and they were also full of killing intent. The brave would win when they met each other on a narrow road. The cultivators of Lusheng City didn't lack courage, so the more they fought, the crazier they became. In a battle of life and death, if one lacked this kind of indomitable mentality, it was very likely that they would be the one killed. The situation in front of him was not too bad, there were only 10 monsters. Moreover, these monsters were merely 1-star king tiers. They couldn't pose too much of a threat to Tang Zhen and the others. Therefore, when they attacked, the cultivators also shouted and charged forward. Compared to these monsters, the cultivators' combat skills were undoubtedly more skilled. As soon as they started fighting, they had the upper hand. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with flickering figures. The sounds of weapons clashing and angry roars could be heard constantly, and blood would occasionally spurt out. The monster that had rushed in front of Tang Zhen was holding 2 long spears in each hand. Its other 2 hands were holding a hard bow and a sharp arrow. While it was attacking Tang Zhen, the monster shot out 3 arrows in succession. Their speed was as fast as lightning as they headed straight for Tang Zhen's vital points. Tang Zhen easily dodged this sharp arrow that was not inferior to a bullet in speed. His body shook and he instantly entered the Dark World. Tang Zhen, who had previously used the Dark World's ability to easily kill a king-tier monster, was now using the same trick again as he quickly entered the monster's body. With an explosive sound, the monster was immediately torn into pieces, turning into a pool of minced meat. This was the first monster that had been killed in this area. It naturally attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, they quickly discovered that this monster was Tang Zhen's target. Seeing Tang Zhen kill a king-tier monster so easily, the cultivators' eyes narrowed slightly. Their gazes turned grave as they looked at Tang Zhen. The cultivators had never heard of this human king before. They had thought that he was just an ordinary person. But now, everyone realized that he had refreshed everyone's knowledge of him again and again. While they were shocked, they also wondered how many more powerful cards this guy had. However, they were in the middle of a great battle, so they couldn't be distracted. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and continued to fight the monsters. They didn't want to lose face in front of others, so their actions became more and more fierce. Tang Zhen did not care about the gazes of the others. Instead, he forcefully suppressed the mutation of his body when he leveled up. He swiftly entered the Dark World and suddenly let out a carefree low roar. At the same time, his body flickered slightly and burst out with waves of energy fluctuations. His head and the exposed skin and flesh on his body actually became transparent for a moment. His blood vessels and meridians slowly disappeared, completely turning into energy. However, this phenomenon quickly returned to normal. Clearly, his strength was not enough to permanently energize his body. At the same time, a violent force exploded in his body. It was as if his strength had increased several times in an instant. Tang Zhen faced the sky and took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly opened and stared intently at the 3-headed 6-armed monster that was still sitting on the throne. As he was in the perspective of the Dark World, the monster was merely an empty shell in Tang Zhen's eyes. A wisp of blackish-gray energy chain was penetrating from the ground and entrenched itself on the head of the monster. It was obvious that the pressure and the words the monster had said were the doing of the mastermind behind the scenes. The fellow on the throne is not the one controlling the giant's body from behind the scenes. He's just a puppet. I'd like to see how long you can keep hiding. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he charged towards the 3-headed 6-armed monster. The soul-annihilating saber was like a cold glint as it slashed towards the energy chain that was controlling the puppet. It was also at this moment that the mastermind behind the scenes seemed to have sensed Tang Zhen's killing intent. He actually controlled the energy chains to withdraw from the puppet's body and rapidly transformed into a three-headed six-armed monster. The monster's eyes were blood red in color and looked extremely terrifying. It let out a strange chuckle when it looked at Tang Zhen. "I've underestimated you, to be able to enter this place. However, as long as you're a cultivator of Lusheng, you must die." At this point, the monster's tone was filled with malevolence, and its eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Tang Zhen sneered when he heard this. "Stop talking nonsense. I've long seen through the tricks you played. Let's see who will have the last laugh." In the dark world, after Tang Zhen and the monster exchanged a glance, they immediately started fighting. The front end of the monster's arm turned hazy for a moment before it transformed into 6 types of strange weapons. Its entire body was like a windmill as it continuously attacked Tang Zhen. This attack was like a storm, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. If the speed of blocking was slightly slower, they would be hit by the weapon. Tang Zhen's eyes focused. Even though he had already advanced to a 2-star king tier, he still felt that it was a little difficult to block. The most crucial point was that the existence of the energy chain caused the monster's power to be endless. Under such a high-intensity attack, it did not show any signs of weakness. If the monster continued to attack like a storm, Tang Zhen would definitely lose if he defended for a long time. It was only a matter of time before he suffered a loss. After realizing this, Tang Zhen suddenly teleported and retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed at the monster. An incomparably dazzling ray of light suddenly appeared and landed on the monster's body. It then passed through without any resistance, causing the monster to let out a miserable scream. This was the miniature death light weapon that Tang Zhen was using. It might have a long cooldown period, but it was a trump card that could be used to kill. The monster that was hit screamed in pain as a terrifying hole was burned in its body. It was a shocking sight. However, this fellow did not have a physical body. Moreover, it had an energy chain for it to use. Therefore, although Tang Zhen's attack was extremely heavy, it was unable to take its life. Seeing that the hole was slowly healing, Tang Zhen's hands suddenly shook and took out 2 war blades that were engraved with demon-killing runes from his storage space. As soon as the 2 blades appeared, they began to heat up uncontrollably. At the same time, the demon-killing runes engraved on the blades flickered and a dark gray mist rolled around the blades. Because of the characteristics of the demon-killing rune, it was in an extremely intense conflict with the dark world. It was like fire and water. The monster that was looking at Tang Zhen with hatred in its eyes also revealed a deep fear on its face the moment it saw the demon exterminating saber. It actually turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation. "Where are you running to?" Tang Zhen saw that the monster's body was beginning to shrink. The energy chains had also started to shrink toward the ground. He immediately let out a furious cry and slashed his blade toward the energy chains on the ground. Arg! A scream was heard as the energy chain was cut off by the demon exterminating saber. It made a human-like sound and quickly disappeared into the ground. The escaping monster's body stopped for a moment, and its body began to show violent fluctuations, then suddenly exploded. Tang Zhen put away the demon-killing battle blade and glanced at the spot where the energy chain had disappeared. After letting out a soft cold snort, he quickly left the dark world. At the same time, the battle had ended, and everyone was injured. The ground was littered with the remains of the monsters. Severed heads and arms were scattered in the hall, but no one paid any attention to them. After seeing Tang Zhen appear out of thin air, all the cultivators glanced at him. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, they secretly guessed where he had gone just now. The greater Tang Zhen's ability was, the more they feared him. They could not help but start to ponder over his words and actions. Tang Zhen ignored this group of people. He merely pointed at the 3-headed 6-armed monster on the throne and said, "This monster is a puppet controlled by someone. I've already injured the controller just now, and what's left is just an empty shell." Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. When they looked at the monster on the throne again, they found that it indeed had no power at all. It was like a mud and wood sculpture. From the looks of it, the truth was really as Tang Zhen had said. This fellow who seemed to have an extraordinary cultivation was merely something to scare people with. Although his combat strength was definitely not weak, he was similarly not that strong. However, this Tang Zhen had first killed a monster and then injured the person controlling the puppets behind the scenes without anyone knowing. This caused people to be unable to help but wonder just how high his true cultivation was. When they thought of this, everyone looked at Tang Zhen again and discovered that his aura seemed to have undergone some kind of change, causing one's heart to palpitate slightly. When Red Shield and the Holy Master looked at Tang Zhen, their expressions changed slightly. This was because the two of them had already faintly sensed that Tang Zhen's cultivation was the same as the two of them. He was a genuine 2-star king tier. 608 Flesh Channel 1. The two of them were puzzled. Did this guy just advance, or had he been hiding his cultivation all along? Red Shield looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of inquiry in her eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly as if she was trying to recall the places where she had never offended Tang Zhen. The leading Holy Master's expression was complicated, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. As Tang Zhen revealed his 2-star king tier cultivation, the original balance between the two sides was broken. This caused the Holy Master, who had gained the upper hand in the beginning, to feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Originally, the Holy Master saw that Tang Zhen's group of 5 was slightly weaker and could not help but have some small calculations in his heart. He was even prepared to make some moves when distributing the spoils of war. If the plan was successful, then all the spoils of war would be given to them. As a 2-star king tier, the Holy Master would naturally get the most out of it. It was a pity that as the situation developed, his plan had changed one after another. First, one of his cultivators was killed by the giant. Now, Tang Zhen revealed his 2-star king tier cultivation, causing the 5 of them to instantly be at a disadvantage. At this moment, what he needed to consider was no longer whether they would scheme against Tang Zhen. Instead, he had to be wary of Tang Zhen scheming against him. As for Situ Yung and the other 1-star king tiers, they were temporarily unable to determine Tang Zhen's true cultivation level. They placed most of their attention on searching for the hidden treasure room in the building. Tang Zhen didn't have the ability to read people's minds, so he naturally didn't know what the Holy Master was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely sneer and trick them even more thoroughly. Although Tang Zhen knew that this group of foreign cultivators didn't have good intentions from the beginning of their cooperation, he also had his own plans. As all the monsters were killed, the cultivators immediately began to explore and find the location of the treasure room in the building. After all, this was the key to their trip. The 10 king-level cultivators spread out their spiritual energy and covered the entire building. No secret could be hidden from them. Sure enough, in less than a few minutes, the cultivators found the treasure room on the upper level of the building. As for the cornerstone of the giant's tower, there was no trace of it, and no one knew where it was hidden. No matter what, it was a good thing that they had found Lu Cheng's treasure room. The cultivators no longer hesitated and immediately headed for the treasure room. However, when the cultivators arrived in front of the treasure room, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. The treasure room's door was not locked and was in a half-open state. A bad feeling welled up in their hearts. The cultivators immediately rushed in, only to find that there was nothing on the ground of the treasure room. It was so clean that not even a brain was left. Bastard, where did all those treasures go? The eyes of the cultivators were burning with fire as they growled in unison. They had tried their best to attract the monsters, and some of them had even died at the hands of the monsters. In the end, when they arrived at the treasure room, they didn't even get a single treasure. How could they not be angry? Red Shield, who was full of anticipation, slashed at the wall to vent his frustration. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the expressions of all the cultivators as a thought flashed through his heart. He could vaguely guess the whereabouts of these treasures. He wanted to take all the treasures for himself, but he felt that this was not appropriate. Tang Zhen did not know the strength of the fellow controlling the giant behind the scenes. However, there was one thing that Tang Zhen was extremely certain of. There were definitely countless monsters guarding this fellow. Although he had a backup plan, if it really came to that point, there would be nothing left in the giant's tower after he activated it. Due to the lack of time, Tang Zhen didn't collect many good things in this building. These items could help him to have a deeper understanding of the national building, so he couldn't bear to destroy them. Moreover, he was going to use the monsters in this building to kill the 2 enemy cultivators. Naturally, he could not hide his discovery. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen took a step forward and looked at the cultivators. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Those treasures shouldn't have gone missing. Perhaps this Tang has already discovered the location of the hidden treasures. As soon as he said this, the eyes of all the cultivators lit up at the same time and looked at Tang Zhen in unison. They had risked their lives for the sake of profit, but the empty treasure vault had given them quite a big blow. At this moment, when he heard Tang Zhen say that he might know the whereabouts of Lu Cheng's hidden treasure, he immediately felt invigorated and his eyes flashed with hope. Tang Zhen did not beat around the bush when he saw this and directly stated his own judgment. If I'm not wrong, there must be something else in the giant's body. Both the foundation stone and the treasure that disappeared are probably in the stomach of the giant. All the cultivators frowned slightly when they heard Tang Zhen's words. They felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, the giant was made of pure flesh and blood, and there was nothing unusual about its appearance. Under normal circumstances, who would stuff a bunch of things into its body? However, when he saw Tang Zhen's confident expression and thought about the incomparably huge body of this giant, it seemed that it was not something worth making a fuss over. After thinking through this point, all the cultivators nodded their heads in unison, clearly agreeing with Tang Zhen's guess. Even if some of them still had doubts, they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. They had to check it out no matter what. They were not willing to return empty-handed. So, the next thing to do was to find a way to enter the giant's body. Although the defensive light barrier on the giant's body had disappeared, its skin was still as hard as steel. It would take a long time to break it from the outside. Moreover, once a hole was cut in the giant's body, it would cause severe pain. Even if the giant was sleeping like a log, it would wake up from the pain. Therefore, all the cultivators agreed that there must be a secret entrance in the giant's body that led directly to the inside of its body. With a clear search target, the next thing was much easier. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to find something unusual in the upper area of the tower. After receiving the signal, Tang Zhen and the rest did not hesitate and immediately ran towards the location of the signal. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen and the others arrived at the end of an alley on the street. After entering a resident's house, they saw cultivator Wei who had sent the signal. Wei was still silent. Seeing that the cultivators had arrived, he raised his hand and pointed to a wall in front of him. All the cultivators looked over at the same time and discovered the abnormality of the wall. There seemed to be signs of closing on the wall, and there were abnormal wear and tear in some places. When Tang Zhen and the rest were searching the other streets, they did not see any similar places. Clearly, there was something wrong with this wall. With a sweep of his mental energy, he found that there was indeed another world on the wall, and there was a huge space behind it. According to the position, the giant's body should be behind the wall, and the huge space should be the inside of the giant's body. Seeing that there was indeed a hidden entrance on the giant's body, all the cultivators were overjoyed and looked forward to it. Don't hesitate, open it. As the leading holy master spoke, two more cultivators stepped forward and each grabbed one side of the wall. With a loud shout, the two cultivators exerted their strength at the same time and directly tore the secret door off the wall, revealing a blood-colored passage with a faint smell of blood. The passage looked like it was made of real flesh and blood. It was translucent and emitted a faint red light. There were blood vessels and meridians in it. If one observed it carefully, they would notice that the flesh tunnel was constantly squirming, proving that it was not dead. The cultivators looked at each other and slowly walked in. At the same time, they were on guard in case something unexpected happened. It was not until they entered the passage that the cultivators realized that the ground under their feet was soft and slippery. It was also slanted downwards like a sliding ladder. When an ordinary person stood on top of the passage, they would not be able to stabilize their body at all. The wriggling force was trying to send the cultivators into their bodies. The sticky liquid appeared from time to time in the tunnel, making it impossible to stay there. After discovering this abnormality, the cultivators immediately floated up and continued to venture deeper. 609 The reason and the scheme. 1. After walking along the flesh tunnel for about 500 meters, they saw that the tunnel had reached its end. At the same time, it suddenly began to bend downward. When he looked down, he saw an extremely huge space. At the same time, an extremely sour and disgusting smell hit their faces. It was like rotten meat that had been accumulated for many years, making them want to vomit. The expressions of Tang Zhen's group changed. They used all sorts of methods to hide this scent. Only then did they exchange a glance with each other before they directly descended into the space below. There was also a red light flashing inside this huge space. However, it looked very dark and was filled with a strange and sinister aura. A series of drum-like sounds began to ring in the ears of the cultivators, making them feel like their blood was boiling. At this moment, the cultivators realized that there was a huge blood-red lake under their feet. The liquid in the blood lake was deep red and looked extremely viscous. At this time, it was constantly boiling. During this period, there were bubbles popping and releasing an unpleasant smell. The phosphorus fires danced on the blood lake like countless ghosts. Just by looking at the appearance of the blood lake, one could tell that the blood-colored mucus was similar to stomach acid. It must be extremely corrosive. The cultivators' eyes were sharp. Before they even got close to the blood lake, they had already discovered that there were countless human-shaped remains floating in the blood lake. Although most of these remains had been corroded, and some only had bones left, one could still vaguely recognize their appearance when they were alive. These are the residents of the Bai and Giant City. Someone at the side cried out in surprise, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. At first, they had been curious about where the residents of the Giant City Tower had gone. Now that they saw the scene in front of them, the cultivators finally had an answer in their hearts. It turned out that the residents of the Giant City had all been eaten by the giant. Tang Zhen and the others exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were also grave. They immediately became cautious when they thought about how this blood lake had devoured countless residents of the tower. After all, the controller behind the scenes was hiding inside the giant's body, so they had to be on guard. After looking for a while, he did not find anything unusual. We're in the air, so we can't detect those hidden places. Why don't we go down and take a look? If we encounter danger, we can immediately ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, Tang Zhen spoke in a faint voice. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the border of the blood lake. When he used the map view to observe earlier, he discovered that there seemed to be a trace of light flickering at that place. The cultivators nodded in unison and split into 10 directions in the air, flying toward their respective targets. The direction that Tang Zhen had chosen was the place where the light had flashed earlier. He arrived at that location in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the shiny object that was half submerged in the blood lake appeared before him and floated in the air. Tang Zhen observed it for a moment and discovered that it was a strange metal object. It was square in shape and looked extremely light. On the surface of this item, there was a thin crystal screen. The stream of light was emitted from this crystal screen, and it seemed to flash once in a while. Tang Zhen looked at the item in front of him and discovered that it actually had a faint technological aura. It was clearly not a product of the Lusheng world. He controlled the temperature of the air around him to rapidly increase. After the blood-colored mucus on the item evaporated, Tang Zhen activated the all-purpose electronic kit and chose to crack the connection. In practically the blink of an eye, a prompt sound of successful cracking was transmitted into Tang Zhen's ears. The crystal on the surface of the object also suddenly lit up. Sure enough, it was just as Tang Zhen had thought. This was something similar to a mobile phone that came from an unknown foreign world. Only God knew how this thing appeared in the giant tower city, because from the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen only found this item with a technological aura in the tower city. This also proved that in the world that the giant tower had invaded, there was no world that was based on technology. The appearance of this item was purely accidental. It was also at this moment that the item that looked like a mobile phone was completely activated. Tang Zhen glanced at the text icon on it and randomly clicked on it. A video suddenly appeared. After Tang Zhen looked at it a few times, his pupils slightly contracted and a trace of shock flashed on his face. It was only at this moment that he finally knew what was wrong with the residents of the building city. They actually collectively jumped into the blood lake to commit suicide. At the beginning of the video, it was obviously a scene of a family reunion, which looked very happy. Although the residents of these buildings were all of a different race, Tang Zhen could still feel a strong sense of kinship through the content of the video. It wouldn't change because of the difference in race. However, after a few minutes, the person in the video suddenly stood up and slowly walked out of the door. The person who recorded the video was in a similar state. He followed his family with stiff steps and walked to the wide street. At this time, the streets were filled with dense crowds of people. They were also walking forward with blank expressions, forming a torrent. Among the residents of the buildings, there would occasionally be a flash of struggle in the eyes of some cultivators, but they were quickly suppressed and returned to their silly appearance. After that, the residents of the city towers slowly moved forward and finally arrived at the door that Tang Zhen and the others had just entered and entered the passageway. What followed was a scene of shaking and rolling. Countless people were sliding through the flesh tunnel, but strangely, no one screamed. After sliding out of the tunnel, they fell into the huge blood lake-like dumplings and disappeared without a trace. However, the phone from the alternate realms that was rolling in the air still managed to capture a group of two-headed and four-armed monsters standing by the river at the moment before it landed. There was also a strange blood-red creature that looked like a giant octopus floating in the blood lake. The two-headed four-armed monsters on the shore seemed to be pouring something into the blood lake. However, the scene flashed by and Tang Zhen did not see it clearly. However, when he thought of the empty treasure room in the Lusheng, Tang Zhen estimated that those treasures had most likely been poured into the blood lake. As for the reason for this, he was still unable to determine it. It was also at this moment that the cell phone fell to the soft ground, and the whole picture came to an abrupt end. Tang Zhen mused for a moment. He paused the scene at the instant before he landed and carefully observed the huge octopus-like figure. He had a vague feeling that this strange guy was the one who controlled the giant's body and caused all the residents of the tower to jump into the blood lake. The reason why it slaughtered the residents of the buildings, other than the possible hatred, must be related to the cultivation of these two-headed and four-armed monsters. After all, the other party's actions were similar to that of the Spirit Brain Corpse King. Tang Zhen suddenly turned his head to look at the blood lake beside him when he thought of this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he faintly guessed a possibility. Tang Zhen carefully observed for a moment as he slowly flew along the edge of the blood lake. Suddenly, his eyes focused as he stared intently at a certain spot in the blood lake. On the monster detector that had been activated long ago, a set of words suddenly jumped out, causing a trace of shock to flash in Tang Zhen's eyes. However, Tang Zhen's eyes quickly flickered. Without anyone noticing, he secretly threw out a pile of items and slowly sank them into the blood lake. Next, Tang Zhen stopped at that spot. He would occasionally frown and ponder, and occasionally reveal a happy expression, causing others to mistakenly think that he had discovered something in the blood lake. Sure enough, in the following time, people kept looking at him with a sense of exploration, and occasionally glanced at the blood lake in front of him. As for the two foreign cultivators who were hostile to Tang Zhen in the distance, after searching for a while with no results, they actually flew directly toward him. They wanted to see what he had found. Tang Zhen, who had his back facing the two opposing cultivators, had already opened his map view. After discovering their arrival, an unnoticeable sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What is this thing? Following Tang Zhen's cry of surprise, he immediately extended his hand and grabbed at the blood lake in front of him. After which, he pulled with all his strength. He only heard a light, voila, sound as dozens of items the size of quail eggs covered with blood-colored mucus appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The cultivators' expressions changed when they saw this scene. They immediately locked onto Tang Zhen and began to quietly observe. After wrapping them up with his mental energy, he shook them slightly. The sticky liquid on the surface of these items was immediately swept away, revealing the true appearance of these items. They were low-grade origin stones. 610 The alien cultivators who were tricked to death. Seeing this, the cultivators were immediately overjoyed and turned their eyes to the stinky blood lake. It was obvious that the treasure of the giant tower was most likely hidden in the blood lake. Even though the blood lake had a strange rotten smell, as long as there was a treasure hidden inside, these cultivators could still turn it upside down. The two foreign cultivators who were Tang Zhen's enemies looked at each other. Their figures were like lightning as they flew directly to the sky above the blood lake where Tang Zhen had fished out the origin stone. The rule of the tower world was first come, first served. Even if Tang Zhen had discovered the secret of this place, someone else had occupied this place before him. Even Tang Zhen could not say anything. Of course, if they were not satisfied, they could just fight and chase them away. This place would still belong to Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's goal was to attract these two fellows. How could he make a move to chase them away? Even though Tang Zhen had become a two-star king tier and had the ability to kill these two foreign cultivators at the same time, he still didn't choose to do it himself. There were clearly better choices, so why should he be stained with blood? The other people didn't know what Tang Zhen was thinking. Seeing the actions of these two foreign cultivators, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads. The leading holy master furrowed his brows tightly, afraid that he would anger Tang Zhen. The current situation was different from the past. The strength of the five of them was no longer as good as Tang Zhen's group. It was best not to find Tang Zhen's group. Moreover, from the holy master's point of view, Tang Zhen's skills were unpredictable. Even he did not have the confidence to win the battle. Tang Zhen by the side nearly sneered when he saw this scene. However, he did not say anything. The foreign holy master was relieved when he saw that Tang Zhen did not have any reaction. However, he felt that something was not right. Tang Zhen put away the origin stone in his hand and turned around to walk toward the wall of flesh and blood not far from him. He began to study it carefully as if he didn't care about the fight between the two foreign race cultivators. The two foreign cultivators didn't pay attention to the reactions of the other cultivators. After flying above the blood lake, they controlled their psyche power to scoop down and then lift it up. With the sound of water, two large balls of objects dripping with blood-red mucus were directly pulled out from the bottom of their blood lake. 90% of the items were bones and remains, but there were still some random items and brains of different levels mixed in. Apart from that, there was also a half-corroded box, which was filled with sparkling origin stones. The two foreign cultivators immediately burst into laughter upon seeing this. Tang Zhen, who was a short distance away, noticed this scene. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched as an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. He really didn't expect that the place where he had casually thrown the bait was actually the place where the two-headed monsters had dumped their treasures. Could this be considered lucky? However, when he thought of the things hidden in that place, a stern look flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes. When he looked at the two excited foreign race cultivators, it was as if he was looking at two dead people. Ever since these two hostile cultivators deliberately killed a few wanderers in front of him in order to provoke him, Tang Zhen had already put these two on the death list. At this moment, these two fellows had already stepped into the trap that Tang Zhen had set. They were completely unaware of their situation. They were still looking at the origin stones with a triumphant expression. Their eyes were filled with pride as they swept towards Tang Zhen. Although Tang Zhen's group could obtain more than half of the harvest according to the previous agreement. However, according to the conventional rules of the world of Lusheng, everyone had the right to choose the items they found first when distributing the loot, and they would count them as a part of their share. The expressions on the two foreign cultivators' faces indicated that they had already made up their minds to give the origin stones to them. However, what made them the happiest was that Tang Zhen was the first to discover this location. They were a step faster and snatched this opportunity from Tang Zhen's hands. To be able to make Tang Zhen suffer a loss while he obtained a large amount of origin stones was naturally an extremely happy matter. When the other cultivators saw this, their eyes revealed a trace of envy. However, they did not go forward. Instead, they began to search other areas of the blood lake. However, other than using the map view to observe Tang Zhen, no one discovered that a shadow had quietly floated up from the bottom of the surging blood lake. The two foreign cultivators laughed out loud. They were still immersed in the joy of obtaining half a box of origin stones. From time to time, they would glance at Tang Zhen with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. They had long found Tang Zhen an eyesore. Adding to the conflict they had earlier, they had always felt extremely deep enmity toward him. At this moment, the two of them were cleaning up their harvest while talking in a low voice. They were talking about Tang Zhen. Haha, don't you think that guy is going crazy now? That goes without saying. Can't you see that he's studying the wall? I'm guessing that he's already wishing he could bang his head against the wall. Since that's the case, let's continue to salvage and let him watch from the side. When he said this, one of the foreign race cultivators coldly glanced at Tang Zhen. His tone was filled with killing intent. It's best to find an opportunity to kill him to relieve the hatred in my heart. The other foreign cultivator's eyes also flashed with an ominous glint. He said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. Let's make enough money first. Then, we'll make our move when he's alone. That guy has a storage equipment in his hands. We'll take it with us when the time comes." Of course, ha ha ha, because Tang Zhen had deliberately suppressed his cultivation aura, other than Red Shield and the leading Holy Master, the rest of the cultivators were unable to determine Tang Zhen's level. They only treated him as an experienced one-star king. This was also the reason why the two foreign cultivators dared to boast shamelessly and plot against Tang Zhen. If they knew of Tang Zhen's true cultivation, how would they dare to be so unbridled? However, just as the two of them laughed, there was a sudden wave in the blood lake. Then, two blood-red wrists shot out from the bottom of the lake and wrapped around their bodies at lightning speed. Even though the two foreign cultivators wanted to teleport away, they were still a step too late. Their bodies stiffened, and they were tightly wrapped by the slender wrists and feet. Damn it, what the hell is this? Its strength far exceeds ours. Let's run. The two foreign cultivators screamed in horror. Their faces turned pale as they began to attack the wrist with all their might in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the tentacles were extremely tough. No matter how the two foreign cultivators attacked, they didn't suffer much damage. On the contrary, a cracking sound could be heard when it twisted gently. The two foreign cultivators who were entangled by it revealed a painful expression and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was black, and there were pieces of internal organs mixed in. It was obvious that the powerful force of the tentacles had broken their ribs and spines, and their internal organs were also shattered. The two foreign cultivators hanging in the air had completely lost their ability to resist. Their faces were ashen, and they were like ragdolls as they swayed under the tentacles. Just at this moment, Tang Zhen, who had been studying the wall of flesh and blood, suddenly turned around. He tilted his head and looked at the two foreign race cultivators who were on the verge of death. However, there was a mocking smile on his face. He looked at the two foreign cultivators as if they were idiots. After the two foreign cultivators saw Tang Zhen's expression, their hearts trembled violently. They seemed to have thought of something as they looked at Tang Zhen with extremely venomous eyes. At this moment, how could they still not know that they had already been schemed against by Tang Zhen? Anger, hatred, fear, regret, and all sorts of other emotions welled up in his heart. In the end, they all turned into a sad smile. If they had known this earlier, why would they have provoked this fellow? If he had been more decisive back then and used all his strength to kill him, he would not have ended up like this today. In their endless regret, the two foreign cultivators, heads drooped down and were pulled into the rolling blood lake by the tentacles. They were no longer alive. 611 Chapter 611. Destroying the lake to obtain the treasure. The moment the two foreign cultivators disappeared, more figures flew over. The leading holy master was at the forefront. He glanced at the blood lake that was still rippling with waves. A stern look flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He only looked at Tang Zhen with a complicated expression. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized why he had been so puzzled. From the beginning to the end, this human cultivator had been setting up a trap to kill the two king-level cultivators. This was the only reason that could explain Tang Zhen's abnormal behavior earlier. Why did he give up the location of the treasure so easily and even turn a blind eye to the provocation of the two foreign race cultivators? A 2-star king tier being afraid of two 1-star king tiers. This was simply a joke. Moreover, they still had the advantage. It turned out that he had this goal in mind. He wanted to use the monsters in the blood lake to kill the two people who had provoked him. If the two foreign cultivators had been more cautious, they wouldn't have been fooled so easily. It was a pity that these two fellows were too arrogant and were used to acting like kings in this region. As such, they actually dared to provoke Tang Zhen after witnessing his ability. They truly deserved to die. What the two cultivators didn't know was that Tang Zhen could easily kill them. However, he didn't even bother to do it himself. That was why he used the blood lake monster to set up a trap and kill them. Since Tang Zhen was not involved in this matter, he was afraid that he would not be able to find a sufficient reason even if he wanted to seek an explanation for them. At the thought of this, the holy master cursed, "Idiot," in his heart again. Did those two not realize that even he, who had discovered Tang Zhen's hidden cultivation level, had started to stay away from him? Or could it be that these two fellows really didn't notice the change in Tang Zhen's cultivation, so they didn't put Tang Zhen in their eyes and were easily fooled? The holy master's heart turned cold when he thought about how Tang Zhen had casually killed two king-level cultivators. He didn't know if he was part of Tang Zhen's plan. If that was the case, he would have to be extra careful in the following exploration process. Situ Yung and the others didn't think too much about it and just treated the monster's attack as an accident. They were all looking serious. The monster in the blood lake was definitely not simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to kill two king-level cultivators with one strike. Looking at the rolling blood-colored lake water, everyone subconsciously dodged to avoid another sneak attack from the monster. City Lord Tang, what should we do next? Situ Yung turned his head and asked Tang Zhen. When the rest of the cultivators heard this, they also turned their gazes towards him. Along the way, Tang Zhen's performance had made them look at him in a new light. Therefore, they also paid extra attention to his opinion at this moment. The corner of the leading holy master's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he did not speak in the end. He only looked at Tang Zhen with a cold gaze. Tang Zhen faintly smiled when he heard this. He pointed to the blood lake and said, "The things we want are all in this blood lake, but it's too big and too deep. There are also monsters in it, so it's not easy to get the treasures. This Tang thinks that we should pull the carpet out from under the pot and drain the blood lake completely. That way, whether it's the monster or the treasure in the lake, they will all appear in front of us." As soon as Tang Zhen finished speaking, the leading holy master beside him said, "You make it sound easy, but this is the body of a giant. It's almost impossible to drain the blood." Tang Zhen glanced at the holy master and a smile appeared on his face. "I do have an idea, but I'll need your cooperation." When the other cultivators heard this, they nodded slightly. They felt that it wasn't a big deal to cooperate. After all, the benefits should be shared equally. Now that 3 of the holy masters had died, the remaining 3 would get a share of the 45% profit. This was an agreed-upon matter. Even if Red Shield and the others wanted to change the distribution method, they would not agree. Therefore, they should be more active than Red Shield and the others in this matter. However, when the leading holy master heard this, a trace of vigilance rose in his heart. He looked at Tang Zhen and asked, "Mr. Tang, you might as well tell me in detail what the method is." Tang Zhen chuckled when he heard this. He glanced at the holy master and then said in a tone that made it difficult to tell whether he was happy or angry, "I have an item in my hand that should be able to blast a hole in the giant's body from the inside. However, if we do that, the giant will be awakened by the pain and stop us from moving." A ruthless expression flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he said this. He coldly said, "Therefore, there is no need for the giant tower to exist. What we need to do is to take advantage of the giant's deep sleep and kill it directly. Later, we can split into 4 groups. This Tang will lead one person to deal a heavy blow to the giant, and the other 3 groups will take this opportunity to behead the giant. With 3 heads thrown away, it's hard for this giant, who's already at the end of his life, to not die." Tang Zhen explained his plan in detail. The cultivators also listened attentively and nodded from time to time. The holy master analyzed every step of the operation and felt that Tang Zhen should not be scheming against them. Therefore, he was slightly relieved. However, he still maintained a trace of vigilance in his heart. After they were divided into their respective groups, the cultivators immediately soared into the sky and flew out of the flesh tunnel. At this time, the giant was still in a deep sleep. It was not much different from being unconscious. It was obvious that he would not wake up for a while. In fact, Tang Zhen had discovered that this giant was overdrawing its life force a long time ago. In the beginning, he thought that it was because of the disturbance from the cultivators and the inability to sleep. However, after discovering the secret of the giant's tower, Tang Zhen realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. It was obvious that the giant's energy had been used for other purposes, and even its internal organs were now beyond recognition. Even if Tang Zhen and the others did not kill it, this giant would not be able to endure for long. It would die from the exhaustion of life force in its body sooner or later. After flying out of the flesh tunnel, everyone immediately flew toward the head. However, a group of foreign cultivators who were plundering the building made them frown. The disappearance of the defensive light curtain allowed anyone to enter the giant tower. This also caused the nearby cultivators and wanderers to swarm over, laughing wildly as they put away the valuable items in their bags. Although the treasures in the residential area were nothing compared to the treasures in the treasure room, the king-level cultivators still felt uncomfortable when they saw these guys taking advantage of them. That's right, this group of king-level cultivators was so overbearing that they had already taken everything in the giant tower as their private property. This group of greedy guys actually came here to take advantage of the situation. They're simply courting death. The leading holy master, who had been holding back his anger, snorted and immediately flew toward the group of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, there were screams in a bloody mist. From the ferocious expression on his face, it seemed like he was going to release all the depression in his heart without holding back at all. The other king-level cultivators looked at each other and followed suit. They started to kill without mercy. Tang Zhen coldly glanced at the terrified foreign cultivators as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He then said to Situ Yuanji, "Ignore them. You and I still have things to do." Wang Chong said. Situ Yuanji had lived for a few hundred years and could be said to be a shrewd man. At this moment, he had also faintly come to a realization. He seemed to have guessed that the 2 foreign cultivators who were enemies with Tang Zhen did not die in an accident. He then looked at the holy master's appearance, which confirmed his suspicions. The Holy Dragon City Master beside him was far more decisive and ruthless than he had imagined, to the point that it made people feel a chill in their hearts. 612 bombarding and awakening. Almost all the cultivators in the city had spent their entire lives in life and death battles. No matter if it was fighting against cultivators, killing monsters to obtain their brains, or invading other worlds, blood and slaughter were inevitable, so their minds were unusually tough. They were cruel to their enemies and themselves, but they were extremely protective of their family, friends, and even their own cities. Tang Zhen's actions showed that he was a qualified cultivator of Lusheng. He would never show mercy to the enemies who deserved to be killed. This was especially so when he was facing enemies from other races. Tang Zhen's ruthlessness and cruelty would sometimes even cause his companions to feel fear. Even so, there was still no one who opposed him. In fact, they were even willing to act as his battle blade. This was because Tang Zhen had never mistreated his own people in the slightest. It was the same for Situ Yuanji, who was beside him. After he thought through Tang Zhen's actions, he even agreed with it. He didn't have a good impression of most foreign cultivators either. When he was young, he fought in the business world and countless foreign enemies died at his hands. Therefore, not only did Situ Yuanji not have any resentment towards Tang Zhen's actions, but he also agreed with it. He also had a better understanding of Tang Zhen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. According to what his descendant had said, the Holy Dragon City Master was not friendly to the foreign tribes, but he was somewhat tolerant of the human tribe. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Situ Yuanji had the intention to further befriend Tang Zhen and invited him to participate in this exploration so that he could take the opportunity to observe and understand more. However, when he recalled the experience he had with Tang Zhen over the past few days, Situ Yuanji could not help but sigh. At the same time, he secretly warned himself to treat Tang Zhen with sincerity and never do anything to scheme against him. Otherwise, once Tang Zhen turned hostile, not only would he be in danger, but even Heaven Battling City behind him might also be implicated by Tang Zhen's anger and suffer unbearable losses. After all, the things he had done after establishing the Holy Dragon City were enough to make countless people dumbfounded. And if Tang Zhen did not fall, the Holy Dragon City that he had built with his own hands would have limitless potential in the future. Even Heaven Battling City would have to show some respect to it. In fact, before meeting Tang Zhen, Situ Yuanji still had some pride as a top-notch elder and did not think too highly of Tang Zhen. However, with the passage of time, after constantly experiencing Tang Zhen's abilities, he had long since adjusted his attitude and treated Tang Zhen honestly. He even had a faint trace of respect. In the world of Lusheng, the strong were respected. Tang Zhen's strength was there. Even if Situ Yuanji had a respected status and could decide the life and death of countless people with a word, he naturally placed Tang Zhen in a higher position than himself. Tang Zhen didn't know what Situ Yuanji was thinking, but he had noticed the change in his attitude recently and could vaguely guess the reason. This old man's identity was not simple. He looked amiable, but he held great power in Heaven Battling City, enough to influence every decision made by the Holy Dragon City's ruler. The Holy Dragon City was not considered strong at the moment. To be able to have another top-notch city as an ally and cooperate with each other in certain aspects was naturally something that Tang Zhen could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for more. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the two of them had already arrived above the giant's head, and then landed near one of the giant's heads. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Tang Zhen had just finished speaking when he activated the teleportation and disappeared without a trace. Situ Yuanji's heart skipped a beat, and his slender brows furrowed slightly. He subconsciously stroked his long beard. He actually did not discover any spatial fluctuations earlier, yet he did not know where Tang Zhen had gone. This kind of ability made him both envious and puzzled. Although king-level cultivators could teleport for a short distance, the way Tang Zhen disappeared just now had nothing to do with teleportation. This might be another secret skill of a continent-level city. It's truly unfathomable. Now, Situ Yuanji had an additional habit. Whenever he saw something that he could not understand from Tang Zhen, he would subconsciously attribute it to the non-existent continent-level building behind him. However, it seemed to make sense. Just as Situ Yuanji was secretly guessing, Tang Zhen had already returned to the original world and appeared at the military base near the desert tower of the Asian Alliance. Seeing Tang Zhen's sudden appearance, the guards at the door immediately saluted and waited for Tang Zhen's instructions. The higher-ups had already given orders to satisfy Tang Zhen's requests as much as possible. The approval process was also shockingly fast, almost as if he was giving in to his desires. Therefore, when Tang Zhen asked for a large batch of the latest military explosives, it didn't take long for a message to come and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to go to an arms warehouse to get them. Tang Zhen did not take the helicopter. Instead, after he asked for the exact location of the firearms warehouse, he soared into the sky and flew straight towards the target. When the soldiers on the ground saw this, their faces were full of envy. Some of the elite soldiers who were going to the world of Lusheng to participate in the battle were so excited that their faces turned red. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen returned to the world of Lusheng with a full load. Situ Yuanji was still waiting at the same spot. When he saw Tang Zhen appear, he immediately went up to him. Next, the two of them began to place the boxes one by one on the giant's neck. Then, Tang Zhen installed a remote detonator. It was obvious that Situ Yuanji could see through Tang Zhen's intention as well. Hence, he asked a few questions out of curiosity. At the same time, he revealed that he wanted to buy such a powerful explosive. However, Tang Zhen didn't nod and agree. He only said that the production was insufficient and couldn't be sold at the moment. When Situ Yuanji heard this, he didn't say anything else. For the cultivators of Lusheng, although explosives were powerful, there were many restrictions when it came to using them, so they weren't of much help to Heaven Battling City. Even king-level cultivators weren't afraid of this kind of explosion at all. This was because they could teleport away at the same time as the explosion occurred, and also support a protective shield to protect themselves. It was only effective when used against sleeping giants. It didn't take long for the two of them to complete their arrangements and slowly fly into the distance. After Red Shield and the others received the signal, they stopped driving the foreign cultivators away. They followed Tang Zhen's instructions and hid not far from the giant, ready to attack at any time. Tang Zhen suddenly pressed the remote control in his hand at this moment. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a fiery light erupted from the neck of the giant. At the same time, countless pieces of flesh and blood that were visible to the naked eye scattered across the sky. From a distance, the sky seemed to be covered by a layer of blood mist. Contrary to Tang Zhen's expectations, the effect of this explosion was surprisingly good. At this moment, the two heads of the giant had actually drooped down after the explosion. Only a little bit of skin and flesh remained, and it seemed as if it would break off at any time. The head in front was the toughest, but it was still dripping with blood and had its skin torn open. Tang Zhen knew that this new type of explosive was extremely powerful. However, it was simply unable to achieve such a destructive effect. The reason why such a situation had occurred was because the giant had indeed reached the point of being completely exhausted. Its originally impenetrable body had turned from steel to rotten wood due to the disappearance of its energy. It was now vulnerable. It was obvious that the mastermind behind the scenes had seen that the situation was not good, so he quickly extracted the energy from the giant's body and activated his final technique. At the same time as the explosion, the giant, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with pain. It instinctively struggled to get up, but it didn't expect that it couldn't do it at all, because the last trace of strength in its body had been extracted by the guy that was parasitizing it. However, at this moment, a trace of sobriety suddenly appeared in its eyes, which were originally in pain and confusion. However, this gaze was a little strange, completely different from the sobriety in its eyes when it was killing wantonly. The giant's eyes had been filled with madness and killing intent when it had been awake, but now, there was a trace of ancientness in its eyes, as well as a deep sorrow. Dead Yingluo, the children are all dead. What's the point of the existence of the suffering Yingluo? A strange and obscure language came out of the giant's mouth, which sounded like thunder. When the cultivators heard this, their expressions changed. 613 The giant's sorrow. 1. The giant suddenly spoke, causing the cultivators to immediately become nervous. They quickly made preparations for battle. 2 of the giant's 3 heads had been blown off, and the remaining one was covered in wounds. It probably wouldn't last long. As long as they attacked together, the giant would definitely die. As for what the giant was saying, the cultivators were all confused because they couldn't understand it at all. Only Tang Zhen, who had been activating most of the auxiliary applications at the side, including the universal language translator, understood the meaning of this sentence. Tang Zhen seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He actually stepped out from the crowd and flew in front of the giant with a bloody head. The mountain-like giant's eyes were filled with sorrow. He seemed to completely ignore Tang Zhen. Instead, he stared blankly at the distant sky and seemed to have sunk into deep thought. The residents of Lusheng are all dead, and they were killed by the thing in your body. Don't you want to take revenge on it? Under the shocked gazes of all the cultivators, a language that was extremely similar to the giant's low groan was slowly being emitted from Tang Zhen's mouth. Relying on the sound amplification, Tang Zhen's words were deafening as they continuously reverberated in everyone's ears. The giant, who originally had a deathly gray expression, slowly turned his head to look at Tang Zhen. His mountain-like face revealed a trace of surprise. You can speak our hometown language. You're good. I want revenge, but I can't do it. The way this giant spoke was very special. However, it did not affect the communication between both parties. After Tang Zhen heard the giant's words, he asked, "Who is that guy? What did he do in your body?" Hearing this, the giant revealed a pained expression and said slowly, "My home has been invaded by a child. A vengeful spirit has possessed my child, and the child has taken control of my body to take revenge. I'm nurturing my fellow countrymen." Tang Zhen's brows furrowed tightly as he listened. He linked these sentences together and thought for a while before faintly understanding the cause and effect of the matter. It turned out that the person controlling the giant's body came from the same world as the giant. After the giant tower invaded and destroyed this world, the controller of the vengeful spirit behind the scenes waited for an opportunity to possess the body of a resident of the tower. He came to the tower world through some unknown means, but he was not killed by the laws. This vengeful spirit had experienced the destruction of the world and was a spirit body formed from vengeful energy. Its consciousness was already in a state of illness. It had a deep hatred for Lu Cheng and its cultivators, and it seemed to be determined to destroy all the buildings. That was why it immediately lost control of its emotions when it saw the tower. Like a mad demon, it wanted to destroy the tower it saw at all costs. After coming to the world of the tower and entering the giant tower, the vengeful spirit actually used an unknown method to control the giant's body because it had the same roots as the giant from his hometown. Then, it transformed the giant's body and continuously extracted the giant's vitality. It even killed millions of residents in the city and turned them into nutrients, using the giant's body to cultivate a two-headed and four-armed monster. Once the vengeful spirit that was determined to destroy the city got what it wanted, it would be no less than a catastrophe for the buildings in this area. Just like the residents of Lusheng that the spiritual brain zombie king had cultivated, although these guys didn't have brains and looked exactly like the Lusheng natives, they were still monsters in essence. However, compared to the spirit brain zombie king, this vengeful spirit's method was more advanced, and it had directly bred a king-tier monster. Of course, a large part of the reason for this was that the vengeful spirit had extracted the energy from the giant's body and the essence of the qi and blood of the residents of the building. That was why such a perverted monster had been cultivated. The only thing that surprised Tang Zhen was that the giant in front of him actually had such deep feelings for the city's residents. Because of their death, he also had the intention to die. In fact, this was not difficult to understand. After all, when the giant appeared in the tower world after its death, it was no longer related to its home. Even when it became a city, it actually represented a new life and began to live with the residents of the city all day long. In the endless years, it had witnessed the birth, aging, illness, and death of generations of residents in the city, and it had gradually upgraded itself to become an indomitable existence today. When the city had advanced to a certain level, its spirit's mind was almost the same as an ordinary person's, and it also had its own joy and sorrow. Unknowingly, the giant had already regarded the residents of the city tower as his own children, his own family, as if they were his own flesh and blood. Therefore, when it saw its children invading its former home, the giant's heart must be filled with pain and entanglement. When it found out that all its children had been killed, the giant felt that there was nothing left to live for. Perhaps the one who suffered the most in this disaster was actually the dying giant in front of him. A trace of understanding flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. He then said to the giant, "I can help you get rid of that guy, but you have to give me the foundation stone of the tower." The giant shook his head. His face, which was covered in blood and flesh, was filled with determination. "Don't build a city, don't want to experience pain again." Woo-woo. Tang Zhen took a deep look at the giant when he heard this. He secretly sighed in his heart. Obviously, this giant was used to seeing life and death. Now, he felt that his existence was meaningless, so he refused to rebuild the tower and go through another reincarnation. I have a way to completely wipe out the seed of intelligence that you have in the foundation stone of the tower and make you fall into a deep sleep forever. I can also help you kill that vengeful spirit. If you still don't agree, then I'll have to use other methods. Although it's more troublesome, I can still find the foundation stone of the tower." This time, the giant was silent for a few minutes before he raised an arm with great difficulty and slowly approached one of his eyes. PFF'd. The giant's fingers dug into his eyes, and when his palm left, only a bloody black hole was left. In its palm, there was a ferocious blood-red eyeball. The giant shook his huge head and used his remaining eye to look at Tang Zhen. He suddenly crushed the eyeball that he had removed, revealing the foundation stone of the building that was flickering with light. The cultivators who had been watching from the side all held their breaths, especially the leading holy master, who was eager to make a move. However, at this moment, Situ Yuanji and the other three jumped out. They surrounded Tang Zhen and looked at the other three with killing intent. An unconcealed killing intent burst out from the four of them. The holy master was a little stunned when he saw this. He looked at Situ Yuanji and the other three, who were sneering, and a hint of doubt and fear flashed in his eyes. Finally, he snorted coldly with a dark expression and turned to look elsewhere. A killing intent flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes. He kept the tower foundation stone into his storage ring and cupped his hands towards Situ Yuanji and the other three. "Thank you, four noble people. I will definitely thank you in the future. You're too kind, Mayor Tang." Red Shield and the others immediately replied. "No matter who wants to lay their hands on you, they'll have to ask please. Like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." The four of us first. Although the other three didn't say anything, they had already expressed their attitude with their actions. In fact, the moment the giant took out the tower's foundation stone, the four of them were also tempted. However, when they noticed that the foreign holy master had the same expression, they were shocked and chose to protect Tang Zhen without hesitation. Although they also knew that this building foundation was priceless, it was far from the benefits of taking the opportunity to make friends with Tang Zhen. After all, countless resources and energy had to be invested in this building in order to have the possibility of getting a return. However, once they reached the king level, they would pursue a higher realm. Running the city had become a hindrance to their cultivation, making them unable to focus on improving their cultivation. This was also the reason why once a cultivator reached the king level, there was a 99% chance that he would become an elder of Lu City. It was because they didn't want to waste their energy on becoming a city lord. On the other hand, befriending the powerful Tang Zhen with a deep background would not only allow them to borrow the various abilities that he had mastered, but they could also purchase items that would aid in their cultivation from him, making their cultivation path even smoother. Therefore, Red Shield and the others could clearly see what to do in this matter. 614 Promise and Annihilation. 1. Situ Yuanji and the other three had a clear stand. Their actions seemed unexpected, but they were also reasonable. Therefore, Tang Zhen's face did not reveal any surprised expression after seeing this scene. It was as if he had already expected them to make such a choice. As he had the protection of Situ Yuanji and the other three, Tang Zhen no longer paid any attention to the foreign holy master, who had an ugly expression on his face. He turned his head and continued to look at the giant, who could die at any moment after taking out the tower's foundation stone. "Although it's cruel, I still hope that you can help me one last time before you die." The giant's eyelids drooped and his expression was dispirited. He glanced at Tang Zhen with great difficulty and said in a deep voice, "No problem, you tell me, I'll do it." Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air when he heard this. He said to the giant, "Tear apart your body and let the souls of your residents return to the earth. At the same time, cut off the life force of the monster growing in your belly." Hearing this, the one-eyed giant's lips curled into a sinister smile. He mumbled, "Although they're monsters, they're just like our clansmen. It's a pity that they're not our clansmen." "It's good." Tang Zhen cupped his hands together when he heard this. He immediately called everyone to swiftly withdraw. Since he had handed over the foundation stone of the tower, the giant was already dead without a doubt. Therefore, Tang Zhen's request seemed unreasonable, but the giant still did not refuse. It was obvious that he wanted to use his sincerity to exchange for Tang Zhen to fulfill his promise. This kind of madness before death was enough to shock anyone, and even make them feel a faint respect. The giant took a deep breath, and his huge body suddenly stood up from the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators, a faint bloody mist suddenly burst out from the giant's body. His aura suddenly became extremely powerful, making people feel fear at first glance. It turned out that the giant's remaining life force had been gathered together at this moment and completely erupted. With a loud roar, the giant tore off the armor on his body that was used as his residence and threw him far away. With the removal of the armor, the giant's iron-like and extremely strong body was revealed. It seemed to be filled with endless power. At this moment, the giant's 6 arms waved at the same time and directly clasped its own chest and abdomen. The palm with sharp nails pierced into its body. Ah! With a loud roar, all 6 arms exerted force at the same time. With a kaila sound, the giant's body was torn apart by itself. At the same time, from the giant's chest, a large amount of sticky blood poured down like a waterfall, mixed with countless bones and remains. From its abdomen, countless balls of flesh connected by blood vessels rolled out and fell to the ground. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. The meatballs exploded the moment they touched the ground, revealing the 2-headed, 4-armed monsters that were squirming inside. Their bodies were of different shades of color. Some of the darker colored monsters didn't die from the fall. Instead, they crawled out of the meatball covered in mucus and kept letting out shrill roars, revealing their brutal nature. The giant, whose chest had been completely torn apart, was slowly kneeling on the ground, holding the remains of the city tower's residents in his hands. A trace of warmth appeared in his huge eye, and then he slowly closed his eyes. The aura of life completely dissipated from its body. When the giant was alive, he was indomitable. Even after death, he was still like a mountain, making people not dare to profane him. All the cultivators at the side fell silent at the same time. They stared at the giant's corpse in a daze, and an inexplicable emotion flickered in their eyes. Although they could not understand the conversation between Tang Zhen and the giant, they could guess that the giant had finally chosen to sacrifice his broken body to take his final revenge on the vengeful spirit hidden within his body. Just by looking at the blood-colored mucus that poured down and the countless pieces of meat that fell into pieces, it was clear that its sacrifice had not been in vain. Tang Zhen's body was suspended in the air. He quietly glanced at the giant's corpse. After which, he turned around and looked at the blood lake's water that was still pouring down from the sky like an intense waterfall. Everyone, I just made a promise to this giant. I will definitely kill the vengeful spirit that is living in its body and avenge the residents of this giant's building. I'm a man of my word, so I won't participate in the search operation. Please forgive me. The battle between me and the vengeful spirit will be quite intense, so I hope you don't enter the giant's body. Otherwise, if you are caught in the battle, this Tang can only express his regret. As Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he cupped his hands towards the group of cultivators. After which, he flapped his wings and streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the mountain-like giant corpse. However, when he turned around to leave, he looked at Situ Yuanji and the other 3 with a profound look in his eyes. Situ Yuanji and the others looked at each other and then at the foreign holy master, who had an uncertain expression on his face. After a moment of silence, they seemed to have made a decision. As expected, they did not head towards the giant's corpse. Instead, they headed straight for the armor tower that the giant had thrown out. They had actually given up on the treasure at the bottom of the blood lake just because of Tang Zhen's words. The foreign holy master had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at the 2 remaining foreign cultivators beside him and gritted his teeth. That human cultivator's words are pleasant to hear, but he actually wants to take all the treasures under the blood lake for himself. Does he really think we're fools? Let's not care about them. Our previous cooperation ends here. We'll search alone. If these people dare to have any ill intentions, we'll fight and see who will die in the end. After the foreign holy master finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the giant's corpse. The 2 foreign cultivators followed closely behind. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already arrived under the giant's corpse. He turned his head and looked at the giant, who only had 1 eye left. It seemed like the giant had died with a grievance as he gently shook his head. In the next instant, Tang Zhen's figure had already appeared within the giant's body and was hovering above the blood lake that had almost dried up. At the bottom of the lake, millions of residents of the giant tower city had died. As far as the eye could see, there were skeletons corroded by the blood-red mucus everywhere. The belongings of countless residents of the city were scattered at the bottom of the lake, most of which had been completely corroded. At the bottom of the blood lake, there were countless tentacles. Now that the blood lake had been drained, they fell limply to the bottom of the lake and twitched from time to time. The tendrils were used to absorb nutrients from the lake water formed by the flesh and blood to nurture the monster embryos hidden in the abdomen of the giant. Tang Zhen's gaze swept over those fleshy tentacles before finally stopping on a small blood-colored lake. As Tang Zhen's gaze stopped there, a set of subtitles suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Blood Lake Vengeful Spirit, 3-star King. After the soul from another world entered the Lusheng world, it underwent an unknown mutation. Possesses extremely strong mental control. Weakness unknown. Tang Zhen snorted softly as he glanced at the notification from the monster detector. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This vengeful spirit's heart was twisted, and its desire for revenge was extremely strong. It was already close to becoming a demon. If he didn't take this opportunity to get rid of it, this vengeful spirit would grow in strength sooner or later. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to kill it. According to the nature of this vengeful spirit, Tang Zhen and the others, who had once besieged it, would definitely become its target for revenge. If this vengeful spirit relied on its cultivation and mutation ability to create trouble and attack, it would definitely be impossible to guard against. Therefore, he got rid of this vengeful spirit not only because of his promise to the giant, but also because he didn't want to leave any future trouble for himself. 615 The Blood Lake's vengeful spirit. Even if he didn't want the treasures in the towers, he had to get rid of this vengeful spirit completely. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. It was precisely because of this reason that Tang Zhen decided not to show any mercy. His consciousness swept through his storage ring and directly took out a cantaloupe-like metal object. This was a planet-destroying mother-child bomb made by the Tarobo people. Once the bullet exploded, it could easily turn the nearby area into ruins. As for the vengeful spirits at the center of the explosion, they could not avoid being severely injured or even killed directly. However, this thing also had a side effect. After the explosion, it would form a powerful negative energy, which was especially suitable for the survival of spirits. It would turn this place into a ghost's domain filled with a special gray fog. The reason why the warship ruins were filled with gray fog and spirits was that a cultivator had detonated the same bomb when he was fighting against the soul-gnawing beasts. This caused the gray fog, which only existed in a small area, to completely envelop the super ruins. From then on, the ruins had become a paradise for spirit bodies. Even before Tang Zhen appeared, it was a forbidden area in the eyes of the wanderers. Since he had obtained the cornerstone of the giant's tower, he would do him a favor and allow the millions of souls in the giant's tower to take form. Then, he would send them into the reincarnation mirror. In that illusory world, their souls could complete their own reincarnation and continue to live in another way. Many thoughts flashed in Tang Zhen's mind. He suddenly threw out the bomb and directly activated the teleportation. The moment before he disappeared, he saw the foreign holy master who had just rushed into the giant's body and was watching him disappear with a dumbfounded expression. "You're really insatiable. Since you're seeking your own death, don't blame me." Tang Zhen coldly snorted before he disappeared without a trace. It was also at this moment that an indescribably terrifying power suddenly spread from the metal bomb floating in the air. There was no fire or sound, but it was enough to destroy everything. This power was terrifyingly dark, like countless invisible waves of mercury radiating out. After covering the entire blood lake, it spread out again. Anything that was affected by this power was instantly crushed into particles and then turned into dust. Damn it, he's really scheming against me. I must kill him. The moment the explosion occurred, the foreign holy master's face immediately contorted as he roared. He had completely forgotten that he had ignored Tang Zhen's warning and thus incurred his death. From his point of view, Tang Zhen was scheming against him and wanted to kill him. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless hatred and endless fear. As he cursed, he turned around and fled without hesitation. The other two king-class cultivators behind him also screamed with pale faces when they felt the danger. They teleported again and again, trying to avoid the wave of death. Layers of protective barriers burst out on the surface of their bodies. All kinds of defensive methods were used in order to save their lives from the terrifying shock waves of the explosion. However, under the impact of this terrifying energy, even if they had used all their trump cards, they still could not stop the arrival of death. The two foreign cultivators didn't manage to escape in the end. They were instantly turned into ashes and completely disappeared from the world. Although the foreign holy master was extremely fast, he was also affected by the energy. Before he died, he let out an angry roar with a face full of hatred, and his body was also reduced to dust. No one knew where he was eventually blown to. The 3 king-level non-human cultivators died in this place. It was just a not-so-dangerous exploration of the tower, but they had encountered such an ending. They had never expected it. As for Situ Yung and the others, they did not enter the giant's body because they had listened to Tang Zhen's advice. In the end, when the bomb exploded, they were inside the building, far from the center of the explosion, and they took countermeasures in time, so they were lucky enough to survive. Other than the 4 of them, there were no other living beings in this area. Fortunately, there were no buildings in this area because it was close to the dead land, so there were not many creatures affected. There were only a few greedy fellows who were watching from afar earlier. They tried to wait for Tang Zhen's group to leave before they continued to explore. In the end, their bodies instantly disappeared from the world under the impact of this energy. The shock wave from the explosion came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, everything was calm. When the energy calmed down and the gray fog started to gather, Situ Yung and the others were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The giant's huge body had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Dust to dust, earth to earth. The bomb that Tang Zhen detonated not only killed 3 king-level cultivators but also prevented the giant's body from being exposed in the wilderness and being devoured by the monsters. All the plants and animals around Situ Yung and the others had been turned into powder. Looking from the sky, not a single blade of grass could be seen in the area affected by the explosion. Even the buildings that they had dodged from the blast just now were now damaged beyond recognition, as if they had been exposed to the wind and rain for countless years. There were holes and marks everywhere. If it was made of ordinary metal, it would have been completely destroyed by the shock wave of the explosion. The 4 of them looked at each other. They suddenly recalled Tang Zhen's advice and the 3 foreign cultivators who ignored the warning because of their greed and suspicion. Their backs immediately became drenched in cold sweat. Only now did they know that Tang Zhen actually possessed such a terrifying attack that was sufficient to destroy the heavens and earth. At this moment, the 4 of them were also secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they were Tang Zhen's companions. Moreover, they had maintained a friendly attitude after learning of his ability. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen had warned them and used his eyes to hint. Otherwise, they would have died in the terrifying explosion, just like the 3 unlucky foreign cultivators, without a sound. This Holy Dragon City Master really can't be offended. After a long time, the Red Shield sighed and turned around to continue searching for the items inside the tower. Situ Yung and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded gently. It was obvious that they had the same thought. It was also at this moment that a human figure flashed and appeared from the gray fog that filled the sky. It was Tang Zhen who had just been teleported back. He glanced at the giant that had completely disappeared and frowned slightly. He spread out his spiritual power in an instant and covered the entire area. It didn't take long for his expression to change slightly, and his figure appeared in a low-lying area in an instant. After the explosion, a thick layer of dust had accumulated here, and on the surface, it looked no different from any other place. However, Tang Zhen was able to sense a faint aura from this place. It was obscure and cold, and seemed to be filled with endless resentment. The instant Tang Zhen's body came to a stop, a blood-red figure suddenly flew out from the dust and pounced towards Tang Zhen with lightning speed. "You're looking for death," Tang Zhen furiously roared. The soul-annihilating saber instantly appeared and fiercely slashed at the blood-colored figure. "If you die, all the cultivators in Lusheng will die." The blood-red figure was the vengeful spirit that had taken control of the giant's body and killed the residents of the million buildings. Out of Tang Zhen's expectations, this vengeful spirit was actually a 2-headed and 4-armed woman. The appearance on its 2 heads was extremely beautiful, but it was distorted beyond recognition. Its eyes were blood-red and frightening. At this moment, it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The hair on its 2 heads fluttered in the wind, and its face was filled with an irrepressible, ferocious killing intent. 616 sent into the reincarnation mirror. It was also at this moment that the vengeful spirit and the soul-destroying saber collided. Ordinary weapons were unable to harm a spirit body at all. However, Tang Zhen's soul-annihilating saber was similarly engraved with demon-annihilating runes. Therefore, it had an extremely great deterrent and killing effect on a spirit body like a vengeful spirit. Blocked by the demon-annihilating rune on Tang Zhen's soul-annihilating saber, the vengeful spirit that was already severely injured in the explosion immediately let out a blood-curdling screech and was directly sent flying. The clothes of the vengeful spirit fluttered in the air. Its forearms continued to swing as its blood-red eyes stared intently at Tang Zhen. Another sharp howl was emitted. The blood-colored hair that was dancing on the head of the vengeful spirit actually shot directly toward Tang Zhen's body. "Return my child, return my family, return my senior brother." The vengeful spirit's voice was as shrill as an owl's. As it roared, its face became more and more distorted, and the aura around its body began to grow stronger. "I'm going to destroy all the buildings in this world. I'm going to bury all the living beings in this world with my family. You all have to die." The vengeful spirit roared madly. Its two heads immediately looked up to the sky and howled, crying blood. Then, it laughed wildly and charged directly at the tip of the soul-destroying saber. The vengeful spirit was unmoved when it saw the soul-destroying saber pierce through its body and a large amount of black smoke flew up. Instead, it grabbed Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen's expression changed. As his body rapidly retreated, he continued to blast out talismans that could attack the spirit body, causing the vengeful spirit to cry out in pain. "You destroyed the traitor's body and the child I raised painstakingly. I'll make you pay with your life." The vengeful spirit's dark and cold voice had just sounded when its entire body immediately scattered. It actually directly charged into Tang Zhen's embrace. Tang Zhen was caught off guard. The vengeful spirit had actually directly entered his body. His body turned cold, and his expression also changed abruptly. The power of this vengeful spirit was beyond his expectations. However, the more it was like this, the stronger Tang Zhen's determination to kill it was. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble if he kept it alive. "Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you entered my body?" Tang Zhen coldly snorted and entered the dark world without the slightest hesitation. After which, he glanced at his body. The vengeful spirit that had completely disappeared after entering Tang Zhen's body had actually reappeared in the dark world. At this moment, its hands were wrapped around Tang Zhen's neck and waist, overlapping with Tang Zhen's body. "Let's see where you can run to, get lost." With a cold snort, Tang Zhen pulled with all his might. The vengeful spirit immediately let out a blood-curdling screech and was thrown to the ground by Tang Zhen. "Your body hasn't completely turned into energy yet, but you can actually enter the dark world where only spirits can enter. Who are you?" The vengeful spirit floated up from the ground. It roared at Tang Zhen with an unwilling expression and pounced over again. "I don't care who you are, I want you dead." A cold glint immediately flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes when he saw the vengeful spirit pouncing over once again. His entire body immediately turned into an incomparably scorching fireball. This was a cultivator skill application that he had downloaded. It had currently evolved to its limit, and once activated, it could trigger a high temperature of over 10,000 degrees. "You're the one who's dead, get lost." The vengeful spirit that was approaching Tang Zhen was affected by the flames. It immediately let out a blood-curdling screech and hurriedly dodged backwards. "You can't run, go to hell." Following Tang Zhen's furious roar, his body suddenly teleported over. At the same time, a huge flaming blade slashed horizontally at the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit, which was already seriously injured, was unable to dodge Tang Zhen's attack at this moment. It was directly cut into two by this flame blade. Tang Zhen's actions did not pause after his attack succeeded. The blade light flashed and connected together, cutting the vengeful spirit into pieces before burning it into ashes. "I'm not willing to accept this. I want you all to die." As the last unwilling roar disappeared, the vengeful spirit had been burned to ashes by the flames, not even a trace of dust was left. Tang Zhen sighed in relief when he saw this scene. The flames on his body slowly disappeared, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. This vengeful spirit's cultivation was higher than Tang Zhen's. If it was not for the fact that it had been seriously injured in the explosion earlier and that it only knew how to act rashly due to its delirious state, Tang Zhen would not have been able to kill it in a short period of time. Although this vengeful spirit had died, Tang Zhen still felt a little uncomfortable. He did not understand what exactly was going on. This vengeful spirit's methods are strange. It can actually avoid the restrictions of the laws and enter the world of buildings. It even forcefully changed the inside of the giant's body, turning it into a hotbed for the hatching of monsters. If it was any other time, I would really be reluctant to kill it. No matter what, I would have to learn its abilities. However, since I've already killed that vengeful spirit, why do I feel so uneasy? These thoughts flashed across Tang Zhen's heart. However, he still felt a little uneasy. He carefully checked his body again. Something's wrong. This vengeful spirit must have done something to me. Tang Zhen's heart was startled. He was planning to carefully examine it again when he felt his body sink. His consciousness also started to become drowsy. It was as if he was gradually losing control of his body and was being controlled by another cold and crazy consciousness. At the same time, the vengeful spirit's voice actually sounded in Tang Zhen's mind. He seemed to have seen the blood-red vengeful spirit laughing wildly within his body. It turned out that during the battle earlier, that vengeful spirit had actually split off a trace of consciousness and entered the depths of Tang Zhen's soul. So you're not a cultivator from Lu Cheng. Like me, you're from another world. But so what, I'm still going to kill you. I also want to control your body and invade your world, just like that damn traitor. I can't do anything as I watch my own people being slaughtered and the entire world being destroyed. The vengeful spirit laughed wildly. Its face was filled with madness as its blood-red robe and hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Tang Zhen's expression was so gloomy that it was frightening. When he heard the maniacal laughter of the vengeful spirit, he felt his body turn numb. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. At first, I felt a little guilty for killing you. After all, you were a pitiful person. But now it seems that I was too soft-hearted. Since that's the case, then you can die. Following a low growl, an item suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen. 3 bright mirrors were projected out of thin air. This item was the mysterious reincarnation mirror that came from the ancient tomb. After the reincarnation mirror appeared, Tang Zhen's figure flashed and directly smashed one of the mirrors. Then, his body directly fell to the ground and seemed to have fallen unconscious. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen's soul appeared in an empty space within the world within the mirror. He violently slapped his body. A blood-curdling screech was transmitted over. The vengeful spirit that had been hiding within Tang Zhen's soul earlier flew out and heavily fell onto the ground. Damn it, how did you do it? Where was this place? I'm going to kill you. That vengeful spirit screamed as it crawled up and attempted to continue charging towards Tang Zhen. However, at this moment, 8 chains as thick as an arm appeared out of thin air. They locked its hands, feet, and head, before directly hanging it in midair. What is this? Let me go. I'm going to kill you. The vengeful spirit kept repeating the same sentence as it tried to break free from the chains, control, but it was in vain. You dare to be so arrogant in my territory, you really don't know what's good for you. Tang Zhen snorted coldly. He ignored the vengeful spirit that was writhing and screaming wildly in the air. He waved his hand to the side. Come out, I have a mission for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow appeared beside him. In an instant, it condensed into a man with the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. He was wearing the Holy Dragon City's armor. This fellow was the overseer of the reincarnation mirror world and had already been subdued by Tang Zhen. City Lord, what are your orders? The man had a flattering expression on his face as he swept his gaze over the vengeful spirit that was suspended in the air. After licking the corner of his mouth, he nodded and bowed to Tang Zhen as he asked. From now on, I don't care what method you use, but you must get everything out of this vengeful spirit. If you do this well, I'll send a large number of souls into this world and let you have your fun. When the guard heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He patted his chest with all his might and guaranteed that he would exceed the task. After saying that, he immediately laughed hideously and conjured a barbed whip, which fiercely rushed towards the vengeful spirit hanging in the air. 617 Returning to the wildlands, this overseer was incomparably respectful in front of Tang Zhen. However, in front of that vengeful spirit, he appeared extremely ferocious. It had lived in this world for an unknown amount of time and had seen countless spirits that were even more brutal than the vengeful spirit, so it did not show any fear in the face of the vengeful spirit's crazy actions. Instead, it was extremely excited. It licked its tongue and looked at the vengeful spirit hanging in the air with bright eyes. From time to time, it would let out a kiki laugh, which sounded quite terrifying. It was fine for the vengeful spirit to be a little crazed. In fact, it even hoped that the vengeful spirit would be even crazier. Because the more fierce a horse was, the more sense of accomplishment it would be to conquer it. Moreover, other than Tang Zhen, it was the only master in this world. As long as it had sufficient spiritual strength, it could do whatever it wanted. No matter how crazy the vengeful spirit was, it would not be able to last long. Tang Zhen finally felt at ease as he looked at the vengeful spirit that continued to screech miserably under the overseer's whip and the overseer who had an increasingly excited expression. It was obvious that the overseer had been bored to death in the reincarnation mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeated the same scene when the souls of Xiaoli and the others were trapped and had so much fun. Now that Tang Zhen had sent the vengeful spirit over and even allowed the overseer to do as it pleased, it should be able to obtain the things it wanted from the vengeful spirit's mouth with its methods. Tang Zhen swept a glance at the vengeful spirit that was madly roaring and the overseer who was changing all kinds of torture tools and had a perverted smile on his face. He then turned around and left the reincarnation mirror. Now that he was the owner of this strange mirror, he could come and go as he pleased. Tang Zhen floated out from the mirror. He glanced at his own body and swiftly entered it. Although this feeling of his soul leaving his body was quite interesting, Tang Zhen still did not dare to stay for too long in case something happened to his body. This time, he had chosen to enter the reincarnation mirror with his soul in order to get rid of the vengeful spirit hiding in his soul. The next time he entered the reincarnation mirror, he only needed to enter with his real body. Tang Zhen's body was in the dark world. He swept his eyes over the countless number of spirit bodies that were gradually gathering in the gray fog. After being silent for a moment, he directly withdrew. The giant tower no longer existed, and he had gained a lot from this trip. He only had to wait a few more days to collect all the spirits here into the reincarnation mirror, and then he could return to the Holy Dragon City. Not long after, Situ Yuanji and the other three arrived. It seemed like they had gained a lot. Seeing that Tang Zhen did not mention what had happened earlier, the four of them did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Any further. After chatting with each other for a while, they began to search for origin stones that were buried in the ashes. Other treasures could be destroyed in the explosion, but origin stones were an exception. They could only be melted by mental strength and could not be destroyed by other methods. Therefore, as everyone searched, origin stones were found one after another, which made everyone happy. After all, this was a national treasure vault. Even though most of it had disappeared, the remaining part was still terrifying. The sun rose and the moon set, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Tang Zhen used half a day's time to absorb all the spirits that were condensed in the gray fog into the reincarnation mirror, allowing them to start a special journey in life. Previously, in order to prevent accidents from happening, Tang Zhen had hidden 2 super bombs in the tower. However, they did not have the opportunity to detonate in the end. After that, the group left the area and found a city tower nearby. They then barged into the city tower in an overbearing manner. When the city lord saw this scene, not only did he not dare to get angry, but he also had to be polite, afraid that Tang Zhen and the others would slaughter the city in anger. After all, they were all king-level cultivators. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, they were no different from gods. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone activated the teleportation one after another and returned to their respective towers. In a certain valley in the wildlands, Tang Zhen's figure was revealed after a burst of light flashed. He looked at the surrounding environment and remembered the location. Then, he flew in a certain direction in the wildlands. He had gained a lot this time. Not only did he get a large number of origin stones, but he also got all kinds of precious items from the giant's tower. He even got the tower's foundation stone. As for the other miscellaneous things, it was simply impossible to calculate. Before he left, Tang Zhen even removed a few small pieces of the broken giant armor and sent them to his original world for research. Of course, Tang Zhen's so-called small piece was actually the size of a house. When he took it out back then, the group of researchers were dumbfounded. During this time, he had not lost contact with the Holy Dragon City, but had been remotely controlling it, so he knew everything that happened in Lu City, big or small. With planes and cannons paving the way, as well as the assistance of various weapons from the original world, the Holy Dragon City had already occupied most of the wildlands. Now, they only needed a small area to completely control the wildlands. The direction that Tang Zhen was currently heading in was the unconquerable region near the wildlands. It was very close to the dog-headed people's tower area. Under the Holy Dragon City's destructive attack, although the defeated forces were no match for them, they were not willing to admit defeat. As a result, with the help of the kobolds, they gathered together and formed an alliance to fight against the Holy Dragon City. Their total number exceeded 100,000, occupying an area and preparing for the final battle with the Holy Dragon City. As more and more towers were captured by the Holy Dragon City, all kinds of information about the Holy Dragon City was placed on the tables of the various forces. While they were envious and amazed, they also felt a strong sense of danger from the bottom of their hearts. This was especially so for the kobolds who were the closest to Holy Dragon City. Their sense of danger was the strongest. The hatred between this race and the Holy Dragon City was so deep that it was irreconcilable. Thus, seeing the Holy Dragon City's power growing stronger and stronger, they began to feel restless. Once the Holy Dragon City took control of the wildlands, the kobolds, who were the closest to their sphere of influence, would be the first to be threatened. Anyone with a clear mind would be able to tell. The dog-headed people, who knew that the teeth would grow cold if the lips were gone, had already begun to persuade the forces of the towers to fight against the Holy Dragon City when the Holy Dragon City's army had set out. Before the start of this final battle, the kobolds had even taken the initiative to provide weapons and rations. At the same time, they had also received all sorts of information about Holy Dragon City. It could be said that they had done their best. The reason why they were so proactive was that they intended to use these defeated soldiers to wear down Holy Dragon City, and thus achieve the goal of containing Holy Dragon City. The defeated soldiers also understood this, but so what? Now that they had almost nothing left, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as stray dogs. At this time, someone actually took the initiative to send them the materials they needed. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Even if the dog-headed people did not provide them with supplies, their battle with the Holy Dragon City could not end. Therefore, both sides hit it off and were now smugly and actively preparing for battle. The Holy Dragon City had already received detailed information. After a detailed discussion, they decided to use this battle as the final battle to control the wildlands. In order to cooperate with this battle, the original world had made active preparations. During the time when Tang Zhen left, nearly 200,000 combatants were teleported in one breath. In addition to a large number of soldiers, there were also a large number of officers and auxiliary troops among these transmigrators. They were all elites who had been strictly selected. It could be said that one of them could fight against 10. After a simple rest and adaptation, in the Holy Dragon City, they immediately got into the car and went to their respective battlefields. 618 The world in the reincarnation mirror. Half of this batch of combatants would participate in the final battle, while the other half would go to various areas of the wildlands to be responsible for defense and suppression. Although the security in the controlled area was much better than before, there were still small groups of enemies that had to be eliminated as soon as possible. The various materials needed for the battle had already been prepared and were waiting for Tang Zhen to bring them to the tower world to send them to the army gathering point. Currently, Tang Zhen's storage ring was filled with the largest storage card. The items stored inside were the majority of the resources needed for this final battle. As he galloped along, a boundless plain appeared in Tang Zhen's sight roughly an hour later. The plain was green and full of colorful flowers, and a winding river flowed slowly across the plain. This kind of scenery was rare in the wildlands, which was why the foreign races had built towers here. However, the tower had already changed hands and became the Holy Dragon City's army's base. Around the tower, there were many tents and busy people, making it very lively. Tang Zhen's figure had just appeared when it immediately attracted the attention of the sentry guards. Countless of defensive weapons, both in the open and in the dark, were all aimed at his position. However, someone quickly recognized his identity and quickly informed the others. The alert was lifted. After Tang Zhen slowly descended from the sky, a group of soldiers immediately walked out from the building and greeted him with a loud smile. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the dozens of people who had welcomed him. He discovered that he was only acquainted with a small portion of them. The remaining were all new faces. Clearly, they were his other business partners. After greeting a few military officers that he was familiar with, these military officers took the initiative to introduce the commanders sent by their partners to Tang Zhen. They chatted with each other for a while, after which, Tang Zhen took out his storage card and passed it to the army members who had been eagerly waiting for it. They had been waiting for these resources during this period of time. However, Tang Zhen was exploring the giant tower and could not return in time. Therefore, the final battle had not been launched. With the arrival of the supplies, the final battle was about to begin. Tang Zhen did not participate in the discussion and decision-making of these military officers. Instead, he chose a clean and spacious room and began to handle his own matters. In fact, As the battle continued, the number of times Holy Dragon City's residents participated in the battle became less and less. Even 90% of Holy Dragon City's cultivators had already returned to the Holy Dragon City and started to prepare for the Holy Dragon City's upgrade to a level 6 city. The Holy Dragon City's residents that had been recruited from the original world had already adapted to life in this world and were gradually integrating into the Holy Dragon City. The number of residents in Holy Dragon City had finally broken through the 200,000 mark, and this number was still rising. Among these 200,000 residents, 100,000 of them belonged to the Holy Dragon City Army. This didn't include the cultivator battle teams and the special forces. It could be said that the current Sacred Dragon Legion was no longer the same as before. Their combat strength had increased by more than several times. Although the army in front of them was also called the Sacred Dragon Legion, they did not actually belong to Tang Zhen. Instead, they took orders from their partners in the original world. Tang Zhen had no objection to this because this was something that had been discussed during the cooperation. The two sides shared the large cake of the world of Lusheng. While they benefited from each other, they could also clearly distinguish some things. The partners in the original world wanted a land with rich resources, which could help them colonize other worlds and obtain countless resources and wealth. What Tang Zhen wanted was a powerful city that was far away from the earth and suspended above the blue sea and sky. There was no conflict between the goals of both parties. This was because as Tang Zhen had enough residents and started fighting overseas, his reliance on his original world would become smaller and smaller. When the Holy Dragon City finally advanced to a national level and opened the Otherworld battlefield, this kind of dependence on the original world would become even more dispensable. However, before the material transmission experiment was successful, Tang Zhen would still maintain this kind of cooperation and help his partner to completely gain a foothold in the world of Lusheng. After all, the original world was where his foundation was. No matter what heights he had reached, he would never forget this. Tang Zhen retracted his scattered thoughts and casually waved his hand, taking out the reincarnation mirror. A bright mirror appeared out of thin air and projected itself onto the empty space in front of Tang Zhen. With a casual wave of his hand, the mirror immediately melted, revealing a dark and deep passage. Tang Zhen slowly walked in. Not long after, he saw a strange city built in the mirror world. The buildings in this city were different from those in the world of towers. It was full of exuberance, with small bridges, flowing water, and an ancient path of the setting sun. There was a strong sense of life everywhere. On the edge of the city, there were mountains and rivers, as well as villages where even dogs and chickens could hear. Groups of souls that were very similar to the residents of the giant city were shuttling back and forth in the city, working hard to make a living. These souls did not realize that everything they had experienced was made up by using their soul power. And now, they looked no different from ordinary humans. It was unknown when the guard had appeared in front of Tang Zhen. After he bowed respectfully, he also looked at the scene in the city silently. There seemed to be some kind of emotion flickering in his eyes. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the overseer and said indifferently, "Do you have any explanation for this world you've set up?" The guard immediately replied, "I don't know why such a place was set up either. Perhaps this scene should be the home in my memories. Although I don't know how long it has been, it still feels as good as new." As he said this, the guard's ugly face actually revealed a faint look of reminiscence, and the wretched feeling also dissipated a lot. Tang Zhen laughed softly when he heard this. He spoke to the reincarnation mirror's overseer, "You don't have to make yourself look so ugly just to set me off. I don't buy it. Quickly return to your original appearance." When the guard heard this, he immediately laughed. His face seemed to be shrouded in mist, and he instantly turned into a handsome young man. Tang Zhen nodded and said to the overseer, "Come with me to the city. I'm very curious about it," he said. Soon after, Tang Zhen lifted his leg and his body disappeared from his original spot. In the next instant, he had entered the small river in the city. Although his surroundings were filled with people passing by, and fish would occasionally leap up from the river, Tang Zhen still felt that this place was very unreal. It was as if he was watching a movie and was unable to truly integrate into it. A fake will always be a fake, it can never be treated as real. After the guard heard Tang Zhen's words, he immediately explained in a soft voice, "You're entering with your main body, so it's natural that you'll feel unreal. However, if you enter in the form of a soul, it's actually not much different from the real world. The spirit bodies that lived here also needed to eat and sleep. They also had joy and sorrow. Naturally, they also had to live, grow old, get sick, and die. After they died, they would be converted into energy to maintain the mirror world. This would allow the mirror world to become more complete and create more mirror worlds. Or start a new cycle and continue living in another mirror world. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He asked the overseer, to keep the mirror world running, a large amount of spiritual energy is needed. Is there any way to reduce this consumption? The overseer shook his head and explained to Tang Zhen, in fact, the consumption of spiritual energy is extremely slow. In fact, under certain special circumstances, the spiritual energy will slowly increase. However, this situation is extremely rare, and I've only experienced it once or twice. Most importantly, to the souls living in this world, anything they can't see doesn't exist. A trace of curiosity immediately rose in Tang Zhen's heart when he heard this. He began to tilt his head and listen. 619 The true goal of the decisive battle. Seeing Tang Zhen's curious expression, the guard hurriedly continued to explain. In fact, the things that appear in front of these souls are always the things that they touch with their 5 senses. When they need to touch things that don't exist, they will use soul energy to construct the corresponding scenes and connect them with the scenes of the entire world. In short, these souls all existed, but they were independent. The scenes that needed to be constructed by the soul energy at all times were only the things around them that the souls could sense. Therefore, although the number of souls is not small, the consumption of soul energy is not much. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head after hearing the overseer's explanation. However, he was becoming more and more curious about the origin of this reincarnation mirror in his heart. What kind of powerful existence could create such a magical item? By the way, where is the giant's soul? I want to see it. Tang Zhen asked the guard. After which, he saw the other party point in front of him, indicating that it was in that direction. Then, the two of them walked slowly on the street, passing by the souls of the residents of the giant building. They watched as they lost their memories of their previous lives and lived in a new world. Tang Zhen looked at the scene before him and did not speak for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. It didn't take long for the two to reach the end of the street and see a slightly old blacksmith shop. The clanking of metal came from the smithy. A half-naked man stood next to the stove, sweating like rain. He was constantly hammering the red iron on the anvil. A few children were playing at the side. They would call out, "Daddy," from time to time, which made the man smile and occasionally scold them. A virtuous and gentle-looking woman, dressed in plain cotton clothes, brought a bowl of water to the man and wiped the sweat off his face. Tang Zhen quietly watched the scene before him as a trace of emotion surfaced in his eyes. This man's appearance was exactly the same as the giant's, but he no longer had the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked no different from an ordinary person. Perhaps this was the life it had been dreaming of, which was why it had been reborn in this illusory world with such an image. After seeing Tang Zhen and his partner standing in front of the door, the man gave a simple and honest smile. He used a dirty towel to wipe his face and said, "What do you two want to fight for? I guarantee that I won't cheat you and that it'll be of good quality and cheap." Tang Zhen was silent for a moment. He waved his hand, took out a piece of paper, and handed it to that man. A 3-headed, 6-armed giant was drawn on the blueprint. At this moment, the giant was roaring at the sky. What made people feel puzzled was that the 6 arms of the giant were clasping his body tightly, as if they were going to tear his body apart. Follow the content of this painting. The height should be about 2 meters, or the higher the better. The man took the piece of paper and looked at the contents. When he saw how similar the giant looked to him, he was slightly stunned. This item, Pixiu, is a little difficult. It can also be made into Pixiu, but it's a little more expensive. When the man spoke, there was a hint of confusion in his tone. However, he had no idea that this was the special way he spoke when he was alive. Tang Zhen nodded and extended his hand to the guard beside him. The other party immediately understood and took out a thick stack of silver notes. To the 2 people who controlled this world, they could have as many of these things as they wanted. They were all illusory items. However, to the spirit bodies that lived in this world, these silver notes that were casually condensed by the guards were real gold and silver. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard this. He directly handed the silver notes to the man. When the other party saw the denomination of the silver note, he immediately jumped in shock and hurriedly waved his hand. "I don't need that much, please take it back quickly." The denomination on the silver note was extremely large. Just the denomination of a silver note was a number that he could not earn in his entire life. Therefore, the man did not dare to take it at all. Take it, I once borrowed something from your senior, but I never had the chance to thank him. Now that I've met you, I naturally have to repay this favor, or else this Tang will feel uneasy. Tang Zhen's eyes were focused on the man's face when he said these words. His tone carried a trace of unwillingness. That man originally wanted to refuse. However, after seeing Tang Zhen's eyes, he was slightly stunned. After that, he received the stack of silver notes as if he was possessed by a ghost or god. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I'll definitely hurry up and finish this statue. Tang Zhen nodded and said to the strong man, I'm not in a hurry, you can just take your time. The man replied and immediately got to work. The woman also bowed to Tang Zhen and the other man before leaving to find help. After all, the size of the sculpture that Tang Zhen wanted to make was not small. It also involved quite a lot of craftsmanship. It was impossible for him to complete it in a short period of time by himself. The Tang Zhen duo were naturally not in a hurry. Instead, they turned around and left this world after they agreed on a time. The reason why he asked the giant to make the statue was that the giant's appearance at the last moment of his life had been deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be removed. That indomitable figure and the determination that erupted at the last moment were enough to move anyone. Therefore, Tang Zhen decided to let the giant personally create a 3-headed and 6-armed sculpture for himself. After that, he would rely on the function of the mobile phone application to carve it without any error. After the sculpture was completed, Tang Zhen would place it in his city lord's hall as a special decoration. The world within the reincarnation mirror had a similar flow of time as the real world. Therefore, Tang Zhen would need to wait for a few more days if he wanted to obtain this sculpture. After instructing the guards to look after the giant family, Tang Zhen walked out of the reincarnation mirror. In the next few days, Tang Zhen had been counting his gains this time around. Moreover, he had tried to use the origin stone to comprehend the faint and mysterious traces of the laws. Although Tang Zhen did not gain anything in the past few days, he was not the least bit discouraged. After all, after comprehending the laws, it was equivalent to indirectly controlling the power of heaven and earth. With a raise of the hand, wind, rain, and thunder could be summoned. How could it be something that was so easy to comprehend? Some king-level cultivators spent their entire lives without gaining anything. The cultivators who had truly comprehended and mastered the power of the laws were the true almighty beings in the world of Lusheng. Tang Zhen knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. It required luck and painstaking effort. Hence, he was not the least bit concerned even if he did not make any progress in his comprehension. The Sacred Dragon Legion had already entered the final preparation stage. All their weapons and equipment were already in place, ready to move at any time. Meanwhile, the Holy Dragon City's foreign tribe enemies had made their preparations, vowing to fight the Holy Dragon Legion to the death. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, this motley crew was simply unable to withstand a single blow. In fact, the Sacred Dragon Legion did not even treat them as enemies. Their true target was actually the supporters of this motley crew, the dog-headed people who had been jumping up and down. Compared to the wildlands, the area occupied by the dog-headed people was definitely considered a rich land. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a waste in the hands of the dog-headed people. Now, with the changes in the situation in the original world, the major forces had gradually joined the war chariot to open up the world of towers. The wild lands could no longer satisfy their appetites. There were more wolves than meat, how could a savage land be enough to share? Therefore, the dog-headed people who were jumping up and down immediately entered the vision of the upper echelons of the original world. The fertile land made them drool. Therefore, this so-called decisive battle was just a cover-up. In fact, the real target of the attack was the dog-headed people's city tower area. As for the motley crew that had gathered together and might cause trouble for the Sacred Dragon Legion, they were similarly unable to escape a fatal blow. Among the resources that Tang Zhen had brought from the original world, there was a batch of weapons of mass destruction that would be used to deal with any unexpected situations that might occur. War was not child's play, so it was natural that they would use all means possible. Therefore, it was very normal for these weapons to appear in the world of Lusheng. Of course, unless it was a last resort, these weapons would not be used easily. After all, the world of Lusheng was completely different from his original world. The king-level cultivators here were like human-shaped nuclear weapons. Using these special weapons against cultivators and monsters wouldn't be like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. After all, what they wanted was a complete and rich area, not a wasteland that was destroyed by war. Another 3 days passed. On this day, the Sacred Dragon Legion was finally fully mobilized. Tens of thousands of soldiers, with the cooperation of aircraft and tanks, slowly began the prelude to the final battle. 620 Chapter 620 Sword pointed at the dog-headed man's tower. 1. Due to the difference in technology, the combat style of the original world was very different from the world of Lusheng. The large-scale battle in the world of Lusheng was still at the level of a sea of people. Most of the time, it was won by numbers. The battle between the top-tier towers perfectly displayed this style, with tens of thousands of soldiers participating in the battle at every turn. Taking Heaven Battling City as an example, it had a large number of towers of various sizes and occupied a very large area, so the total number of residents in these towers alone had already exceeded 10 million. Due to the special rules of the world of Lusheng, the residents of the world could exchange points and brains for food and weapons. Therefore, there was no such thing as many people working but only being able to support one soldier. It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire population was a soldier. It was precisely because they had enough combat personnel that when Heaven Battling City fought for and defended territory with the surrounding enemies, large-scale battles often occurred. Sometimes, in order to fight for an area, tens of thousands of people would even be involved in a battle. Although such a war was very enjoyable to fight, the losses were extremely shocking. Regardless of whether the two sides won or lost, they actually felt quite pained. The two sides fought and won and lost, and countless years passed. However, when they looked back, they found that neither of them could do anything to the other. Instead, they had paid countless resources and the lives of their soldiers. If all these resources and soldiers were invested in the overseas battlefields, their territory would have expanded by several times over the years. Therefore, just thinking about this matter gave him a headache. This kind of loss-making business naturally couldn't continue, so Heaven Battling City and those foreign races finally came to a tacit understanding. That was, a huge war would occur every 100 years, and in the remaining time, there would only be small-scale conflicts. There would definitely not be a battle of more than 10,000 people. In fact, the battle between the two sides had nothing to do with benefits. It was more because of the complicated feud between the residents of Lu City. To put it bluntly, this was a mess, and it had already begun when these buildings were still level 4 or 5. Let's not talk about the other cities for now and focus on the Holy Dragon City's fighting style. For the Holy Dragon City army, which had a large number of equipment from the original world, this kind of human wave tactic was too outdated. They preferred over long-range precision attacks, or relying on the advantage of equipment to crush the enemy. Sometimes, with the help of these special equipment, only a few dozen people were needed to complete an intense local war. The Holy Dragon Legion's expedition team at this moment perfectly reflected this point. Hundreds of specially modified war chariots that could perfectly adapt to the terrain of the Lucheng world were lined up in a long line on the grassland, constantly roaring in the direction of the dog-headed people's Lucheng. This special alloy tank was not only fast, but its attack power was also extremely powerful. In front of enemies who used swords as weapons, this tank was simply a killing machine. Other than these special war chariots, there were also mechanical beasts that looked like metal crabs beside the soldiers who were participating in the battle. They were slowly following the main force. The inspiration for this imitation of the mechanical beast came from the Holy Dragon City's half-mechanical beast and the Terobo people's combat weapon. Its advantage was that it could carry a large amount of ammunition, was extremely lethal, and could adapt to all kinds of terrain. However, it also had a weakness, which was that it required the operator to control it with brain waves. Once it was set to automatic mode, its ability to fight alone was very poor. Although this type of mechanical beast had many disadvantages, its disadvantages did not overshadow its advantages. It could still provide powerful firepower support for the soldiers at all times. Because it was an all-terrain support force, and its firepower was indeed abnormal, it was deeply loved by the soldiers. In addition, there were many special weapons and equipment in the advancing team. They were all appearing in the world of Lusheng for the first time, and some were still in the stage of combat testing. Hence, the current Sacred Dragon Legion's equipment was so luxurious that it was simply freakish to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. This was only the equipment for the army. As for the additional weapons and equipment for the Air Force, there was only an increase, but a lot of them were not displayed. Compared to the Lusheng natives who were good at fighting, the biggest advantage of the humans in the original world was that they were good at studying and learning. At the same time, they had the ability to integrate. This was a terrifying ability, and as time passed, this advantage would become more and more obvious. When the ground forces set off for the dog-headed People's City, the Air Force had already set off and launched an air raid on the motley crowd. He believed that it wouldn't take long for those guys to be beaten until they cried for their parents and fled in all directions. However, he didn't know how many of his enemies would be able to survive after this battle. There were rows of transport trucks among the troops, and they were filled with fully armed soldiers. Just as the warriors from the original world were talking to each other and were still curious about the world of Lusheng, they noticed that there was a very special vehicle among the vehicles that were moving forward. There was no cover on the surface of the vehicle. A group of cultivators in black armor and all kinds of equipment were sitting silently on the seats of the car, exuding a faint murderous aura. Sometimes, when the black-armored cultivators glanced at them, the new soldiers would feel their bodies stiffen and cold sweat drip down their backs. It was as if after being seen by this gaze, they were immediately placed in a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Even their bones were emitting cold air. My God, what a heavy killing intent. One of the soldiers who had just arrived from the original world was the same. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and asked another soldier beside him, "Class Monitor, who are those guys in black armor? Why do they look so ferocious?" The squad leader next to the new warrior was a veteran. He had come to the world of Lusheng at the beginning of the teleportation and had participated in many battles, big and small. He glanced at the recruit, and said in a deep voice, "Brutal. That's because you didn't see them fighting. That's what true brutality is. Don't think that we've been attacking cities all the way and forcing the enemies to flee, that's only because of our equipment. If they joined the battle, even the two of them together might not be able to defeat the young warriors in the Lusheng, let alone the soldiers. I remember that one time, when we were attacking a foreign clan city, we were ambushed by them and were trapped in a valley. Good Lord, there were more than 2,000 monsters gathered together at that time and they were driven up by the cultivators of the building. That scene was truly shocking. Those who were timid would have peed their pants. I don't know about the others, but my soldiers and I were so scared that we even forgot to shoot." The old squad leader glanced at the black-armored cultivator in the car and sighed with respect. At this critical moment, the 10 Holy Dragon City cultivators who had followed us without saying a word, while everyone else was scared silly, actually charged directly at those monsters. I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Facing countless monsters and foreign cultivators, those 10 Holy Dragon City cultivators were like rocks that were resisting the waves. They held their sabers and fought those monsters fearlessly. It seemed as if they had already been swallowed by the wave of monsters. However, if one were to look closely, they would realize that they were still fighting, trying to stop the monsters from approaching our convoy. You will never be able to imagine the scene at that time, especially when we saw the Holy Dragon City cultivators fighting with their lives on the line just to provide us with some buffer time. All of our brothers' eyes immediately turned red. At this point, the old soldier sighed and said to the soldiers around him who were focused, "When the battle ended, 3 out of the 10 Holy Dragon City cultivators died on the spot. The remaining 7 were all seriously injured and had to return to Holy Dragon City to recuperate. Although the Holy Dragon City's methods were magical and those dead cultivators would definitely come back to life, their cultivation would no longer exist. To the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City, who worked hard to improve their strength and cultivated non-stop every day, this might be worse than killing them. However, it was because of their sacrifice that my brothers and I were able to survive. Therefore, whoever dares to disrespect them in the future, I will be the first to not forgive him." When the other soldiers saw the serious expression on their squad leader's face, they shivered slightly. When they looked at the Holy Dragon City cultivators, their eyes were also filled with a faint respect. 621 Chapter 621 Possession of Secrets and Alien Methods. After listening to the old squad leader's story, the soldiers were silent for a moment before they continued to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Questions. Class Monitor, I heard that these Lu Cheng cultivators are very powerful. Tell us, how powerful are they? Hearing this, the old squad leader showed a trace of excitement and immediately said with a smile, "You've asked the right person. I'm telling you, In this team, I've come into contact with the most holy dragon city cultivators. I've even chatted with the holy dragon city lord. Of course, we can't comment on those god-like figures, so I'll talk about the other cultivators. There's a person called the Nouveau Riche Captain in the Holy Dragon City. I wonder if you've heard of him. Someone nodded. I think I've heard of him before. It's said that this person is very strange, and the war beast he raises is also very strange. I've seen him once. At that time, he was riding on that war beast with chicken wings. When the other warriors heard this, they immediately burst out laughing. They began to imagine what a war beast with chicken wings would look like. The captain coughed lightly and said seriously, although the tycoon captain is eccentric, his strength is undeniable, so don't listen to other people's nonsense. Some time ago, when we cooperated with him to carry out a mission, we encountered a giant monster that was 8 or 9 meters long. It swept our tank more than 10 meters away with one claw. All the warriors gasped when they heard this. They knew that this monster was not to be trifled with, but as soon as the rich captain saw the monster, his eyes lit up and he jumped up from the ground, directly engaging in a hand-to-hand fight with the monster. At this point, the squad leader kept them in suspense and asked the soldiers, "What do you think the final result was?" After everyone said a few words, the class monitor shook his head and finally laughed. The final result was that the monster was beaten black and blue by the rich captain, and finally admitted defeat. This was also the most famous point of the tycoon captain, because in the entire Holy Dragon City, he was the only one who had successfully defeated 2 monsters and made them his war beast. If it were us, let alone subduing this powerful monster, it would be good enough if we could keep our lives. I'm really scared just thinking about it. When the warrior heard that, he asked with a tone of curiosity and doubt, "No matter how powerful those monsters are, you don't have to be afraid. At most, you can just change to a new body." The old soldier sneered, "It's normal to be afraid. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if you were to face that kind of scene, I'm afraid you would have been paralyzed with fear. As for the body replacement you mentioned, if it's really that simple, then we don't have to worry about death. Don't you know that the number of times a soul can be hosted isn't infinite? There are some restrictions. For people like us who have very weak souls, we only have 2 chances to change hosts in our lives at most, and some people can only take it once. Therefore, you must be careful when you fight, because once you die, you may never have the chance to come back to the world of Lusheng again. Of course, if your cultivation reaches the horde leader level, and your soul strength increases greatly, you can withstand the backlash of switching bodies. It shouldn't be a problem for you to switch to 7 or 8 bodies." Hearing that, the other warriors immediately looked serious. Their frivolous attitude of not having to worry about death had completely disappeared at that moment. Just as the sacred dragon army was rapidly advancing toward the dog-headed people's city, the aerial forces were all deployed, approaching the area where the motley crowd was. This place was located at the edge of the grassland, with its back against a huge rocky mountain range. It was covered with huge vines that covered the entire mountain range. In terms of terrain, this location was extremely good. It was an area where one could attack or retreat. It was clear that after coming into contact with the Holy Dragon Legion, they also knew the Holy Dragon City's combat power, so they were prepared to escape to the mountains to hide in case they could not win. In fact, among these defeated forces, many cultivators were already afraid and did not want to continue fighting with the Holy Dragon City. Only those who had come into contact with the Holy Dragon City's army could truly understand how terrifying their weapons and equipment were. However, they did not want to become wanderers and suffer the harassment of the cold wind and night dew in the wilderness, so they could only follow their companions who wanted to take revenge, hoping that they could defeat Holy Dragon City and rebuild their own city. However, they had forgotten one thing, and that was if they were to lose the final battle, would they have a chance to escape? After all, it was better to live than to die a good death. Even if he became a wanderer, it was much better than having his corpse exposed in the wilderness. At this time, they had already received the news that the Holy Dragon City's army was rushing here, so they were also prepared for battle. However, no matter how well prepared they only had thicker armor and sharper weapons. At the same time, they also captured many monsters to be used as cannon fodder. There were also some city lords who bore the pain of their hearts and brought weapons from the foreign world from the wild buildings and other channels, trying to take the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Holy Dragon City. For example, there were some ballistae and catapults among their ranks. They were arranged in an orderly manner and aimed in the direction of the Sacred Dragon Legion. In addition to the heavy equipment commonly seen in these buildings, there were also some strange-looking cannons mixed in, which looked extremely conspicuous. It was said that these cannons came from a different world. The cannonballs they fired were not ordinary cannonballs, but a kind of poison gas cannonball that had a long range and could emit thick smoke. The alien merchant who sold these deformed cannons came from a top-notch city. According to him, these cannons were spoils of war from the invasion of the Otherworld. It was said that in a large-scale battle, this kind of poison gas cannon had extremely outstanding destructive power. After being duped by the arms dealer, the city lords were all tempted. In the end, in order to get these cannons, they almost went bankrupt. However, as long as they could defeat Holy Dragon City, any price would be worth it. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, the city lords who had been defeated by the Holy Dragon City gathered together and looked at the end of the grassland with hatred. They held a grudge in their hearts and swore to use this decisive battle to annihilate the Sacred Dragon Legion. Everyone present had fought against the Holy Dragon City before, so they all had a deep impression of the Holy Dragon City's aircraft and cannons. In order to avoid further losses, they had even formulated a special response plan. In order to strike down the planes in the air, they spent money to hire wandering dwarf craftsmen to design and build a giant ballista. The ballista's arm was made of a special metal and was comparable to a low-level magic soldier's equipment. The bowstring was made from the tendons of a Lord-tier monster. After testing, it was confirmed that this special ballista was very powerful. It could shoot dozens of egg-sized metal pellets into the sky 2 kilometers away. At the same time, it could easily penetrate ordinary armor. With this kind of super ballista, coupled with an experienced operator, under unexpected circumstances, they would definitely be able to shoot down the Holy Dragon City's mecha that were flying low from time to time. In order to defend against the cannon attacks and ambush the Holy Dragon City army, these guys had dug holes everywhere in the grasslands and hid tens of thousands of soldiers, all of whom were selected elites. When the final battle began, these hidden forces would swarm forward and launch a surprise attack on Holy Dragon City. They had also learned to lie prone on the ground or in trenches when they were bombarded to minimize casualties as much as possible. Taking advantage of the Holy Dragon City's ambush and chaos, they would swarm in. At that time, they would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Holy Dragon City, or even annihilate them all. Everything seemed to be perfect. These city lords thought that their plan was flawless. Under their arrangement, the Holy Dragon City would lose. Without a doubt, but the problem was, if they could think of it, how could the Holy Dragon Army's officers and advisors not think of it? 622 The weapon of war. 1. These natives were too full of themselves and underestimated the officers who were selected and sent to the world of Lusheng to participate in the war. If they really acted according to the script they had set, then these so-called elites could definitely be pulled out and shot directly. The natives of the world of Lusheng were still thinking about close combat with cold weapons. They did not realize that the Holy Dragon City's fighting style had long surpassed their imagination. Perhaps they would never know what supervision combat was, and what was an all-round three-dimensional attack. Even if they had experienced the power of aircraft and artillery and had come up with countermeasures, it was still far from enough. It would cost a lot to teleport a soldier from the original world, so it was definitely the stupidest thing to do in a situation where there was a shortage of manpower and to use lives to exchange for victory. On this point, regardless of whether it was Tang Zhen or his partners from his original world, their opinions were extremely similar. With the passage of time, various technological equipment from the other world had been deciphered one after another. In the days to come, the enemies who fought against the Holy Dragon City might not even see the shadow of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers from the beginning to the end, but they would still be killed by all kinds of weapons. Facing this motley crew, the Holy Dragon City had tried this special tactic for the first time. Following a series of roars in the air, a large group of planes flew rapidly through the sky, gradually approaching the area where the enemies were. The black mass of alien enemies on the ground also saw the planes in the sky. Their faces were filled with fear, and they naturally thought of the horror of these flying monsters. The scene of destruction made countless people's hearts tremble. The originally orderly troops had turned into chaos at this moment. Even though the supervision team had killed people to establish their might, they were still unable to control the chaotic scene. Lu Cheng, who was operating the giant ballista, sighed. The plane's altitude had far exceeded the range of the ballista, so they couldn't attack at all. They could only watch the plane swagger past them. During this period, there were a few flying alien races that tried to take off and intercept them, but they were discovered by the fighter planes. A wave of bullets swept over, causing the air to be filled with exploded blood mist and minced meat. The battle had yet to begin, but the appearance of a group of fighter jets had already caused the enemies to almost collapse. However, the pilots of the large transport aircraft did not drop any bombs this time. Instead, they brought something else, reporting to the command center. "We've arrived at the designated location. Do you want to start releasing the number 9 test weapon?" With the order, the transport aircraft opened up, revealing a row of metal objects. Their entire bodies glowed with a dull luster and their designs were very sci-fi. At this time, with the command, they were immediately released one after another under the control of the operators. In the blue sky, countless flowers bloomed. Under the gazes of the foreign enemies, they slowly fell to the ground. There were even some metal objects that fell directly into the camp of the foreign races, scaring them away. "What are you running for? Kill it!" Following the roars of those city lords, the eyes of those foreign race enemies turned blood red. They immediately brandished their swords and sabers madly, charging straight at those metal objects, as if they wanted to cut them into pieces. However, at this moment, a change occurred. The metal objects suddenly let out a roar, and then revealed their hidden legs. They stood up from their original positions, and their height was at least 4 meters. At the same time, rows of gun barrels popped out from their bodies and locked onto the alien enemies that were rushing up, confirmed to have entered the enemy's hinterland. "We are surrounded by the enemy." Combat mode automatically activated. With a short electronic sound, the metal monster's gun barrel suddenly began to shoot out a torrent of metal. Countless metal bullets accelerated by electromagnetic forces began to cover the surroundings. After obtaining the technology of many other worlds and combining it with the technology of the original world, they finally produced a special electromagnetic weapon. The metal monster was equipped with a special energy conversion device that Tang Zhen had discovered in the wizard world. It could provide sufficient electricity to the gun. The metal monsters that were made of special materials were designed to be used with such weapons, and they were also very advanced in technology. It was precisely because of this that these tiny bullets had such a terrifying penetrative power. Even after piercing through the armor of more than 10 enemies, they still had a strong killing power. At the same time, the enemies around it began to fall in a circle and quickly spread into the distance. The bloody mist that rose into the air actually faintly blocked the figures of these metal monsters, but it did not affect their killing speed in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, a 1-kilometer-wide vacuum appeared around these metal monsters. The ground was covered with the corpses of the alien races that had been killed, and blood had already covered the ground. In the distance, the foreign cultivators were filled with fear and despair. Many of them were drenched in blood as they stared at the metal monsters in a daze, their legs trembling. At this moment, there were more than 20 such empty areas in the camp of the enemy. From the sky, it looked like a red dot had been randomly pointed on a gray paper. Even further away, there were more than a dozen similar metal monsters approaching them. Some of them had already begun to attack. However, when they were far away, the metal monster would no longer shoot. Instead, it would snipe continuously, blowing up the bodies of the enemies one after another. "Ah, Yingluo!" Suddenly, someone couldn't bear the terrifying scene. He screamed hysterically and shot arrows at the metal monsters. Some even threw javelins and short spears. The stunned cultivators were inspired and immediately attacked at the same time. Some of them even controlled the ballistae and began to attack the metal monsters. When these attacks gathered together, they actually formed a dark cloud, looking like a dense mass. However, just as the attacks were about to land, a protective shield appeared on the metal monsters' bodies, blocking all the attacks. A row of red-marked missiles appeared in front of the metal monsters, aiming at the alien enemies and firing one after another. A series of explosions could be heard. These miniature missiles weren't very large in size, but they produced extremely terrifying destructive power. After the explosion, they directly cleared out all life within a kilometer. Even if there were some enemies who were lucky enough to survive, they were now completely disabled. They were crawling around with blood flowing out of their 7 apertures, and laughing foolishly from time to time. Obviously, their internal organs and brains had been damaged. As these metal monsters continued to fire missiles, the foreign race enemies, who had already been defeated, finally fell into complete chaos. Looking down from the sky, one could see that these foreign enemies were constantly screaming, avoiding the metal monster like black waves. While they were running for their lives, these enemies were constantly being torn apart, and then continued to disintegrate in different directions. They threw away their armor and fled in all directions, hoping to avoid the pursuit of the metal monster. Most of the enemies chose to escape into the mountains. Hearing the screams behind them, the cultivators wished they had 2 more legs so that they could run faster and hide in the mountains before the metal monsters caught up to them. In the eyes of these alien races, even if they had to face a brutal monster, it would be 100 times better than facing such a terrifying metal monster. At this time, the metal monsters had gathered together, forming a horizontal line 100 meters apart, and were constantly shooting at the foreign races who were lagging behind. Behind them, there were countless corpses of their enemies. They were full of bleeding wounds and stained the ground. The scene in front of them was no longer a war, but a massacre led by the metal monster. 623 The Battlefield's Killing God, Pathfinder. On the battlefield, these metal monsters were like the Grim Reaper, constantly harvesting fresh lives. The total number of enemies was more than 100,000, and the number of people killed by the metal monsters was less than 1/5. However, the terrifying effect of their killing was enough to make all the alien races collapse mentally. Especially when that terrifying aura spread out and could no longer be suppressed, it was reasonable for the foreign enemies to flee in defeat. The army was defeated like a landslide. Driven by the desire to survive, the speed of these foreign enemies, escape was enough to make anyone exclaim in admiration. They were originally a motley crew, and now that a great disaster was imminent, who would care about who? At this moment, they were all running with their heads down. Even if someone beside them was knocked down and asking for help, very few people would care. Those sinister metal monsters would intentionally injure the foreign races and then kill the rescuers one by one. They were truly evil to the extreme. Under such circumstances, who would dare to risk their lives to rescue them? They could only grit their teeth and pretend they didn't hear anything, allowing the injured to continue wailing until they were shot to death. As the alien race's enemies ran further and further away, the metal monsters' killing efficiency rapidly decreased. Under such circumstances, they automatically changed their attack mode. As the metal monsters pursued, small silver metal balls emerged from the monsters' bodies. These metal balls were suspended in the air, constantly scanning the surrounding situation, quickly marking and locking down the enemies in the distance, and then transmitting the data to the metal monster. After receiving the data from the scouting metal balls, the metal monsters on the ground switched to sniping mode and shot at the enemies that had already escaped. This was a killing scene that would make even the most elite snipers blush with shame. Even if the enemy was 3 kilometers away, they could still headshot each time, making the alien races tremble in fear. This kind of long-range sniping continued for a few minutes, until all the enemies had burrowed into the depths of the mountain. By the time the metal monster had reached the foot of the mountain, all of the foreign tribe enemies had quickly gone into hiding. Some of the foreign tribes were afraid that the metal monster would chase them into the mountain, so they did not stop and continued to run deeper into the mountain. Even if there were terrifying monsters deep in the mountains, they had no time to care about them. In fact, the aliens were worried for nothing. Because the metal monsters were huge, they were not suitable for fighting in the mountains. So when they confirmed that all the fleeing enemies had entered the mountains, they immediately stopped chasing. The metal monsters quickly spread out and began to patrol the foot of the mountain, on guard against enemies that could appear at any time. The battle ended here. The Holy Dragon City did not send out a single soldier. Just by relying on this terrifying war monster, they had killed these enemies until they had abandoned their armor. At first, these foreign races were still smug and planned to teach the Holy Dragon City a lesson. Who knew that many of them did not see the shadow of the Holy Dragon City's army even before they died? This was a violent collision between modern tactics and primitive tactics. The result was self-evident. In the face of such a terrifying high-tech killing weapon, no matter how many bodies of flesh and blood there were, they could not resist the impact of death. The so-called final battle of the foreign races seemed like a joke to them now. Killing people was like cutting grass, and destroying cities was silent. Although the battle had ended, no one paid any attention to the corpses and injured on the ground. For a time, the entire battlefield was filled with strange sounds. The dead didn't need to think about anything, but the non-humans who were still alive looked at the sky with blank eyes, waiting for death. The wounds on their bodies were all penetrating wounds. Under the powerful kinetic energy of the metal bullets, their internal organs had long been shattered. If it were not for their strong physiques, they would have died long ago. But this kind of lingering on at death's door was even better than directly dying, it would only increase the pain. In such an environment, the smell of blood and decay filled his nose. At the same time, there was also a trace of burnt smell, which made him want to vomit. Rustling sounds could be heard from time to time, like old and leaking bellows, occasionally mixed with a few desperate screams. It was creepy to hear. This was the sound of death that could only be heard on the battlefield. It represented the extinction of countless lives and could not be heard anywhere else. About half an hour later, two modified ground effect aircraft flew over at high speed and stopped near the metal monsters. A few young men in special uniforms jumped off the plane. Under the protection of a few Holy Dragon City cultivators, they slowly walked toward the metal monsters. The metal monsters in defense mode turned their guns and locked onto them, ready to fire at any time. However, after identifying them, the metal monsters didn't make any moves to attack them. They just stood there quietly, looking at the endless corpses on the ground and the metal monsters covered in blood and flesh. Everyone gasped. Even though they had already guessed that the war machine created by the Tarobo people's technology would produce a one-sided massacre when faced with enemies who used cold weapons, they were not afraid of death. However, in the face of the result of the battle, everyone was still shocked and at a loss. Sigh, after this thing is created, it will be a disaster for the enemies of the foreign races. A young man with a young face and a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life sighed slightly as he looked at the corpse on the ground. This person was a very famous concept robot expert in his original world. He was already over 70 years old and had just arrived in the Lusheng world not long ago. After changing into a body full of vitality and reliving his second life, he immediately joined a research and development team in Holy Dragon City. Based on the various technologies that Holy Dragon City had, and the imitation of the Tarobo people's weapons, they had finally created the metal monster before them. Their names were temporarily given to the Pathfinders, also known as Ground Rangers. Another young man beside him smiled and said, "You don't have to sigh. This is a necessary step for the prosperity of our human race, and it's also the simplest and most effective way. No matter how the future generations evaluate us, at least our original intention is for the sake of our descendants. So, praise or curse, it's something we can't interfere with. However, one thing is for sure, and that it is the old guys' good fortune to be born in this era. To be able to live for another 100 years and continue to work for the cause that we have worked so hard for all our lives, this is simply a good thing that we can't even dream of. Since that's the case, what's there to be afraid of?" When the young man spoke, he also spoke in a tone that sounded like he was an old man, but no one around him felt strange. After all, the young man in front of him was also a very famous scientist in the original world. Now, he had many children and grandchildren. The young man who had sighed earlier smiled and nodded his head lightly. His face revealed a trace of relief. He raised a transparent metal plate in his hand and tapped a few times on the screen. Suddenly, these killing machines began to gather together and form a column. They appeared to be abnormally quiet, without the crazed appearance of a god-slaying and world-destroying monster. After another 10 minutes or so, a strangely shaped battleship appeared in everyone's field of vision, then slowly landed on the ground. From the outside, the battleship had the style of the Taroboros people, but it also had the aura of the original world. As the warship's hatch slowly opened, the Pathfinder robots quickly walked in and followed the warship into the sky, heading straight for Holy Dragon City. It was not until the ground effect aircraft had left that the corpses of the alien races would climb out of the layers of corpses on the grassland from time to time. Their armors were broken and their bodies were covered in blood. Their eyes were still filled with fear and despair. Looking at the corpses on the ground, they were silent for a long time. Only then did they use their broken weapons to support their bodies, and with great difficulty, they walked in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Under the setting sun, there were hundreds of staggering figures. However, the expressions on the faces of these lucky people who had survived the disaster were extremely silent. Although they were not afraid of death and knew that people were bound to die in war, the tragic scene in front of them was still unforgettable. Perhaps from now on, they would all put down their weapons to prevent themselves from being reminded of the tragic scene today. They were even more fearful of the Holy Dragon City that had caused this scene. Every time Yu Sheng mentioned it, he would sigh inexplicably. 624 offense blocked while the foreign tribe enemies were left crying for their parents after being killed, leaving a heavy shadow in their hearts. The advancing Holy Dragon army was gradually approaching the area where the dog-headed people's towers were. The army's advance was full of arrogance. Such a great momentum naturally could not be concealed. The kobolds, who had been paying attention to the Holy Dragon city's movements, had already received the news of the Holy Dragon city army's attack. When this news was confirmed, countless nobilities were shocked and quickly gathered to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, the city lords of the dog-headed people's tower, who were close to the edge of the wildlands, asked for help from the dog-headed people's capital city. At the same time, they mobilized all the combat power they could mobilize in an attempt to stop the Holy Dragon city's army. Almost no dog-headed noble dared to take this enemy that the dog-headed people were most afraid of lightly. As the Holy Dragon city's name spread far and wide, they already had a deep understanding of the city. They had weapons and equipment with astonishing destructive power, an endless supply of troops, and even the shadow of a continent-level city behind them. With all these factors combined, the Holy Dragon city's combat power was unusually strong. Even the arrogant kobold tribe was still extremely cautious when facing the Holy Dragon city. What they hoped for the most now was that the Holy Dragon city would suddenly be annihilated by a powerful enemy and kill all the Holy Dragon city's residents, including Tang Zhen. It would be best if not a single one of them was left. In this way, they did not have to worry about the Holy Dragon city aiming their guns at them after they took control of the wildlands. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. After all, a power like the Holy Dragon city could only destroy others. It was not that there were no forces that could destroy the Holy Dragon city, but there was no reason for them to act. What's more, the tiger skin of a continent-level building that he had accidentally pulled out had frightened many people with ulterior motives. After weighing the pros and cons, they gave up on their coveting of the Holy Dragon city. This matter could be considered both wrong and wrong. It had saved the Holy Dragon city a lot of trouble. Now that the Holy Dragon city had taken control of the wildlands, they finally bared their fangs. Without any warning, they impatiently started a war against the kobolds. With the war imminent, everyone would be affected, and it was impossible for them to stay out of it. At this moment, the residents of the dog-headed people's Lusheng were in a hurry, and there were also soldiers in armor with stern faces. The originally peaceful city was now shrouded in the dark clouds of war, and everyone felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. Unlike the other buildings, the dog-headed people preferred to live in groups. Often, they would connect several low-level buildings together with many crude buildings in the middle, making them look like a town. When the news of the Holy Dragon army's impending attack spread, almost all the adult kobolds were mobilized and incorporated into the temporary defense force, ready to fight the Holy Dragon army to the death. The kobold capital city, which had received the news, had also sent out elite troops and were rushing toward the border. When the residents of the dog-headed people's building saw this scene, they began to worry. It had been a long time since they had seen such a tense scene. As one of the overlords of this area, the dog-headed people had always played the role of bandits. They were the only ones who bullied other races, but no other race had ever come to their doorstep. However, ever since the Holy Dragon city had suddenly appeared in the wildlands, the kobolds had suffered at the hands of these humans. The most recent defeat had actually cost them nearly 100,000 elite kobolds. As for the kobold prince, who had been the commander-in-chief at that time, he had been severely punished and almost stripped of all his special treatment. After this series of events, the kobolds were no longer unfamiliar with Holy Dragon city. The way they looked at their human slaves had also begun to change. Because of the Holy Dragon city's strong rise, the treatment of these human slaves had also improved slightly. They were no longer beaten, scolded, and killed at every turn. The reason for this situation was that the natives of the world of Lusheng actually valued their own kind very much. Whenever they encountered difficulties, they would try their best to help their kind. The original human race had declined and didn't have a strong background to support them, so the dog-headed people didn't see humans as humans at all. However, with the emergence of the Holy Dragon city and the complete control of the wildlands, the rise of the human race was unstoppable if nothing unexpected happened. They would no longer be a race without roots that could be trampled on. According to the Holy Dragon city's development speed, it might not take long for them to suppress the kobolds. They might even directly mobilize their army to start wars everywhere. If they were to treat the human race with their original attitude now, then once the Holy Dragon City suppressed everyone and demanded these enslaved people, no one in the city would dare to refuse. They would definitely return these slaves obediently. At that time, when the slaves complained and caused the Holy Dragon City to be furious, who could guarantee that the Holy Dragon City would not take the opportunity to retaliate? At that time, under the oppression of the Holy Dragon City, those slave owners might be used as scapegoats and handed over to the Holy Dragon City to calm their anger. This wasn't a joke. There had been several precedents, and each time, it was only finished after the blood flowed like a river. Therefore, even though these kobolds were extremely arrogant, they had to think for themselves in this situation. However, the Holy Dragon City's movements were too fast. The foreign races had just accepted the fact that it was developing rapidly, but in the blink of an eye, it revealed its ambition without hiding it, and began to swallow the territories of the surrounding buildings. Now, they were even invading on a large scale, directly killing their way into the dog-headed people's city. The dog-headed man was shocked and terrified. At the same time, he was also furious. He felt like he had been offended and looked down on. Countless dog-headed cultivators swore to themselves that they would not let this human army return. Under such an atmosphere, the war between the Holy Dragon City and the dog-headed people finally broke out when the Holy Dragon City army approached the dog-headed people's city-controlled area. When the two sides came into contact, there was no nonsense. The Holy Dragon City army's cannons opened fire immediately, enveloping the entire dog-headed people's tower in artillery fire. The dog-headed people, who had been waiting for the attack, were immediately beaten into a mess. The building without a protective shield collapsed under the attack of the cannons, and countless residents were buried under the ruins. The corners of the streets were filled with corpses that had been affected by the artillery fire. At the same time as the cannons launched their attacks, hundreds of tanks and chariots split into three directions and charged straight at the smoke-covered Houndhead men camp. Countless soldiers followed closely behind, each of them armed with a special rifle, continuously killing the kobold warriors that were charging at them. The sound of gunfire was endless. Under the suppression of the weapons from the original world, this group of dog-headed people that had hurriedly gathered were defeated in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the dog-headed people who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered and retreated. They began to hide behind various bunkers and began to block the Sacred Dragon Legion soldiers. The area of the dog-headed people's buildings was not small, and there were countless messy buildings. As the attack continued, the tens of thousands of troops began to split up. It was also at this moment that a disadvantageous situation for the Holy Dragon City appeared. Compared to these warriors who had transmigrated from their original world, the dog-headed people were clearly more skilled in this combat style. They constantly flashed through the ruins, using close combat and crossbow attacks to cause a large number of casualties to the Sacred Dragon Legion in a short time. The kobolds had clearly discovered the Holy Dragon Army's weakness in this aspect. They were overjoyed and began to adopt such tactics to avoid direct contact with the Holy Dragon City's warriors. At this moment, the soul teleportation array in the valley behind Holy Dragon City began to flash continuously. It was obvious that the souls of the dead were being received from a long distance. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the staff members, hundreds of souls had been teleported back in the blink of an eye. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time the Sacred Dragon Legion had suffered such heavy casualties. This was also a blow to the somewhat conceited officers. For a time, the communication frequency was filled with the sounds of being ambushed and requesting for reinforcements. From time to time, the wild laughter of the dog-headed people could be heard. The originally unstoppable offensive finally had a brief pause at this moment. 625 Chapter 625. Glue and improvement. Such a scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Perhaps it was because the previous battle had been too smooth, so that some people began to be unable to take it after suffering such a small setback. There were even situations where soldiers accidentally shot their allies. What was even worse was that since the firearms used by these warriors had not been modified, anyone could use them immediately after picking up the weapons. This caused the kobolds to immediately use these weapons to counterattack the Holy Dragon City warriors after snatching the firearms. To the Lusheng natives, whose physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, the recoil of ordinary firearms was nothing in their eyes. They only needed to point the muzzle at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers and pull the trigger to empty the bullets. There were even some dog-headed cultivators who seemed to be extremely talented in using firearms. They were able to fight well the moment they started using them. However, this group of people lacked experience in using hot weapons. They were used to shooting at one location, which exposed them very quickly and turned them into meat paste. However, it was also for this reason that many soldiers were shot and killed by these kobolds before they could react. As the news of the losses continued to spread, the people in the command center had gloomy expressions. They watched the real-time video that was being transmitted and kept discussing the countermeasures. In the end, they decided to defend the area they had occupied for the time being. Then, they would use the cannons and tanks to fire at the area occupied by the dog-headed people. As time passed, more and more kobold reinforcements began to appear. They also relied on the ruins of this area and began to engage in a fierce battle with the Holy Dragon City army. The original siege battle had actually changed at this moment. It had completely exceeded the expectations of the army commanders. In the process of conquering the world of Lusheng, the humans finally encountered their first setback. Hearing the continuous gunshots from the ruins outside, everyone's mood was not very good. Originally, they had relied on the weapons and equipment from their original world to conquer cities and territories in the wildlands. They had vaguely thought that the world of towers was nothing much. However, what they didn't know was that the towers in the wildlands were only low-level towers. Not only were they small in size, but there were also few residents. The cultivators in the towers were generally not high in level. However, top-notch towers were different. Most of them had a very long history and occupied a large area. The number of residents and cultivators was even more shocking. By plundering and exploring, the combat power and weapons they had were not necessarily worse than those in their original world. In fact, they were even more bizarre and brutal. In particular, many of their buildings were connected to each other and radiated to a large area. They were not much different from the towns in the original world. As such, when these soldiers attacked, they had no choice but to face the terrifying street battle. Due to the terrain's limitations, the weapons and equipment that the soldiers were so proud of were greatly reduced at this moment. Even when they were faced with the kobolds, who had a higher cultivation base than them and were more skilled in close combat, they were still at a slight disadvantage. The situation was getting worse and worse. So far, the number of Holy Dragon City soldiers who had died in this battle had already exceeded 1,000. For the Holy Dragon City army, this was definitely not a small number of casualties. The best solution now was to temporarily stop the attack, and then, based on the experience gained from this battle, carry out a complete reform of the Holy Dragon City army. Finally, after 2 days of battle, the Holy Dragon City army decided to give up on this area. After withdrawing all the warriors, they used planes and cannons to completely turn this place into ruins. Countless kobold warriors who were hiding in various buildings were killed by the continuous artillery fire. In the end, less than 1/10 of the total number of people managed to escape. Although these guys were not killed by the bomb, they were chased by the Holy Dragon City's army as they fled. Under the siege of helicopters and tanks, only a few managed to escape the area alive. According to the post-battle statistics, more than 50,000 kobold warriors were killed in this battle. The number of casualties among the residents of the kobold building city could not be counted for the time being. The entire city area of the dog-headed people was destroyed, including 5 low-level buildings and a large number of ordinary buildings. All of them had now become worthless ruins. However, the Holy Dragon City army had also paid a considerable price. Putting aside the various losses, the number of dead soldiers had already exceeded 1,500, and the injured were uncountable. Although the souls of these fallen warriors had been recovered and sent back to their bodies in the original world, most of them had lost the opportunity to step back onto the battlefield. The soul strength of an ordinary person was too low, and they could only carry out soul boarding twice at most. Therefore, such an opportunity must not be wasted so that they would not completely lose the opportunity to carry out soul boarding if they died in battle again. Therefore, before they could overcome this weakness, these warriors would not be able to enter the world of Lusheng again. As the battle process was summarized and submitted to their partners, they immediately realized that these things had to be dealt with immediately. So, after some discussion, they immediately began to solve the problem and rectify it. The first problem that needed to be solved was the close combat skills of the warriors in the original world. However, it seemed that there was no other good way except to strengthen their training in this area. In terms of the warriors' defense, these partners had also begun to imitate Holy Dragon City, and had begun to equip the warriors with battle armor made of special metals. The soldiers who were used to wearing military combat uniforms, even in the world of Lusheng, also began to quickly change their clothes and gradually get used to the battle armor that made people feel uncomfortable. Although this armor was uncomfortable to wear, its defensive power in close combat was much better than ordinary military uniforms. If the soldiers who participated in the street battle had worn this kind of armor, there would not have been such a large number of casualties. At the same time, they also began to install identification systems on their weapons and equipment. Without a special identification chip to turn it on, these firearms and weapons would be locked on, so that even if the alien races picked them up, they would not be able to use them. Apart from these measures, after studying the intelligence and characteristics of the top-tier towers, a large number of weapons and equipment suitable for these areas were rapidly developed and sent to the tower world from time to time for testing. It had to be said that this battle was very meaningful. It made humans quickly realize their own shortcomings in the early days and gave them time to constantly improve themselves so that they would not suffer greater losses when they encountered more powerful enemies in the future. The military operation to take over the dog-headed people's tower also began to slow down. They continued to spread out in all directions while defending the occupied area. During this period, the kobolds' attacks had never stopped. They would fight dozens of times almost every day, and the scale of the battles varied. Gunshots and explosions rang out from time to time, and the assault helicopters were constantly shuttling back and forth, shooting down the dog-headed warriors from above. However, as a result, their military strength began to be stretched out again, and their partners in the original world began to increase their troops again. After some discussion, the total number of reinforcements this time reached 500,000, and most of them were teleported to the world of Lusheng. The problem that followed was that there was a serious shortage of hosts. The logistics supply had also increased greatly. It was to the extent that Tang Zhen had to transport supplies every day. Fortunately, with the cooperation of the scientists in the original world and some technical support provided by Tang Zhen, the clone factory built in the Lucheng world had been officially put into use. He believed that it would not take too long for a large number of hosts to be provided. Pressure was power, and the research on material transmission had also made breakthroughs. Combined with the teleportation array technology provided by Tang Zhen, the researchers could already teleport items that weighed less than 1 kilogram after continuous testing. However, the process of teleportation was very unstable. There would often be some malfunctions, causing the teleported items to mysteriously disappear or change their form completely. Although there were still many drawbacks to this experiment, it wasn't far away from Tang Zhen getting rid of the porters. After staying at the dog-headed people's tower area for a few days, Tang Zhen returned to the Holy Dragon City and began the final preparations for the tower's advancement to level 6. From now on, the Holy Dragon City would launch an overseas battlefield and attack the national towers. 626 Upgrade to a level 6 building. Holy Dragon City, City Lord's Hall. After Tang Zhen returned to Lusheng, he gathered all the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon City and discussed the issue of Lusheng's promotion. The current Holy Dragon City already had a strong army. Tang Zhen simply did not care about the siege of a few 5th-grade foreign clan towers. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this was merely sending him resources and labor. As his wealth gradually increased, Tang Zhen no longer cared about the investment of the brain beads. He had the intention to upgrade all the valuable buildings so that they could display their true abilities. After seeing the strength of the giant tower, Tang Zhen had already faintly realized that the seemingly insignificant attribute increase of the tower and some abilities of the special tower would undergo a qualitative change after being promoted to a certain height. If used properly, its effect would not be any weaker than an army of thousands. As a result, Tang Zhen was even more unwilling to give up these buildings so easily. Therefore, he planned to upgrade the level of the existing buildings as much as possible before upgrading them to the national level. He wanted to see if they could bring him a surprise. After some discussion, Tang Zhen decided to upgrade the main city tower to level 6, which was the floating city. It had not been long since the tower had been promoted to level 5, so the 4 level 5 towers that were connected to the plain channel should not be very powerful. After the upgrade of the main city, Tang Zhen would complete the upgrade of the other level 5 cities one after another. The specific time would depend on the situation. After making a decision, everyone immediately began to separate and prepare. Tang Zhen also returned to his residence and had a good rest for the day. The next morning, Tang Zhen went to the spiritual clan's inheritance hall and secretively studied something with Ling Xuz. That afternoon, a small wave of monsters suddenly attacked the city for no reason, but they were killed by the city guards in the blink of an eye. As for why this monster was so abnormal, only Tang Zhen and a few other people knew the specific reason. However, when some of the residents saw Tang Zhen, they felt that his aura was weak, as if he had fallen seriously ill. They could not help but secretly guess the reason. On the 5th day, the Holy Dragon City began to prohibit anyone from entering and leaving, clearing the area several kilometers around the city wall. At the same time, a large number of Holy Dragon City's soldiers appeared in front of everyone, quickly occupying various attacking positions, and at the same time began to defend the city walls. At the same time, in the Holy Dragon City's outer city area, tens of thousands of Holy Dragon City's soldiers were fully armed, waiting for the tower's upgrade to begin. When Lu Sheng was promoted to Grade 6, the teleportation channel would send the attacking allied forces directly to the foot of the city instead of the outer city wall. However, this was also good. After all, the entire outer city area was blocked by walls. The foreign tribes who were attacking the city could not escape at all. It was convenient for the Holy Dragon City to catch turtles in a jar. As the time slowly approached, the entire Holy Dragon City was filled with residents and foreign merchants who were eagerly waiting for the arrival of that moment. Tang Zhen was dressed in a white robe, his entire person exuding a heroic spirit. Under the protection of hundreds of Holy Dragon City cultivators, he slowly began the tower's upgrade ceremony. With the input of countless brain beads, Tang Zhen immediately saw the floating city hidden beneath his feet. As its level increased, its size had actually expanded several times in an instant. Including the entire Holy Dragon City and even a part of the outer city, it had now been included in the floating tower city's territory. It could be said to be a super giant. However, Tang Zhen clearly knew that this was far from the limit of the size of the floating city. There were countless buildings in this world that far exceeded its size. Without a sound, the Holy Dragon City's main city had successfully advanced to rank 6. At the same time, Tang Zhen could faintly sense the existence of a large door. It existed in Tang Zhen's consciousness and seemed as though it could appear at any time. Following Tang Zhen's thought, a 20-meter-tall arc-shaped bronze door suddenly appeared in the valley behind the Holy Dragon City. As soon as the door appeared, Tang Zhen immediately felt an ancient and desolate aura. It was as if it had existed for an extremely long time and had witnessed the rise and fall of countless races. In the middle of the gate, there was a space passage that looked like a black wave. It gave off a terrifying spatial fluctuation. Tang Zhen carefully observed and discovered that this door was filled with strange and mysterious decorations. It looked somewhat familiar. However, when he looked at it again, it was extremely unfamiliar. The place where this gate was connected to was the overseas battlefield that made many cultivators in Lu City pale with fear. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze after sensing the mysteriousness of this large door. He looked at the large open space below the Holy Dragon City wall. He would talk about the overseas battlefield later. What he needed to do now was to see when the siege allied forces would arrive. Seeing the 4 pea-sized black dots continuously expanding, the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, this smile gave off a somewhat evil feeling. At the same time as the Holy Dragon City was promoted to rank 6, the 4 rank 5 turreted cities in different parts of the continent were in complete chaos. These 4 towers had just been promoted to rank 5 not long ago. They were now smugly obtaining the brain beads in the world connected to the interdimensional passage. After waiting for a few decades, they would be promoted to rank 6 after sufficient preparation. However, they had never dreamed that before they had even fully explored the abandoned Otherworld, there were already buildings that could not wait to start upgrading. This was simply courting death. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to upgrade to a grade 6 city tower. After getting through it, one would be able to reach the sky in one step. Whether it was resources or territory, they would be able to expand rapidly. However, if they failed, they would be doomed forever. According to the usual practice, which tower would not undergo many years of preparation before it would start its promotion with a nervous heart. However, now that someone had advanced, they couldn't be blamed. They were all full of anticipation about splitting the assets of a level 5 city. Judging others by their own standards, the way they saw it, even if the Holy Dragon City that had been upgraded was very strong, it was not by much. Of course, Some people were suspicious and guessed that there must be a big force behind this city that had suddenly upgraded. They might have even sent advanced cultivators to join the city as residents to participate in the battle. As for the Lusheng, they were in a hurry to fight and had no time to recruit experts to join them. First, if the time was too short, they would be regarded as invalid residents. Second, they only had half a day to prepare for the battle. In such a short period of time, it was already not an easy thing for these towers to gather all their combat power. No matter what, since the battle for advancement had already begun, there was no way to escape, unless they were willing to abandon the entire tower. For a moment, the 4 non-human towers were in chaos. Countless warriors were quickly summoned and gathered in front of the teleportation channel, fully armed, waiting for the final teleportation to begin. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of cultivators standing silently in front of the portal, followed by tens of thousands of soldiers who were ready to go. In the face of such a life-and-death battle, the 4 towers could be said to have sent out all their elites and were determined to cut off all means of retreat. In this battle, either you die or I die. The residents of the city also stopped their work at this moment and gathered outside the city. They looked at their families with worry and prayed that they would come back alive. Everyone knew the significance of this battle. It was good to succeed, at least they could live a few decades of peace. But if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, they would lose their status as residents of the city tower and become wanderers that they had looked down on in the past. From then on, they would suffer from hunger and cold, and they could lose their lives at any time. At the thought of this, some people couldn't control their emotions and burst into tears. Unconsciously, more and more people began to sob. The sorrowful atmosphere affected many of the soldiers in the building, and their eyes began to turn red. What are you crying for? All of you, get back to where you came from. You're unlucky. Elder Lu Cheng, who was in charge of leading the team, roared and sent all the crying warriors' families back. Then, he turned to the portal with a dark face. It was useless to think about it now, because after crossing this passage, whether he was alive or dead, it would be immediately known. As time passed, the time limit was finally reached. The teleportation channel had also expanded to its limit at this moment. The combat Shu from the 4 towers all carried their killing intent as they stepped into the tunnel. 627 Chapter 627 Defensive Battle in the tower. At this time, inside and outside Holy Dragon City, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. However, everyone knew that a great battle was coming soon, and no one knew how many cultivators in the building would die in this life-and-death battle. However, the natives of the world of Lusheng were already used to this and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, for countless years, the world of Lusheng had always been like this. Only the strong could live well, and the weak would eventually be eliminated. They were already in a twisted world and had long realized that they were GU worms. They knew that in the Lu Cheng advancement battle, it was either you die or I die, there was no other choice. Therefore, compared to the travelers from the original world, the Holy Dragon City's indigenous people were already filled with killing intent and vowed to kill the enemies who were attacking the city. Otherwise, if they failed, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. At this moment, when they were close to these Holy Dragon City residents, they could clearly feel the killing intent they were exuding. Even the usually kind people had a somewhat sinister expression on their faces at this moment. A small family was like this, and a big country was also like this. Although Holy Dragon City was well equipped with weapons and training methods that were enough to crush all other buildings of the same level, no one dared to take it lightly. They all put in 120% of their energy. It was also because of this kind of mentality that the entire Holy Dragon City was shrouded in an extremely solemn atmosphere. Anyone who was in this atmosphere could not help but tremble. Qian Long, Tai Seng, Xiao Rui, Mo Ran Qian. A group of Holy Dragon City's higher-ups gathered on the city wall and followed behind Tang Zhen, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. Not far away, there was a group of officers from the original world. They were also wearing armor and holding weapons, and their faces were solemn. They had only seen such bloody and deadly siege battles in books and movies before. Now that they were about to see a real battle, and it was a confrontation between weapons and cold weapons from the original world, how could they miss it? Furthermore, a battle like this had extremely important research value and significance to them. In fact, in this battle, other than mobilizing the regular garrison troops, Holy Dragon City had also mobilized some special troops to the top of the city wall. They wanted to use this battle to test the combat ability of these troops. The white-robed cultivators of the Mother Tree were the most obvious group of defenders. Their duty was to guard the Mother Tree and resist the invasion of foreign enemies, so this kind of city defense battle was exactly where they should be. Lisa, with her silver hair like a waterfall, stood on the city wall. She wore a gorgeous flower crown on her head and a snow-white robe, looking like an angel who had descended. She held a 2-foot-long staff in her hand. Green vines wrapped around it, and it was decorated with a few strange flowers. A high-quality mutated brain bead was embedded at the top of the staff, emitting a bright light. One look and one could tell that it was worth a lot. Behind Lisa, there was a line of more than 100 Mother Tree cultivators. They were of different ages, but their cultivation had exceeded rank 4. Each of them held a staff and looked serious. In addition to these Mother Tree cultivators, there were also some special troops among them. However, the battle had not started yet, so no one could see any clues. Tang Zhen stood with his hands behind his back. A bright glint flashed in his eyes. They were like sharp blades as they swept across the transmission channel that had already expanded to its limit. He gently clenched his fist. It was also at this moment that the 4 passageways bloomed with light at the same time. Then, everyone felt their vision blur, and the empty ground in front of them was instantly filled with the murderous-looking outsiders, Allied army. This teleportation channel had actually teleported close to 100,000 people in an instant, not giving the Holy Dragon City any chance to block the gate and attack. It was also at this moment that the killing intent that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly exploded. The non-human Allied army that had teleported here didn't hesitate at all. After being stunned for a few seconds, they pounced on the city wall. In this kind of life-and-death battle, there was no time for any nonsense. There was only one battle. Even though the city wall in front of them was too high to climb, they still did not hesitate. Even if they had to pile up corpses, they had to rush up the city wall. The moment the city was broken, it would be the moment of their success. While the enemies were charging toward the city wall, countless strong figures leapt into the air. They were all high-level, foreign cultivators. These cultivators used their hands and feet to climb up the city wall quickly, intending to rush to the top of the wall and kill the guards. At the same time, countless rays of light flashed from the attacking army. Those were holy masters casting spells, and divine spells headed straight for the city walls. Some of the city walls even had a series of sloping paths under them, which helped the non-humankind warriors climb up the city walls more easily. Javelins, crossbows, flying rocks, bombs, and countless long-range weapons rose from the ground like a dark cloud, covering the sky and the earth as they smashed down on the city wall. The cultivators in the 5th-level city tower were almost all brave people who had survived hundreds of battles. Now that they had their backs to the water, they had already exploded with all their combat power. It was also at this moment that a light flashed in the sky above the Holy Dragon City's walls. A giant protective shield suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire Holy Dragon City. The weapons were blocked by the shield and bounced back. They fell to the ground quickly, and countless screams sounded one after another. Groups of enemies were injured by these falling weapons, and the unlucky ones even died on the spot, their corpses falling heavily into the dust. Seeing that the Holy Dragon City actually had a protective shield, the Allied forces attacking the city felt a chill in their hearts, and a trace of sadness rose in their hearts. For a level 5 building, unless it was by chance, it was impossible for them to obtain something like the defensive shield of the building. Not to mention, even the weakest kind of defensive shield would require countless human lives to break it completely. The non-humankind beings who had planned to attack the top of the city wall all cursed in their hearts. Their eyes were bloodshot, but none of them took a step back. Although the Holy Dragon City's defensive barrier was unexpected, so what? If they could not take down this city, their fate would be worse than death. Gritting their teeth, these foreign races became even more ruthless. They attacked the defensive barrier without any regard for their lives, trying to break it and then attack the top of the city wall. However, at this moment, the Holy Dragon City's warriors, who were already boiling with killing intent, began their fierce counterattack. Concentrated gunfire suddenly sounded, and the close-range defense cannons and concentrated weapons built around the Holy Dragon City wall also launched their power at the same time. Countless bullets were like a shower of hailstones, instantly plowing out bloody ravines among the enemies under the city wall. Countless foreign tribe warriors were torn to pieces by this life-threatening metal torrent before they could even react. A red and stinky blood mist rose from the Holy Dragon City like smoke from a burning fire. The originally black and dense enemy camp was actually directly cut into countless pieces. In just a short 10 seconds of attack, there were already countless bodies on the ground. Many alien races were shocked by this terrifying weapon. While they were still in a daze, the specially made cannonballs were shot down from the top of the city wall and exploded when they were more than a meter above the ground. Countless concentrated steel balls scattered in all directions, swiftly piercing through the bodies of the foreign tribe members. Groups of enemies fell to the ground in an instant, their bodies covered in small holes from which blood spurted out. The Holy Dragon City soldiers on the wall operated their machine guns and rifles, shooting at the cultivators in an attempt to stop them from approaching the wall. The cultivator, sniper didn't miss a single shot. After each shot, he would take the life of a cultivator. All of them were the elites of the enemy. Looking down from above, countless enemies were dying almost every second. 628 battlefields of flesh and blood. 1. The merciful do not command troops, the battlefield is ruthless. Since the battle had already begun, they naturally had to defeat the enemy completely. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Even if they wanted to pretend to be kind, they couldn't be soft-hearted at this moment. Otherwise, these trapped beasts would take the opportunity to take a bite and make them bleed. Therefore, the moment the battle began, these non-humankind beings only had two choices. They could either surrender wisely or die on the battlefield. However, from the looks of it, these foreign cultivators had no intention of surrendering. Instead, they launched an even more frenzied attack. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. As Tang Zhen nodded, the mother tree cultivators who had been waiting for a long time also raised their staffs at the same time and began to mutter to communicate with the mother tree. The mother tree, which had been quiet all this while, suddenly trembled at this moment, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. After that, rays of light shot up into the sky and drew an arc in the air, directly connecting to the bodies of the mother tree cultivators. An endless stream of the mother tree's power was channeled through the light bands into the bodies of the mother tree cultivators. It was also at this moment that the cultivators of the mother tree roared at the same time, and they released all kinds of spells that shone with various colors. Some of these spell techniques were defensive, some were offensive, but all of them were extremely powerful. After a purple light landed below the city, the soil on the ground instantly trembled. Before the foreign enemies could dodge, 3 giant man-eating flowers that were more than 10 meters tall suddenly jumped out of the soil. These man-eating flowers were covered in sharp thorns, and they had vines that twitched like poisonous snakes. Their mouths were several meters long, full of sharp teeth, and each flower had at least 10 snake-like heads moving on it. After they jumped out of the ground, they excitedly devoured the foreign tribe enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had already killed over 100 people. Another green light fell, and the grass on the ground flashed with a metallic edge, then flew up from the ground, constantly shooting at the enemies, bodies and faces, and the wounds turned black in the blink of an eye. The enemies only struggled for a few seconds before their bodies turned black and they fell to the ground with painful expressions. It was obvious that the originally harmless grass had become as strong as steel in an instant. At the same time, it also carried a terrifying poison that could kill at the sight of blood. Vines, bamboo, strange snakes, poisonous insects, and mayflies. All kinds of animals and plants exploded at this moment. They were almost impossible to guard against, and they made the camp of the foreign races into a mess. The aggressive non-humankind alliance army had been reduced to a mess at this moment, and all they could see were dead bodies. Under such a terrifying killing effect, even if the enemy's numbers exceeded 100,000, they were still frightened and their will to fight to the death began to waver. The Holy Dragon City's combat power was actually so terrifying. With the defensive shield as support, did the Alliance army still have a chance of victory? Even if they were to use the corpses to break the protective shield, how many of them would be left? It was also at this moment that the Holy Dragon City gave them another fatal blow, causing the confidence of these foreign tribes to crumble, and they directly entered a state of collapse. It turned out that a dense black line had appeared in the distance behind the non-humankind army, and a series of rumbling noises could be heard. Upon a closer look, they realized that they were actually terrifying metal war chariots, pointing their thick gun barrels at their position. Countless Holy Dragon City soldiers in black armor were holding well-made rifles and looking at them coldly, as if they were looking at corpses. As the gunshots rang out, the enemies kept dying under the sniper's gun, and from time to time, they would be blown up into the sky by a large number of grenades. With a pincer attack from the front and back, there was no way to retreat. Realizing that if they continued to hesitate, they would definitely die under the rain of bullets, the foreign races that were attacking the city immediately fell into chaos. Countless figures suddenly retreated, and ran in other directions without caring for their lives. Not everyone was willing to make a meaningless sacrifice. After all, there was only hope if they were alive. They still had too many concerns and were not willing to die meaninglessly here. As soon as this situation appeared, it immediately triggered an even more serious riot, which instantly became uncontrollable. Countless Lusheng soldiers turned around and dodged the bullets as if they had lost their minds, running in the direction that they thought was safe. When the elders of Lusheng who were lucky enough to survive saw this, they all sighed and instantly became lifeless. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. They had been completely defeated. The same thought appeared in the minds of countless foreign tribe enemies. After struggling for a few breaths, some of them turned around and fled. The dense crowd of cultivators under the city wall became sparse at this moment. Less than 1/3 of the cultivators in the building were still struggling pointlessly. Attack! When Tai Seng saw this from the city wall, he waved his arm and roared, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, all the gunfire stopped. Countless ropes were suddenly thrown down from the Holy Dragon City's walls. The Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor descended quickly along the ropes as if they were walking on flat ground. After they rushed into the enemy's camp, they either kept pulling the trigger or waving their shiny blades, constantly reaping the lives of the remaining enemies. If one looked closely, they would realize that these Holy Dragon City cultivators were all in groups of 5. In almost every group, there was a Lord-level cultivator in charge. They were fully armed, and every piece of equipment on them was the best of the best. They were completely lethal weapons. Such a terrifying combination of power made the non-humankind enemies who were still resisting cry out in their hearts. They no longer had any desire to fight, and began to retreat. The Holy Dragon City's gates, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly opened at this moment. The first to be hit was the ogre army led by Big Bear. Like a group of terrifying demons, they began to massacre without restraint. Wherever the huge mace passed, muffled sounds of corpses shattering could be heard. Enemies were constantly sent flying into the air, and when they landed, their bones were broken, and blood oozed out of their 7 apertures. Big Bear was wearing a battle armor full of spikes, and his chubby face no longer had the simple and honest smile that he usually had. Instead, he was waving his spiked club with a ferocious look on his face, constantly knocking away the enemies who were blocking his way. However, if one were to look closely, one would notice that Da Shang was constantly looking behind him during the battle. His gaze fell on a slightly thin little boy with 2 heads and 4 arms. This little boy's height was shorter than Big Bear's by a bit. At this moment, he was holding a battle blade in his hand, and his appearance actually had some similarities with Tang Zhen. However, at this moment, the little boy's face was filled with a trace of fear. He seemed to be frightened by the bloody scene, and his body was constantly trembling. However, after seeing the Big Bear's encouraging eyes, the little boy gritted his teeth and began to follow the Big Bear to kill the enemies. After the ogres charged out, another roar was heard. Then, the rich captain rode his battle beast with chicken wings and charged out of the city gate, followed by a monster that was nearly 10 meters long. Behind him was a dense army of monsters. There were at least hundreds of them. At this moment, the tycoon captain was in high spirits. He rode on his war beast and let out a loud roar, directly charging into the middle of the foreign enemies, rampaging all the way. The other monsters, under the control of the Holy Dragon City's residents, also revealed their sharp claws and fangs, constantly attacking the terrified enemies. For a time, the roars of monsters and the screams of the dying enemies of other races could be heard everywhere. The Holy Dragon City's first army, second army, mercenary army, and countless murderous warriors appeared one after another, rushing out of the city gates like a tide. When the group of attack helicopters also rushed out of the Holy Dragon City, the battle to defend the city was completely over. 629 Opening the overseas battlefield. 1. The scene that had happened on the battlefield had long been recorded by others. It could be considered a major event in the Holy Dragon City. When the Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a Grade 6 city, it was besieged by the allied forces of the 4 cities. The total number of enemies was over 130,000. No one had expected that such a terrifying number of enemies would be completely defeated by Holy Dragon City in less than half an hour. With countless deaths and injuries, the enemy fled in defeat. They were then chased by the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. In the end, most of the enemies knelt and surrendered, while a small number were shot dead on the spot. A record of only 100 words represented the tragic ending of countless enemies of the foreign races. The post-war statistics showed that the Holy Dragon City had killed tens of thousands of enemies in the process of defending the city. Except for a very small number of foreign enemies who had escaped, the rest were all captured by the Holy Dragon City. In the future, they would be sent to various construction sites in the wildlands to participate in construction work such as repairing bridges and paving roads, becoming the cheapest labor force. As for whether they would be able to return to their homeland in the future, no one knew at the moment, but the possibility should be extremely low. As for the aftermath of the battle, such as taking over the assets of the four defeated Lusheng, Tang Zhen no longer needed to worry about it. There would naturally be someone to deal with it. Therefore, after the battle ended, Tang Zhen led everyone back to the city and began to study the matter of conquering the overseas region. Most of them had heard of the overseas region and knew that it was a place even more desolate and dangerous than the wildlands. In fact, no one was very clear about the actual situation there. After Tang Zhen asked Situ Yuanji and the others, he found out some details about the situation in the overseas region. It was different from the continent Tang Zhen and the others were on. No one knew where the ocean was, but it was definitely a paradise for monsters. Not only were there countless high-level Lord-tier monsters, but there were also many King-tier monsters. These monsters either lived in groups or were alone. They were fierce and cruel, and most of them had their own territory. In addition to these monsters, there were also aboriginals in the ocean. They were collectively called the barbarian race by the cultivators of Lusheng, and they existed in tribes of various sizes. They ate raw meat, drank blood, and even had the bad habit of eating people. They hated the cultivators of Lu City and would hunt them down if they saw them. Another point was that wild buildings would never appear in these overseas lands, but there were ancient ruins of buildings. However, most of their locations were hidden and dangerous, so they were rarely discovered. The cultivators of Lusheng could obtain all kinds of skills from the cornerstone platform, while the barbarians would sacrifice their brains to the totems of the tribe to awaken the innate abilities in their bloodlines. Therefore, in terms of combat power, these barbarians were not afraid of the cultivators in Lusheng. In fact, they were even slightly better in terms of physique. The advantage of the cultivators in Lusheng was that they could exchange for various items through the cornerstone platform. Therefore, their equipment far exceeded that of the barbarians. However, as the battle went on for a long time, the barbarians also seized a large number of relics from the cultivators in the city, so the disadvantage in equipment was gradually narrowed. In addition, Tang Zhen also learned from Situ Yuanji that if he wanted to completely control an area and integrate it into Lu Cheng's territory, he had to kill the totem lord of the barbarian tribe who controlled the area. The totems of small tribes were controlled by the totem masters of large tribes, and the areas they affected were also different in size. After successfully killing these totems and barbarians, he would be able to obtain a large amount of battle merits. At this time, he needed to kill one more totem lord to successfully advance to a level 7 building. These totems weren't solid, but were like spirits. Their abilities were strange and unpredictable. As for the masters of the totems, they were basically king class. Many of the towers were stuck at this stage in the overseas battlefields after they advanced to level 6. Due to the difference in strength, they were unable to kill the tribal totem masters. Some of the level 6 towers were even heavily damaged as a result. Large numbers of cultivators were lost here, and they could not recover for decades or even centuries. After all, not every 6th grade city was like the Holy Dragon City, with so many Lord-level cultivators, and even the city lord himself was a 2-star king-level super expert. Therefore, the quests that were difficult for other newly advanced level 6 turreted cities were not too difficult for Holy Dragon City. However, if the Holy Dragon City was unlucky and was randomly assigned to a giant tribe with a powerful totem, they could only admit that they were unlucky. However, once he really encountered such a situation, Tang Zhen would rather take over a piece of wasteland than use the ultimate weapon in his hands to destroy the enemy. He was not willing to waste his time in such a meaningless battle. All he wanted was to accumulate battle merits as quickly as possible so that Holy Dragon City could be upgraded to a top-tier city as soon as possible. Of course, this was only Tang Zhen's plan. Everything was still unknown before they officially entered the overseas battlefield. In the time that Tang Zhen had been away, the Holy Dragon City's war preparations had been completed. They could march straight into the battlefields overseas at any time. In the end, Tang Zhen decided to rest for a period of time before officially sending troops to the overseas region. After the meeting ended, the entire Holy Dragon City became busy once again. The Holy Dragon City cultivators in charge of the exploration of the overseas region also stepped through the giant bronze door at this moment. Tang Zhen would pay attention to any major event that would determine the tower's fate at the first possible moment. This time, he personally led a team of 100 Holy Dragon City's elite cultivators to investigate the enemy's situation. In the valley behind the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen was the first to step through the huge door and entered the mysterious and profound passage. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen felt his eyes brighten. He discovered that he was in a huge plain that was filled with a wild aura. The mountain peak here was extremely huge, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it connected the sky and the earth. The trees in the distance covered the sky and the sun, and from time to time, the howls of monsters could be heard. All kinds of strange plants bloomed on the plain, and strange-looking animals kept flashing among them. Tang Zhen felt that there was a mistake in the rumors. This was because this place was simply a rich land compared to the wildlands. How could there be a trace of desolation? If such a land was included in the Holy Dragon City's territory, Tang Zhen would be more than happy to do so. However, it was precisely because of this that Tang Zhen was suddenly reluctant to destroy this place. After all, how could the value of a piece of wasteland be compared to the land in front of him? The Holy Dragon City's cultivators who followed Tang Zhen closely were also attracted by the scene in front of them. They couldn't help but feel excited when they thought about how they would be able to claim this land as Holy Dragon City if they conquered the barbarian race here. As the residents of the city, they had long regarded the Holy Dragon City as their home. Who wouldn't want their home to be beautiful and have a large piece of rich land? For a moment, the cultivators' hearts were filled with the desire to fight, and they couldn't wait to kill and drive away all the barbarians here. After Tang Zhen saw the expressions of his subordinates, he faintly smiled and began to switch the map view to observe the surrounding situation. The scenery within several hundred kilometers instantly appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. After observing for a moment, he casually pointed in a few directions. When the Holy Dragon City cultivators behind him saw this, they immediately split up into groups and began to investigate in the direction that Tang Zhen had pointed out. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, led the 20 Holy Dragon City cultivators through the sea of grass and trees, heading towards the largest tribe he had just seen. Tang Zhen's expression changed slightly after he had advanced for several tens of kilometers. He suddenly stopped. The Holy Dragon City cultivators following behind him also stopped and looked at him with bright eyes. There are 5 small insects on the tree in front of us. Their bodies are the same color as the tree. Go and catch them. After Tang Zhen said this, he randomly picked a plant from the ground and placed it in front of his eyes to carefully observe. Several Holy Dragon City cultivators heard this and immediately shot into the forest like lightning. They released their spiritual power to sense the abnormalities in the surrounding trees. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find 5 barbarian cultivators hiding against a tree trunk. They looked exactly like the trees and even their auras were extremely concealed. Just as the Holy Dragon City cultivators discovered the barbarians also realized that they had been exposed. They all launched an attack on the Holy Dragon City cultivators. They were like spirit apes, constantly flashing on the trees. At the same time, they used weapons similar to blowguns to attack the Holy Dragon City cultivators. This barbarian's blow dart was fast and fierce. The thin bone spike had actually penetrated into the trunk. Its power was quite amazing. The darts that had fallen were all emitting a strange color. It was obvious that they had been dipped in poison by the barbarians. However, no matter how vicious their weapons were, they couldn't fight against a group of Lord-ranked cultivators. So, in just a dozen seconds, the 5 barbarians were all captured. Following that, the Holy Dragon City cultivators lifted their bound bodies and brought them to Tang Zhen, throwing them on the ground. 630 The barbarian race in the ocean. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the barbarian on the ground. A curious expression flashed in his eyes. Although these guys were in human form, the surface of their skin was covered with almost transparent tiny scales, giving off an extremely strange feeling. It seemed that it would be more appropriate to call them lizard people. In fact, the barbarian tribes overseas were the same as the alien races on the continent. They had all kinds of races, and their innate abilities were different. These bloodline talents were not simple. As the barbarian's level increased, various additional abilities would be awakened, making it impossible to guard against. These lizard-like barbarians were only equivalent to level 1 cultivators, so they only had basic innate bloodline abilities. The most amazing thing was that the scales on these barbarians' bodies were like chameleons. They could rapidly change according to the surrounding environment, which was equivalent to the ability to become invisible. Once they were hidden in the forest, they were like a drop of water in the sea, able to perfectly blend in with the surrounding environment. If such an ability was used well, it would definitely become an enemy's nightmare. Tang Zhen, who originally did not pay much attention to the barbarian race, also became somewhat cautious at this moment. After all, not everyone could easily discover the traces of these barbarians like him. Once they were ambushed by the barbarians, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers would be caught off guard, and casualties would be inevitable. However, Tang Zhen had also tried to use thermal imaging to scan the area earlier. He discovered that this kind of detection instrument from the original world was also effective against these barbarians. Tang Zhen sighed in relief after he confirmed this. Although the enemy's ability was strange, as long as there was a way to restrain it, it was not too much of a problem. It seemed that he would have to spend more effort on the warrior's equipment. Just as Tang Zhen was observing these barbarians, the barbarians who had their hands and feet tied up had a sinister expression on their faces. They were looking at Tang Zhen and the others as if they were their mortal enemies. Damn Lusheng dogs. You will be killed by our warriors and your heads will be hung on the trees. I'm going to eat your flesh and feed my pet the rest of your organs. Come on, kill me. I'll be a coward if you even frown. While cursing, one of the barbarians spat at Tang Zhen, revealing his black teeth. Two of his canine teeth were extremely obvious, and his eyes were full of provocation as he looked at Tang Zhen. Sure enough, as the rumors said, these barbarians were unruly, full of wildness, and cannibalism was a common thing. The other 4 barbarians were the same. They kept cursing, and their expressions were very ferocious. To Tang Zhen, the curses of these barbarians were just like the wild screeches of a mouse before it died. It would not cause even the slightest ripple in his heart. After all, with his status and cultivation, he did have the right to treat these barbarians like ants. However, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators at the side could not take it. They respected Tang Zhen to the extreme and would definitely not allow anyone to curse their city lord like this. Although they didn't understand what the barbarians were saying, their expressions told them that they weren't saying anything good. A Holy Dragon City cultivator pulled a barbarian up from the ground and slapped him hard. The barbarian let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. A few of his teeth were mixed in with the blood. Seeing this, the other barbarians immediately started to struggle. At the same time, they looked at the Holy Dragon City cultivator with murderous expressions and kept cursing. Seeing that the barbarians were up to no good, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been waiting at the side immediately surrounded them and gave them a beating. Soon, the barbarians were only left with screams and moans. The Holy Dragon City cultivators were very familiar with the methods of dealing with captives. They knew that when they encountered such a tough bone, even if the effect of beating him up was not great, they still had to take action. Some of the captives were tough at the beginning, but they didn't know what they were going to face. Once they were tortured, not many of them could really resist. Therefore, he had to beat up these barbarians until they were afraid. Otherwise, it would be harder than ascending to heaven to get what he wanted from them. Tang Zhen did not stop his subordinates from the side. He only indicated for everyone to stop when the few barbarians were on the verge of death. Do you know? Just based on what you said just now, I have every reason to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Tang Zhen spoke indifferently in the barbarian language as he looked at the barbarians on the ground who were bleeding from their noses and mouths and covered in dust. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the corner of a barbarian's mouth twitched. He looked at Tang Zhen with his eyes that were almost sealed by the fist and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Cheng dog, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's our bad luck that we've fallen into your hands today, but you won't live long. The great tribe's totem and totem lord must have discovered your tracks. I believe that it won't take long for the nearby tribes to gather and kill all of you intruders, and then eat your flesh and drink your blood. After the barbarian finished speaking, his face actually revealed a carefree expression. It was as if he had seen the death of Tang Zhen and the others. He couldn't help but raise his head and let out a strange laugh. The rest of the ashen-faced barbarians also sneered cruelly. They kept glancing at the cultivators around them with a hint of madness in their eyes. Tang Zhen shook his head. He stood up and looked at the tribe hidden in the dense forest. He coldly said, "Don't worry, the people of your tribe will be accompanying you soon. As for that totem master, I really want to see what it is." Tang Zhen waved his hand and no longer paid any attention to the barbarian cultivators. A cultivator from the Holy Dragon City walked up to the barbarians and grabbed their throats, then exerted a little force. The 5 barbarian cultivators' bodies fell to the ground with a series of cracking sounds, their eyes wide open. "Let's go take a look at the tribe ahead. If it's of no value, we'll just destroy it and see how many battle merits we can get." Tang Zhen's tone did not have any fluctuations when he said these words. It was as though they were having an ordinary chat. He treated living beings like grass and showed no mercy to his enemies. As the city lord of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen had no choice in many things, especially when it came to this matter that concerned the life and death of Liu Cheng. He could not afford to be soft-hearted. After all, there were nearly 200,000 residents of Lu City behind him. When the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City behind him heard this, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. They followed Tang Zhen and headed straight for the barbarian tribe. It didn't take long for a barbarian tribe to appear in front of them. The trees outside the tribe had all been cut down, leaving a large empty area to prevent the enemy's sneak attack and the spread of the fire. At this time, hundreds of barbarians were busy working in the tribe. They were draining the blood of several huge monsters and placing them on a stone platform made of gravel. In the middle of the stone platform, there was a strange totem carved out of black stone. It had 4 tails and 2 heads, and its arms were like tentacles. It looked quite strange and ferocious. The barbarian tribes gathered around the stone platform, as if they were going to hold some kind of sacrificial ceremony. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. A white-haired barbarian priest was wearing a long leather robe. He was mumbling something while using a black stone spoon to scoop out the blood of the monster from the stone basin and pour it on the totem. A few kneeling barbarian youths used their stone knives to cut open the skin, and then dipped the brain in their own blood, and respectfully placed it in front of the totem. After that, the barbarian youths knelt on the ground and began to chant in the air. It seemed as if they were praying. In a short while, the blood-stained brain beads actually turned into smoke and were directly absorbed by the totem. This was clearly a secret technique that could actually destroy the indestructible brain. At the same time, the praying barbarian youth trembled slightly. The blood vessels on his body suddenly bulged, as if there were countless insects drilling in and out of his skin. His expression also became more and more painful. The barbarian tribesmen who were watching from the side also began to become nervous. They stared at the teenagers on the stage without taking their eyes off them. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. One of the barbarian youths' body suddenly swelled up, revealing a tyrannical aura. The surrounding barbarian tribesmen cheered at the same time, as if they were excited that another warrior had appeared in their tribe. The other barbarian youths also changed at this time, causing the surrounding onlookers to cheer even louder. However, at this moment, a crisp sound was heard. Then, blood burst out from the bodies of the barbarian youths who had just awakened their bloodline talents. They fell to the ground with disbelief and unwillingness in their eyes. 20 figures with soaring killing intent suddenly charged into the tribe, setting off a storm of blood.